This is Audible.
Tower Climber 3, a LitRPG adventure. Written by Jakob Tanner. Performed by Steve Campbell. Prologue. Many years ago, 2075. Max woke up to the smell of fire and smoke. He opened his eyes, still in a daze. Where am I? He looked down to find himself strapped into the back seat of a car. Shards of shattered glass were scattered across his pants as well as around his feet. The broken pieces of glass reminded him of diamonds, except for the red shards. He paused. Glass isn't made of red material, is it? What's going on? Still in a daze, Max couldn't understand why his thoughts were acting so incredibly sluggish. He looked up and saw what was making the glass shards red. It was the back of his father's head, dripping with blood. An indescribable pain twisted inside of Max. Dad? He croaked. He began to look around in panic. It was all coming back to him. They had been driving. They were on a family outing. They had gone out for dinner. On the way home, there had been a commotion. Max recalled bright lights from a passing vehicle. His father had swerved, and then everything had gone black. Now he was here, covered in broken glass and blood. His mother laid unconscious in the front passenger seat, her neck severely twisted. Mom? A horrible heat pulsed against him. Max, said a voice. He turned to his side and saw his little sister sitting nearby. Elle. She was only 4 years old. A large metal signpost was wedged between them in the middle seat. A line of blood fell from Elle's forehead. She'd been injured in the crash. Max, she said frantically. Why won't Mommy and Daddy say anything? Pop. The car was on fire. Pipes were bursting from inside the vehicle. He had to get out. He had to get his sister out. Elle, Max said, can you undo your seatbelt? She blinked. She was in too much shock to comprehend what he was saying. The car shook and popped again. Max shuddered. He had to act fast. He undid his safety belt and opened the door. He moved to take a step out of the car only to find himself falling onto the street. Huh? He tried to push himself up, but his legs weren't working. The flicker of the flames reminded Max that he needed to focus. In that moment, he didn't care or dwell on the fact that he couldn't stand on his own legs. He had one goal: to get to the other side of the car and open the door for his sister so she could get out of the burning vehicle. Nothing else in that moment mattered. He dragged himself across the concrete road, going around the car. With every push and pull, he kept reminding himself of a promise he had once made to Ellie when they were playing. I'll always protect you, he had told her. He got to the other side and pushed himself up so he could grab the door handle. He pulled, but the door didn't budge. Crap. Child luck. He banged on the window. Elle, he shouted. You need to open up the door. Pull up the latch near the window. The car made more popping sounds. Every pipe and fuse bursting was a clock ticking down to their deaths. Click. Brother, Elle said. I opened the... Kaboom! The car exploded, hurling Max backwards. The next thing he could remember was watching the car covered in flames. He saw it all from the pavement, until his view was blocked by a pair of black leather boots. Those boots were the last thing he saw before everything went black. When Max returned to consciousness, he found himself hooked up to a hospital bed, with a heart monitor attached to him. He looked around in panic. Good, you're awake, said a woman in a white doctor's coat. You've been out for a couple of days. My sister, Max said, still getting his bearings. Is she okay? "We can discuss all that with you later," said the doctor. "Right now, we just need to check your vitals and make sure you are doing okay." "Tell me," he said. "What happened? How are my parents?" The nearby heart monitor began to beep louder. The doctor said to a nearby nurse, "His heart rate is dangerously high. We'll have to anesthetize him before he does any more harm to—" Max wasn't sure how much more time had passed by the time he woke up next. He tried to act a bit more calmly, and he eventually found out about his family. They were all dead, the doctor told him, and he himself had lost function of his legs. The days all became a blur. Eventually, the doctor came in with a pudgy bald man with glasses and long nose hair sticking out of his nostrils. "I'd like you to meet someone, Max," said the doctor. "This is Mr. Grimes. He'll be your new guardian when you're ready to leave here." The older man smiled menacingly at Max. Max had no idea what to say or do with everything that kept happening around him. He felt like he was living in the aftermath of a horrific dream. Little did he know, as the older man named Mr. Grimes loomed over him, that a new nightmare was only just beginning. Chapter 1. Present Day, 2086. Max hurried down the streets of Zestris, gradually quickening his pace. It was a sunny, beautiful afternoon in late August, and the city was basking in the enjoyable late summer weather. More people were out and about than usual, taking pictures, seeing the sights. It had a lot to do with the Outer Rim and the Tower Zone combining into one unified city a few weeks earlier. But Max wasn't that concerned with the touristic impulses of the no longer segregated society. His mind was rather preoccupied at that moment, his eyes darting around the streets with nervousness and suspicion. He had no reason to believe he was being followed, but ever since his last communication with his sister, he'd been getting increasingly paranoid. To call it a communication might be an overstatement, though, more like the last clue his lost sister had left behind for him to find. The clue had been a single black feather, which also just happened to be the symbol of the inter-tower terrorist group known as the Fallen Angels. To have any business dealings or communication with such an evil organization would break numerous laws in the different floors and civilizations that existed within the tower. And here Max was walking around with practically their calling card, given to him by his sister no less. It wasn't a good look. Hence the paranoia. Max crossed the street and looked over his shoulder once more for good measure. He walked a few more blocks, then stopped at an intersection. He could make a right turn and head to the Climbers Guild Hall, or continue on his way to Hawker's Alley. Make a right or keep going in the same direction. On the surface, it was a simple choice, but for Max, it was far from it. He gulped as the sun shone down on his neck. He was sweltering in the heat. He could take this black feather left behind by his sister and bring it to the Climbers Guild Hall and show it to the authorities. Show it to his friend, mentor, former roommate, and Climber president, Sakura. That was probably the smartest, most legally sound thing he could do. But he also knew the guild authorities would take the feather away from him, the only thread that connected him to the only family he had left, his long-lost sister, Elle. He didn't know why his sister had left him an object with such evil connotations to it, but one thing he did know was she had left the feather for him, not for the Zestris Climbers Guild. He glanced to his right and could see the Climbers Guild Hall building in the distance. He sighed, looked away, and continued walking straight ahead. A few minutes later, Max stepped into an old antique shop in Hawker's Alley. The place was a hoarder's paradise, stacks of old magazines and newspapers, dusty broken furniture, and clocks. Oh, how the owner loved to collect different types of clocks, all ticking away in the small shop. It was enough to drive you insane, Max thought. "Sorry, we're closed," shouted an old cantankerous voice from the back. In fact, the clocks probably had driven the owner Harold crazy, Max thought to himself. "If you're closed, why don't you put up a sign? Or here's an idea, Lock the front door!" An old grizzled man waddled into the front of the shop from the back room. The old man placed his hands on his own back theatrically, playing up his role as curmudgeonly shopkeeper. "What do you want?" Max sighed. He had already made the decision when he chose to come here and not to the Climbers Guild Hall, but even still, every step of the way was difficult. That said, he had come to Harold a few months back with the original letter his sister had sent him, and he had been an immense help in decoding it for more information and clues. If he had been able to put his trust in the cranky old man back then, he didn't see why he should be so worried now. He materialized the envelope his sister had left behind for him in Alestria on floor 10 of the tower. "You brought me a love letter, young man?" snickered Harold. "Young boys aren't really my thing, I gotta say." "It's not like that, you weirdo," said Max. "Oh, is it from a pretty lady, then?" said the man. "And do you need my advice? Well, in that case, I'd be more than happy to share my expertise." "You seriously got the wrong idea," said Max, opening up the envelope and pulling out the black feather his sister had left behind for him. He held it out in his palm for Harold to see. The shop went eerily silent except for the ticking of the many old clocks. Harold's face had quickly grown stern and serious. He looked down at the feather and then back up at Max. "I don't need to analyze that to tell you what it is," said the old man. "And we could both get into a lot of trouble for even being in possession of it." "I know what it symbolizes," said Max. "Then why have you brought it to me here, then?" Max gulped. "Will this stay between you and me?" Harold raised an eyebrow. "Have you never heard of antique collector client privilege?" "Is that a thing?" Smack. Harold slapped him in the head. "Of course not, dummy! Tell me why this particular black feather is so important." Max sighed. This was it. He had shared this with no one else other than his best friend Casey, and he had only told her because she was there when he found out. Otherwise, he would have kept it a secret until he knew what he wanted to do next with the information. "Like the letter I brought to you a few months back?" Max began. "This was left behind by my sister." The man's eyes widened at that. He let out a long sigh. "Oh, boy," he said. "I can see why you'd want to keep this hush-hush. Why bring it to me, though?" "I want to see if maybe there is a secret message in it," Max explained. "Well, that I can do," said the old man and then gestured with his hands. "Come on, let's go to the back." The back of the shop was much more orderly than the front. It wasn't clean exactly, but objects and furniture had a coherent place to them and you could walk around much more easily compared to the front of the shop. Harold went over to his workstation and sat down and gestured for Max to do the same. "If you could place the feather down here for me, please," said Harold. "Actually, we might as well see the envelope it came in as well." Max placed the envelope down first and then the black feather on top of it. Harold then picked up a thin metal object that looked a lot like a dentist's scalpel and poked at the feather. Mana and energy reverberated from the feather as Harold poked at it with his special device. He pondered aloud. He tried a similar test on the envelope itself, and again nothing significant happened. The old man sighed and placed down his metal tool. He then leaned back in his seat and stared at Max. "Like your previous letter you brought me," Harold said, "it's protected by magical wards. The only option left is the nuclear option. Shall I?" While Max had hoped it wouldn't come to that, he half expected it might. The problem with Harold's nuclear option was that he would destroy the clue forever. Once again, it would force Max to give up on the one thing that connected him to his sister. That said, when he had done it last time, it had helped lead him to this next clue. So, tough as it was, he knew what he had to do. He gulped, then nodded his head at Harold. "Do it." The old man grinned and got up from his desk. A few seconds later, he returned with a big mana flame device. He handed Max some goggles. "You might want to put these on," said the old man. Max placed the goggles over his eyes, and Harold did the same. Harold then lifted up his device and scorched the work desk in mana flames. Max watched through the tinted view of his goggles. Harold eventually let go of the flame trigger and waved his hand in the air to remove the smoke. Max pulled off his glasses to see what remained of the precious item. The black feather had disintegrated into black mucus, while the envelope remained perfectly intact. As far as Max could tell, it seemed like the items hadn't left anything to be deciphered. He eagerly looked up to Harold, hoping the old man would tell him otherwise. The man frowned. "Sorry about this, kid," he said, "but I think we're all out of luck. No secret clues in this batch of items, I'm afraid." A huge pit formed in Max's stomach. "So I'm back at square one, then," he thought to himself. Harold walked away from his work desk to put his tools back in storage. Max looked down to the destroyed puddle of burned feather with disappointment. But then something strange happened. The puddle of black guck popped and bubbled. Then it spread out along the back side of the envelope. The black mucus began to form words, and Max watched on with wonder. A few seconds later, the puddle of black guck was gone, and in its place was a message. A message from his sister. "They've lied to you, even more than you think." Chapter 2. Sakura sat in a large boardroom on the second highest floor of the Zestress Climbers Guildhall building. The city and the sunny blue sky could be seen from the window that stretched across the entirety of the boardroom. Across the long table from where Sakura sat were an older man and woman, John Carlson, Edith Brooksmith, the two of which made up the Elder Council of Zestress. They were arguably the second most powerful political entity in Zestress, after the Climber president. Though, based on many of their conversations, Sakura often felt like she was subservient to them. "Have you brought the list?" said the old man. Sakura pulled out a folder from her briefcase and slid it across the table. The man opened the folder and picked up a document. He read it over and then handed it to the older woman. After the woman had finished reading the document, she placed it down on the table. "This list is okay. There are a few eccentric choices. We don't have a problem with any of them, except for one," said the old woman. "Max Reinhardt," said the old man. "We object to that boy being on this list." Sakura was both shocked and yet not surprised. The Elder Council had been suspicious of Max ever since he had entered the Tower Zone. "How many times does he have to prove his loyalty?" asked Sakura. "Prove his loyalty due to distrust and suspicions he himself has never earned on his own. As long as he remains related to the Scarlet Demon," said the Council, "we will always be uneasy with him." Sakura clenched her fists underneath the boardroom table. "Fine," she said. "What if we come to a compromise?" The two council members looked at each other and then nodded. "What do you have in mind?" Max stared at the message in front of him. "They've lied to you, even more than you think." The words only stayed there for another second or two until they faded away into the paper, leaving nothing but a faint black stain. What the heck did that message mean? Who is they? Thought Max. And they lied about what? Max's first thought must be that Elle was trying to tell him about Zestress. She knows that the world was destroyed and that humanity lives within the tower. That was the biggest lie he could think of. What more could they be lying about? Max thanked Harold once more and then stepped back out into the city streets. The first thing he did was let out a huge sigh. He wasn't sure if it was relief or just emotional exhaustion. Before entering the antique shop, he wasn't sure if he had been doing the right thing. The black feather, the symbol of the Tower Terroricell the Fallen Angels, had been a burden to carry around with him. But now he felt almost sad that it was gone. He had nothing connecting him to his sister any longer. At least, nothing physical. He still had the memory of her messages to him. Her words raced through his mind. "Remember your promise. Find me in the tower. They've lied to you. More than you think." What did it all mean? Finally, there was one last mystery haunting him. What was she doing with a black feather? Was she part of the fallen angels then? Max looked up to the clear blue sky, wishing he could speak to his sister directly, hug her, and be together with her once more. A family. Elle, he thought to himself, what's happened to you? Max realized what he had to do next. He had to go to the library. He had to do more research. He had to figure out what Elle was trying to tell him through her coded messages. He crossed the street and headed towards the library when his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw that it was a message from Sakura. "Come to the Climbers Guild Hall immediately." Max stared at the text, slightly confused. All caps? No hello? A bit rude. But Sakura was the Climber president, so he couldn't ignore a direct order. He spun around and started walking in the direction of the Climbers Guild Hall. Max arrived at the guild hall to find it thrumming with activity. A clerk approached him straight away and led him to a room he'd never been in before. Excuse me," he said. "I have a meeting with the Climber president." Yes, I know," said the clerk. "You all do." Max didn't understand what she was saying. You all do? Who else was coming to this meeting? The clerk nudged him into a large gymnasium filled with hundreds of climbers. The different climbers all stood around with their arms crossed, some huddled in groups while others stood to the side on their own. They glanced at Max suspiciously and then returned to their thoughts or conversations. What's going on? There were loads of climbers Max had never seen before. Judging by the different colors of their badges on their chests, he could tell that a mix of higher and lower-ranked climbers had been asked to come here today. He walked through the crowd of climbers slowly, picking up bits and pieces of murmured conversation. Why have they called us here? Is a tower war about to happen? Max shuddered at the speculation. What did a tower war even look like? He shook his head. He didn't want to know. The power of climbers on their floor and even higher up could reach such levels of monstrosity that to imagine such beings pitted up against one another in a full-scale war was unfathomable. The death and destruction would be on an incomprehensible scale. Max started to wander over to a nearby wall where he saw some space to stand when he heard a voice behind him. Max! He turned around to see his best friend, Casey, walking quickly towards him. Her beautiful emerald green eyes flashed across the room and she shot him a gorgeous smile. Her brown hair was in pigtails and she was wearing a striped shirt and a navy skirt with leggings. Her gerbil Toto was perched on his favorite spot on her left shoulder. Hey, said Max. Don't suppose you know why we're all gathered here? Haven't got a clue, said Casey, shaking her head. Just got this very intense message from Sakura. She lifted up her phone to him and Max saw they'd received the same message. He looked around the gymnasium at the countless number of climbers gathered. I guess we all got the same message to come here then. People are whispering about a war, said Max. That can't be true, can it? War with who? Casey crossed her arms. I hope not. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. Better to not jump to massive conclusions. Despite her calm and rational suggestion, her pale face suggested otherwise. She was nervous. Neither one of them, during their careers as tower climbers so far, had ever been asked to come to a meeting like this one. Suddenly, like a gust of wind, the entire gymnasium went quiet as Sakura walked out onto a podium at the front of the room. Everyone stood up straight and looked in the direction of the woman, the climber president. Hopefully, she would provide answers to why they were here. Sakura stared out at the large group of climbers standing in front of her. These were some of Zestras's best and brightest climbers. She caught sight of Max in the middle of the crowd. His red hair made him stick out like a sore thumb. She quickly glanced away from the boy. She couldn't play favorites, not with the Elder Council breathing down her neck like they currently were. "Thank you for coming, everyone," she said. They all stayed quiet, looking at her with eager curiosity. What must they be thinking right now? They must think they're in trouble or that war is brewing. Most of them won't have remembered or been privy to the last time this event happened. "I have gathered you all here today," Sakura explained, "because a very important mission is coming up. It will bring the potential for big rewards and opportunities to grow and rank faster than ever before. There is much knowledge, power, and influence to be gained by embarking on this mission." The faces of the crowd began to brighten up. Sakura briefly smiled. She was telling them things they wanted to hear. Important mission, big rewards, knowledge, influence, power. "Only a select few of you can go on this mission, however," Sakura explained. "So, in the interest of both fairness and for us to determine who would be the best people suited for the job, we've concocted a little challenge for you all." Many in the crowd nodded with determination, while others looked around fearfully. "For those uninterested," said Sakura, "you may leave now. The rest of you, get ready." Chapter 3. A few climbers hurried out of the gymnasium, not wanting to take part in this special challenge. Max turned to Casey and grinned. "Important mission sounds nice," he said. "So does big rewards," said Casey with a large grin on her face. Max peered around the room, taking in the climbers who stayed. There were still hundreds of climbers left. Max considered everything Sakura had told them. The challenge they were about to face was to determine who should go on this mission. So whatever happened next would most likely be some kind of elimination challenge. Everyone in this room, including Casey, was now potentially his opponent. Max could feel the tension in the room grow as all the other climbers came to a similar sentiment. There had already been suspicious glances darting around the room before, but now there were real threats in some people's looks. "Intimidation tactics," scoffed Max to himself. "Let's wait and see what the challenge is first." Sakura glanced over to the door and watched the last person depart the gymnasium. "So, that means the rest of you are up for the challenge," said Sakura. "Good." The climber president pulled a device out of her pocket with a big button on it. She pressed down and suddenly all across the gymnasium bright pink portals emerged in front of every single climber. "Beyond the portal, your challenge awaits," Sakura declared. Max looked at the portal and gulped. He then turned to Casey. "I guess see you on the other side of this challenge?" he said. "Yeah," Casey replied. "Good luck." Then, without any hesitation, she dived straight through the portal. As soon as she jumped in, the portal disappeared with a poof. More and more climbers stepped into the portal and the gymnasium began to thin out. "For those of you hesitating," said Sakura, "you can consider this a bonus mini-challenge. You have 5 seconds left to jump in, or you forfeit the challenge." The statement hit Max like a splash of cold water. Well, what was he waiting for then? He leaped through the portal and didn't look back. He emerged in a strange field right on the ridge of a hill, tripping and tumbling down to the ground. He was finally able to stop rolling when he hit the bottom of the hill. "Ugh," he groaned as he picked himself up and patted dirt off his clothes. "This is not a very impressive way to start the challenge," he thought to himself. Once he got his bearings, he looked around the realm the portal had taken him to. He was in a large open field with dips and rises. The strangest part of this realm was it had an odd purple sky. Where the heck am I? He took a few steps forward and looked around. He couldn't see anyone else nearby. He thought he saw a flicker of a person very far away, but he wasn't sure. He took a deep breath. Sakura had said, "Beyond the portal, your challenge awaits." But what the heck was the challenge? Stand in an empty field by yourself for 10 minutes? Max took another deep breath. Let's give it a few more minutes, he thought. Hopefully the actual challenge will make itself known. Suddenly, a message appeared in his retina, just like when he was looking over his profile and stats. Challenge 1. Survive the monster wave. Before Max could even say, "What monster wave?" a horde of monsters materialized all around him. Max readied himself for the grueling battle ahead. Monsters filled the field that had been empty only seconds before. There were the usual rock golems, harpies, and fire-breathing tigers that accompanied most monster waves, but there were some other nasty creatures in the mix as well. There were werewolves and bipedal beetle monsters. In the distance, he even saw mud zombies pull themselves out of the ground. Here we go, Max sighed. Step 1 of Max's action plan was to reclaim a little bit of control of the battlefield. He triggered Shadow Blink and reappeared at the top of the hill he'd previously tripped and fallen over. Time to give myself a height advantage. Then, as a group of harpies swung down on him, he gripped his rare legendary weapon, Galrog's Fists, and unsheathed his mana claws. With 3 elongated, sharp, beaming knives of mana on either side of his hands, Max thrashed his way through the incoming squad of harpies. They disintegrated on the ground while Max wasted no time circling the area, creating more and more space between the hungry horde of monsters that were after him and his hostile mana claws. "Come one step closer and you're entering the shredder," shouted Max. Most of the monsters didn't heed Max's warning and simply charged at him. Max retaliated with fancy footwork, moving in a deadly circle with his claws, ripping through most of the monster's flesh. One tricky werewolf was able to keep pushing forward despite multiple slashes. Damn, thought Max. Must be a higher-ranked monster. My mana claws aren't enough. But that wasn't a problem. Max triggered Chain Lightning, sending a long rope of bright blue electricity right into the wolfman's stomach, frying him to nothing. Screamed a monster behind him. Max quickly looked over his shoulder and saw a spiked ogre club coming down to hit his head. Oh crap! There was no time to dodge, so Max triggered his phase-out ability. His instinct still had him lifting up his arms to block the attack, but the ogre swing went right through him. Thanks to the phase-out ability, he was temporarily immaterial. The ogre's eyes bulged at his own futile and ineffective attack. Max took the opportunity to roll forward and stab the monster's stomach with his mana claws. The monster quickly burst and disappeared. Max caught his breath and continued with his hostile dance of destruction. The monster wave hadn't died down in the slightest. The horde just kept moving towards him. Max wasn't sure how long he could keep this up. Did the challenge expect him to take out this entire monster wave? Something then dawned on Max. The ogre hadn't left behind a monster core. Neither had the werewolf or any of the harpies. Suddenly, the purple sky of the realm felt instantly familiar. It was like the realm inside his mana training box. Did that mean then this entire realm was a simulation? Max considered the words of the challenge once more. Survive the monster wave. The key was survive. This wasn't a purely fighting-oriented challenge. It was a battle of endurance. There wasn't a timer because each contestant must be fighting in their own exact parallel realm, like the one he was currently in. The challenge would end when enough climbers had been defeated and bowed out of the fight. This changes everything, Max thought. He continued spinning around with his mana claws, stopping any of the lesser monsters from getting close. He had to rethink his entire strategy. He'd already used Shadow Blink, Chain Lightning, and Phase Out. Those would be knocks against his D-rank total of 25 trait uses a day. He still had plenty left for sure, but he might need them in the next challenge or the one after that. Meanwhile, the longer this survival challenge went, the more likely he'd need to keep relying on his trait abilities. He was making an artificial rule for himself. Win this challenge with only using the mana claws. He also realized his current strategy of staying put wasn't helping him either. He had D-rank agility now. He could move faster than a car on a highway. He kicked off the ground and started roving through the horde of monsters, dragging his mana claws in and out of as much monster flesh as he could. By staying in the same place, he was letting the monsters continuously come at him. But by moving constantly, he was creating greater confusion within the swarm of hostile creatures. 1 second he was moving northwest along the field, then northeast. He was playing the horde against itself. They couldn't pivot as quickly as he could. They were a roaming mass of destruction, but Max was far more agile. He glided through the gang of monstrous beasts, tearing them to bits when suddenly they all burst into nothingness. He was standing alone in the field once more, panting, out of breath. He grinned as a new message appeared in his retina. Congratulations for completing Challenge 1. Please stand by for further instructions. Chapter 4. In the room behind the gymnasium, Sakura stood with the 2 Elder Council members looking over a plethora of screens. On the screens were the different contestants fighting through the monster horde. "This mana technology is impressive," said one of the Elder Council. "It is," smiled Sakura. "We were finally able to figure out the schematics of the mana training boxes designed by the Caesarians. Using it now on a larger scale, we can create simulated battle scenarios and environments. The plan will be to rejig a lot of the Climber Academy curriculum around this new mana tech." "It will certainly save the lives of the weaker climbers," said the old woman. "Yes and no," said Sakura. "The technology isn't perfect, but it takes a lot for someone to die in it, so the death rates definitely will drop significantly." They engaged in this idle chatter as their eyes focused on one screen in particular. Max was dealing with the horde of monsters with absolute aplomb. Then, on the screen, the monsters vanished from all the different screens. The Elder Council's eyes bulged, impressed. Max had exceeded their expectations, making it to the next challenge. "Is that surprise on your face?" Sakura said, smirking at the 2 members of the Elder Council. "It is indeed very impressive that the boy made it this far," said the old man. "But I doubt your precious protege will be able to succeed in the next challenge." Max caught his breath as he stood in the now empty field. He blinked, and flashes of the absurd amount of monsters that had surrounded him came back to him and made him want to puke. That challenge was kind of insane, he thought to himself. Max looked across the empty field. What were the next challenges going to be? More monster waves continuously growing in strength and power? A ripple of energy coursed across the field and sent Max's hair back. The next challenge was about to start. A message appeared in Max's retina. Challenge 2. Defeat another contestant within the challenge zone. Max looked around with horror. He couldn't see anyone nearby. He was going to lose this challenge because of where he'd been placed in the simulation. In the distance, he saw a few more specks of figures than he had previously. Perhaps that was what that wave of energy had been. The challenge had been running separate scenarios for the different climbers, and now was combining them together. Max started running towards the specks of people. He didn't have time to theorize. This challenge was going to split the contestant pool in half, and he needed to make sure he was in the 50% that would go on to the next challenge. With his D-rank agility, he raced across the field until the specks in the distance began to take on the shapes of other humans. Other challengers. Max slowed down and crept towards them. It was true that they could see him approaching. The environment didn't offer much in terms of camouflage or hiding spots, but they didn't seem to heed his approach. There was a group of them, and they were all focused on something. What were they up to? Toby Greenstone shivered and trembled on the ground of the simulated environment. He winced in pain as the group of 5 kicked him in the ribs. Tears filled his eyes. "Why are you crying?" laughed one of the men above him. "It's all a simulation. What, you scared you're going to die?" All 5 men laughed as they continued to torture Toby on the ground. "Why are they doing this to me?" he thought. "Look at this little bitch squirm," laughed a different man. "What should we do next to him?" said another. "Let's kill him slowly," said a fourth. Toby squirmed and tried to escape their clutches, but there were too many of them. "Stop trying to escape, you wimp!" spat one, and they continued to land hurtful blows all over his body. "Why is this happening to me?" He hadn't been a climber for very long. He was only E rank, but his mom had told him he had to be ambitious. He had to take strong steps forward and take challenges head on. Well, that had clearly been a mistake, he thought. These guys were D rank and taking advantage of that fact. They didn't even seem that concerned with the challenge. They were just enjoying an opportunity to pick on someone weaker than themselves with no consequences. With the last of his strength, Toby screamed out, "Someone! Anyone! Please help me!" Then, in a flash, shadowy smoke appeared behind one of the men. 3 bright beams of mana shot through the man's head before he burst away, disappearing from the simulation. "What the?" yelled a different man. "Someone's come to help me," Toby thought with relief. He was able to look up now that the men who had been torturing him were preoccupied. A red-haired boy had emerged and was taking them all on at once. 3 of the remaining ran off. The red-haired boy looked down to Toby. "Those pricks don't deserve to be called climbers," said the boy. "Want to let me help you get to the next challenge?" Vernon Esquire ran across the simulated environment as fast as he could. His 2 remaining accomplices were ahead of him. Both of their agility stats were higher than his. "Wait, you guys!" They weren't abandoning him, were they? He had only reluctantly agreed to torture that kid. Sure, it had been fun, but he had much rather have focused on the challenge itself. "Just keep running," he said to himself. His heart raced as he pushed himself forward across the strange simulated field area. Then, out of nowhere, a burst of black smoke appeared right in front of him. Wham! Vernon smacked right into something and fell back onto the ground. Emerging from the black smoke ahead of him was that deadly red-haired climber boy. That was who Vernon had just smashed into. The boy had a menacing look on his face. He glanced over Vernon lying on the ground towards someone else. "Come on," said the red-haired boy. "Do the honors? Join me in the next challenge." Vernon leaned his head back and caught sight of the boy they had just been torturing. "Oh no!" cried Vernon. "Please, we were only joking!" The young boy approached, shaking his head. The boy then lifted up his hand and triggered his slice skill. An energy beam went right through Vernon's head. The boy wasn't going to accept the man's apology. Chapter 5. There were 30 seconds left to complete the challenge. Max stood with his arms crossed, looking across the field, while the young boy shivered on the ground beside him. "What kind of training exercise is this?" said the boy, clutching his knees and rocking back and forth. Max looked to the kid with concern. Part of him wanted to tell him not to worry and point out that it was just a simulation. But then he remembered those were the exact words the bullies had said to him. "Listen," said Max. "Bullies and jerks exist everywhere you go, and that includes within the world of climbers. It's a sad fact. Keep in mind, though, being a climber is all about facing adversity and triumphing over it." The young climber mustered a smile at Max. He hoped he'd made the kid feel better. "Stand up," said Max. "We need to be ready for the next challenge." He helped the kid up while keeping an eye on the timer. What's the next challenge going to be? Max thought to himself with concern. His fingers twitched, ready for the next monster wave or hostile obstacle. The timer ticked ever downward. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Congratulations for completing Challenge 2. Please stand by for further instructions. Challenge 3. Form a team with another contestant. You have 3 minutes. Max read through the challenge prompt quickly and turned to the E-rank kid beside him. The kid's face was growing pale. "What's the matter?" said Max. "This is good. We're going to form a team, right?" Max couldn't believe his luck at this new challenge. It was an incredibly clever and excruciating twist on what they'd done so far. Presumably, most contestants would now have to form a team with the very person they may have been fighting. The challenges are keeping us on our toes, that's for sure, thought Max. Max turned to the E-rank kid. So, are we going to join up? Asked Max. I think we make a good team. The boy didn't say anything. He just looked out in the distance with a dead look in his eye. His eyes went glassy as they filled with water and tears began to roll down his cheeks. Max put his hand on the boy's back, trying to comfort him. Don't worry, said Max. I'll protect you and help us get through this. The boy started shaking his head furiously. No, he cried. I want to go home. I give up. Please let me go. In a blip, the boy disappeared. Max was staring down at empty air where the boy had just been. Crap. Max stood up and looked around the barren field. The kid had been his ticket to the next challenge. Now he needed to find someone new to partner up with, but there wasn't anybody in the vicinity. Then he noticed two figures in the distance. Of course, he thought. The two bullies who had gotten away. Wendell and Brandon had finally stopped after running non-stop from that psychotically powerful red-haired climber. Wendell kept his hands on his knees and caught his breath. They must have taken out Vernon, said Brandon. I guess that saves us the awkward trouble of betraying him now that we need to partner up. Wendell glanced up at Brandon and smirked. What Brandon didn't seem to know was that Wendell had actually made a side deal with Vernon to betray Brandon. None of that mattered now. They had to follow the challenge guidelines and improvise when necessary. Wendell stood up straight and held out his hand to Brandon. Partners? They were about to shake on it when Wendell sensed something. He dropped his arm and looked off in the distance. Someone's He couldn't even finish his sentence as the red-haired climber from before appeared right in front of them. Where's the little pipsqueak? Sneered Brandon. The red-haired climber wasn't giving off as hostile an energy as before. What was going on here? What did he want? Which one of you wants to partner up with me? Asked the red-haired climber. Wendell turned to Brandon, who had an astounded look on his face. Then they both guffawed with laughter. Why don't you partner up with that little bitch you saved? Brandon laughed. Or what? Did you finish our dirty work for us? The red-haired boy's eyes narrowed as he stared at them both intently. I wanted to partner with the kid, he said. But you guys tortured him so bad he was traumatized and volunteered to quit the challenge early. Wendell shrugged. What do you want us to do about it? The kid didn't deserve to win these challenges if he couldn't handle the heat. The red-haired climber placed his hand out in front of Wendell to gesture him to stop talking. Time is ticking, he said. One of you is going to be my partner in the next challenge. Do you want to decide or shall I? Wendell looked to Brandon and gave him a determined nod. Don't be so cocky, Wendell said. It's 2 against 1. Come on, Brandon, let's take this guy out. Brandon rushed ahead towards the red-haired climber. Wendell had roughly 2 seconds to come to a decision he'd just recently been mulling over. The boy had made an interesting proposition. Do you want to decide, or shall I? He could fight this guy alongside Brandon and stick together. That said, this guy was more powerful than they realized. Taking him on would essentially be flipping a coin to see which one he'd defeat first. If he turned on Brandon, he was guaranteeing a spot in the next challenge, in which case the decision was easy. Before Brandon could even land a punch on the red-haired climber, the man was coated in bright flames. Wendell had triggered his Flamebringer trait on his former partner. Brandon screamed to death until he faded from the simulation. The red-haired boy looked at Wendell in shock. So much for honor among thieves, huh? Said the red-haired boy. Wendell shrugged. They had 30 seconds left to form a team. You ready to partner up? Chapter 7. The 2 B-rankers snickered as they closed in on Max. Just give up, kid, said the Waterbringer. Max figured their plan had always been to take Wendell out first. Now they were going to rip him apart. Max shook his head. It wasn't over until it was actually over. He also had plenty of moves still up his sleeve. The two B-rankers rushed towards him. Max triggered Shadow Blink and reappeared behind them. His two opponents spun around with aggravation. "Cool it with the tricks," said the Shocker. "You're only delaying the inevitable." Max ignored the man. The Shocker was right in some ways. He had used Shadow Blink just then as a delaying tactic. He was trying to regain control of the battle and buy himself some time. His short-term goal had succeeded. He had figured out what he had to do to win. "Bring on the inevitable, then." Max smiled as the two B-rankers rushed him once more. Ken and Lewis charged at Max. Ken triggered his Waterbringer trait first, conjuring his Tidal Wave Battle Axe. "Sayonara, fool!" he shouted as he swung his battle axe in the air for Lewis to catch and augment before the killing blow. Did this kid really think he stood a chance against two B-rankers? Maybe the red-haired climber thought they would go easy on him, use the earlier evolutions of their traits. But no, they were going for one of their deadliest combo moves, and it was going to crush the kid. The Tidal Wave Battle Axe swung across the field, spraying the grass plains as it spun. Lewis imbued mana in his feet before launching himself in the air with a powerful leap. Thunder crackled throughout his fingers as he rendezvoused in the middle of the air with the spinning battle axe. "It's game over now," shouted Lewis, as he added powerful electrical currents to the already deadly Tidal Wave Battle Axe. The Hydroelectric Battle Axe swing was a powerful combo ability that Ken and Lewis had developed together while climbing through the tower. Despite being uncommon traits, a Shocker and a Waterbringer were pedestrian compared to some of the monstrous and strange powers that other climbers wielded within the tower. This combo, however, was completely unique to them. As Lewis sent swirling threads of lightning throughout the fearsome Tidal Wave Battle Axe, the red-haired climber stood still beneath the incoming attack. "Paralyzed with fear, huh?" snickered Ken. "Come on, Lewis, finish him." Lewis swung the elemental battle axe towards the ground. It would land right between the red-haired climber's forehead, splitting him in two. Smash! The attack caused a huge blast in the ground, creating a small explosion of mud and dirt. Ken watched as the smoke cleared to see the results of their triumphant attack. This was it, Ken thought. No way a measly D-ranker could survive that attack head-on. The smoke began to clear. A figure emerged. Lewis. But then... No way, thought Ken. Beyond Lewis, deeper in the smoke, was a figure standing there. The D-rank kid was perfectly intact. Alive after what should have been a fatal blow. Impossible! Max sighed with relief. He looked down to his uninjured arms and hands. The transparency faded away and full color returned to his body as the phase-out ability cooled down. He took in his two opponents who were now staring at him with awe and disbelief. Max had to admit he had impressed himself a little bit as well. Standing beneath that fearsome attack hadn't been easy. Even if you knew you would survive your own death, it was still difficult to stare it in the face and watch it happen. But thanks to the help of the Clear Slime's phase-out ability, he was able to not only watch his own death, but survive it too. But he wasn't being a masochist for no reason. There had been a reason he wanted to be hit by their attack. An experiment. A test, one might say. He stretched out his arms and triggered his mimic trait. A huge, thick, powerful force of water filled his arms as it took the shape of a magnificent battle axe. Lightning swirled around it as well. Max smirked. It looked like his plan had worked. He gripped the elemental battle axe and looked at his two opponents, now watching on with trepidation and awe. Lewis, the Shocker, could only manage two words from his slack-jawed mouth. "Oh, shit." Ken stood there in disbelief. His heart pounded against his chest as his throat burned. What the heck? The red-haired climber had not only survived their deadly combo attack, but was now wielding a replica of the elemental battle axe they had just used against him. Their opponent rushed towards Lewis and swung the battle axe down hard towards his partner. Lewis lifted his lightning-filled hands and met the blow straight on. "Don't worry, Ken," Lewis squirmed as his hands clashed with the powerful attack. "I got this." Ken understood what Lewis was doing, but he still felt uneasy about it. The shocker had been able to absorb the kid's previous lightning attack, but that was partially because the ability was weaker than his. Could Lewis really deflect an attack equal in strength to him? And what if it was more powerful? Ken got his answer sooner than he expected. Slash. Unlike their previous combo attack, the red-haired boy's swing of the hydroelectric tidal wave battle axe ripped through Lewis's simulated flesh. By the time the elemental attack smashed into the ground, Lewis had already vanished from the simulation. In one swing, the red-haired climber had just evened up the match. Ken charged the boy, conjuring a tidal wave axe of his own. The boy turned his head and took in the sight of the incoming attack with casual nonchalance. The arrogant fool, Ken thought. Time to finish this. Ken swung his elemental battle axe into the ground with all his might and fury. Smash! He held his battle axe into the ground and waited for a congratulatory prompt in the challenge screen. He received neither. Ken then froze. He sensed someone behind him. The bastard shadow blinked. The kid had too many abilities to keep track of. It wasn't fair. This world only gave everyone one ability, and yet this kid seemingly had an endless amount of tricks up his sleeve. Ken felt the wind's current as the boy swung the hydroelectric tidal wave battle axe towards his simulated neck. How was this climber so powerful? Then, as the attack pierced his neck and lobbed his virtual head straight off, Ken pondered. How is it possible that this kid is only D rank? Chapter 8. The two members of the Elder Council were openly scowling at the screen now. Max had just wasted 2 talented B-rankers in the simulation. This is outrageous, said the old man. The boy must have cheated. I don't know what he did, but this is absolutely inexcusable. Sakura crossed her arms and smirked. These 2 old-timers would fight me to the bitter end, huh? A deal is a deal, council member, said Sakura with a big smile on her face. I'm sorry Max both lived up to my expectations and exceeded them. He deserves a spot on this mission more than anyone else. Surely you can see that now. The councilwoman's face was pale. The old man sighed with defeat. They were coming around, Sakura realized. She still couldn't comprehend why they distrusted Max so much. Why were they so hard on him compared to every other climber in their ranks? He certainly is capable, Sakura, said the old man. And we won't fight you on it, but heed our warning. The more Zestris places its hope for prosperity in that young man, the more trouble will be inviting our way. Max gasped in and out. The fight against those 2 B-rankers had left him pretty tired. He looked down to the ground where he had finished off the Waterbringer. It was now an empty patch, the man fading away from the simulation after being defeated. He wiped sweat off his forehead and considered what the next challenge would be. 5 minutes passed by and nothing happened until a purple portal emerged in front of him. Huh? The portal looked the same as the one that had transported him to this simulated realm almost an hour ago. Did that mean the challenges were over? Had he won? Or would this portal take him to the next set of challenges? Through the magical swirl of the portal, he thought he could see the gymnasium where he came from. He paused for a moment, waiting to see if there was another challenge prompt to appear. When nothing happened after a few more seconds, he stepped through the portal. Max's stomach lurched as he went through the portal and came out the other side. He caught his bearings, blinking and staring at the lacquered floor of the gymnasium. "Well, well, well," said a familiar gravelly voice. "Twice in one day. It's as if you're stalking me." Max was still getting over the portal hop and all the fights that it took him a moment to place the voice. It couldn't be. He turned to his right and saw Harold, the old man and owner of the antique shop, leaning against a wall with his arms crossed. Did that mean... had Harold taken part in the challenges just now? A while back, Harold had mentioned he had once been a climber but had been retired for quite some time. What exactly is this mission we've been competing for, thought Max, which would include bringing an old climber out of retirement? What are you doing here? Max asked. The man raised his eyebrows. Beats me. Try asking them. The old man gestured with his head to the other side of the room. Standing there was a man with bright, spiky blonde hair wearing a yellow sleeveless top, shorts, and flip-flops. A cigarette dangled from his mouth. It was none other than Blake Cedarwood, his former instructor from the Climber Academy. "What's up?" he said coolly. Not that he had ever been the most conventional teacher in the world, but he was clearly not here for educational purposes. Right beside him was an even more familiar face. Casey. She beamed a pretty smile his way and waved. Her cheeks were red, still flushed from the challenges most likely. It only made her look more cute. Max walked over to her. "Glad to see you made it," he said. Casey scoffed. "I think I should be saying that to you, considering I got here before you did." Max raised his hands in the air like he'd been caught in some sort of criminal act. "Too true," he said. "I'm sure your paper crane and wind katana combo absolutely wrecked everyone in your way." "Pretty much," she grinned. "And I imagine you were able to borrow an ability far beyond your own actual capabilities and crushed the original wielder?" Max laughed. "Pretty much." Their laughter died down and Casey's face turned more serious. She spoke quietly so only Max could hear her. "What do you think is really going on right now? I've never heard of climbers competing for mission slots before like this." Max was glad to hear he wasn't the only one confused with the purpose of today's challenges. He looked at Harold and then Blake, both of whom seemed to be lost in their own thoughts. Max knew for a fact that Blake was a B-rank firebringer. He wasn't sure about Harold's rank, though. Before today, Max would have thought he would have been B or C rank. But by the fact that he was pulled out of retirement to do these challenges and take part in this mission seemed odd. It made Max think the man must be of a higher rank, A rank perhaps. Humanity didn't have that many climbers that powerful. An A ranker couldn't just retire so easily. So Max took in the four of them. An A ranker, a B ranker, and 2 D rankers. It was an odd grouping of ranks. If the mission was seriously dangerous, Sakura would have brought together as many high-ranking climbers as possible. But the difference in ranks made for a very odd squad. Max let out a sigh and shrugged at Casey. "Honestly," he said, "I have no idea." "I don't think any of us do," said Casey. "I tried speaking to Blake and that old man, but they didn't have any answers. They both said they had their suspicions, but they left it at that. What the heck does that mean?" Max was about to ask a follow-up question when the swoosh and swirl of a portal forming in the gymnasium cut him off. Harold and Blake perked up to see who would exit the portal this time. "How many people do they need for this mission?" asked Casey. The portal swirled and a figure emerged. It was a teenage girl about a year or two younger than Max and Casey. The girl had long black hair and a plaited ponytail and large rimless glasses. Max's heart skipped a beat. "Who's this chick?" said Casey. "Is she even old enough to be a climber?" Max was at a loss for words. It was like he was seeing a ghost. An acquaintance from another life. No, it was more than just an acquaintance. A friend. A dear friend. "Sarah!" said Max, his voice cracking. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 9. "Max," said the girl who had just stepped through the portal.
Is that you?
Max blinked. He couldn't believe what he was seeing right now.
You two know each other?
Said Casey, glancing back and forth between Max and the new girl. Sarah had been Max's only friend growing up. They'd both been orphans together at a horrible group home and allies in a treacherous high school environment. When Max had unlocked his profile and trait and moved from the outer rim to the tower zone, he had to say goodbye to his friend. He thought they would never see each other again. They quietly walked towards each other and hugged tightly. "I can't believe I'm seeing you again," said Max.
"Me too,"
she said. Max let go of her and took in his friend from the outer rim. "So, you're a climber now?"
"Sort of," she said. "Since Zestros united, I was able to see whether I could unlock a profile and trait. Turns out I could. I'm supposed to start at the academy next month, but I've been training extra hard so that I do well."
Max grinned. Sarah had always been a straight-A student, so no surprise that she was working extra hard as a student climber. It was also amazing to hear that people from the outer rim were eligible to become climbers. That might help improve and increase humanity's number of climbers exploring the tower. Max shook his head in shock once more. "I can't believe it. There's so much I want to ask you," said Max.
"We'll have time to catch up later," said Sarah. "I've heard lots about you already since the city opened up. You saved the city from a coup attempt. You helped save a whole other country higher in the tower. That's incredible, Max. You've gained quite the reputation. I'm so..."
Max turned to see that Casey was overlooking their conversation, arms crossed with a slightly odd expression on her face.
"Are you going to introduce me to your friend, is it?"
"Casey, this is Sarah. We grew up together in the Outer Rim. Our home had the warm and inviting government title of Group Home 12-C, said Max. "Sarah, this is Casey. She actually played a big part in both those events you just mentioned. I couldn't have done any of it without her."
"That's right," said Casey, shaking Sarah's hand. "We've gone on a lot of adventures together."
Sarah smiled and bowed her head slightly.
"Thank you so much for protecting Max."
Casey's eyebrow twitched, like she'd been expecting a more hostile retort from the new girl. Switching gears, Casey grumbled with a hint of suspicion in her voice.
You're really nice."
Max was staying very calm between his two female friends. He felt like a hostage negotiator, and he didn't want to set anyone off or let any lives be put at risk. Thankfully, their conversation was cut off by the arrival of Sakura. She clapped her hands as she stepped out from the stage of the gymnasium. Blake looked up at her with large puppy eyes, not concealing his affection for the climber president in the slightest.
"Congratulations to you all," said the climber president. "All of you have been chosen as the best climbers in your rank to compete in the United Floors Alliance tournament on floor 30 on behalf of Zestros. The real challenges have only just begun."
Everyone, including Blake and Harold, stared at Sakura with disbelief. An ominous silence and tension filled the room.
"What is—"
Casey began before Sakura interrupted her.
"I'll take questions at the end,"
the climber president said quickly. What is this all about? Max wondered. The United Floors Alliance tournament? He'd never heard of such a thing before. He knew there was an alliance between the lower floors, but this was the first time he was hearing about any kind of tournament between the floors. Max kept a particular eye on Harold. He was grimacing, as if he had a semblance of where Sakura was going with all this, and that he was very much opposed.
"Blake and Harold," Sakura began. "I know most of what I'm about to tell you will be familiar to you, but for the sake of the younger generation, please bear with me."
"I mean, they're not that much younger than me," Blake mused. Sakura glared at him and he immediately bowed and apologized.
"The United Floors Alliance is an alliance between floor 30 and all the floors below it," Sakura explained. "The tower is a violent and deadly place. This is a truth that only becomes more apparent the further you ascend. The Alliance was formed as a defensive precaution against even higher floors, and a way of policing and mitigating violence on the lower floors.
Harold noticeably coughed at Sakra's final line. The climber president glared at the old man and said,
Obviously, not everyone might agree with the Alliance's effectiveness, but it's currently the best system we have.
Sakra continued.
And beyond the defensive aspects, there's a lot to gain from the alliances. Benefits to knowledge, technology, and economics, just to name a few. A lot of those benefits stem from the upcoming event you've all been nominated for, the United Floors Alliance Tournament. The event only happens every 10 years. And humanity did not attend the previous one due to complications.
Harold shivered and shook his head at that.
Seeing that humanity last attended the event 2 decades ago, it's crucial that we make a good showing this time around. The tournament functions as a meeting ground for powerful climbers and groups. Important information is shared and potential joint alliance missions are formed. But most crucially, powerful tower dwellers, from rich and retired climbers, kings, queens, and even a few tower gods, attend this tournament and observe the power of the lower tower races. I cannot stress enough how important that fact is.
Sakura gave a long look and nodded at each and every one of them.
The strength of one's floor determines where missions flow to, both by the tower gods themselves and the wealthy and powerful who assign missions. A poor showing at the tournament could mean a drop in mission assignments. An entire floor's climber economy could be weakened. I think you are beginning to see why this is so important.
The climber president continued.
The grand prize for winning the tournament, beyond the economic benefits it would bring to our floor and people, is an S-rank astral monster core. It is one of the few rare means of ascending to S-rank. To add an S-rank climber to humanity's roster is invaluable. Again, this is just another reason why this tournament should be taken very seriously.
Questions raced through Max's head. He was trying to keep them to the end as Sakura requested, but finally they began to stack in his head too much that he ended up blurting one out. If the whole economy can be affected by the tournament, why are we still doing okay after missing the last one? Sakura's face paled and she raised her eyebrows.
Care to explain that one, Miss President? Said Harold sharply. Due to the complications I mentioned earlier, Sakura said, the negative consequences of missing the tournament weren't felt as strongly. But don't get me wrong, they were felt. We can't afford a poor showing this time around. But no more questions, Sakura said. This might end up being one of the most important mission meetings of your entire tower climber career. So please, let me continue.
Max wasn't going to argue with the climber president, but he still wondered. What is this complication that wouldn't let them take part in the tournament last time?
The tournament begins in just over a month, Sakura explained. You have 3 days to prepare before you'll all set off. You have 4 weeks to make it to floor 30.
A look of shock filled Casey and Sarah's faces. It had taken almost the same amount of time for Max and Casey to climb a mere handful of floors on their previous mission up to Alestria, and now they were expected to climb 20 floors within the same time period.
Both Blake and Harold here have traversed this part of the tower before, and will be escorting you up, Sakura explained. All of you will be exempt from monster waves and other missions until the tournament is completed.
Silence hung in the room as Sakura finished speaking.
No questions? Sakura said, raising her eyebrows. You were also eager to interrupt beforehand.
Harold kept his arms crossed and his eyes closed. He clearly found this whole meeting tedious and was waiting for it to end. Sarah and Casey looked too overwhelmed by the weight of the mission, and Blake, looking at Sakura with lovey-dovey eyes, didn't want to say anything that might upset the object of his unrequited love.
Said Max, raising his hand awkwardly. If this is a tournament to showcase the strength of the different tower races, why are we sending only one A ranker and one B ranker? Shouldn't we be sending all of our top-tier climbers? Good question, Sakura smiled. The tournament will include both squad-based and one-on-one matches. One of the rules is that each race can bring a team of up to 5 climbers, each with a different rank.
Okay, said Max. But then why do we not have any C rankers with us? Both Casey and I are D rank. Sakura nodded once more.
You, Max, are going to be our C rank nominee, said the climber president.
Max shook his head and blinked. He couldn't be hearing that correctly. Not only had he been nominated for the tower's equivalent of the Olympics, but he was also expected to gain a full rank before the start of it. Over a year ago, when Max was still a disabled orphan living in the Outer Rim, never in a million years would he have pictured himself being given such an important task.
Hold on a minute, said Max.
Not only do we have a month to get up to floor 30, but I also have to rank up during that time too?
Sakura shook her head. The opening ceremonies are in roughly a month's time, Sakura explained. But the first round of the tournament won't be for another month after that. Don't ask me the reasons for why the tournament is so protracted. It mainly comes down to money. The tournament is good for business. For all the floors, really. But to return to your question, you have 2 months to gain a rank.
Yeah, because that makes it sound so much easier, scoffed Max.
Don't worry, said Sakura. Harold here will be assisting you with the training.
Max looked at the old man and held back the urge to say, "This old geezer who runs an antique shop is going to train me?" Harold smirked at Max as if he was reading the boy's mind. There was clearly more to Harold than the curmudgeonly shop owner one saw at first glance.
All right, said Sakura. You have 3 days to prepare for the journey ahead. Meeting adjourned.
Chapter 10. Old Man Harold was the first to leave the gymnasium. He gave a serious look to Sakura, then marched out. "Don't be bothered by his grumpiness, Sakura," Blake said, trying to curry favor with the climber president. Max tried to think over his previous conversations with Harold at his shop. He had let slip that he had once been a climber, but never that he was a freaking A-ranker. That was incredible, and the old man was going to be training him too. Max couldn't wait to get stronger. Casey and Sarah began walking out of the gymnasium together, and Max followed behind. Over his shoulder, he could hear Blake continue to talk with Sakura. "Did you want to go get lunch?" said the Flamebringer. "We can try that new ramen place you like." Sakura crossed her arms and turned away.
I'm busy, Blake. How many times do I have to tell you that?
A climber president has to eat.
Stop asking me out, Blake. The climber president can't go out with the climbers under her command.
But that leaves no one, Sakura, said Blake, eyes watery. You'll end up all alone.
No, said Sakura fiercely. A handsome prince on a higher floor might appear, and at first we'll get married for diplomatic reasons, but then slowly we'll realize our true love.
Blake's eyes narrowed. Wait, isn't that the plot of the most recent climber romance book you were telling me about? Sakura blushed and then shouted,
I'm busy!
The bickering climbers faded out of earshot as Max and his two friends stepped out into the hall. Sarah held her hands behind her back and furtively glanced up at Max. Casey just point-blank stared at him. They were waiting for him to say something. So, said Max, buying a little more time. Why don't we all go for lunch together? Casey shook her head.
You two must have a lot to catch up on. I don't want to be a third wheel.
Oh, but you wouldn't?
I have things to do anyway, said Casey. But listen, my parents asked if you come over for dinner tomorrow night, to repay you for everything you've done, for me and my family. You'll come, won't you?
Max was taken aback. He didn't think Casey's family owed him anything, but they must have felt indebted because he'd gotten the evil Hidden Viper clan arrested and cleared them of their debts. He'd also saved Casey's life a couple of times too, but she'd rescued him plenty of times as well. They don't have to do that, said Max. But sure, of course I'll come.
Great, it's a date.
said Casey, pointedly looking at Sarah as she finished her sentence. Max blushed as Casey said goodbye and hurried off down the hall.
She's intense,
Sarah observed. Over Sarah's shoulder, Max saw Blake continue to plead with Sakura to go out for lunch together, and the lady was practically barking at him to leave her alone. Yeah, said Max. You could say that about a lot of people around here. Max and Sarah ended up going out for lunch at a nearby coffee shop. They ordered grilled ham and cheese sandwiches, French fries, and big glasses of cola to drink. They sat by the window. So, said Max. He honestly didn't know where to begin. He was so happy to see Sarah was alive and doing okay, but on the other hand, he'd hardened himself to the notion that he would never see her again. With all that in mind, how did you even begin a normal conversation?
So,
said Sarah, looking down to her shoes. She held her hands together nervously.
This is awkward.
Max blushed and said, Okay, well, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I just don't know where to begin. How are you seems too casual. Tell me everything that happened since I last saw you feels too intense. Sarah smiled.
Okay, you go first. Tell me everything. Afterwards, you can ask me.
Max sighed. Where did he even begin? He took a long sip of his soda, then dived right in. He told her about the Climber Academy, Samuel Archer's coup attempt, the Hidden Vipers, the Fallen Angels, and the Elestrian Civil War. And that pretty much covers it, Max explained.
What about your sister?
Sarah exclaimed.
That was what you always went on about back at the group home. Have you found out anything more about her?
Max's retelling of his life in the Tower Zone had been pretty thorough, but in the end he had chosen to leave out the bit about his sister being a rogue climber and potentially working for an evil tower terrorist group. It wasn't that he didn't trust Sarah, but he wanted to keep that information between as few people as possible at the moment. So, for the time being, it was only Casey, Harold, and himself that knew that Elle might be working for the Fallen Angels. I haven't been able to find much, said Max, which wasn't exactly a lie. She's somewhere up in the tower. I'm just going to have to keep climbing higher and higher if I want to find her. Sarah smiled at him, her eyes sparkling brightly. What? Said Max, suddenly feeling embarrassed. Is there something on my face?
No,
she giggled.
Just hearing you talk about your sister again. You're still the Max I remembered. All the accolades, rank-ups, and fame haven't changed you.
What can I say? Max grinned. When you start out as great as I am.
And there it is,
giggled Sarah.
You have changed, you big egomaniac.
They were soon done with lunch and continued their conversation walking along. Okay, enough about me, he said. I want to know what happened to you. When did you unlock your profile and trait? Are you still at the group home? Is that bastard Mr. Grimes still there? Sarah's face paled and she shook her head.
Mr. Grimes is dead, she said. He died during the first monster wave that attacked the Outer Rim. The giant Cyclops squashed him to death.
Max's eyes widened. Part of him wanted to make a joke about how there should have been a monster wave in the Outer Rim sooner, but held back. As despicable as Mr. Grimes had been, if he was dead now, best to just leave it at that. That must have brought some relief to the kids at the group home, maybe.
The Mr. Grimes we grew up with quickly disappeared after the night you left. He had become a walking ghost. Only attended to the bureaucratic and managerial tasks of the group home, but otherwise, he left everyone alone. Whatever you said to him that night, he was never the same afterwards.
Good, said Max. That was my intention. Who replaced him afterwards?
It was a rotating door of social workers and government officials,
said Sarah.
Then with the city uniting, there was so much happening that the group home was kind of left to its own devices. I ended up taking charge of a lot of the day-to-day managing of it.
They walked across the city as the August sun beat down on them. They walked through the western gate that used to divide the two parts of the city but now remained always open. There was a pedestrian sidewalk for them to walk through while there was a traffic jam of cars going in and out both ways. "So wait, you're the manager of the group home now?" said Max. "You're the new Mr. Grimes."
"Oh gosh, please don't ever say that again," said Sarah. "But yeah, pretty much. Someone else is going to be taking over soon. That's been in the works ever since I unlocked my profile in the tower."
Max's mind was racing with questions. He didn't even know where to begin. "Well, I'm just happy Mr. Grimes didn't have the opportunity to unlock a trait," sighed Max. "Can you imagine?"
"Ugh, you can say that again," said Sarah. "It probably would have been something horrible."
"Like a snot attack or something equally repulsive," said Max. "Hey, speaking of repulsive, what about Seth?" Part of Max hated himself for even asking the question. He wished he didn't care about his former high school bully, that he could forget his tormentor forever. But if the psychopathic teenage bully was walking around the tower zone, Max wanted to know. Not because he was afraid of Seth, but Max knew how much more powerful he was than his former tormentor. He was afraid what he might do to the kid if he bumped into him. At D rank, he could kill a normal human being with his bare hands fairly easily.
"I haven't seen him since the Outer Rim's first monster wave," said Sarah. "The city was in chaos ever since that happened. Sakura's breaking of the wall has only added to the chaos. So much is in flux. School isn't even mandatory at the moment, as the curriculum changes to fit with the new United City directives."
Max looked around the streets of the Outer Rim as he walked Sarah home. There was loads of construction as defense and city climbers worked on installing defensive runes and wards to protect the city's infrastructure in anticipation of the next monster wave. They were upgrading the Outer Rim to the standards of the Tower Zone. So much change, Max thought to himself. This is not the same place that I left almost a year ago now.
"Well, this is me," said Sarah.
Max froze, feeling a chill tingle up his body. They were standing in front of the orphanage where Max had grown up. The place did not hold a lot of fond memories, and Max suddenly didn't feel very good being back here.
"Do you want to come in?" said Sarah. "There's something I want to show you."
Max hesitated. His mind flashed with all sorts of painful memories of Mr. Grimes beating him, yelling at him, calling him useless.
"Trust me,"
smiled Sarah.
"You'll want to see this."
Max nodded his head. His throat was too dry to say anything. His heart thumped in his chest. All he wanted to do was run away from this place. They stepped inside the building, and immediately a little girl ran up to Sarah and hugged her leg.
"Sarah's back!"
cried the little girl. The little girl then let go of Sarah and looked up to Max.
"Who's this?" "This is Max," said Sarah. "He used to live here too."
The girl's eyes widened.
"You're the boy on the wall,"
she said excitedly. Max looked to Sarah awkwardly. I'm not sure what this little girl is talking about." Sarah smiled once more and walked into the living room area of the group home. On one end of the wall was a huge corkboard with pictures of Max. Some of them were pictures of him growing up at the orphanage or school photos. But then there were more recent photos, newspaper clippings from the Tower Zone. One of the headlines read, "Young Climber Helps Save City." "What is all of this?" asked Max.
"After you left, I wanted Mr. Grimes to never forget about you," said Sarah. "But then this wall took on a life of its own. What started off as a threatening gesture to Mr. Grimes, an act of defiance and defense, quickly changed into a symbol of hope. That even the scrawniest orphan in here, that most of the world had given up on, would be able to achieve his dreams." "You're a hero," said the little girl, smiling up at him.
Max felt a wave of relief. He couldn't believe he had been scared a few moments ago to come in here. Tears filled his eyes.
"Don't cry, dummy," said the little girl. "Look,
She pointed to the wall once more, and above the pictures of him was the title the other kids had given him. The Orphan Hero of Group Home 12-C. Max wiped his eyes. The place where he grew up, the place that haunted him in his nightmares to this day, had always been a place he'd never wanted to return to after he left. There had been no good memories that would have made him want to return. That was until today. Chapter 11. The following day, Max got up extra early and headed straight for the Tower Zone Library. As he marched across the city in the cool summer morning air, the words of his sister kept echoing in his mind. "You've been lied to, even more than you think." What the heck did that mean? What was his sister trying to tell him? Hopefully, a little bit of research and studying at the library might get him closer to answering those questions. Yesterday's events had completely derailed him from his goal. First the challenge, then the mission meeting, and then the afternoon with Sarah. But he wasn't going to let that happen today. Also, if they were setting off into the tower the day after tomorrow, it was worth getting his research done before then, as he might not get a chance to come back down to Zestris until the mission was completed. When Max stepped into the library, he realized he was the first person to arrive that day. The librarian looked up and flashed him a bright smile. "Good morning," he said as he approached the clerk's desk.
"You too,"
she smiled.
"You're here bright and early. How can I help you? We have lots of great new arrivals from the Outer Rim. Something called 50 Great Tones, or something like that. I can't remember. And then another one called the Starvation Games. Can you believe all this great fiction had been lost to the Tower Zone for decades? Just goes to show why erecting a big wall across your city might not be the greatest idea, huh?"
Max smiled at the girl.
"Of course," she continued. "You probably knew about all those books since you're from the Outer Rim originally. Gosh, sorry if I'm talking your ear off."
"No, not at all," Max smiled. "Glad to see you're as enthusiastic about books and libraries as ever."
"Okay, but seriously,"
she said, her cheeks blushing from the compliment.
"How can I help you today?"
Max looked furtively back and forth and then lowered his voice. "Do you have any books on the founding of Zestris?" Max asked. He knew that the wall that separated the two cities had been designed with incredible magic runes that warped people's memories, but he was too scared to bring that up directly. He figured he'd find the answers to such questions if he started with the founding of the city itself. If Max had any fear that his question was any way suspicious or wrong, the librarian's reaction filled him with relief.
"Of course," she said. "Just down there in the history section. You can't miss it."
Max thanked the girl and walked towards the stacks.
"Oh, Max,"
she said. Max stopped and turned around. She called him by his name. He had never told her his name before.
"Sorry," she said, blushing. "I know we've never exchanged names before, but everyone knows who you are, and I thought it was weird that I know your name and you."
Max smiled. "Hey, my name's Max. What's your name?" The girl blushed once more and smiled at him.
"Nice to meet you, Max. It's Jessica."
Max grinned and then headed for the stacks. He had studying to do. He stepped between the quiet shelves of books and perused the dusty history section. It started with ancient history, moving on to Rome, then the Dark Ages, then the Renaissance. Max walked calmly between the books until he landed at modern history. "Huh?" he said aloud and was quickly met with a harsh shush from another more senior librarian. Max couldn't believe it. They had history books going up to 2044, and then, suddenly, there were no books for the pivotal year of 2045. The year the tower appeared on Earth. What the heck was that about? Max continued scanning the spines of the books. The next discernible date covered was 2065, which was 10 years after the founding of Zestris. There was a clear and deliberate 20-year gap in the history section. Max didn't have to think very hard to figure out what was going on. The truth of humanity living inside the tower was still a guarded secret, only known by climbers and top officials. They couldn't have regular citizens looking into things and then causing a panic throughout society. His sister's words echoed through his mind.
They lied to you, even more than you think.
Part of him desperately wanted his sister to be wrong. He wanted to dispute her words. But looking at the gap in the history section, it was hard to argue with her point. Max wouldn't give up so easily, though. He grabbed the history books on Zestris in 2065 onwards and plopped them down at a table in the reading area. He began going through the books one by one, first checking the index to see if there were any other years included, then doing a quick skim of the introduction and prefaces to the books. He had learned during high school history class in the Outer Rim that occasionally you could find great summaries of previous eras in the introductions to the historical period after the one you were researching. Obviously, professional historians might raise an eyebrow at this, but it was a good way to get a good authoritative capsule summary on a time period. And in the case of researching the founding of Zestris, it was his only hope to find out anything. After an hour, he flipped the hardback books closed and sighed. He hadn't discovered anything he didn't know already. He took the pile of books back to the shelf where he found them and took another stack. He did this all day. Only late in the afternoon, as the sun was setting, did he finally land on a piece of information he'd never heard before. The founders of Zestris. He had always assumed it had just been a collective action done by all of human society that had survived the monster wave and destruction that had destroyed the Earth. The page that mentioned the founders didn't reveal anything more, but there had been a small asterisk to indicate an endnote at the back of the book. He quickly flipped to the end of the book. His eyes beamed. This was more than an endnote. He grinned. This was a paragraph of hidden history. The founders of Zestris were 3 S-ranked climbers who were able to safely protect humanity by lending their powers to create a city to protect all. Max leaned back in his seat, grinning. 3 S-rank climbers, huh? He thought to himself. I wonder who they were. What powers could they have? And where are they now? He'd have to look into them further. Max wondered if they had anything to do with what Elle was pointing him towards.
They lied to you, more than you think.
The words haunted him once more as the setting sun shone through the windows of the library. What a beautiful sunset, he thought, before realizing something. Oh, crap! Sunset! What time is it? Max checked his phone and couldn't believe the time. I'm supposed to be eating dinner at Casey's in 15 minutes. He gathered up his things and rushed out of the library. Casey looked out the window of her family's apartment to the streets below. Toto pressed his head against the window, glancing eagerly as well.
Where's your friend, honey?
Asked her mom as she set the dinner table for 4. Casey bristled at her mom's words. Friend. It was crazy to think she had almost kissed Max at the Climber Academy ball more than half a year ago now. Why hadn't an opportunity come up again since then? She knew why, and it came back to that awful word her mom had just said. It appeared that after fighting countless monsters, saving a city from a coup, and stopping a civil war, Casey somehow landed herself in the dreaded friend zone. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. She looked out the window once more.
Max, you better not be late, she thought to herself, or I'm taking you straight to the butt-kicking zone.
Chapter 12. Max wiped the sweat off his brow as he rang the doorbell to the Everton family apartment. As he caught his breath, he looked through the window of the stationery shop they owned. The window display was focused on back-to-school supplies, while origami cranes hung from the ceiling. So this is where her origami skills originated from, huh? Max thought to himself.
Max, you're here,
said Casey out of breath, standing at the front door. Max had to do a double take as Casey was wearing a white summer dress and looked more gorgeous than normal. Wow, you look...
Shut up,
she said, grabbing his wrist and pulling him up the stairs.
"You're exactly on time."
"Isn't that a good thing?" Max said.
"Exactly on time is only a second away from being late," she said.
She let go of his wrist when they reached the top of the stairs.
"Mom, Dad,"
she said, catching her breath and straightening her dress.
"Max is here."
Casey's dad grinned. "Oh, funny-looking boy. You're joining us for dinner, huh?" Casey's mom smiled and did a gentle bow.
"Thank you so much for coming over."
"No problem," said Max. Then he materialized a box from his climber's pouch. "I brought dessert as a thank you." "Oh, funny-looking boy has good manners," said the father. "But what kind of cake is it?" "Chocolate," smiled Max. "I think Casey told me once it was your favorite flavor. It's where her love for chocolate-covered crepes comes from." The father chuckled. "Funny-looking boy's funny-looking ears work properly. Good. Let's eat." Dinner ended up being very nice and relaxing. Max had been worried Casey's parents weren't going to like him, especially given the fact that ever since he came along, the frequency of life or death scenarios for their daughter had increased dramatically.
"We were so worried for Casey when we found out she was going to be a climber," the mother explained. "Climbers live such dangerous lives. We still can't help but worry, but knowing she has a competent companion such as yourself, Max, gives us some solace."
"Yes," said the father, pointing at him with his fork. "When push comes to shove, you better be ready to act as a human shield for my little girl. You got it?" Max nodded his head. "Got it, sir." Casey's mom stood up to clear the table, and Max stood up to help her.
"Sit down," said the mother.
"No, it's okay," said Max. "I'm happy to help. I actually used to do the dishes all the time back when I lived in the Outer Rim." A look of sadness filled the mother's face then. Casey must have told them about how he had grown up as an orphan before coming to the Tower Zone. Max had gotten used to such expressions of sadness over the years. People from normal, loving families struggled to comprehend Max's situation. But weirdly for him, it had always been his day-to-day reality. "It's strange to think," he considered to himself, "but you get used to the hand you were dealt."
"Sit down, Mom,"
said Casey, standing up and grabbing more plates.
"Max and I will clean up."
A few minutes later, Max found himself scrubbing plates and passing them to Casey to rinse.
"Can you scrub a bit faster, please?" she said. "I'm being underutilized here at my station."
Max laughed and scrubbed harder. It was funny because they were tackling the dishes with the same amount of enthusiasm and excitement as they did taking on monsters in the tower. They made a good team. Casey's shoulder brushed against his shoulder, and he felt a flurry of excitement. They were always so busy going from one adventure to the next that they rarely ever took a break to just enjoy each other's company. When they finished cleaning up, Max turned and smiled to Casey. "I'm really happy you invited me over," he said.
"I'm happy you came,"
she smiled. She looked up at him with her sparkling green eyes, and Max felt a thumping in his chest. She didn't want him to kiss her, did she? Here in the kitchen, with her parents in the other room? Before Max could do anything to embarrass himself, Casey looked down to her feet and bit her lip. It was super cute. "What's up?"
"What do you think of our next mission?"
she said. "I guess I'm looking forward to it." Max shrugged. "I'm not sure. I am a bit concerned about all that was unsaid at the meeting."
"Exactly,"
said Casey.
"What do you think happened at the previous tournament 20 years ago?"
Max shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine." Casey gulped. She turned to her parents to see they were watching the evening news in the living room.
"Do you think this mission will be safe?"
"As safe as all our other missions have been," Max replied.
"That doesn't give me much comfort."
Casey smiled.
"What about your sister, the Fallen Angels? A big event like this seems like the kind of thing they'd make an appearance at, don't you think?"
Max sighed and shrugged once more. "I think the answers to a lot of our questions will be waiting for us on floor 30. Chapter 13. The morning of Team Zestras's departure came quickly. Max found the rest of the team waiting for him at the entrance to the tower. Grunted the old man.
You're quickly turning out to be the one who's always the last to show up. Tardiness is a bad habit, young man.
Max winced at Harold. Max had woken up an hour earlier and had actually arrived 1 minute early. He couldn't help it that everyone else was pathologically obsessed with getting places early. They were a team now, though. Max would be spending at least the next few months with these people, so it wouldn't be good to get off to a bad start arguing with the highest-ranked member of their team and the de facto leader. "Sorry," said Max. "It won't happen again." Harold crossed his arms.
Good. Now, it's come to my attention that only Blake and I have been to floor 30 before. Casey and Max, you've been as high as floor 10. And Sarah, you've not even gone up to the endless forest yet.
His old childhood friend shook her head, her face completely pale. Max couldn't help wondering why Sarah had been chosen for this mission. She must have performed brilliantly in the challenges, but how come she was invited to take part in the first place? She was so clearly inexperienced. Sending her on a mission of this caliber seemed a bit intense. But as Sakura had explained, the tournament on floor 30 required each tower race to bring an E-rank climber with them on their team. Sarah just so happened to be that E-ranker.
So, here's the plan, said Harold. Blake, Casey, and Max will form Squad A. You'll take the departure teleporter up to floor 10. Sarah and I will form Squad B. We will meet you at the departure teleporter in New Alestria. Shouldn't we wait for you at the arrival teleporter in Alestria? Said Casey. Better to stick together, right?
Casey offered a comforting look to Sarah, who seemed a little flustered about going up a bunch of floors with less than half of their assigned mission team.
Ah, grinned Harold. Sorry, you misunderstand me. We'll wait for each other in the former New Alestrian capital, but we'll be racing to see who gets there first.
Blake shook his head, snickering.
You're being a show-off, old man. Are you sure it's right to be so confident after so many years in retirement?
We'll just have to wait and see, then, said Harold. What's a better team-building exercise than a little friendly competition? Sounds good to me, said Casey. I'm in. All right, Blake, said Harold. Go forth. Take your head start.
Blake gestured to Max and Casey, and they strode off quickly in the direction of the tower. Sarah stood with the strange old man for 5 minutes in silence. A few keen climbers had passed them on their way to their own missions in the giant magical tower.
Said Sarah. Are we not going to go after them? I thought you wanted to win the race.
They hadn't even gone in the tower yet, and already Sarah was feeling a bit overwhelmed. She had felt a lot less uneasy about the mission knowing that Max was going to be there. But now she'd been left alone with this old guy she knew nothing about. Well, she knew one thing. He was an A-ranker. So he was significantly stronger than Max. He was on the same level as the climber president. Who knows? Depending on his trait, he might even be stronger. The old man stared out to the entrance of the tower.
Don't worry, he smiled. I'm just giving ourselves a bit more of a handicap. I want our victory to be satisfying.
Sarah had no idea what he was talking about. The three who had left were starting a good 6 floors ahead of them. What more of a handicap could they give themselves? Harold let out a deep breath and turned to Sarah.
Okay, let's go, he said. It's time for you to see the real power of an A-ranker.
All right, no time to waste,
Blake declared as they stepped out from the grounds of the Temple of Arrival in Old Alestria. The guards had swooned over Max and Casey, who were practically heavenly saints now in the eyes of most Alestrians, after they had helped the floor out almost a month ago now. Blake was being a bit of a slave driver, and they didn't have a good excuse to slow him down. It turned out Queen Violet was away from the capital on business, so they couldn't even take a moment to say hi to their old friend.
What's the rush? Said Casey. We're a full 6 floors ahead of them.
I don't think you understand who we're dealing with here, said Blake. Harold has given us a head start. We can't waste that.
You mean, said Max, they really have a chance of beating us?
Oh yeah, they do,
said Blake.
Well, grinned Casey, as you said, let's not waste our head start.
Casey materialized a giant paper crane from her climber's pouch.
All aboard Casey Airlines,
she grinned. It took a few hours to fly across the Elestrian floor until they arrived at the new Elestrian capital. The city looked quite similar to old Elestria, with a large temple at the center of it, marking where the departure teleporter was held. Casey docked the paper crane right near the steps of the temple and let her two partners get off first.
That was very impressive,
said Blake.
You've come a long way from when you were a student at the Climber Academy.
I hope you're not fishing for a compliment on your teaching skills, smirked Casey. Come on, let's go. I can't wait to see the look on that arrogant old-timer's face when he sees that we...
Casey stopped at the foot of the stairwell. What is... Max didn't even have time to finish his sentence as he stared up towards the top of the stone stairwell. Harold and Sarah were standing at the top, both with smug grins on their faces.
Took you long enough,
said Harold. Max looked at the man in awe. Was this really the same man who owned the dusty old antique shop in Hawker's Alley? Max couldn't believe it. He tried to figure out the math in his head. He had helped escort Sarah up to floor 10 in a matter of hours. It had taken Casey and him weeks to achieve the same feat, and he had done it in less than a day. He stared at the old man. How powerful is this guy? Chapter 14. With the squad reunited, they continued forth up the tower, starting with floor 11. The 11th floor was known as the Night Forest. The floor was a sprawling woodland of ancient giant trees with a starry night sky above. It took them a couple of nights to trek across the woodlands, slaying monsters and camping out after a day's travel as they moved forward. The squad had agreed that all the copper and silver monster cores would go to help raising Sarah's stats, while any gold cores would go to Max, who they still needed to get up to C rank. The group traveled with speed and efficiency. They had a month to climb 20 floors. There was no time to waste goofing around. Harold led the way, knowing the fastest route across the floor. Casey had suggested using her paper crane, but it wouldn't be able to carry all 5 of them, so they stuck to traveling by foot. The group soon found themselves ascending to floor 12. The floor above Night Forest was a lot less gentle, seeing that the majority of the landscape was composed entirely of lava.
Said Casey. How are we going to get through this?
Relax,
said Blake.
What's wrong with a little bit of heat?
Blake moved to the front of the squad and stretched his hands out. A safe and narrow passage opened up within the sea of lava.
A key component of our traveling together this month,
Harold explained as they walked between the passage with walls of lava,
is learning to work together. Many of the tournament challenges will be team-based. Keep your companion's abilities in mind as we travel forward.
This lava floor certainly had made Max thankful they had a flamebringer on their team. He was impressed by how quickly they could move across the floors when they had a team full of talented individuals with their own special powers and unique attributes. Max was still thankful, though, when a few hours later they were able to ascend to floor 13, the Riverlands. The vast marshy floor was a welcome relief from the pressure cooker that the lava-filled floor 12 had been.
Stop looking around like tourists, said Harold, moving forward. There's a shallow path this way.
After a half a day's travel across the Riverlands, Max noticed Harold had grown more tense as they moved. The old man kept glancing furtively around. What was he looking for? What was putting the man on edge? Max didn't want to alarm the rest of the group, so he quietly triggered his mana sense. He tried to perceive any nearby threats, but there was nothing but the tiny innocent blobs of baby river snakes. But Max's observation didn't put him at ease. If the A-ranker was nervous about something, that meant any significant nearby threats would be able to conceal themselves very effectively. Braden and his squad hid out in the riverlands, cloaking themselves in the tall stalks of the weeds. He closed his eyes and triggered his mana sense, taking in the group of humans traveling across the floor.
"Why are we acting so cautiously?"
said Braden's companion.
"They're human. They don't know the proper advanced mana manipulation."
Braden gave a stone-cold glare to his companion. It was a non-verbal way of saying, "Shut the heck up." Arrogance would get them killed. Powerful humans would know the more advanced mana arts. They couldn't take that for granted. The very fact had been proved when Braden triggered his mana sense. He'd perceived 4 people emitting mana in the distance. They were heading to floor 30 to take part in a tournament that demanded teams of 5. There could only be one reason why he was only sensing 4 people then. The A-ranker on their team could not only conceal himself skillfully, he could sense Braden and his squad as well.
"We'll hold back for now,"
said Braden.
"We'll get them when they least expect it."
3 days later, Max and his teammates were still traveling across the riverlands. Harold led them through the shallow parts of the marshland. The highest the water ever went was just below their knees, and that was only for one particularly arduous stretch.
"I mean, would anyone have a problem if 3 of us flew to the next teleporter?"
mused Casey.
"No,"
snapped Harold.
"We stick together."
"All right," Casey said.
"Just asking."
So far, it looked like only Max had taken in Harold's uneasiness. Casey and Sarah looked more tired and bored than fearful of any nearby threats. If Blake had caught on, he was doing a remarkable job of hiding that fact. Max understood why the old climber had snapped at Casey. If they were under threat, they needed to stick together. They needed to maximize both their defense and firepower. Max moved, ready for a battle to break out at any moment. In the end, though, they arrived at the departure teleporter without any hiccups. The threat had never emerged.
"Come on,"
said Harold, casting his gaze across the marshland once more.
"We have to keep moving."
They went through the teleporter one by one. Blake went first and Harold went last, the 2 most powerful climbers ready to defend on either floor. Teleporters were always a clinch point where other more devious climbers tried to set traps and ambushes. Yet when Max took in floor 14, he could see why no traps were waiting for him there. He blinked in disbelief at the realm in front of them. Then his stomach lurched as nausea took over. He was floating, upside down, in space.
"Ah!"
yelled Casey. Toto had floated away from her in this anti-gravity floor, and Casey was doing odd swimming motions to catch up with her pet.
"Where are we?"
asked Sarah.
"Everyone relax,"
said Blake.
"Harold will be able to help us in a sec. There's a special strategy to this floor."
"Why don't we do it now, then?" said Max, squirming.
I forgot,"
Blake admitted. Harold emerged from the glowing light of the teleporter and snapped his fingers. Whoomp! The strange anti-gravity realm suddenly developed a sense of gravity, and they all collapsed on their bums. Toto landed on top of Casey's head. "How did you do that?" said Max in awe.
"A magician never reveals his tricks," grinned Harold. "Don't worry, you'll learn in time."
They moved forward across the star-filled realm, looking around in wonder.
"Honestly,"
sighed Casey,
"the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if floor 15 was a world covered in dog crap."
"No," said Harold,
"that's not the case."
The old man's alert expression had not disappeared even as they entered a new floor of the tower. But then his next word surprised Max.
"The floor above us is floor 15, said Harold. "My favorite floor in all of the tower."
Chapter 15. The Floor 15 arrival teleporter welcomed the group to a cavernous mountain world. A town lay out before them. In the distance, they could see miners working the stone with their pickaxes. The whole surrounding area, however, was significantly different to the previous mountainous and cavern realms they had visited in the lower floors. Gigantic slabs of the mountain had been carved out to create window-like openings in the cavern, bringing in light from the wondrous mountain region that existed beyond where they currently stood. It was a majestic sight to take hold of.
"Look,"
said Casey, flicking her hand over his shoulder.
"Bouldrin."
That's right, Max thought to himself. Violet had told them the Bouldrin originated on floor 15. This was their home floor. As the group strode into the town, Max took in the Bouldrin with their stone-like skin. They must be sending their own team to floor 30 to compete in the games, Max figured. I wonder if their team had set off already, or were they the only team running slightly behind schedule to the games? They soon arrived at the floor 15 Zestrous Climbers Guild outpost.
"All right, let's check in," said Harold. "And then I'm going to show you why this floor is the best floor in the entire tower." "Yeah, you still haven't explained that yet," said Casey. "I mean, this place is kind of cozy, but to call it your favorite is very high praise, especially for an old-timer like you. You must have gone to loads of floors above this one." "Hey, who are you calling old-timer?" "Sorry, I meant to say elderly gentleman growing into old age like a fine wine. Are you happy now?"
Harold crossed his arms.
"Better. You lot need to learn to respect your elders more."
With that, Harold strode off into the outpost. Their rooms were arranged, and then Harold gathered them all up again, though this time he had a towel around his neck.
"Why do you have a towel?"
Sarah asked.
"Oh, I understand why this floor is your favorite now,"
said Blake, grinning.
"This is my lucky towel," said Harold. "I always bring it with me when I go to the floor 15 hot springs."
10 minutes later, they were standing in front of a large bathhouse with bamboo walls that poked out onto the side of the mountain.
"All right, gents, let's go," said Harold. "Ladies, I'll trust you two to figure it all out on the women's side."
Suddenly, Max felt an odd shiver go down his spine as he followed behind Harold and Blake. Wait, we have to get naked? Casey sat in the hot springs across from Sarah. She felt lightheaded and relaxed with the hot water surrounding her skin. Her cheeks were flushed and rosy.
"No peeking,"
she said to Toto, who she'd hidden in a nearby bush. Beyond the bush was a bamboo fence that divided the hot springs between the male and female pools. Just beyond there was Max, his skin glistening in the reflection of the... She shook her head, blushing at her thoughts, making her cheeks rosier than they already were.
"What are you thinking about?"
Sarah giggled. An image of Max with his shirt off came to mind in Casey's head.
"Nothing,"
she said, and found herself slipping more and more of her body into the hot spring out of embarrassment. Eventually, she could only breathe out of her nose.
"I know we don't know each other well,"
said Sarah,
"but I'm so happy Max has someone like you in his life."
Casey's eyes winced. Someone like you? What did that mean? Casey gently raised her head out of the water.
"What do you mean?"
Sarah blushed.
"Before he left the Outer Rim, all he would talk about was climbing the tower. I'm so happy he found someone who shared that passion with him. I'm jealous in a way. You've gotten to see him grow as a climber."
There was a part of Casey she was deeply ashamed of, the part of her that made her want to not like Sarah. But the younger girl was so freaking nice, it was extremely hard to hate her.
"It's funny that you say that," said Casey. "I feel like the two of you have so much history together that it completely obliterates the year or so Max and I have known each other."
Sarah smiled.
"I wouldn't be so sure of that," she said. "I see the way he smiles and looks at you." "Really?" said Casey, blushing again. "I feel like all he sees me as is a warrior companion. Fight this monster with me, train here with me, save this kingdom with me. Sometimes I don't even think he sees me as a girl."
Sarah laughed.
"Give him time," she said. "I can't speak for him, but I know that with the childhood we had, it would make opening up to anyone very hard. You seem to be doing all right, said Casey. Yeah, Sarah smiled. And then there's just the classic thing that stupid boys don't know how to talk about their stupid feelings. The two girls giggled together in the hot spring. Casey realized there and then that Max wasn't her only friend on this mission.
What do you think they're talking about over there? Asked Max. He sat with Harold and Blake in the warmth of the hot spring. Both men blushed at Max's question.
I don't know,
said Harold as a mischievous grin formed on his face.
Maybe we should peek over.
Harold's face grew lecherous and strange, as if he was losing all of his seriousness and common sense with only one goal in mind. Isn't that against the rules? Said Max. I'm sure all the women on the other side wouldn't.
If they didn't want us to see,
said Harold, his face taking on a goofier and dumber expression by the second.
Why would they separate us with such a flimsy wall?
No,
said Blake abruptly.
Max is right. We shouldn't peek. Besides, there's only one woman in my life I'd like to see in the nude. Sakura Sato. The most beautiful girl in all of the tower.
Harold crossed his arms and scowled at the two of them.
Well, aren't you two a bunch of scaredy-cat wimps?
Max snickered at the old man and leaned his head back and let the relaxing warmth of the hot spring envelop him. He heard a ripple in the water. He opened his eyes and found that Blake had moved closer to him. Uncomfortably close. Said Max. Why are you moving so close to me? It's kind of weird. Blake's cheeks blushed like he had something shameful on his mind.
There's something I've been meaning to ask you, Max,
said Blake. This was getting very strange. Max moved away from Blake, but the man kept moving closer to him. Do you have to ask me right now? You know, while we're naked?
Yes,
said Blake. Max wasn't sure if Blake's answer made things any less weird.
We are vulnerable together in relaxation,
Blake explained.
We can share truths about each other we might not be able to when we are clothed.
All right, said Max, getting more and more uncomfortable. What is it? Blake gulped and cleared his throat.
Will you tell me how to make bacon and egg ramen the way Sakura loves it?
He asked, his eyes beaming.
It's the only way to her heart. You must teach me, Chef Master Max.
Max sighed with relief. Is that it? Blake nodded his head eagerly like a puppy. Then yeah, sure, said Max. I don't mind, but could you maybe move a bit? Blake stood up out of the hot spring and gave Max a huge bear hug.
Thank you, Chef Master Max.
Max froze. Can you maybe hug me later? Again, when, we're not naked? Smack. Ow! Harold's left cheek was red with a handprint, and he stumbled backward, splashing back into the hot spring. Casey's voice hollered across the bamboo fence.
Stay on your own side, you perverted old man!
Chapter 16. The following day, they set off for the Floor 15 departure teleporter. The journey involved traveling deep into the depths of the mountain. They fought ice elementals, snow beetles, and winter slimes. Most of them dropped copper and silver cores that went to Sarah, though one strange creature known as a frost ghast, a strange gaseous creature that created sharp ice particle projectiles, dropped a gold monster core that went to Max. Later that evening, as they sat around a bonfire, he absorbed the gold core and watched his stats rise. He took in his new profile. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, D. Trait, unique, mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain 3 abilities you're hit with, adding them to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, rare. Ability slot, Chain Lightning, rare. Ability slot, Phase Out, uncommon. Strength, 34. Agility, 34. Endurance, 33. Mana affinity, 36. Passive skills. Kokoro, Warrior Spirit. He still had a long way to go before hitting C rank, but right now that was the least of his problems. They still had to get to floor 30, and the clock was ticking. A few days later, they reached the floor 15 departure teleporter and ascended to floor 16. From the cold depths of the mountain, they emerged into the thick heat of a desert floor. In every direction was an endless sea of sand and a clear blue sky. "Floor 16 has killed more climbers than any of the floors we've been to yet," said Harold. "Some call this floor the Endless Desert. I call it the Sand Trap." Everyone stared at Harold with shock and fear.
"You really know how to scare them, Gramps,"
said Blake. He then turned to Max, Casey, and Sarah.
"Seriously, don't worry. The floor's not that bad. Well, except for the giant flesh-eating worms, of course."
"What?" shouted the three youngest climbers in shocked unison.
"Relax," said Blake. "Here comes one now."
The desert floor began to shake and rumble. Max felt his stomach lurch. He hoped Harold and Blake's confidence turned out to actually be confidence and not the cavalier arrogance that would get them all killed. All Max knew was that right then he really wasn't feeling that confident. Even less so when a giant skyscraper-sized worm emerged and towered over them.
"Don't worry,"
scoffed Blake. He then turned to the group's A-ranker.
"I trust you know what to do, right, Harold?"
"Ah, I see how it is," said Harold. "When you're making fun of me, it's Gramps and Old-Timer. But when a giant worm threatens to eat all of us, it's Harold, is it?" "Will you please deal with this giant worm, you perverted senile geriatric old geezer?"
shouted Casey with Toto raising a little frustrated fist on her shoulder.
"Well, I guess life or death doesn't change your attitude," shrugged Harold. "All right, let's do this, Blake."
Harold materialized a whip from his climber's pouch and rushed the worm. Blake ran forward and began conjuring fireballs within his hands and whipping them up at the worm. The worm shrieked and dove its head towards Blake. As the worm did this, Harold managed to leap himself onto the creature's back. He rushed along the worm's body with incredible lightning-fast speed, the agility of an A-ranker. Soon enough, Harold was at the front of the worm. If he went any further, he'd tumble into the massive mouth of the creature and be shredded by its countless number of tiny teeth. Harold took the whip he'd materialized and stabbed one end of it into the worm, and then stabbed the other end into the creature as well. Suddenly, Harold was holding the whip like a set of horse reins. The worm's hostile demeanor suddenly disappeared, Harold seemingly taming it with the whip.
"All right, kiddies," shouted Harold. "Get on board. We're riding this to the next departure teleporter." "He can't be serious," said Casey.
Max, too, was in awe.
"Harold is a lot of things," murmured Sarah, "but he sure is fearless."
They all got on board the giant worm, and Harold started whipping it across the desert floor. Braden and his squad ascended onto floor 16. He coughed as sand swept up by the wind flew into his mouth. The silhouette of a giant worm in the distance grew smaller as it moved further away.
"Damn,"
said his accomplice.
"They're already so far away."
Braden smirked. No, he thought. This is going perfectly to plan. Max and his companions all stood atop the worm as it barreled forward across the desert at top speed. The sand dunes and bright blue sky stretched out before them.
"Wow,"
said Casey as she watched the desert dunes rush by.
"For a perverted old geezer, you can be quite impressive, huh?"
Harold smirked at her comment and kept his hands on the reins. Max wasn't exactly sure how Harold had done it, but the reins somehow created a means to tame the worm and bring it under their control. It really was incredible. It must have been tricks and shortcuts like these that had allowed Harold and Sarah to beat them to the New Alestrian departure teleporter. The old man just knew boundless secret shortcuts and strategies of the tower. Max was glad to have the man on his side. The squad stood at attention on the back of the worm as it traveled forward. Sarah and Casey watched in awe while Blake casually lit another cigarette, acting as if riding a giant worm across the desert was just another Tuesday for him. Keeping his balance by sending a bit of mana to his feet, Max approached Harold. "So, is this a rare item you're using?"
"Huh?" said Harold. "These mana rains? Nah, you can buy them in most outposts and climber shops on the majority of the floors. Anyone who's been up the tower once or twice knows that's how you get across this—"
Harold stopped talking. His eyes narrowed. There was nothing in front of them, though. It must have been the man's mana sense. Max quickly looked over his shoulder and saw another giant worm in the distance coming straight after them.
"Of course," muttered Harold. "They would choose now to strike us."
Harold tightened his grip on the mana reins and whipped the worm to go faster. The rest of the squad was now looking behind them at the giant worm that was rapidly catching up to them.
"Maybe it's a friendly worm?" said Sarah. "Somehow, I doubt it," Casey replied.
Blake flicked his cigarette into the desert sand and ran across the long length of the worm so that he was in closer range to the other slithering monstrosity chasing after them. 2 balls of flame emerged in the palms of his hands and he whipped them at the enemy worm. His shoulder kept spinning as he generated fireball after fireball. The flaming spheres traveling across the desert plains headed straight for the hostile worm. The worm swerved and dodged the attacks.
"Uh-oh,"
shouted Blake.
"It's gaining on us."
Max watched the hostile enemy worm rush towards them. He began to make out an enemy squad standing along the giant worm. Well, that explains a little bit, thought Max. At least we know now why we haven't accidentally stepped into some kind of feud between warring worm clans. It also offered a solution. They didn't need to defeat the worm. They just had to knock the enemies off of it. Max ran over to Casey and quickly told her his plan. A few seconds later, Max and Casey were soaring across the desert plains on the back of a giant paper crane. Casey's hair fluttered into Max's face.
"I hope this plan works, Max," shouted Casey.
"Just get me closer." As they closed the gap between the 2 worms, Max triggered his chain lightning attack. He thrust his arm out, sending a powerful surge of blue lightning towards the enemy squad on the worm. They're going to have to scatter, Max thought. That will create chaos in their ranks and slow the worm down. The opposite happened. One of the enemy was a bowman who launched a powerful arrow that collided with Max's lightning attack with enough force to cancel out the ability. What the...
"Good thinking, Max,"
Harold thought to himself as he kept his hand steady on the reins of the giant worm.
"But that won't be enough."
The worm shrieked and shivered. Harold looked over his shoulder and saw the enemy worm had bitten into their worm.
"We've been hit,"
shouted Sarah.
"Oh no," thought Harold. "This is really bad."
Desert worms never fought one another unless commanded to by a tamer or an external force. They were normally quite peaceful to one another, but when they did fight, things got real bad. The worm suddenly swerved and made a massive U-turn to attack the enemy worm. The worm was overriding Harold's mana reins.
Damn!
The 2 worms collided, their open mouths shredding into each other. Harold caught a glimpse of the enemy squad in front of them.
"This is what they wanted to happen all along."
Harold let go of his mana reins and grabbed Sarah.
"We gotta go," said Harold. "These 2 worms are going to destroy all of us if we don't get off right now."
Casey swerved the paper crane away from the enemy. Harold and Sarah were leaping off the worm, as was the enemy squad. Blake was waving his hands, still on top of the worm.
"Pick him up,"
Casey said as she swerved the paper crane near Blake. Max held out his hand and Blake grabbed hold of it as they descended to the desert ground to meet Harold and Sarah. The worms tumbled and fought with one another, caught in a deadly embrace, rolling across the desert away from them. The enemy squad stood across from them a good 20 meters away. They didn't give Max and his teammates a moment of respite. The bowman shot forth a barrel of arrows. Max and everyone scattered in different directions. Kaboom! Oh crap, Max thought. These were explosive arrows. "Sarah!" shouted Casey. Max looked up as the swirl of sand settled. Sarah was standing in front of the squad with a third of her head missing. Her right eye, nose, and cheek were gone. The insides of her skull was there for everyone to see. "Sarah?" Max gasped. A loose bit of brain fell from her head and onto the desert floor. Chapter 17. Max stared at his childhood friend with half of her head blown off. Tears filled his eyes. "Sarah!" he screamed, rushing up to her. They should never have allowed her to go on this mission, he thought. It was too dangerous. "Max," said a voice. Max looked up, and by some miracle, Sarah was still alive. Particles of flesh grew back on her head like a jigsaw puzzle rapidly being solved. Soon enough, her entire head and body was back to normal. The horrific sight of her blown-off head was now only a memory haunting his vision. Max stared at his old friend in disbelief. "Regenerative healing, huh?" said Harold. "I can see why you got nominated as our E-rank member now." Max sighed with relief at the sight of his recovered friend, his heart still pounding in his chest. Regenerative healing. So that was Sarah's trait.
"Not to interrupt the celebration of one of our members not dying from a head explosion," said Blake, "but not all of us will grow back any limbs that go missing. So do we have a plan or what?"
"These 5 have been tracking us since floor 11, said Harold. "They've finally chosen to show themselves. Now we'll show them who they're messing with." Harold cracked his neck and stretched his muscles. "No need for a plan," said Harold. "I can handle them all on my own." Braden smirked as the A-ranker rushed towards them. The old man moved with lightning speed. "Impressive," said Braden, turning to his bowman. "You know what to do. We planned for this." Harold Swiftstriker was one of the most powerful human climbers known throughout the tower. He was strong enough to kill them all with his bare hands. Did he really think they'd attack him without some kind of strategy as to how to defeat someone so powerful? The bowman launched a series of explosive arrows. Tufts of sand and smoke burst in the ground as the explosive arrows landed. The human A-ranker flickered through the landing arrows, moving too quickly to be hit by them. "That's right," Braden snickered to himself. "Come closer, you old fool." Max watched as Harold dodged the enemy squad's attacks with impressive speed. From what Max could gather, Harold was going to take out the bowman first. That would open the enemy squad up for a full frontal attack. That's what Harold wanted the rest of them to do. But then Max saw something strange. A different member of the enemy squad suddenly materialized a bow from his pouch and went on to launch a different type of arrow. "Harold!" shouted Max. "Watch out!" The arrow flung through the air towards the old man, but it didn't hit him. Harold dodged the attack, but the arrow landed not where he had been, but closer to where he was going. A circle of energy shot forth from the arrow, creating a yellow rune in the ground. Harold rushed forward and slammed into an invisible wall. "Oh no," thought Max. Their strongest team member just got paralyzed. Their A-ranker was suddenly out of the fight. Crap, crap, crap. What are we going to do? Thought Max. They needed to make a plan, and quickly, too. The rest of the team turned to Blake, the next highest-ranked climber.
Why are you guys looking at me?
You're a freaking B-ranker, said Casey.
Hey, I just set shit on fire, that's it. I'm no strategist.
And you wonder why Sakura won't go out with you,
muttered Casey, crossing her arms.
I don't feel good about this,
murmured Sarah. Max's heart raced. Guys, we gotta come up with something fast, he said. If no one else has any bright ideas, I think I have a rough idea what we can do. Max quickly walked them through his plan, and within seconds they got to work. Remember what Harold told us, said Max. We need to learn to work together. Casey and Blake rushed towards their attackers. Sarah and Max waited behind.
Are you sure about this, Max?
asked Sarah. Yeah, he said. Just watch. Casey and Blake moved forward at a rapid clip. Blake was utilizing his B-ranker agility stat while Casey had materialized her origami windboard to ride along the sand dunes. Max watched the two team members rush forward. They were putting their lives on the line in service of his plan. It couldn't go wrong.
What the hell are you fools doing?
Yelled Harold from his mana prison.
They'll pick you off one by one. Didn't my failed attack teach you anything?
The enemy squad leader snickered at them as if he was thinking the exact same thing as Harold. Both Harold and the enemy's eyes bulged at the sight of what happened next. Casey materialized a flock of origami cranes from her climber pouch, shooting them towards the enemy squad. Then, with a flick of his fingers, Blake ignited the winged cranes on fire. It was a brand new team combo move. 1,000 paper phoenixes. Chapter 18. The flaming phoenixes swirled across the desert, ripping through the armor and flesh of the enemy squad. The final cherry on top to the magnificent combo ability was setting their enemies on fire.
Incredible!
Gasped Harold as the 1,000 paper phoenixes swirled across the desert battlefield. Max grinned. Stage 1 of his plan had worked with deadly success. The augmented team combo move meant that Casey's D-rank powered attack suddenly had the force and power of a B-rank Flamebringer trait. Her already deadly attack was now at double the power. Take that, you jerks, Max thought to himself. Smoke swirled around the enemy squad. When the smoke finally cleared, the 5 attackers were all standing there, still perfectly alive and well. Some of their clothing had been burned off, but that only revealed the gargantuan set of muscles underneath each squad member.
How are they still alive?
Asked Sarah, shivering. Max thought it was ironic that the girl who had just had half her head blown off and survived was still amazed that these people withstood Blake and Casey's deadly combo attack. Her surprise was warranted, though. Did the fact that they were able to survive a B-rank assault mean that they themselves were all B-rankers? Or did they all share some kind of trait that allowed them extra fortified defense and endurance? The latter wouldn't surprise Max given the gargantuan size of their biceps and other muscles.
Did you really think setting paper on fire would be enough to finish us?
Snickered the leader of the enemy squad. Max bristled at the man's taunt. Blake and Casey were currently catching their breath, taking in the futility of their incredible attack. Harold clenched his fists from inside his paralyzed zone. The enemy attacker was using their recent resilience as a way to demoralize Max and his squad.
What are we going to do?
Said Sarah, turning to Max.
Your plan didn't work.
Max smiled, letting his true emotion show. Don't worry, Sarah. Everything is going exactly as I planned it. Sure, he had hoped Casey and Blake's combo attack would be devastating enough to finish the battle on its own, but its real purpose was simple, to figure out how powerful this enemy squad really was. With that in mind, he was ready to initiate Stage 2. Wait here, he said to Sarah. Then, in a sudden flash, he was charging the enemy squad head-on. The 5-person team shifted their stances, preparing for Max's assault. They would take him on all at once.
"Fool!"
shouted the enemy.
"You won't be able to survive the blows of all 5 of us!"
Max raised his fists as he charged, letting lightning crackle all around his knuckles, and shouted, "Just watch me!" Sarah watched on with horror as Max flung himself across the desert battlefield. Lightning swirled around his fists as he went straight for the squad's leader. "Come on, Max," she thought to herself quietly. She knew Max was powerful, but she couldn't help doubting her old friend's plan. Could he really take down all 5 of those enemies after Casey and Blake had failed to do so? The enemy squad leader lifted up his hand and caught Max's lightning fist dead on. Max squirmed, locked in the man's grip. The muscular enemy smirked before throwing out a massive punch in retaliation. Sarah wanted to cover her eyes. She couldn't take seeing her friend being harmed this way. It reminded her too much of their childhood, the nightmarish lives they once lived. She thought those times were finally over now that the walls between the outer rim and the tower zone had fallen. A horrible, terrifying thought came to her as she watched the muscular warrior's fist head straight into Max's skull. Had nothing really changed? She waited for a scream of pain, a crack of bones, and a spurt of blood. Nothing came. The enemy squad leader's fist went straight through Max's head as if it were empty air. A ghost. Max slipped out of the attacker's grip just as the other 4 enemy team members pounced on him. A cloud of dust and sand formed where the enemy squad had pounced on Max. Sarah couldn't understand why they would attack with such ferocity after the display of Max's phase-out ability. Perhaps they thought the ability ran on a timer? Eventually, Max would have to change from his immaterial form to his material one, and at that point a good kick to the face would take him out? It seemed like a sound strategy to Sarah. What will Max do next? Braden and his teammates eventually slowed down their blows. They'd hit the kid with everything they had. There's no way the kid would survive that many attacks from such powerful climbers like themselves. As the dust cleared, Braden's eyes bulged at the empty patch of ground between him and his squadmates. Beyond empty air was a fading wisp of black shadow. Where did the bloody kid go? "Looking for someone?" said a voice. Braden and his squad turned around in shock to find the red-haired boy right behind them. He looked different now, too. His entire body had grown humongous with muscle and power. "This kid can borrow our abilities?" "That's right," said the red-haired boy as if he was reading Braden's thoughts. "What's yours is now mine." The boy channeled his new strength into his silver knuckles until 3 sharp beaming blue rays of mana emerged from each of his fists. "There's no way you can take us down," said Braden. "Even with our abilities, we can still match you in strength." The red-haired boy shook his head and swiped his claws. 2 of his companions were ripped to shreds. "My trait not only steals other people's abilities," said Max, ripping his mana claws through the flesh of Braden's 2 other teammates. "It doubles the power as well." Braden stumbled backwards. "What is happening? They were supposed to kill these guys. How did things go so wrong?" The red-haired boy stepped towards him, pointing his claws directly at him now. The beams of mana stretched further until they touched him in the chest. The hostile mana began to burn slowly through his skin. "Who sent you?" shouted the red-haired boy. Braden began to feel a pain from inside of him. He realized he had lost, and there was no way he was going to survive this battle now. Either this boy was going to kill him or his clients were. Trembling, he could see black lines forming on his skin. Black lines that would kill him faster than those mana claws. He snickered. "So, this is what it felt like to die, huh?" He glanced up to the red-haired boy, and the last thing he said before bursting into a cloud of black dust was, "The fallen angels send their regards." Chapter 19. Hermia Lee stood in the head office of the Floor 30 Coliseum. She held a clipboard in her hand while her superior, Regulus Sampson, sat behind a desk resting his chin on his steepled fingers. "How are the registrations going?" Regulus asked. "Has everyone arrived?" Hermia gulped. She knew this question was coming, and she hadn't wanted to deliver bad news to her boss. She would just have to tell him the truth. "All the teams have registered," she said. "Except for one." Regulus cocked an eyebrow from behind his desk. The gesture was supposed to show casual irritation and surprise, but Hermia knew it was anything but that. She could feel the repressed rage from meters away. "Shall I take a guess?" he finally said. "Is it the youngest, weakest, and most irritating of the lower races?"
"I'm not sure I know who you mean by that."
Regulus slammed a fist on his desk. "Those damn humans!" said Regulus. "They show no respect to those superior to them. I say we disqualify them this instant."
"Given that our current relations with the humans has been complicated since the last time they attended the tournament,"
said Hermia,
"maybe we should give them the benefit of the doubt, at least until the official arrival date has passed."
Regulus made an angry sigh. "Fine," said the man. "If they're not here in a week's time, they'll forfeit their position in the tournament." Max stood still, looking down at the blank patch of sand where the mercenary had just been. The rest of the group rushed up to him.
"Max, are you okay?"
asked Casey and Sarah in unison. Max wasn't sure if he'd describe his current feelings as okay, but he did feel a strong sense of relief. All of his companions were alive and well. If any one of them had been harmed, then he certainly would have not been okay. "Well done, kid," said Harold, who was freed from the paralyzed zone as soon as Max had defeated the bowman. "Those mercenaries put us in a pickle, and you got us out of it."
"What did that man say to you?"
asked Blake.
"Before he... you know."
Max gulped and repeated the dead mercenary's last words. "The fallen angels send their regards." His companions' faces went pale, except for Sarah's.
"Who are the fallen angels?"
she asked.
"I'll explain later,"
said Casey before turning back to Max.
"What do you think the fallen angels want with us? Is this revenge for thwarting their plans in Alestria?"
"Or perhaps it's a precaution,"
said Blake,
"to stop us from thwarting any of their plans higher up in the tower, like at the United Floors Alliance tournament."
"Or it's not even the fallen angels' work at all," said Harold. They all turned to look at the old man now. What the heck did that even mean?
"Care to explain yourself, Gramps?"
asked Casey.
"It's quite possible that this was the fallen angels, but we can't take that as a given. It could be someone wanting to make it look like the fallen angels."
"Who else would attack us?"
asked Blake.
"It could have been a rival team in the tournament. They wanted to take us out before we even got there."
"That's not very sportsmanlike,"
said Casey.
"The stakes are too high for sportsmanship," said Harold. "Whole economies and powerful floors rely on good showings at these games. Powerful people will go far to make sure they have their desired outcome."
Everyone grew silent for a moment. This tournament felt like a pressure cooker of chaos and animosity. Max had always thought the United Floors Alliance was meant to protect and make them all stronger. It felt more like an institution full of backstabbing and double-crossing. Harold spoke about it with such ire in his voice, Max couldn't stop wondering why. What happened the last time humanity had attended these games?
And let's not forget,
said Blake, whose words interrupted Max's thoughts.
we still have to climb more than a dozen floors in just over a week's time or we're disqualified from the games. These mercenaries may have succeeded at their job after all.
Harold began to walk away from the group. After a few minutes, he stopped and turned back to the rest of the squad.
Come on, he said. We don't have any more time to waste.
3 days later, Hermia found herself in a similar position in Regulus's office, delivering news the man didn't want to hear. Regulus's forehead was red, and he had a noticeable vein stretched across his neck.
Still no word from the humans?
Did her boss really think she wouldn't have told him if they had arrived? Hermia shook her head.
Other organizers are beginning to complain, said Regulus. People are saying humanity is getting unfair treatment.
Let them complain, said Hermia. They'd complain no matter what we did, and so far we haven't broken any official rule.
And yet, said Regulus, humanity disrespects us by breaking the unofficial rules, like getting here a few weeks early. They've completely sabotaged preliminary festivities, auctions, and markets.
Well, if our relations with them were a bit more cordial, said Hermia, maybe we would have been able to pass this information on to—
Yeah,
said Regulus, waving his hand in the air.
We're to blame. The big bad Caesarians. Honestly, we should just disqualify the human team right now. The opening ceremonies are set to begin in 4 more days.
Rules are rules, said Hermia. I don't think Sabriel will be pleased to know we were breaking the tournament regulations. Do you?
Regulus bristled at that. He hated when she brought up Sabriel, one of the few people with significantly more power than him.
Have it your way, Hermia, Regulus hissed. We will wait until the allotted time is up. But if that happens and they're still not here, I refuse to make any exceptions.
Hermia smiled and nodded.
That's all I could help with, little humans, she thought to herself. I hope the allotted time will be enough.
Floor 21 wins the gold medal in terms of weirdness, Max thought to himself. The floor was a giant garden with talking plants that tried to trick you. It was a surprising change of circumstances after floor 20, a misty floor occupied by colossal giants whose gigantic feet were all that could be seen through the fog.
I'm tired, groaned Casey. And Toto has eaten through all my snacks.
They were all exhausted. Harold had been pushing them from one floor to the next, hardly stopping for a break. Any of the breaks they did take were short and unsatisfying, just enough time to recharge a little before continuing forward.
No time for any more breaks, said Harold. We must keep moving.
They had 9 more floors to climb and only 3 days to do so. 3 days later, less than an hour before the opening ceremonies of the games, Regulus was pacing the head office of the Colosseum. Hermia watched him with unease. He only paced his office when he was extra pissed off.
This was the situation I was trying to avoid, Hermia, said Regulus. The other teams are waiting to begin the opening ceremonies. Others have paid tickets to watch. The humans have made us look like fools.
Hermia felt tense all over. She'd stood up for the human team. She really hadn't wanted to go out on a limb for them for nothing.
Do I have your permission to disqualify them now? Said Regulus.
They still have a few minutes,
said Hermia, eyeing a clock in the office.
And yet the opening ceremonies are about to begin, said Regulus. Let me deregister them. I doubt they're even coming.
Hermia gulped. She was out of arguments. It looks like Regulus was going to have his way.
Let us greet the teams below, said Regulus.
She followed her superior out of the office and down into the Colosseum. The crowds in the stands began to cheer as Regulus and Hermia walked out into the middle of the giant arena. Hermia was amazed at all the different people who had showed up. The stands were filled with Caesarians, Alestrians, Boldrin, and all the other races who would be competing in this year's games and more. She thought she recognized some of the higher floor tower races as well.
Incredible,
thought Hermia. The tournament was so popular that people would pay to watch these opening ceremonies just to get an up-close sight of the tournament's contestants. At the center of the arena was a large stage that had been erected for this very opening ceremony. Regulus stepped up to the podium and began to speak into the microphone. "Welcome, everyone, to the United Floors Alliance Tournament!" The arena erupted with applause. Hermia looked around uneasily. Regulus was beginning the ceremony a few minutes early.
Is it possible the human team still might have a chance to make it?
"Let us introduce this year's competing teams," shouted Regulus. "They're purple-eyed and fierce. Everyone say welcome to the Alestrians!" From one end of the arena, the 5-person squad that made up Team Alestria stepped out into the spotlight. Hermia watched the clock. 3 more minutes. Regulus continued introducing the teams one by one. "All the way from floor 15, let us welcome Team Boldrin!" From another corner of the arena, Team Boldrin stepped out. The list of teams was growing smaller. The Caesarians, as the home team, were always announced last. Hermia's heart raced as Regulus kept calling out teams. The Catfolk, the Flaren. Then there were this year's 2 new teams who had never competed in the tournament before. The Mercenary Collective and the Frog Folk. Finally, it came for the last team to be called. "And last but not least," shouted Regulus, "a big round of applause for Team Caesarea!" The crowd screamed with excitement as the Caesarian team stepped out into their portion of the arena. Right as the applause began to die down, Regulus continued. "And that's it, folks. Please, one last applause to welcome all the competing teams for this decade's United Floors Alliance Tournament." Boom! Regulus paused and the whole arena fell silent.
What was that sound?
Hermia wondered.
It couldn't be the gates of the arena opening and closing shut, could it?
Emerging from the front entrance and into the center of the arena was a new group of contestants. 5 humans. They looked rough, ragged, and out of breath. Regulus's face went red with complete and utter frustration. Hermia smiled to her boss and said,
"Looks like Team Zestris has finally arrived."
Chapter 20. Max felt his heart thump against his chest as he and the rest of the team walked towards the center of the grandiose arena. The all-consuming silence of the audience began to break slowly into whispers and murmurs, full of shocked and confused sentiment.
"It looks as if someone wasn't expecting us to show up on time,"
said Blake. "Or at all," added Harold. Max barely listened to the chatter of his own team. He was so overwhelmed by everything around him. First, there was the magnificent grandiosity of the arena itself. Then there were 2 announcers at the center of it. They looked almost human, much like Alestrians looked almost human. But there were a few giveaways that they were something else entirely. Both the announcers had bright yellow, almost golden-colored eyes, and they both had tiny horns on either side of their foreheads, like little devils. He glanced at the other teams and quickly found a group of 5 that all shared the same characteristics. These must be the Caesarians, then. He gulped as he took in the other teams. He recognized the Alestrians, the Boldrin, and, pleasantly surprised, he saw the Frog Folk had come with a team to duke it out in the tournament as well. Then there were the tower races he didn't recognize, though Blake quickly whispered in his ear to let him know who was who. There was a team of half-giants known as the Flaren. There was a team of humanoid cat species with whiskers, furry ears, and tails known simply as the Catfolk. Then, finally, there was one team that looked composed of multiple races. Who were they? Max's thoughts were cut short by the sharp feedback sound of someone turning on their microphone.
"Excuse me, kind members of the audience," said the male Caesarian announcer, his voice echoing across the arena. "We've had an unexpected development. We will continue the opening ceremonies in 10 minutes. Please take this time to pick up refreshments from any of our helper drones."
The male Caesarian announcer turned off his mic and stomped towards Max and his team, glaring at them with fury.
"I'm sorry, but you've failed to meet the qualifications of the tournament. You can try again at the next United Floors Alliance tournament to be held in 10 years' time. Now please, you must leave at once."
Hermia rushed behind Regulus. The men strode towards the human team with a fury. Their eyes bulged with disbelief at the man's words of their disqualifications from the tournament. None of the humans protested Regulus's words. They were still haggard and out of breath from their journey to Floor 30, that this must have felt like the final blow that they had no idea how to dodge or escape. Hermia felt a deep pang of sympathy for them. She had to do something. Regulus wasn't thinking straight. His anger and frustration was blinding him. She had to convince him to undo his hasty decision.
"Regulus,"
hissed Hermia behind the man.
"Not now, Hermia,"
said the man, gritting his teeth. The energy of the audience around them was growing restless as they chattered amongst themselves. The sight of it all was making Regulus even more red in the face.
"I know you're frustrated that the event has been interrupted," said Hermia.
"Yeah, because of these tardy, despicable
But just think for a second, Regulus," said Hermia. "The crowd will be more disappointed if a new team of contestants walks out of here that are not going to compete. They will not be happy."
Regulus grunted in reply to Hermia's point.
"Also, this year's games has more new teams than we expected. Team Zestrus will give us an even 8, which will make for a more satisfying semi-final round."
Regulus's muscles twitched but seemed to be calming down. Hermia's words were getting through to him.
"Pah!"
he finally said.
"Okay, you're in, humans. But I don't want to see or hear any more breaking of the rules for the rest of the tournament."
Regulus then strode back towards the podium to continue with the ceremonies. As Hermia turned to follow after her superior, she saw one of the human climbers catch her eye. It was one of the younger ones, a red-haired boy. He mouthed 2 words to her before she returned to the podium. The words were so different from the average brutal, bloodthirsty contestant in these games that she felt a chill run through her, and her thoughts said to her,
"This year's games are going to be different. Very different indeed."
The 2 words the young man had mouthed to her were such a simple gesture, such a nod to polite behavior, something that got lost the farther up the tower you went. Those 2 words were, "Thank you."
"Sorry for the delay,"
the Caesarian man's voice boomed throughout the arena. Maribel, the C-ranked climber on the Catfolk team, crossed her arms, barely listening to the Caesarian announcer prattle on. She stared at the newly arrived human team.
These humans are much more interesting than listening to that pitiful creature list the rules and regulations of the tournament,"
Mirabelle thought to herself. She couldn't help but notice a strange oddity to the human team of climbers as she looked at each of their badges signifying their rank. They had 2 D rankers but no C ranker.
"I see you've noticed the oddity on the human team,"
said her fellow Catfolk team member, Gregoire.
"They don't have a C ranker,"
she whispered.
"They must be planning to train one of them up before the first match in a month's time,"
said Gregoire.
"My money is on the redhead boy.
I've heard of him. He took down the gambler a few months back."
Mirabelle shivered. The gambler was a notorious rogue climber who had worked for the fallen angels. Had that kid really been savvy enough to take down such a powerhouse? That's impressive," Mirabelle replied. "Even still, the boy has only a month to go up an entire rank. It seems quite careless of the human team."
"Oh, I agree," said Gregoire. "A careless decision indeed."
A huge grin formed on Mirabelle's face. "Such a tactical error," said Mirabelle, "cannot go unexploited. I hope you concur, Gregoire."
"Oh, I concur," grinned Mirabelle's companion as the two of them stared with menacing eyes at the red-haired climber of the human team.
The two catfolk didn't break their focus even as the crowd began to scream and cheer around them as the announcer's words reverberated across the arena.
"Let the United Floors Alliance tournament officially begin!"
Chapter 21. After the tournament's opening ceremonies, Max and the rest of the human team stumbled back to the Human Climbers Guild outpost, where they had an exclusive floor waiting specifically for them. Max's whole body ached. He was ready to collapse onto a bed and fall asleep.
"Blah,"
moaned Casey.
"I need sleep. Toto too."
Rushing through the final few floors had been an exhausting ordeal. Max had been just as surprised as the Caesarians that they had made it to the tournament on time. They had all earned a well-deserved rest, which made it all the more frustratingly agonizing when Harold said,
"Everyone to the common room. Important team meeting, now."
A collective groan could be heard across the team. Even Toto crossed his arms and was making strange muttering sounds in the direction of the old human A-ranker. In the end, they all gathered in the common room.
"Can't this wait until morning?"
Casey moaned as she slumped into one of the couches.
"No," said Harold, his face growing serious. "It's time I told you all about what happened 20 years ago, about the events that took place the last time humanity attended this tournament."
20 years ago, on the eve of the United Floors Alliance tournament's semi-final match, Harold sat with the rest of his team in the Climbers Guild outpost, making last-minute preparations for the upcoming challenge. He sat with the rest of the human climbers who had been assigned to compete in the United Floors Alliance tournament.
"Remember, everyone," said the team's A-ranker and leader, Travis. "Tomorrow is just a stepping stone to the finals. At the end of all of this, we're going to show the rest of the tower what humanity is made of."
They were captivating and motivating words. The rest of the team was clearly fired up by the A-ranker's speech. Harold could take it or leave it, though. Of course, he kept that to himself. Travis was his best friend. He had grown used to the man's impassioned speeches of being the best climber you could be. But he also knew he didn't share the same drive to be the best as his friend did. Harold was content with being just okay. He was the team's C-ranker, competent and reliable. He was deep into middle age. Most of his cohorts from the academy, like Travis, had either far surpassed him in ability or accepted less demanding positions as police or defense climbers down in Zesteros. He'd only joined the human team for this tournament because Travis had begged him to. He couldn't wait for it to be over.
"Get a good night's sleep, everyone," said Travis. "We have a big day ahead of us tomorrow."
The following day would be forever burned in Harold's memory. The semi-final match pitted humanity up against Team Caesarea. The contest took place in a mana-simulated environment as a protective measure for the climbers on either team. The battle format was randomly chosen to be Team Deathmatch, a kill or be killed scenario. Last man standing wins. The mana simulation formed in the arena. Harold and the rest of the team found themselves in a murky swampland.
"Come on, everyone," said Travis. "We planned for this. Let's go." They hurried ahead only to fall into one of the battle scenario's traps. Quicksand. Only Harold, who'd been covering the back of the squad, managed to avoid falling into the sinking mud.
"What are we going to do?"
cried the team's E-ranker. "Everyone calm down," said Travis. "There must be a way to escape the quicksand. All we need to do is figure that out before the enemy—" The E-ranker suddenly coughed and gasped, her eyes bulging out of her skull. A voice snickered all around them.
"Escape before the enemy finds you," said the sinister voice. "Too late."
All the members in the quicksand reached for their necks as invisible threads began to constrict around their throats, suffocating them. It was the Caesarean team's A-ranker, a man known as Octavius. He could create tiny invisible threads of mana. His primary way of taking out opponents was suffocating them to death with such threads. The Caesarean team's A-ranker had managed to capture everyone but Harold. Harold looked around frantically for the A-ranker, but he was hidden. His teammates' faces all looked at him, especially Travis. "Help," their faces said, for they couldn't talk or breathe. Harold ran up to the E-ranker who was closest and tried to remove the invisible threads by reaching up to her neck. He jumped away in pain as the invisible thread burned into his fingers. The whole team gagged and suffocated to death except for Harold. There was no way he could take on the entire enemy team on his own now. This was it. The match was over. They had failed. Harold felt a blow to the back of his head and happily accepted the simulated death of the arena. He wanted this to be over. He didn't realize the horror awaiting him once the mana simulation disappeared. All of his teammates lay slumped on the ground.
"Guys," said Harold, "the match is over. You don't still think you're all in quicksand, do you?"
Harold stepped over to his teammates. They were motionless, still. Their skin was pale. Harold crouched down and nudged Travis on the shoulder. The body was so cold, Harold jumped back with fright.
"Travis," he said, "this is impossible."
Climbers weren't supposed to die in the simulated environment. He looked around the arena as the crowd cheered and roared for the victorious Caesarean team.
"Help!"
Harold screamed, but no one seemed to notice or care. From that day onward, humanity and Caesarea wouldn't speak to each other, even diplomatically, for another 10 years. The rest of the team listened to Harold with rapt attention and shock.
"That's insane," said Max. "How was that allowed to happen?"
"How come the simulation didn't work?"
Casey asked. Sarah was too shocked to say anything. Blake lit a cigarette, most likely familiar with this dark tale already. Harold's face was stern and serious.
"The Caesarean A-ranker had kept them on the edge of death with his ability, so that it turned into not only physical torture, but psychological torture as well," Harold explained. "When the simulation came down, all the players had been kept on the edge of death for long enough that their brains truly thought they were suffocating, and died because of it."
"And you said the Caesareans were applauded after the match?"
Sarah finally spoke up with disbelief.
"Yeah,"
said Casey.
"How come they weren't disqualified and that psychopath wasn't arrested?"
Harold stretched his neck, barely containing the deep anger seething in his voice.
"Back then," Harold explained, "what that guy did wasn't against the rules. Casualties were part of the risk of taking part in the tournament. That remains true today, though the mana simulation technology has improved to a point that it's much harder to do what Octavius did back then."
Max's heart thumped against his chest as he listened to Harold's words. What kind of tournament are we getting ourselves into? He began to think.
"Is that crazy guy going to be taking part again?"
Casey asked. Harold shook his head.
No, said Harold. Octavius is now considered a rogue climber. He got into a spat with the Caesarian government a year or two after those dreadful games. His current whereabouts are unknown.
A silence hung in the common room now.
For a long time after the games, said Harold, I seethed with anger and the desire for revenge. I took on more and more dangerous missions and pushed myself beyond C rank in a pursuit to get stronger so I could ultimately—
The old man didn't finish his statement. They all knew where he was going. The old man had wanted to get stronger so he could kill the Caesarian A-ranker who had murdered his teammates.
But along the way on my path to power, Harold explained, I realized I didn't like being a climber, and I didn't like the other climbers very much either. Somehow, and I remain grateful to this day for my own change of heart, I accepted peace. I retired and lived a life of solitude running my antique shop in Hawker's Alley.
Max felt a mix of emotions. On the one hand, he was angry on behalf of Harold, and yet on another, he was impressed with the man. The very emotions rushing through Max at that moment Harold had felt to an even greater degree. To be able to push such powerful emotions aside and find peace felt like a monumentally incredible task. Harold then looked each and every one of them in the eye.
The only reason I was convinced to step out from my antique shop was out of concern for the young climbers Zestrus would be sending up to their potential deaths, Harold explained. I want to protect you all from the misery I experienced, and I promise each and every one of you, if and when we survive this death spiral they call a friendly competition, I plan on going straight back into retirement.
Chapter 22. The following morning, Max woke up to a smelly, wrinkled foot in his face. First, his nose twitched. Then he almost gagged as the stench took him out of his dreams and into conscious reality.
"Oh,"
said Max, looking up at the old man looming over him.
"Do you not wash your feet?" "Get up," said Harold. "Your training begins now."
Max groaned and rolled out of bed. After the incredibly long and exhausting day previously, Max thought they might at least get a chance to sleep in. He thought wrong.
"Meet me downstairs in 5 minutes," said Harold. "We have no time to waste, remember? We have a lot to do and only a month to do it."
Harold left the room and gave Max the privacy to get dressed. He did so quickly and then glanced over his profile before meeting up with Harold. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, D. Trait, unique. Mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain 3 abilities you're hit with, adding them to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot. Shadow Blink, rare. Ability slot. Chain Lightning, rare. Ability slot. Phase Out, uncommon. Strength, 35. Agility, 35. Endurance, 33. Mana Affinity, 36. Passive skills. Kokoro, Warrior Spirit. Under any other circumstances, Max would have been ecstatic about the pace of his stats growth, but Harold was right. They had a lot of work to do. None of his stats were even considered D-rank Phase 2 yet. He sighed and closed the profile in his retina. He stood up and headed downstairs. Something told him that the next month was going to be the most grueling training he had yet to experience in his entire climber career. The fire in Harold's eyes when Max stepped down into the lobby below told him straight away that he was not wrong. The old man chose floor 29 as their training realm. The floor was composed of a misty mountainous region. Max followed behind Harold until he stopped in an open patch of space within a wooded area of pine trees. "How are we going to train?" asked Max. The old man hadn't said a word since they'd left the climber's outpost. Max wasn't sure what Harold's deal was, whether the silence was part of the training or not. All Max knew was the old man's peculiar silence had made him grow more and more uneasy about whatever their training regimen was going to be.
"Easy,"
said Harold, finally breaking his silence. A few meters from Max, Harold assumed a fighting stance.
"You're going to try and land a hit on me."
Max looked at the man, not sure if he believed his words. "You want me to hit you?" Harold smirked.
"You can try."
Max nodded his head determinedly in reply to the old man's taunt. "Your choice, old man," Max thought to himself. "I won't hold back." Max rushed Harold with his fist raised. Harold lifted his hands to block the incoming attack. Does the old man really think I'm going to come at him with such a simple attack? Climbers weren't simply martial arts fighters or boxers. They had so many other tools at their disposal. And in Max's case, that included one of his favorite abilities, Shadow Blink. He triggered the move and reappeared behind Harold, ready to punch the old man in the back of the head. Except when Max reappeared, Harold was still facing him, hands raised to block the attack. How is that even possible? Max thought to himself. The old man's reflexes were so fast he had spun around to meet Max's attack as soon as he had disappeared into shadow. But then Max should have witnessed the old man's spin and turn when he had reappeared. Harold was already facing him by the time he had materialized again. It was like he moved to meet Max's Shadow Blink reappearance before Max had even triggered the ability. How was that possible? Had the old man just guessed Max's choices incredibly well? Max leapt back, making space between Harold and him.
"You didn't think it would be that easy, did you?"
Harold taunted. Max grit his teeth. He couldn't answer any of his questions about the old man from that one exchange alone. He'd simply have to surmise Harold's power through trial and error. An hour went by of Max futilely trying to hit Harold again and again. At first, Max thought Harold had super powerful chess grandmaster level intuition, so he tried to unleash a complex set of feints before he'd try to land a hit on him. No matter what he did, though, the old man was always facing right in front of him, fists raised, ready to block him easily, as if Max had run straight at him with no strategy at all. It was mind-boggling. How does the old man do it? He wondered to himself. Max stared at the old man as he caught his breath after the first hour of training. Harold hadn't even broken a sweat.
"Don't tell me you're ready to give up."
Harold smirked. Max spat on the ground and clenched his fists. "Never." He got into a position to charge Harold once more. What haven't I tried yet? He'd gone through all of his arsenal abilities and none of them had helped. He hadn't even gotten Harold to trigger his trait yet. Or had he? Max narrowed his eyes and stared Harold down as he triggered his mimic trait to see if he had picked up Harold's trait somehow. Suddenly, the world around him went fuzzy and strange, and he thought he was going to throw up. Stop. He blinked, and his vision returned to normal. Is that what I think it is? Harold was still waiting for his attack.
"Hey, kid, you're not going to hit C rank by just standing around. Now come on, try and hit me."
Max smirked. He was beginning to piece together what Harold's trait was. He was beginning to understand why he couldn't land a single hit on the old man. And thankfully, Harold hadn't seemed to notice that he'd tested it out a little bit already. He only had one shot to hit the old man with the surprise, and he had to use a trait he only vaguely understood. He only had one shot at this. Knowing that there was no time like the present, Max charged towards the man, fists raised.
"Finally,"
snickered Harold.
"I was falling asleep over here."
Harold took on a defensive stance as the young climber rushed him once more. The boy ran at him, fist raised. "You won't keep humiliating me, old man," shouted the red-haired punk. Harold raised an eyebrow at that. Those are fighting words. How long would it take this kid to figure out his strategy, and what would the boy do once he did? Harold focused and readied himself for whatever Max was about to throw at him. Max's fist came flying directly at his face.
"Easy,"
Harold thought.
I'll just pause this and stand over.
Max's fist kept flying at his face full speed.
That shouldn't be the case, Harold thought. Unless... The sneaky kid!
The boy had figured out his trait. Well done. But even without his trait, Harold was far faster than the boy. He swerved his feet, ducked down, and lifted the boy and flipped him onto his back before the kid even knew what happened. Max cried out in frustration.
Very good, said Harold. You quickly figured out how I was able to deflect all your attacks. You're ready to move on to the next stage of your training. I promise you, this will be a lot more excruciating than anything else we've done so far.
Max laid on the ground exhausted, breathing in and out heavily. What are we going to do next? Harold crossed his arms triumphantly.
Isn't it obvious? I'm going to teach you how to use my trait properly. Are you ready to learn time manipulation?
Over the next hour, within the misty mountainous forest, Harold walked Max through the basics of his unique trait. You can go back in time? Max blinked. Harold snickered.
No! The name of my trait is a little misleading. Probably a better name would be temporal defense, though it can be used offensively as well.
Amazing, said Max. He was in awe of Harold. His trait was so cool. It lent itself to so many possibilities. It was making his head swirl with both amazement and confusion.
Here's the basics to how it works, Harold said. My trait creates a circle with a radius of 1 meter with the user at the center of that circle. Within that circle, you can pause, rewind, and fast forward 10 seconds of time.
Whoa, said Max.
It's not impenetrable, as you've seen. When we were attacked by those mercenaries on floor 16, they were able to paralyze me by surprising me and landing an attack outside my temporal radius.
Damn, said Max. Every trait has its upsides and downsides.
That's correct. There was a moment in my life when the time manipulation trait lulled me into a false sense of security. That's probably its greatest weakness. You can manipulate a sliver of time. You cannot control fate. You can merely react to it better than most.
So what happened when I attacked you?
That was very interesting, said Harold. I've never come across that exact scenario before, but I've encountered others like it. Essentially, our temporal circles overlapped with each other and canceled each other out. I had to rely on pure reflexes to stop you.
Whoa, said Max. Harold then returned to a fighting stance.
But if I focus, he said, I can trigger the temporal radius, rewinding 10 seconds back and forth for as long as my trait limit will allow. In theory, we'll be able to train for much more than a month this way.
Max blinked. This is incredible. Harold assumed a fighting stance once more.
Are you ready, kid?
Max matched the old man's position. Let's do this. In the forest near Max and Harold's training spot, a pair of hazel eyes peered out from the shadows. They glowed out and then disappeared. If anyone had been paying attention, they wouldn't have seen anyone, but they would have caught sight of the footsteps in the mud and snow. Chapter 23. Ulop and the Frogfolk team sat at a round stone table in a Caesarean winery. A server brought them each a glass of red wine and a large wooden board filled with cheese and grapes. They eyed it all with suspicion.
What's this?
Said Tadpo, the Frogfolk team's E-ranker.
Wine, grapes, cheese, and yet no flies?
I don't think the other tower races like flies as much as us frog folk,
Ulop explained.
I don't think the other tower races like us very much,
said Longtongue, the team's A ranker.
What do you see the looks they give us?
Ulop felt a pit in his stomach. It had been his idea for the frogfolk to come here. After he met Max, Casey, and Violet, Ulop realized that they could either take part in the larger Tower Society and have more control over their own affairs, or they could continue as they were, letting the politics and squabbles of the more powerful Tower races dictate their own lives and circumstances. He hoped coming to this tournament wouldn't prove to be a mistake.
They don't see us as a fully fledged Tower race,
Ulop admitted.
But that's why we're here. To prove them wrong. I hope it'll be a worthwhile endeavor,
said Longtongue.
If they start serving some flies with all this grub,
Tadpole added,
it will be.
Oliver, the Elestrian team's B ranker, walked through the market streets of Caesarea with his fellow teammate Will. They were investigating what types of Caesarian manatech would be available for them to purchase when a powerful shoulder knocked into Oliver.
"Hey, watch where you're going,"
said Will, angry on his team member's behalf. Oliver turned around to see who had bumped into them. It was the A ranker from the Flaren team.
No wonder I felt that blow so deeply in my shoulder, Oliver thought to himself. I'd been knocked not only by an A ranker, but a half-giant.
The Flaren leader stared them down.
What are you going to do about it?
Will clenched his fists, and Oliver placed his hands on his shoulders.
"Nothing," said Oliver. "An accident isn't worth getting upset over."
"Sure,"
said the Flaren, smirking.
"Or you just don't have your puny human pals around to save you from your own fights."
With that, the Flaren turned and walked away from them.
"That guy,"
Will said, shaking his fist at the half-giant walking away.
A civil war on our floor has left our reputation tarnished, Oliver thought to himself. We'll just have to rectify that in the tournament.
Tiberius, the Caesarian team's A ranker, moved through the throng of streets in the capital, his face hidden by the hood of a cloak. He always went for a brisk walk late in the afternoon as a light break to his intense training regimen.
"My money's on the Flaren or Bouldrin,"
said a voice nearby. Tiberius bristled at the words of the overheard conversation. He was strolling through the casino district where there were loads of betting shops. Tiberius slowed down his pace so he could listen to the conversation further. It was two Caesarians discussing the upcoming tournament.
"To be fair, all the teams seem a bit lackluster this time," replied the other man. "There's no doubt in my mind, though, that our team is the worst."
"Agreed," said the other.
"The soldier class has always been a blight on our race's high stature."
Tiberius clenched his fist and walked away. His own people didn't even believe in him or his team.
"I'll show them,"
he thought to himself as he hurried back to his training. In another dark corner of the city, in a secret attic above a house, conspired the mercenary team and their leader, an older woman who went by the title of Mother. She and the rest of her team had come together to go over the plan once more. The team's B ranker was noticeably absent for this conversation, but Mother was good-natured about others' peculiar habits.
"Oh, I thought the humans were going to be killed, Mommy,"
said a middle-aged man in a one-piece pajama suit.
"Does that mean I get to kill them?"
Mother sighed. Their plan had been going smoothly up until the failed assassination of the human team. They had succeeded in keeping their identity secret and jumping through the bureaucratic hoops to be allowed to compete in the tournament. The only flaw Mother could see were the meddlesome humans, but even they shouldn't be too much of a nuisance.
"Who's this B-ranker guy you brought with us?"
said Winifred, the team's E-ranker. She was a pale-skinned girl with stringy black hair that she let fall right over her face.
"This job feels suited for the Scarlet Demon."
The Scarlet Demon is dealing with a more important affair high in the tower, Mother explained.
Can we trust this new guy?
Said Kai, the team's D-ranker. The boy had pale blue skin and long green hair the color of seaweed. Yes, I assure you we can trust him, said Mother.
That's good, murmured Kai. Regardless, I've been setting up backup all across the city in case things go awry.
Kai lifted up a piece of paper with a summoning rune sketched on it. Mother grinned. Your plan B might be even more devastating than our actual plan.
Just thinking ahead,
grinned Kai.
I want to kill too, Mommy,
said the pajama suit man on the ground.
When do I get to kill?
Soon, darling, soon, said Mother. Gregoire, the Catfolk's team's B-ranker, was playing cards in a seedy bar across the city from where the mercenary team was convening. He sat at the back table with 3 other people, 2 lowlifes who hid beneath the shadows of their hoods along with the dealer who was running the game. He felt a hint of a presence behind him. His mana sense didn't pick anything up, but that didn't prove anything, especially since he knew someone who could go undetected by mana sense. You know I really hate it when you sneak up on me that way, said Gregoire, his eyes focused on the game he was playing. Suddenly appearing against the blank wall behind him was his teammate, Mirabelle. How did you know I was here? Not sure, said Gregoire, still focused on the card game. Intuition, I suppose. Mirabelle walked up closer behind him. We must discuss something, she said. Gregoire kept his back turned to his accomplice. He was concentrating on the game. Mirabelle always interrupted him when he was in the middle of something. One sec, he said. He laid out his hand in front of the dealer. The man was shocked. Then the 2 people playing pulled down their hoods, revealing themselves to be identical clones of Gregoire. Counting cards is easier when you know what everyone else is carrying, winked Gregoire. He stood up while his doppelganger clones burst into puffs of smoke. Gregoire began to walk out of the seedy bar with Mirabelle behind him, as the dealer shouted at them to never come back there again. Come on, let's find somewhere quiet, said Mirabelle. I've found out more about the red-haired boy on the human team. 15 minutes later, Mirabelle and Gregoire stood on the rooftop dome of a temple that overlooked the city with the orange sky precipitating the evening ahead. The rooftops and buildings stretched before them. The grandiose columns and sculptures intermingled with the advanced Assyrian technology. No one will overhear us up here, said Gregoire, leaning against a chimney. Good, said Mirabelle. Gregoire snickered. For someone who more often than not was the one spying and sneaking up on people, the girl had a strong sense of paranoia. Perhaps it was her own skills at espionage and assassination that had made her that way. What have you found out? Asked Gregoire. The human A-ranker is training the red-haired boy, said Mirabelle. They're using some kind of time manipulation trait to dilate time and train for longer than a month. Gregoire raised his eyes at that. Time dilation, huh? That was impressive and a smart way to train given the constraints imposed on the human team with the first round coming up at the beginning of the next month. That's some clever training, said Gregoire. I'm impressed. But will it be enough? Mirabelle crossed her arms and stared out at the city ahead of them. The red-haired kid, she said. He's impressive. He's got a scary determination in his eyes. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm scared to think of what he could become in the future. Gregoire stood up straight from where he was leaning, surprised by Mirabelle's words.
"Wow," he said. "I'm surprised to hear you're actually rattled."
Mirabelle shook her head. "You mistake my words, Gregoire," she said. "If I am rattled, I'm rattled by the potential, the possibility. The reality of the present is a comforting relief. For right now, the boy currently isn't a threat, and the human team has left themselves in a weak position that can easily be exploited. In such a case, it would be inappropriate to not take advantage of the situation for ourselves."
Gregoire grinned, his tail wagging behind him mischievously. "Now, that's what I like to hear," he said. "What do you reckon we should do next?"
The two catfolk grinned as they hatched their plan to disqualify the red-haired boy and the rest of the human team from the upcoming tournament. Chapter 24. Max collapsed onto his knees, gasping for breath. His whole body ached harder than it had ever before.
"We'll call it a day," said Harold. "Or days, really, however you choose to think about it."
They had been fighting for literally days, and only 10 seconds had passed in the mountains around them. They'd trade blows for 9 seconds before Harold rewound time back so they could continue sparring. A dizzy feeling overtook Max, and he collapsed onto the ground. "Holy crap," he thought. "This has been the most intense training of my entire life." Harold held out a hand and helped him up.
"You put up a good fight, kid," said Harold. "I think we might just be able to get you into fighting shape."
"You mean," Max panted, "we're going through this incredibly painful training, and you don't even know if it will work?"
"Hey, kid,"
said Harold, helping him walk back to the floor's departure teleporter.
"One lesson you learn as you get older is that in life, even when you can manipulate time, there are no guarantees."
About 30 minutes later, the two returned to the Zestress Climbers Guild outpost. They found the rest of the team hanging out in the common room where they were all staying. Toto was in the middle of the coffee table, rolling over on his stomach, soaking in the attention of the other three.
"Don't tell me you've spent all day admiring that rat," said Harold.
"It's a gerbil,"
shouted Casey. Toto, too, took an indignant stance, standing on its legs and practically crossing its arms.
"I'm not even sure what the difference is,"
giggled Sarah. Blake turned to Harold.
"Don't worry, we've been training all day. Can't let you guys get too far ahead of us, can we?"
Max could barely follow the conversation. The room was spinning around him. The exhaustion was taking over. He politely waved to the rest of the team and hurried to his room, where he collapsed on his bed. Sleep was rushing towards him instantly, but then something stopped him. He sat upright and rubbed his eyes. He hadn't even done the thing he'd love to do after a day of training: check his stats. He took in his profile and was immediately shocked and amazed. Name: Max Reinhardt. Rank: D. Trait: Unique. Mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain 3 abilities you're hit with, adding them to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot: Shadow Blink. Rare. Ability slot: Chain Lightning. Rare. Ability slot: Phase Out. Uncommon. Strength: 37. Agility: 37. Endurance: 35. Mana Affinity: 37. Passive skills: Kokoro, Warrior Spirit. Holy crap! His first 3 stats, strength, agility, and endurance, had all jumped up 2 stat points within a single day. Even the 1 stat point added in Mana Affinity was impressive. In the past, he might have been able to see these results within a week or 2 of training if he really pushed it. To achieve this level of power and growth so quickly was incredible.
to do so in a day defied everything he'd come to know about climber stat growth. But then again, his training hadn't really been a single day, had it? A week later, Max and Harold traded blows in the misty forest of Floor 29 as they had done every single day for the last week and a half. Max would fire off punches, kicks, and any other kind of attack, while Harold would dodge, dive, and flip to avoid them. Then Harold would yell, "Stop!" Their positions would reverse. Max would feel 10 seconds rewind, his actions reversing backwards until he was standing straight. "Again!" Harold yelled, and the fight would continue. On and on it went. Max felt his punches and kicks were getting faster and stronger, and his stamina to keep going was increasing at a rapid rate as well. Harold was a seasoned and talented martial artist, and, for the first half of their training, Max had struggled to keep up. But now, after a week of training, Max was finally beginning to catch up to the old man. "A lot can happen in 10 seconds, Harold thought. A punch, a kick, a jab, a lifetime. He craned his neck to dodge Max's most recent high kick. "Again!" Harold shouted as he reversed back 10 seconds. He took in the kid, ragged and out of breath. The boy was getting stronger. He'd never seen such determination before. It was uncanny. Time reversed once more, and Harold shouted, "Again!" Second 1. The kid shadow blinked behind him. Second 2. Harold swerved and threw out an offensive elbow. Second 3. Harold hit empty air. Second 4. Harold swerved back. Second 5. Harold blinked in surprise. "Where'd the kid go?" Second 6. He looked up. Second 7. His eyes bulged. Second 8. It was too late now. Second 9. Max's fist was inches away from Harold. Second 10. The punch landed. Harold smirked and looked at the kid landing back on the ground, out of breath. "So, the punk finally landed a hit, huh?" "Nice hit," the old man said. "Again!" Harold reversed time by 10 seconds once more, and the training continued. A few days later, Max stood in the misty forest catching his breath after another long, grueling session of training. After his first hit, he'd managed to hit Harold again 3 more times. The problem was Harold seemed to get stronger, faster, and smarter with every hit. The old man was improving and learning to read Max just as much as he was learning how to beat him. It was an endless cycle of pain and exhaustion. "Check your profile," said Harold. "Tell me your progress." Max called his profile to view and took in his stats. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, D. Trait, unique. Mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain 3 abilities you're hit with, adding them to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, rare. Ability slot, Chain Lightning, rare. Ability slot, Phase Out, uncommon. Strength, 52. Agility, 51. Endurance, 51. Mana Affinity, 43. Passive skills, Kokoro, Warrior Spirit. Out of breath, Max relayed the information to Harold. Max couldn't believe the progress he'd made. His strength, agility, and endurance stats were all over 50. They were all C-rank levels of power now. He could bend mid-level magical weaponry with his bare hands, and his punches could rip through the flesh of most copper-ranked monsters with ease. At top speed, he could now move faster than a jet engine. At this level of endurance, the bullet from a human gun would merely bounce off of him. Max couldn't believe he'd attained such a level of strength and power. This thought was then accompanied by a much more disconcerting notion. Rank C stats are only the halfway point to the power of an S-rank climber. If Max was this powerful now, what kind of power existed in those at the top of the climber food chain? Max had never truly felt the gulf between himself and the best climbers more than he did right then. Harold, however, didn't let him linger within his own thoughts for long. "Good,"
said the old man. "We can now focus on your mana affinity. It's time to get you officially to C rank."
Chapter 25. Max felt the fluttering feeling of descending through the tower. His stomach settled, and he knew he had arrived on the floor where Harold had instructed him to go. Floor 20. Or, as Max remembered it, the floor with the colossal-sized monsters. "What are we doing here?" asked Max, walking up to Harold, who was standing in front of him. The old man was looking out into the foggy plains. A foot of a massive colossal monster could be seen far in the distance. A number of thoughts went through Max's head. 1, they were like ants compared to these massive monsters. And 2, what was up with Harold's training regimen always being on fog-filled floors? The old man seemed to be obsessed with mist.
"We're not doing anything," Harold answered. "You, on the other hand, are going to slay one of these cloudwalkers."
Max blinked in disbelief at the nearest giant foot. He gulped. "You can't be serious," said Max. How the heck was he going to beat one of these things? They were definitely gold-ranked creatures, maybe even ruby-ranked. But that was probably why Harold wanted him to fight these monsters. Physical training could only raise your mana affinity so much. You needed to acquire monster cores and drain them of their power if you really wanted to increase your mana affinity and rank up.
"To reach the highest echelons of the tower," said Harold, "one must be willing to attempt the impossible and then surpass that."
Max grinned. Harold's words lit a fire under him. He needed to keep climbing higher, to keep gaining strength, so hopefully one day he could find his sister. He didn't know how he was going to beat these giant monsters, but he knew he wasn't going to defeat one of them just standing there at the bottom of this misty realm. He rushed towards the colossal foot. When he got close enough, he triggered Shadow Blink. He reappeared just above the creature's ankle. He triggered the ability again. When he reappeared, he just barely grasped the armor-like plating of the creature's kneecap. His stomach lurched as he looked down. There was already a big gap between where he was and the ground below. He only felt worse looking up to the top of this creature that was still hidden in the clouds. He had a long way to go. Harold watched the kid rush the Cloudwalker. He grinned.
"This kid really has drive,"
he thought to himself. He wondered how long it would take the kid to figure out how to slay one of these things. There was no way he would slay one on his first try, could he? Harold whistled and looked around the empty area. He'd just have to wait and see what the kid did. The next question on his mind was, "How am I going to pass the time?" He looked furtively around, and accepting that no one was there, he materialized one of his antiques from the pre-tower era. It was a magazine with a pretty lady on it. He snickered to himself and blushed as he began to flick through the pages. As he did this, he suddenly sensed a chilly presence of someone nearby.
"I'm only reading the articles,"
he shouted in surprise.
"It's for, research. Yeah, historical research."
Harold looked around suspiciously. The presence he'd sensed was gone. It had only been a blip. He put his magazine away and crossed his arms.
"If someone is spying on us," he thought to himself, "I can't afford a research break."
Max held on to the colossal creature's shoulder for dear life. The mist had begun to clear at this height. A beautiful blue sky and blanket of clouds stood just above him. I guess I know why they're called cloudwalkers now, Max thought. The entire way up, Max couldn't understand why the creature didn't just swat him away. But then he came to the humbling realization that to this colossal monster, he was infinitesimally smaller than even an irritating fly. He was more like a piece of bacteria. The monster didn't even realize Max was there. Oh, I'll make it notice, Max thought to himself determinedly. He shadow blinked once more. Max's plan was simple. First, he'd reappear on top of the monster's head. Then he'd take a short break to let his trait usages recharge before pummeling the monster with his mana claws. Emphasis on the word plan, as in what he hoped would happen after triggering Shadow Blink. The reality was slightly different. Max reappeared right in front of two giant yellow eyes. They blinked at Max. Wait, Max thought. I'm not on the Cloudwalker's head. Where am I? He looked down and saw his feet stood on empty air. The Cloudwalker blinked at him nonchalantly once more before Max started falling rapidly to the ground below. His stomach lurched, his heart paced, his ears popped. He was falling so fast he couldn't even scream. Right now would be a perfect time to Shadow Blink to a safe ridge in the colossal creature's body, but he couldn't because he was temporarily out of trait usages. This is it, he thought. Am I just going to die while training? Maybe Harold would be able to help him. Only if the old geezer wasn't distracted by some pervy magazine. No, Max suddenly thought. I know how to survive this type of situation. As his body rushed towards the ground below, he focused his mana, preparing to channel it all to his feet a second before he landed. The clouds flew by him. He tried to stay calm, but he couldn't help thinking that while he had survived jumps from high elevations before, they had never been this high. The ground was in sight, and he prepared himself. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Kaboom! Max felt his legs smash into the ground and push back in the dirt. Smoke swirled around him. He caught his breath. He had survived the fall. As the dust cleared, he saw that he was standing in the middle of a massive crater. Had I done that? In the distance, Harold emerged. He had a stern look on his face. He only had one thing to say to Max. Again! Mirabelle returned to Caesarea, out of breath. The old man training the kid had almost spotted her. But that was the least of their problems. She found Gregoire at their meeting location on the temple dome roof. "Any updates?" said Gregoire. "It's not looking so good," said Mirabelle. "The boy is increasing his stats at an alarming rate, and his old man mentor is no slouch either." "So you're saying we won't be able to take him out?" "Yes and no," she said. "If we want to slow down his development and lead to a disqualification, we could go and slay all those Cloudwalkers on the floor he's training on. That sounds tedious, though, and they'll find another way to get the monster cores they need." Gregoire sighed and scratched at one of his paws. "It sounds like we need an insurance policy, in case the boy succeeds at ranking up then." Mirabelle looked down to the city below and spotted a pair of humans walking through the streets. "Funny you should say that," said Mirabelle. "I have just the idea." "Oh, do tell," grinned Gregoire mischievously. Mirabelle eyed one of the human girls below, a diminutive human girl with black hair and glasses. She grinned menacingly at the girl, the idea of her new plan beginning to excite her more than her previous one. Finally, Mirabelle shared her thoughts with her accomplice. "We take out the weakest member of the human team instead." Chapter 26. A few days later, Max was climbing on top of the Cloudwalker. Fighting these giant monsters had become like clockwork for him. First, he shadow blinked up to their head, where he would momentarily rest and catch a breath and let his trait usage recharge. Then he'd leap off the Cloudwalker, unsheath his mana claws, and stab the creature right in its eye. This was more difficult than it initially seemed. The first few days of training with these monsters, Max had desperately tried to figure out the monster's weak spot because with armor-like skin, the creature didn't have many. That was when Max decided to attack its eyeballs and learned that these giant monsters could also be quick when they wanted to be. He found himself swatted away like a bug by the creature's gigantic hands. Max needed to figure out a way to attack the creature's eye without getting swatted. That was when the good old time magic came in. Harold's trait acted more like a defensive force field than anything else. So, just as he was about to slay his third colossal that day, he leaped off the creature's head, unsheathed his mana claws, sending them right into the monster's eye. As the creature tried to swat him away, Max's temporal defense allowed him to pause the creature's hand mere inches away from smacking him across the sky and let it linger on top of him while he stabbed the colossal monster to death. Once the eye was stabbed and Max resumed time within his force field, the Cloudwalker's hand shifted away to protect itself. It was too late, unfortunately. With one eye gone, Max stabbed the other. The Cloudwalker began to fall through the clouds towards the surface below. As it made its descent, Max shadow-blinked back onto the creature's head and rode it down to the surface below. "Cowabunga, baby!" said Max before a massive explosion and tremor rippled across the area as the Cloudwalker smashed into the ground. Max leaped off the monster and landed in the rubble. The giant creature began to glow and materialize into a ruby monster core. Harold stood nearby with his arms crossed. He nodded to Max approvingly. Max walked over to the shining ruby monster core with a big grin on his face. That would be the third ruby core he'd collected that day. After every Cloudwalker he destroyed, he drained the ruby core straight away. In doing so, he'd already gotten his mana affinity stat up to 50. He was now only one stat point away from hitting C rank. He held the core in his hands. They'd been training for over 3 weeks now. The first round of the tournament was fast approaching. With the core in his hand, he'd be able to rank up and their team wouldn't get disqualified. They'd get to compete. They'd get to show the strength and resilience of the human race. "Go on," said Harold. "Don't just stand there. Drain the core." Max grinned. The old man was right. What was he waiting for? Max sat down on the ground and held the ruby core in front of him. He closed his eyes. He channeled mana across his arms and into his fingertips, creating a mana bridge into the ruby monster core. The core lit up as Max's mana began to flow inside of it. Now that the bridge had been created, Max pulled the mana back from the monster core. First, the core's mana entered him gently, then it turned into a torrent of energy coursing through him. His hair shot up from the powerful energy percolating around him. He felt a jubilant, slightly nauseous sensation flow throughout his body. The intensity was so much he couldn't maintain his calm sitting position and found himself shaking on the ground, his hands clawing into the dirt. Finally, the sensation subsided. Max caught his breath and smiled at the message in his profile. "Congratulations. You have ranked up. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, C. Trait, unique. Mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain 5 abilities you're hit with, adding it to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. You can now fuse 2 abilities together to create a new ability. You're able to test and see the new ability, but once gaining the ability, you lose the original 2 abilities in exchange for the newly created ability. Ability slot, Shadow Blink, rare. Ability slot, Chain Lightning, rare. Ability slot, Phase Out, uncommon. Ability slot, empty. Ability slot, empty. Strength, 54. Agility, 54. Endurance, 52. Mana affinity, 51. Passive skills, Kokoro, Warrior Spirit. Holy moly, Max thought. I'm a C ranker now. Even better than the bragging rights that came with being C rank was the fact that his trait had evolved yet again. Now he could hold up to 5 abilities plus the one he'd been most recently hit with. That alone was incredible in and of itself. It was a cool evolution, but it was more of the same from what he gained from E rank to D rank. The real interesting change was the ability to now fuse abilities. Max grinned just thinking about the possibilities. But then he grew slightly confused. How did this fusion actually work? He concentrated on his profile and thought about the new ability fusing power. A message appeared. Would you like to fuse two abilities? Please pick two abilities you would like to consider combining together. Interesting, Max thought to himself. He didn't want to lose any of his current abilities, but he was curious to test out the parameters of this new fusing power. So he chose Shadow Blink and Chain Lightning out of curiosity. Multiple fusion options available. Current fusion option: Lightning Chain Blink. Combining these two abilities will give a maverick sense of maneuverability to Chain Lightning, letting the ripples of lightning shoot across an area in an unpredictable fashion. Would you like to see another fusion option? Whoa, Max thought. That's cool. Essentially, he'd be augmenting his Chain Lightning ability with Shadow Blink, which was super cool. But in the end, keeping the maneuverability of Shadow Blink seemed far better than sacrificing it to improve Chain Lightning. He was curious to see what other abilities could be created from just the two options he currently had inputted to fuse. He chose to see another option. Current fusion option: Shadow Chain. Combining these two abilities will give you a powerful offensive shadow magic attack, sending ripples of shadow magic chains to multiple enemies at once. Would you like to see another fusion option? Max couldn't stop grinning. The breadth of this fusion power was truly astounding. He could now take individual amazing aspects of one ability and apply it to another. The options were near limitless. Previously, the big problem with his mimic ability was that he most often had to use a new ability against someone who knew how to wield that ability already. The fact that he doubled the ability's power more than mitigated that disadvantage. But now, if he could fuse abilities on the fly, that meant he could hit his opponents with something truly surprising. He didn't plan on combining any of his current abilities just yet, but he couldn't wait to start fusing others. And to think, alongside all these great perks already, was the basic fact that whenever you ranked up, you could simply use your trait more. Now, at C rank, he'd be able to use his ability 10 times consecutively at a total of 35 times a day. Max suddenly felt unstoppable. A shadow suddenly loomed over him. Max looked up to see Harold grinning.
"Looks like you ranked up, kid," he smiled. "Good work."
The old man held out a hand to help him get up, and Max gladly took it.
"We can call it a day on training a little bit earlier than usual," said Harold. "Let's go back to Caesarea and celebrate with the others. I'll treat us all to dinner."
When Max and Harold returned to the Zestrus Climbers outpost in Caesarea, they were surprised to find the common room empty. They knocked on their teammates' doors. No response. "You think they've gone out?" asked Max.
"Maybe they're still training,"
Harold shrugged. Max was getting an uneasy feeling in his stomach. Where is everyone? He thought anxiously. They returned to the lobby of the outpost and spoke to one of the clerks. "Have you seen—"
"Max! Harold!"
Max turned and saw Casey rushing through the doors. Her face was red and her eyes were watery. Blake followed behind her. They both looked completely distressed.
"Sarah's been kidnapped,"
said Casey, gasping for air.
"The catfolk have kidnapped her."
Max turned to Harold. The mentor nodded his head.
"So, looks like it's time to show off the results of your training. Go."
Chapter 27. Sarah squirmed and shivered in the corner of the cold, damp room that two catfolk had thrown her into. They'd put her arms behind her back and tied special mana binding ropes to her wrists. They applied the same ropes to tie up her legs as well.
"Please, don't hurt me,"
she cried. Her mind raced with fearful thoughts. What were these catfolk planning on doing to her? What did they want? Why were they doing this? The door to the cellar they'd thrown her into swung open, and light from the hallway outside illuminated the cold, dark room they'd left her in. The two catfolk grinned menacingly from the light of the doorway. They stepped towards her.
"Look, Mirabelle," said Gregoire, lifting up a silver knife.
He punctured Sarah's bare arm and dragged the knife down as the girl squirmed and cried out in pain.
"Now watch,"
smiled the Catman. He wagged his tail behind him. The open cut Gregoire had created began to close, the festering blood disappearing until the arm was clear and smooth, as if it had never been cut in the first place.
"How fascinating,"
purred Mirabelle.
"She heals back no matter what you do. She can be endlessly tortured."
"My thoughts exactly," purred Gregoire. "What should we do first? Chop off her."
The door to the cellar swung open once more, illuminating the room. Sarah couldn't see behind the two catfolk looming over her, but she thought she recognized the shadow of the boy who had just entered. Then, when the newly arrived person spoke, she knew who it was straight away.
"Give me back my friend!"
screamed the boy.
"Right now!"
The two catfolk turned away from Sarah and took in Max standing in the doorway. Their feline tails had suddenly gone sharp and pointy, their focus now fully on the boy in front of them. They suddenly stood in fighting stances, ready to take Max on.
"How irritating," said Mirabelle. "We'll have to take out 2 members of the human team then."
"Keep talking," said Max, "and I'll make you regret those words." Sarah caught sight of Max between her two kidnappers. His face was red with rage. She'd never seen him like this. He was so full of anger and power. He was more powerful than he was a few days ago when she last saw him. Had he finally completed his training with Harold? Max took a step forward.
"If you let my friend go," he said, "we don't have to fight."
The two catfolk snickered.
"As if," said Mirabelle. "If you want your friend, you'll have to fight through us."
Max sighed. "So be it." Suddenly, Max burst into a cloud of shadowy smoke, disappearing from the front of the doorway. He emerged right in front of Sarah with his back turned to her. Lightning crackled around his arms and he slammed a punch into the floor, sending the hostile lightning rippling outwards from him and towards the catfolk. Mirabelle and Gregoire both jumped backwards from the attack. Mirabelle snickered and went invisible. Then, a few seconds later, a throwing star emerged out of nowhere, heading straight for Max's skull. Then, amazingly, as the throwing star got within inches of Max's head, energy reverberated outwards, and within a blink of an eye, Max held the projectile within his fingers. Gregoire shivered.
"How is that possible?" he said. "You caught a hostile projectile, and you didn't even know where it would be coming from."
"I guess you could say I have 9 lives," Max snickered.
"Don't you dare make a cat pun in front of me,"
said Gregoire, who suddenly multiplied into 3 doppelgangers of himself. Max unsheathed his mana claws and stretched out his arms. "Come any closer," said Max, "and I'll swirl in a circle, taking out all of your clones, yourself, and wherever your invisible accomplice is hiding."
"You're bluffing,"
Gregoire shouted.
"I'm a full rank higher than you at B rank. Your mana claws won't be able to penetrate my toughened skin."
Sarah looked worried for Max. The Catman wasn't wrong. Even still, Max said with dead seriousness, "Do you really want to call my bluff?" Keeping his eyes on Gregoire and his doppelgangers, Max slowly crouched down. With one hand, he used his claws to shred the ropes that were binding Sarah.
"Max," she cried, "I knew you'd come."
As concerned as he was for his friend's well-being, Max didn't have time to chit-chat. Through the corner of his eye, he could see Sarah's body healing itself, bruises and cuts disappearing slowly. Max placed his hand on one of those cuts and then checked his profile. The message he was hoping for awaited him. Add regenerative healing to your arsenal? Max went through the prompts on his profile and then looked up to the catfolk and grinned. Those two torturers still think they have the upper hand. Chapter 28. With Sarah freed, Max stood up, ready to take on the catfolk once more. Those two weren't going to let them walk out of here so easily. Well, if it's a fight you want, Max muttered, then it's a fight that you're gonna get. The invisible Catwoman was a problem he would have to deal with first. Lucky for him, they were in a small room. Even invisible, there wasn't much room to hide, especially from the wide, thick radius of Max's mana claws. He swirled, sending his bright, powerful claws around the room. Gregoire held up his arms to block. "I told you that won't work against me," yelled Gregoire. But his anger was cut off as a yelp of pain came out of nowhere and Mirabelle suddenly reappeared, falling to the ground in pain. 3 long gashes had formed in her arms. "It's invisibility," said Max, "not invincibility." The Catwoman fell to the ground, screaming in pain. She was now out of this fight, which meant Max could focus on Gregoire. "You think taking out my partner will help you?" said the Catman. "Think again, fool. You're still up against a B-ranker." He then grinned to his 2 doppelgangers. 3 of them, actually. The 3 Gregoires rushed Max. They threw up punches, but with Max's temporal defense, he could sidestep each attack with ease. "You keep thinking you have the upper hand," said Max, "because you're a B-ranker." Lightning began to course around his fists. "But you're forgetting that I can borrow moves, and this lightning is from a C-rank monster. And also, guess what? I double its power, too." Max slammed the ground again, sending the chain lightning rippling across the floor. 2 Gregoires burst into smoke while the real remaining one jumped and dodged the lightning attack. Max rushed forward with insane speed and grabbed the wrist of the real Gregoire. "If you harm us," squirmed the Catman, "you'll be removed from the tournament." "I guess I'm willing to take that risk," said Max, "seeing that you guys didn't have a problem with breaking the rules when it came to my friend." Gregoire stared into the blue eyes of the red-haired human climber. Bloodlust and rage filled the boy's face. "You'll be disqualified," he said, squirming. "Please, stop." The kid wouldn't listen to reason or begging. Who is this monster of a climber? Gregoire had never seen anyone this powerful at C-rank before. This was beyond comprehension. Suddenly, Gregoire's arm, the one the boy was gripping tightly, began to burn with immense pain. He squirmed and looked down to his arm and saw his flesh beginning to turn black and gray. The pain was only getting worse. "What are you doing to me?" screamed Gregoire. His skin was melting, burning into a puddle like plastic. It was different from being on fire, though. It was like his flesh was decomposing, disintegrating. "Will I even have an arm in 30 seconds? He honestly didn't know. Max gritted his teeth as he triggered his new ability against the B-rank catfolk climber. He desperately wanted to explain triumphantly to the sinister Catman every step of his newly evolved trait, but he knew that would be foolish. Still, it was quite something to see the fusion power in action. He had combined Harold's time manipulation ability with Sarah's regenerative healing trait to create something completely new. The result? A new move called Rapid Decomposition. It used temporal manipulation to rewind the effects of regenerative healing to make it an offensive move. Gregoire's screams filled the cellar. This was it, Gregoire thought. Death awaits me, and I didn't even get an opportunity to torture that girl. Stop! A new voice rang out and the pain in Gregoire's arm disappeared. The human team's A-ranker, the old guy, was holding the red-haired kid's arm tightly. "What are you doing?" said the kid with gritted teeth. His eyes stayed focused on Gregoire. The boy was full of bloodlust. "Did you see what they were going to do to Sarah?" shouted the boy. "Are you really going to hold me back?" The old man sighed and turned to the girl.
"Sarah, the coast is clear. Blake and Casey are waiting upstairs. We'll meet you up there in a minute."
The girl got off the ground and hurried out of the room.
"You can't finish them off here," said Harold.
"Why not?"
seethed the boy.
"The catfolk were clever. The whole area is surrounded with bystanders if things went wrong for them. We'll get disqualified if you harm them further,"
explained the old man. Gregoire snickered.
"Yeah, do what Grandpa says,"
said Gregoire.
"And piss off."
Slam! The old man threw a massive punch into Gregoire's gut, sending him flying and smashing against the nearby wall.
"Only my friends can make fun of my age,"
said the A-ranker. The red-haired boy caught his breath and seemed to be calming down now. He stared at Gregoire once more with determination in his gaze. Finally, the young man spoke. "We will finish this in the tournament itself." Chapter 29. Max and the rest of the team sat in the common room of the outpost in silence. The tension was high in the room. Everyone was there except for Sarah, who was resting, and Harold, who was checking on her with one of the outpost's hired healers.
"I hope Sarah's okay,"
sighed Casey.
"If she's not well by tomorrow,"
said Blake,
"we'll be in a bit of a pickle with the team match. I'm not even sure they'd let us compete under those circumstances."
Max didn't respond. He was trapped in a swirl of his own thoughts and anxiety. Why did they have to send my childhood friend on this tournament with us? An E-ranker can't handle the dangerous situation we've been thrown in. Everyone in the common room lifted their head when Harold stepped out of Sarah's room alongside the healer. Max watched Harold and the healer exchange a few murmured words before the healer walked down the hall and down the stairs.
"How is she?"
asked Max.
"She'll be fine," said Harold. "Her ability means she's already rapidly recovered from it all. She'll be good to compete tomorrow. If it had been any of the rest of us, we might have had a problem."
They all sighed with relief.
"We have one other major problem, though,"
said Harold, sitting down on an empty couch in the common room. Everyone turned to look at the old man.
"What is it now?"
asked Casey. Toto on her shoulder had perked up at Harold's words as well. Max sighed. This entire tournament is a massive problem, Max thought to himself. We were told the United Floors Alliance was meant to keep the peace amongst the different floors, and yet this tournament feels designed to keep everyone at each other's throats.
"What problem are you talking about?"
asked Blake, lighting up a cigarette. Harold cleared his throat and then answered the question they were all waiting for.
"Tomorrow is the first round. Most likely a team free-for-all match. Due to the necessity to train Max the last few weeks, we haven't practiced as much as a team as I would have liked."
The team went silent. The old man raised a good point. They hadn't really done that much practicing as a team. But then again, they had proven they could work together when it really mattered. Casey and Blake's 1,000 paper phoenixes attack was the first example to spring to Max's mind. Max's thoughts then turned dark. Did Harold not believe in us? Max thought about those horrible catfolk who had kidnapped Sarah. He was eager to crush them in the next round if he could. He didn't want to hear about how they weren't ready.
"Don't worry, Gramps," said Casey. "We've been working on a few ideas and strategies we can go over. It's not like we spent the last month sitting around while you and Max trained. We've been working hard. Isn't that right, Blake?"
"Heck yeah,"
the Flamebringer said.
"Don't worry about us, Harold. Let's just hope you don't hold us back."
"Why, you little insolent,"
said Harold, raising a fist before stopping himself. He suddenly chuckled to himself.
All right, show me what you've been working on.
Max and Harold then looked over the different team strategies and squad ideas the rest of the group had been working on. They brainstormed for an hour or so, and then finally Harold yawned.
All right, said Harold. We got a big day tomorrow. It's important we get our rest. It's bedtime, and that's an order.
They all nodded with steely determination. The excitement for the tournament's first round could be felt in each of their beating hearts. Tomorrow, the real games began. Chapter 30. The following morning, Max and the rest of Team Zestris walked out into a giant arena packed with spectators. The stands were filled with Caesarians, Illustrians, Boldrin, Catfolk, Frogfolk, and more. Max had never seen so many different tower races all convened in the same location like this before. The rest of the teams entered the arena from other sides of the stadium. They were mere flickers in the distance currently. Max's heart was thumping in his chest. He was beginning to feel the nerves. Regulus and Hermia, the organizers of the tournament, stood on a floating podium at the center of the arena.
"Welcome, everyone!"
shouted Regulus into a microphone. The arena roared with applause.
"The day is finally here! The first round of the United Floors Alliance Tournament!"
The spectators continued to scream, clap, and whoop.
"And to mark the tradition,"
said Regulus, his voice growing more serious,
"let us welcome the one and only, our divine protector, to announce the beginning of the games. Let's give our honored guest a big round of applause. Let's hear it for Sabriel!"
Max didn't think the crowd could get more amped up, but with the announcement of this new guest, the audience was going crazy with excitement. "Who's Sabriel?" asked Max. The next three words that Harold said with a surprising casual aloofness made Max's body shudder with awe and fear.
"A tower god,"
answered the old man. It wasn't just the sheer notion of a tower god that made Max feel physically shaken. There was a massive ripple of power coursing throughout the arena. Emerging from the clouds above was a beautiful blonde woman adorned in medieval metal armor, riding on top of a white-winged horse. The excited cheers of the crowd died down as everyone was overwhelmed with amazement.
I mean,
Casey muttered.
I fly around on a paper crane. No one is calling me a tower god.
Sarah turned to Harold.
But I thought this tournament was about consolidating power amongst the lower floors. Isn't having someone who lives and occupies power on a much higher floor of the tower going against that idea?
Harold kept his arms crossed and sighed.
Yes and no, he answered. There are many tower gods. Many climbers are preoccupied with ascending to that level of power. The reason the higher floors don't attack the Alliance isn't because the United Floors is so much stronger in allied numbers, but because there are powerful tower gods who will deliver wrath to those who mess with the lower floors. Sabriel is one such tower god.
Wow,
said Sarah, amazed. Wait, I have loads of questions, Max said. How the heck do these tower gods work again? What's the difference between an S-rank climber and a tower god?
Tower gods are climbers who have reached the echelons of S-rank and ascended even higher. They have whole new categories of ranks at their level of power. Some of them are thousands of years old. To us, an S-ranker is an all-powerful being. To tower gods, they are the weakest of the almighty.
Sabriel's flying horse glided to the center of the arena, folding in its wings upon landing. The knightly woman raised her sword. The crowd stayed silent. The tension in the air was palpable. "What's happening?" whispered Max. His heart was still thumping hard against his chest. The rising tension was driving him crazy. He wanted the tournament to begin already.
"Once Sabriel swings her sword," said Harold, "the first round will begin."
"But what game are we facing off in?" asked Max.
"We don't know yet," said Harold. "This entire arena will morph into a mana simulation, and we'll get our instructions then."
"Oh, like the challenges we took down in Zestris," said Sarah.
Harold winced.
"Let me assure you," said Harold, "this will be significantly more intense and cutthroat. Be on your guard."
Max gulped and kept his eyes locked on Sabriel's sword. As soon as the tower god swung her sword, the first round would begin. Gregor's eyes were not focused on Sabriel's sword lifted high in the air, but rather on the red-haired climber boy. The kid had made a fool of him and his accomplice the day before. This first round would be redemption for their failure. They'd make sure to crush the human team, and crush them hard. Ulop of the Frog Folk stood proudly with the other members of his team. They stayed focused on the tower god's sword still raised, ready for the woman to swing it downward and begin the games. There were very few frog folk in the surrounding arena. None of the spectators or contestants thought much of them. They may have thought even less of them than humans. They would make sure to prove them all wrong. Oliver, the B-ranker on the Elestrian team, stood with his comrades watching the tower god hold her sword high in the air. Everyone in the stands knew about how their floor had to be saved by 2 D-rank human climbers. It was a disgrace. This tournament would be their redemption, starting with this first round. The Boldrin team stood stoic, watching the tower god, as did the Flaren team of half-giants who stood near them. Neither team came to this game with the intent to lose. They were here to win, and they were steadfast in that ambition. Tiberius, the A-ranker of the Caesarian team, watched the tower god's sword. He didn't care about beating the Elestrians or the Boldrins or the humans. His victory laid in proving his own people wrong. The Caesarians prided themselves on diplomacy and technological advancement and thought less of the warriors who fought for them. He'd show his own people how wrong they were, starting today. The old woman, known simply as Mother, led the mercenary team as the group's A-ranker. She paid very little attention to the tower god's raised sword. Instead, she sinisterly looked at all the other teams. My, she thought to herself. Aren't we in for a treat? So many innocents to squash and kill. She waited eagerly for the game to start. Max's heart thumped harder and harder as he stared at the tower god's sword. He clenched his fists. This tournament would be the culmination of everything he'd worked on so far as a climber to accomplish. If they won, it was possible that the news of their victory would reach his sister's ears. Max smiled at the thought of his sister. Elle. He clenched his fists even tighter. I'm ready, he thought. Swoosh! Sabriel, the tower god, swung her sword down with a magnificent arc. Her powerful voice echoed across the entire arena, felt within the chests of every individual there, be it contestant or spectator. The words reverberated with power and excitement. Let the games begin! Chapter 31. A purple puddle shot out from the center of the arena, across the arena's gravel surface, until it hit the very edge of the contestants' fighting area. The purple puddle then began to lift up off the ground like a rising tide, enveloping Max's feet and then his knees. Guys, said Max. What's happening?
It's the mana simulation, explained Harold. It will be complete in a sec.
Max took a breath and tried not to squirm and get uncomfortable, but it was hard when it felt like you were drowning in a puddle of mana. The rising tide of purple mana eventually rose to his neck, and, squirming as he did, Max knew there was no escaping it. He held his breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the arena had disappeared. The roaring spectators were all gone. Sabriel, the tower god, had disappeared. Regulus and Hermia were nowhere in sight. Instead, he stood in the shadows of an ancient forest with thick, massive trees. He looked and saw the faces of the rest of his teammates. Most of them had gone pale and looked to be freaking out. All except Harold, who kept his arms crossed. Nothing fazed the old man, did it? Max wondered.
Where are we?
Cried Casey. Sarah shivered while Blake lit himself a cigarette to pretend he wasn't nervous, but his shaking arm that held his lighter revealed the truth of his emotions.
"Everyone relax," said Harold. "Remember, this is only a simulation. We can't be harmed in here. Let's await our instructions. We still don't know what the game is."
A few seconds later, instructions flashed across Max's retina. The gasps from his teammates told him that they received the same message. Max read over the game's instructions. Challenge. Team capture the flag. Capture another team's flag while holding onto your own. At the end of 1 hour, all the teams who manage to have 2 flags win and move on to the next round of the tournament. All other teams are eliminated. 59 minutes remaining.
Capture the flag?
Said Casey.
We don't even have a flag.
Just as Casey spoke, a blue flag attached to a pole flickered into existence.
Well, that answers one question,
said Blake. Max looked around the forest with suspicion. Their opponents could appear from the shadows at any moment. He considered the challenge's instructions. It was an incredibly ruthless first round. It was set up to eliminate half of the teams in the tournament, which meant no one was going to be taking the game casually. Every team was going to be bringing their A game to this challenge. They needed to come up with a strategy pronto.
What are we going to do?
Asked Sarah. Both Casey and Blake took a step towards the flag on the ground and then hesitated when they saw the other person going for it. That right there is our problem, said Max. The fundamental way people lose capture the flag is that they don't have good team coordination. Sports like basketball and baseball all have assigned roles. Capture the flag doesn't assign anyone any specific roles, which will lead to a team's downfall unless they organize themselves straight away. Harold smirked and crossed his arms.
I agree. Since you're clearly a budding strategist, what do you think is our best squad formation then?
Max had to ponder that question for a quick second. He knew confidently that they needed to have organized roles, but who should do what was another question entirely. Every formation that went through Max's head started and began with who would hold the flag. That would determine every other role on the team. Max walked over to the flag and picked it up.
Of course,
said Blake, lighting a cigarette.
He gives himself the most important role. Real vote of confidence there, huh, Max?
Max ignored the flamebringer and walked over to Sarah and handed her the flag.
Surely you can't be serious,
said Casey.
I would have thought Harold, as the strongest of us, should hold the flag.
Sarah blinked and looked up at Max. Her eyes said that she was thinking along similar lines to Casey.
Are you sure about this?
His childhood friend asked him. Max nodded determinedly. He then turned to Casey and the rest of the group. My first thought was to give it to Harold too, said Max. But that means any team that keeps their A-ranker free can overpower us. Plus, with Sarah's regenerative healing trait, she could potentially last longer than any of us from a grueling assault. Everyone nodded and was persuaded by Max's thinking.
I presume someone will be defending Sarah, said Harold.
Well, we'll move as a squad, said Max. But the defensive roles will be Blake and Casey. Both of you have ranged area of effect abilities, meaning you can handle multiple opponents at once.
And that leaves you and me for offense, said Harold.
Exactly. Harold made a face, mulling over Max's strategy.
These are all good tactics, kid. Well done, he said.
Max smiled. He was happy to hear the A-ranker approved of his strategy. It made Max imagine the possibility of one day being in Harold's shoes, having to lead a team of rookies on a mission in a faraway land, the responsibility entirely weighing on his shoulders. The idea made him smile, and he realized it was because Harold's words had been a deep sign of respect. "The only question now is," continued Max, "which team should we go after?"
"Easy," said Harold. "We go after the weakest team, the frog folk."
A pang of sadness filled Max's stomach. Ulop's face came to mind. The good memories they shared together, celebrating in the swamp village after the defeat of the bone basilisk. "I don't like that idea," said Max.
"Me neither," said Casey. "The frog folk are our friends."
"Have you forgotten we're in a competitive tournament? We can't afford to be merciful," said Harold. "If we're merciful, we lose. We have to be ruthless."
The team came to a standstill, silence overtaking them. Max watched the shadows of the forest beyond. Every moment they spent arguing and deliberating, the less time they had to go capture another team's flag, and the more likely another team would strike them first. Max didn't know what to do. Harold had a good point. This was a competitive game, but to consciously go after a team they were friendly with seemed like a jerk move. But the game was literally pushing them to do whatever they had to win. This all came back to Max's feelings that the tournament setup worked against the United Floors Alliance's goals of deeper enriched alliances and diplomacy between the lower floors. Then Max had a new idea. "Harold, you're right," said Max. "The frog folk are most likely the weakest team in the tournament, which means the other teams are going to be thinking along similar lines. That means we know the frog folk are going to be attacked first. We should find them and take out the weaker team after they go head-to-head." Casey smiled.
"Good thinking, Max. Unlike the pervy, and now we also know merciless, geezer over here."
Harold grinned.
"And what happens if that weaker party is the frog folk?"
Max gulped. He hoped it wouldn't be. He really didn't want to screw over the frog folk. "Let's just see what happens," said Max. He glanced at every member of his team. "Are we all ready?" said Max. "Let's go!" The old woman known as Mother, the mercenary team's A-ranker, stood in the shadows of the forest with her team of bloodthirsty killers. In the distance, the old woman spotted the team of frog folk moving cautiously through the forest.
Can we play with those little froggies, Mommy?"
said the toddler. The toddler was a middle-aged man dressed in a one-piece pajama suit. His eyes were droopy and his skin was saggy. He could be the father of any of the other team members beside herself. The childlike psychopath was one of the most bloodthirsty killers in the entire tower.
"You could say something similar about the rest of the team,"
Mother mused to herself.
"Who will kill the frog folk first?"
said the team's B-ranker, whose face remained hidden beneath a hood.
Me,
said the toddler. He then put his finger on his chin, confused.
"But wait, we can't, we're in a simulation."
The hooded figure snickered, as did Mother.
"Darling," said Mother, "there are many ways to harm someone within this simulation. Just you wait."
The toddler clapped his hands with glee before the team continued forth, stalking the frog folk. Chapter 32. Max and his team rushed through the forest. They kept their squad formation, Harold leading in front, Casey and Blake on the sides, Sarah in the middle, and Max in the back. No one spoke as they moved forward. Now that they had a strategy in place, speaking would only put them in danger or disrupt their plan. As he had the most perceptive mana-sense, Harold led the way to where he believed the frogfolk were. After a few minutes, Harold stopped and they all ducked for cover.
"Do you sense them?"
Casey whispered. 10 minutes had already passed in the challenge, meaning it was quite possible fighting amongst the teams would start breaking out right about now if they hadn't already. Harold's eyes twitched.
"I think a battle has already been fought and won," whispered Harold. "There was a huge amount of mana here a minute ago, and now there is only a faint flicker."
The team looked to each other. What is that? Max instantly felt himself concerned for the frogfolk and lifted his head out of the bushes where they were hiding. His heart panged at what he saw. Ulop was on the ground leaking blood, as were his 4 other teammates. "Ulop!" cried Max and hurried over to them.
"Stay down, you fool!"
said Harold. But Max didn't listen. Ulop was his friend. They had both helped each other in times of need before. He wasn't going to ignore him now. He ran over to Ulop. "Ulop," said Max, "are you okay?" The frogman groaned and turned to him.
"The mercenaries," said Ulop. "They're too powerful."
"Don't worry," cried Max. "It's a simulation. When the game is over, the pain is gone." Ulop shook his head.
"They circumvented it somehow,"
said Ulop.
"My comrade."
He glanced to a frogman who looked in even worse condition.
"Tadpole."
Max seethed with anger for the frogfolk. He took in the fact that there was no flag in sight. The mercenary team must have taken it, of course. "Come on, Ulop," said Max. "You guys can recover and then keep going. It's not over until it's over." The frogman struggled to breathe.
"The injuries they've left us with," said Ulop. "I don't think we can go on."
Harold emerged from the bushes and strode towards Max. He winced at the sight of the severely injured frogfolk. Max wondered if this brought up painful memories for the A-ranker. "I thought he said the mana simulations offered more protection now." Harold didn't speak of any of this, staying focused on the task at hand.
"Their flag is gone," said Harold, "and so is the team that took it. We can't stay here any longer without jeopardizing our own flag."
Max looked down to the injured frogfolk, wishing he could do more to help them. Harold grabbed Max's wrist.
"Come on,"
said the man. Max knew ultimately Harold was right. They needed to keep moving. They needed to acquire another flag as well. Max materialized some healing items he had in his bag and gave them to Ulop. "To tide you over until the game ends," said Max. He then walked back to his squad with Harold. They had to go capture another team's flag. They now had 45 minutes to do so. Mirabelle and the rest of the catfolk stayed high up in the forest trees within the throng of branches where no one could see them lurking. Through the mess of branches, Mirabelle watched the human team head off from the defeated frogfolk. All the eyes of her teammates watched the human team with a hunger.
"Are those the brats that harmed you too?"
asked their leader, the A-ranker known as Atticus.
"Yes,"
Gregoire hissed. Gregoire's eyes were filled with anger and bloodlust. Mirabelle could recognize it so easily because she felt it herself. The humans had made a mockery of them. It was time they showed them that the catfolk were not a race to be trifled with. Even if this was a mere simulation, Mirabelle planned to eke out as much pain and punishment on the humans as she could get away with, especially that red-haired brat.
"All right," hissed Atticus. "Once they're out of earshot of the frogfolk, we strike."
Chapter 33. Max and his companions moved through the forest at top speed with Harold leading the way. Max wasn't sure where the old man was taking them now that their initial plan had been scrapped. Would they attack the next weakest team? And who exactly was that? Or would they simply fight the first team they came across? They were running out of time to strategize for the perfect target. They just needed to find another team and steal their flag. Harold suddenly stopped and the squad quickly followed suit.
"We're being tracked,"
said Harold. Everyone's shoulders straightened. Sarah gripped the flag tightly in the center of the squad.
"The enemy has surrounded us,"
said Harold.
"I tried to get us out of it, but they're quick and agile and move above in the trees. A battle is unavoidable now. Get ready.
A rustle of leaves came from above, and suddenly they were being attacked from all sides. Atticus, the catfolk's A-ranker, was confident that they could annihilate the human team and acquire their flag with ease. He thought this as he descended through the trees of the simulated forest and locked on to his target. Harold Swiftstriker, the human team's A-ranker. The team's one and only trump card. The only real threat they needed to concern themselves with. The old human looked up and locked eyes with Atticus.
The fool,
thought Atticus.
He thinks his time manipulation trait makes him invincible. Think again.
Atticus swung a fist at the old man. The old man dodged it with ease, but Atticus expected that and sent another fist flying at the man. The old man dodged it again, but Atticus expected that too and had a kick ready to go. Atticus knew the old man could manipulate time within a small space around him, but if Atticus simply came at the man with an endless barrage of attacks, he would force the human A-ranker to trigger the trait continuously until he ran out of uses. The old man seemed to catch on to this idea and tried to hold down his wrists. But that was where Atticus's trait came in. Extreme contortion. The Catman stretched his arm out of the old man's temporal defense and then leaped above the man, twisting his arm in such a way that would have broken it had he not had his special trait. Now, above, he could attack with his other hand or with his feet. The old human's eyes bulged.
He now sees his mistake. The fool,
Atticus thought. So long as the old man clutched his arm, the temporal defense was pretty much locked into that movement, meaning if Harold wanted to manipulate time further, he'd have to let go of Atticus's hand. The catfolk's A-ranker grinned. He'd put the old fool in a bind. He could let go and free Atticus's hand again to keep swinging attacks at him, or keep clutching, but force another type of attack to go through.
What's it going to be, foolish human?
Max watched the fight between the two A-rankers with awe and horror. They were moving at such intense speeds he could barely keep up with them. The catfolk A-ranker had some kind of extreme contortion ability, which allowed him to bend and swerve in odd ways that kept Harold on his toes even with the temporal defense. Meanwhile, the other attackers had been pushed back by Blake's swirl of flames attack. They'd been pushed back, but they definitely weren't down for the count.
What are you going to do now without your precious A-ranker to save you?
Snickered Gregoire in the distance. Max gritted his teeth. As if he needed Harold's help to kick that guy's butt, he thought to himself. Had the cat forgotten their most recent interaction?
I'm sorry, said Max. Did the last time I beat the crap out of you give you amnesia?
Gregoire snickered.
Foolish human,
he hissed.
I was going easy on you.
Max's eyes twitched. Could the Catman be serious? What other tricks was he keeping up his sleeve? Poof! Max's eyes widened. Gregoire had not brought a new trick to the table, but he had increased the scale of his one trick's power. Instead of 2 doppelganger copies of himself, there was suddenly a group of clones surrounding them. At least 20 or 30 Gregoires filled the nearby forest. Max and the rest of the team tensed and prepared themselves for the onslaught. They were completely surrounded.
This doesn't look good,
said Blake.
What are we going to do?
asked Casey. Sarah trembled, holding on to the team's flag.
Damn it,
thought Max. The catfolk's offensive strategy began with a brilliant start. They neutralized their most powerful team member, and now they were overwhelming the rest of the team with their special abilities. Think, Max. Think. They needed to come up with a strategy on the fly to compete with this. There was just one problem. They had no way to communicate with each other without their opponents overhearing it. Chapter 34. Mother watched the humans and catfolk brawl with each other from the shadows of the tree trunks. She grinned at the catfolk who were overwhelming the humans.
When do I get to play?
Said the toddler, drool falling out of his mouth as he watched the battle eagerly.
I want to kill too.
Patience, Mother thought to herself. She would more than happily kill them all, but that wasn't their current goal. Mother placed a hand on the deranged man's shoulder.
Wait, darling, she said. Let the two tire themselves out. Then you can play.
The toddler moaned and cracked his neck a few times, and then slumped on the ground. The rest of the team kept their arms crossed and kept an eye on the nearby battle.
If only the gambler was here, said Mother. Then we could bet on this match.
The mercenary team snickered in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Max and the rest of the team didn't waste any time. If they were going to be surrounded by an army of Gregoires as well as the other members of the Catfolk team, they had to strike, take back control of the battle.
It's time to show off what we accomplished during our weeks of training, shouted Blake. Sarah, Casey, let's do this.
Max had no idea what was about to happen next, but he did know that they needed to hit the Catfolk with as much offensive power as possible. Either it would be enough to harm and push the Catfolk back, or it would at the very least distract them long enough for Harold to be freed up to help them.
Max, hold this for a sec,
said Sarah, tossing the flag into his hands. Uh-oh, Max thought. Sarah then leaped high in the air, far above everyone else's heads. Max was impressed. She was using mana manipulation in her feet to augment her normal jump. It had taken Max more than half a year to master such techniques. Once in the air, she glowed silver as she imbued her entire body with mana. Casey leaped in the air, following after Sarah, and materialized a long roll of paper from her climber's pouch, wrapping it around the E-ranker until she was surrounded by a sphere of paper. Blake then added to the combo move by lighting the origami sphere holding Sarah on fire, followed by Casey creating a huge gust of wind to hurl the sphere down towards the Catfolk.
Origami human meteor!
All three of them shouted. The Catfolk's eyes bulged at the immensely powerful attack.
Such power! How is that even possible?
The combo ability meant that the spell was being augmented by all of their strengths. It didn't matter that Sarah's base stats were E rank, because combined with the other two climbers' power, the whole ability was raised to a high C rank level, if not B rank. Kaboom! The meteor smashed into the ground, dealing tons of damage and even creating a huge crater in the surrounding area. As the smoke cleared and Sarah's body regenerated from the combo ability she had been at the center of, Casey and Blake continued their assault. Casey unleashed from her pouch a flock of paper cranes imbued with mana, and then manipulated wind around them. She guided them forth in a huge tornado towards the enemy team, while Blake triggered his Flamebringer spell and lit the birds on fire. But the Catfolk didn't just stand there and take it. The team's E-ranker lifted up her hands and diluted some of the tornado's energy with her own Airbringer trait.
Oh, crap,
said Blake.
They have their own Airbringer.
Doesn't matter,
said Casey with gritted teeth.
She can't overpower me at her level.
No, I can't,
snickered the E-rank Catfolk girl.
But I can still dilute your ability's full strength.
Max didn't fully understand their E-rank opponent's confidence. Then he saw what the Catfolk's D-ranker was up to. The D-rank Catfolk had black fur and the slice trait. He was triggering his ability to slice down forest trees, creating more fire all around them. Damn. These guys were clever, Max realized. They knew they couldn't win against Casey and Blake's offensive moves, so they used it to the best advantage they could, which was to harshen the environmental conditions for all of them. There was a silver lining, though. Their attack had put the Catfolk on the back foot. Before this forest fire reversal, the Catfolk had full control over the battle. Now they were jockeying back and forth to set the terms of their fight. They had to keep piling on the pressure. He quickly looked around. Casey could reuse some of her paper cranes, but not all of them, and he wasn't sure how many more she kept in reserve. If only I could help add to their firepower, he thought. Max glanced at the swirling ash of the trees on fire, the fallen leaves of trees that had been sliced in half. Maybe I can. He tossed the flag back to Sarah and told her to get back into a defensive position. He then lifted his finger and let it be hit with the swirling wind of Casey's Airbringer trait. He then triggered the ability, creating a swirl of wind energy around him. He focused the wind on all the fallen leaves around him and let them be picked up with his wind spell. After enough leaves had been collected, he shot the tornado towards the catfolk. 1,000 razor leaves attack! Everyone looked at the attack with amazement. Blake and Casey couldn't believe they were getting reinforcements to their offensive ability. Max grinned as his plan succeeded in front of him. He had used the principles of Casey's paper crane attack and applied it to the forest leaves on the ground. The leaves might not be as powerful as her cranes, but they led to a similar damaging effect. The leaves sliced through Gregoire's clones. The army of catfolk doppelgangers lifted up their arms to withstand the attack. Unfortunately for them, the razor leaf attack was too powerful. The leaves sliced through the skin and flesh of the doppelgangers, causing them to burst into smoke and reveal themselves as the cheap distraction that they were. "Looks like we're back to fighting on even ground," said Max, readying himself into another fighting position. With Gregoire's clones diminished, it was back to 4-on-4, while Harold and the catfolk's A-ranker fought off to the side. "Don't worry," shouted Gregoire, adjusting his fighting stance. "We're just getting started." Of all the mercenaries, it was the one whose face was hidden behind their hood that spoke up. Mother and the rest of the team had been watching the ferocious battle with both eagerness and excitement, until the hooded figure broke through the immersed concentration. "We can end this tournament now," said the figure. "We can capture all the flags." Mother's eyebrow raised. That certainly was the plan, but she still believed it was better to let the teams duke it out until they had nothing left, and when they believed they'd either won or lost the battle, that was when they should ideally strike. Swoosh! Someone was behind them.
How is that possible? How did they sneak up on us?
Mother turned around to find a squad of 5 climbers with golden eyes and tiny horns on their heads. The Caesarians. "Collect all the flags and win the tournament before it gets started, huh?" snickered Tiberius, the Caesarian A-ranker. "Sorry, but only one team can win that strategy, and it's going to be us." Chapter 35. Mother raised her eyebrows. The Caesarian squad stepped closer to them. "An old lady, a psychotic man dressed up as a baby, a wild card hidden in shadows, a goth chick, and a surfer dude," laughed Tiberius. "Just hand us over your flag and make it easy for all of us." Mother smirked. So this man was underestimating the strength of her squad, huh? That was fine, but she wasn't going to rise to the bait. Pride was for fools. She snapped her fingers and the entire mercenary team vanished before the Caesarian's very eyes. Tiberius blinked in shock. The mercenary squad had been standing right in front of them, and with a snap of fingers, they had all entirely disappeared. "What the?" groaned Tiberius. How had they done that? Did the A-rank woman have some kind of group teleport ability? Or area of effect invisibility? How did that woman pull the rug out from under them so easily? Smoke filled the forest as a nearby battle between the catfolk and human team raged on. "Anyone sensing the mercenary squad nearby?" asked Tiberius. "None, Captain," answered one of his colleagues. "All right, change of plans," said Tiberius. "We let the catfolk and the humans rip each other to shreds and then swoop in. After we've done that, then we can keep focused on the mercenaries and everyone else." It's a good plan, Tiberius thought. Sure, there was a quick change of direction, but their mission and goals had stayed relatively the same. Tiberius was fairly content and unruffled by the strange disappearance of the mercenary team. He still felt like they had this round in the bag. That was until the Alestrian team stepped out of the nearby shadows. "Looks like we're getting into a fresh fight after all," said Tiberius. All 5 of the Caesarean team then conjured their mana weapons, bright blue energy taking the shape of spears, swords, daggers, whips, and claws.
"Ah, the uniformity of the Caesarean soldier class,"
mocked the Elestrian team's A-ranker, a woman named Florence Seedling. Tiberius gritted his teeth. He took pejorative remarks about their positions in the Caesarean social hierarchy every day from his own people. He refused to be disrespected by another tower race entirely. Tiberius made a move to rush the Elestrians with his team right behind him. Florence smirked and wagged a finger.
"Not going anywhere too fast with vines around your feet."
She smiled. Tiberius looked down and saw that vines had wrapped themselves around him and the rest of his accomplices' legs. They were paralyzed.
"Ah, Caesareans are renowned for a lot of things,"
laughed Florence.
"but not quite their fighting ability. Isn't that true?"
Tiberius scowled and, with his mana sword, shredded through the vines and helped his teammates. "Just because your abilities are more colorful than ours," said Tiberius, "doesn't mean you're going to beat us."
"Oh, they're more than colorful,"
said Florence.
"Will?"
Will, the Elestrian team's C-ranker, triggered his trait. The boy's muscles began to bulge, growing bigger and bigger. His skin began to turn purple and his jaw elongated until towering above them all was a shadow bear.
"Still think you got this?"
snickered Florence. The kid had a transformative monster ability. It was quite unique, and Tiberius could see why such a teenage boy would get nominated for the Elestrian team. But he wasn't scared. He had long learned that fighting ability and strength could trump even the flashiest and most powerful of special abilities. "Let's go!" shouted Tiberius. The shadow bear rushed them, but before it could even land a swipe of its massive powerful claws, Hadriana, the Caesarean team's C-ranker, shot forth her laser whip. The whip wrapped itself around the shadow bear, squishing its limbs together in a tight embrace. Tiberius then led the offensive counterstrike, ripping his sword through the shadow bear's flesh while his accomplices Maximus and Cicero also dug their melee weapons into the creature, killing it with ease.
"What are we going to do, Florence?"
screamed Amelia, the Elestrian team's E-ranker.
"Well, shadow bear technique was supposed to be our—"
A bullet went right through the girl's head, sending her body flying backwards. The D-ranker and B-ranker were quickly shot to death through the head as well. Florence shook with fear.
"How did you—"
Behind the 4 melee weapon fighters of the Caesarean squad was one of their powerful specialists, a D-ranker named Marcellus. Tiberius was so glad there and then that he'd brought the D-ranker onto their team. The boy's special mana weapon had never been of the typical variety of melee weapon that most Caesareans of the soldier class received. No, Marcellus's conjured weapon was special. The boy's weapon was a mana sniper rifle. Hermia and Regulus watched the opening round of the tournament with bated breath. There were multiple ways to observe the first round. There was the massive simulated environment in front of them all, but it was hard to see with all the trees. Most people watched the main screen on the arena where a team of Caesareans curated the most exciting moments of the fight up to that point. The alternative was to use a separate mana screen and choose which part of the battle you specifically wanted to watch. Most people used a combination of the different screens to get a well-rounded view of all the excitement from the clashing teams.
"It's turning into quite a frenzy,"
Hermia exclaimed. "I don't know where to look," said Regulus. "There's battles happening all across the map." Sabriel, the tower god, sat behind the 2 ambassadors in silence. She didn't care about all the different battles the audience could watch if they were so inclined. She only cared about one battle. On the tower god's personal screen was the fight between the humans and the catfolk. In fact, she didn't even care about the majority of the people fighting. Her eyes were focused on one fighter and one fighter only. The red-haired human climber known as Max Reinhardt. Chapter 36. The fight between the humans and the catfolk was grinding to a standstill. Each respective ranked fighter was focused on the other team's nominee of the same rank. "What are we going to do?" Max thought, his heart thumping in his chest as he began to panic. They were running out of time. They had under 15 minutes now to acquire another team's flag, and that was assuming they didn't lose their own. Blake was locked in a fight with Gregoire, a back and forth of flame attacks and doppelganger craziness. Max himself was currently tailing Mirabelle, making sure she didn't stealth kill any of them with her invisibility attack. Then there was Casey airblasting the catfolk slicer. The two teams' E-rankers stood off to the side of the fray, clutching onto their respective flags with terror. And then there was Harold, still locked in the fray with the catfolk's A-ranker. Max was taking all this in when, in the flash of the A-ranker battle, Harold shot Max a glare. Huh? What was that? Harold was trying to signal something to him. But what? Then it dawned on Max. This entire time he had thought the catfolk's team member had been neutralizing Harold. But what if it was the other way around? Max suddenly understood Harold's glare at him. The old man wanted him to take advantage of the A-ranker being neutralized. But how? All the moving parts of the battle rushed through Max's head. They swirled in his mind and only made his heart thump harder in his chest. His panicked thoughts swirled, stressed out from the mismatched puzzle pieces of the different moving parts of the battle. But then it all clicked together, and Max saw the way to link all the pieces and how it was going to lead them to victory. Gregoire dived out of the way of another Titanic-sized fire blast from the human flamebringer. Back on his feet, he backflipped further away to create more distance between himself and the human B-ranker.
"That's right,"
shouted the flamebringer.
"You can't escape my flames."
Gregoire gritted his teeth. This fight was going sideways. The plan had been to sneak up on them, crush them physically, and then rush off with the flag. Somehow the humans had taken control of the fight, and everyone on his team were now on the back foot. Gregoire seethed with anger. He was about to trigger his doppelganger ability once more and then stopped himself. He saw the air around the human team swirling back as they readied another huge attack. "Fools," Gregoire snickered to himself. "You've signaled to us you're about to do a big move." Gregoire decided there and then that he'd weather the current storm of attacks, and then, when they were tired and exhausted, he'd retaliate with an army of doppelgangers. "Bring it on, fools," Gregoire thought. "I can't wait for the tables to turn and have you beg me for mercy." Max and Casey unleashed a swirl of powerful winds throughout the battlefield. Max picked up sharp leaves along the way, while Casey unleashed the remaining flock of paper cranes she had reserved in her pouch. All of this happened as Blake lit himself a cigarette and set everything on fire. The leaves, the paper cranes, everything.
"Feel the wrath of my flames,"
shouted Blake, revealing his true pyromaniac nature to everyone in sight. "I'd like to see the catfolk survive this attack," Max thought to himself. But even if they do, this is only stage 1 of the new plan. The swirl of destruction went across the forest and sent the catfolk hurling backwards. The sound of trees snapping, bones cracking, ash popping, and groans of fierce agony reverberated across the battle.
"Take that, kitty cats!"
shouted Casey. Max checked his mana sense, and he could still perceive blobs of strength, despite not seeing any of them within the clouds of smoke and debris they had just created. They're still alive, Max realized. But that's okay, as we know what to do for stage 2. The clouds of smoke cleared and Gregoire walked out from the debris, ash swirling around him, snickering with manic glee. Gregoire's body ached from the cuts and bruises from the human's most recent assault. Even still, he limped his way forward. "You won't kill me or my team that easily," he said. The A-rankers were still locked in a fight off to the side, but Mirabelle and the rest of the team were still with him. They just needed to take back control of the battle, and Gregoire knew the best way to do it. He triggered his trait and created countless doppelgangers across the forest. He hadn't kept track of their trait usages, but he was sure the humans were spent, or at the very least, would be temporarily. There was no way they'd be able to keep up the fight against an army of doppelganger reinforcements.
"Not so cocky anymore, are you?"
laughed Gregoire. His clones stepped forward, ready to brawl with the human team. Gregoire couldn't see them surviving this attack. He couldn't wait to beat them all to a pulp, especially that red-haired kid.
Revenge really does taste sweet, doesn't it?
Gregoire thought to himself. He locked eyes with the red-haired human. For a second, Gregoire thought he saw fear in his eyes. Then he saw a flash of a smirk.
Uh-oh,
thought Gregoire.
What is this prick planning?
Suddenly, the red-haired kid began to multiply until the forest was filled with an equal number of red-haired jerk doppelgangers to match Gregoire's own.
"Attack of the clones, jerkface!"
shouted Casey as the two armies of doppelgangers rushed into battle. Gregoire gritted his teeth in anger.
That kid stole my move.
Chapter 37. Mirabelle watched from the sidelines as the army of Gregoire clones rushed into a brawl with the red-haired human climber clones. The original squad-based battle had turned into a violent gang war of clones punching and kicking each other.
"The damn humans," Mirabelle thought. "They keep turning the tables on us."
Mirabelle racked her brain. There must be something she could do to get them out of this predicament. Then she noticed the challenge's timer in her retina. The challenge would be over in just under 5 minutes. She grinned widely. Victory was still possible. They weren't fighting to death. No, they were fighting to capture the flag. She eyed up the human E-ranker, the one that had been so easy to kidnap. The weak girl stood there between her teammates, shivering with fear. The girl was the opposite of the catfolk's E-ranker, who was standing strong, both holding the flag and sending whatever air blast she could to help. Mirabelle grinned.
"All I have to do is sneak up to that girl and steal the flag."
Mirabelle triggered her invisibility trait. Her entire body and presence disappeared from the battlefield. She took a deep breath and began tiptoeing across the patch of forest. She grimaced as she had to sidestep two clones that had tackled each other onto the ground right near her feet. She had to be both quick and careful. Normally, she'd be even more cautious, making sure to cover the tracks left by her feet. But she figured with so much chaos happening in the battle right now, no one was paying attention. She decided to make a wide berth around the battle. It was the long way round, sure, but it would mean she'd be approaching the E-rank girl from behind. If anyone was going to notice disembodied footsteps appearing on the ground near her, it would be the girl guarding the flag. Hence, Mirabelle had to take the long way round. With every step, Mirabelle was getting closer and closer.
"Wow, they don't even see me coming,"
she thought to herself. She stared at the shoulders of the human E-ranker, shaking and shivering as she gripped tightly onto her team's flag. Mirabelle unsheathed the dagger and watched the timer in her retina. The challenge was over in 1 minute. If she planned it right, the human team wouldn't even have a chance to retaliate. Mirabelle stayed patient, her eyes moving between the timer and the E-rank girl. When the timer hit 30 seconds, Mirabelle rushed up to the girl and, still invisible, jabbed her dagger right into the girl's skull. She stabbed it in and out a few times, blood splattering every time the dagger punctured the girl's head and then was removed. The E-rank girl fell to the ground and Mirabelle wasted no time grabbing the human team's flag.
"Checkmate, fools,"
she thought to herself. There was only 5 seconds left on the clock.
"Time goes by quickly when you're having fun,"
Mirabelle snickered to herself. The game timer landed on 0, and Mirabelle reappeared triumphantly.
"Looks like you lost, suckers,"
she shouted. Defeat was plastered all across the human team, their shoulders falling with despair.
Victory tastes so delicious, Mirabelle thought to herself.
She'd just helped take her team to the semifinals and move them one step closer to overall victory in the tournament herself. Regulus and Hermia were both glued to their mana screens as the opening match came to a close. Regulus crossed his arms with a satisfied grin on his face. "And so the human team lost in the end," said the man, "after they caused us so much trouble. All for nothing but a short, unimpressive performance in the tournament." Despite his own words, Regulus did feel slightly surprised. The team had showcased such a determined energy when they had arrived at the opening ceremonies. It seemed so anticlimactic for them to lose so early on. Would they even stay for the rest of the games, or slump back to their low-level floor in defeat?
"It was an incredibly frenetic match," said Hermia. "I'm still trying to piece all the moving parts together."
Sebriel watched the mana screen intently. The tower god had yet to say a word. "Have I missed something?" Regulus thought.
"Nice try, humans," sneered Mirabelle. "Better luck next decade."
The catfolk all chuckled and patted Mirabelle on the back.
"If you want," Mirabelle continued, "I'm happy to give you pointers on how to improve. But then again, you are still weak and useless humans. You'll never match up to the tower races above you. Oh well."
Mirabelle was going to say more, but then caught the red-haired climber smirking at her. "Are you done?" said the human C-ranker.
"What's he so confident about?"
"You might want to check your retina screen again," said the human boy. She called up her profile. Her eyes immediately bulged with shock. "Round 1 challenge. You lost." Mirabelle felt a horrible pit form in her stomach. How was this possible? They'd won. She was holding onto the flag. She looked down to the flag in her hands, and it suddenly burst into white smoke.
"Huh? It was a fake?"
"Looking for these?" said a nearby voice. The red-haired human climber jumped down from high up in the trees, holding on to 2 flags. Everyone on the human team smirked, while Mirabelle and the rest of the catfolk had a look of utter shock plastered across their faces as they gasped for breath.
"How did this happen?"
Mirabelle said in disbelief. She thought they had won. The feeling of victory and triumph had rushed through her, and then, just as quickly, had been violently ripped away, replaced with a sickening feeling of utter defeat and humiliation. "Let me explain, then," said Max. "When I countered Gregor's army of doppelgangers with my own, that was primarily a distraction. It also gave me a way to gather up the moves I needed. One doppelganger attacked your A-ranker, and I was able to nab extreme contortion. Then, using my newly evolved mimic trait, I was able to fuse extreme contortion and doppelganger clone, borrowing the unique attributes of each ability, into a very interesting and new unique skill, object clone." Mirabelle listened with horror. This kid was something else. That was why the flag she had at the end of the challenge had burst into smoke. It was a fake clone of the human team's flag.
"Okay, so you cloned the flags, but when did you swap them out?"
Max grinned. "It was tough, and I had to act quickly," said the kid. "After I created the new object clone ability, I used one of the doppelgangers to pick up your own invisibility trait. From there, I shadow blinked across the battlefield without anyone noticing due to the invisibility and swapped them out. I swapped with Sarah first, which was easy. Then with your E-ranker, I very carefully timed the swap with the real flag and the fake flag until something eye-catching and dramatic happened. Like the sudden killing of Sarah. Using my phase-out ability, I grabbed the flag and replaced it before your E-ranker could even notice." A pair of hands clapped in the distance. It was the old A-ranker of the human team. "You don't need to be faster or stronger to win Capture the Flag," the old man declared. "All you need to do is play smarter."
And it looks like we just did, grinned the red-haired climber.
Chapter 38. Max caught his breath as he soaked in their victory over the catfolk. The simulation began to disappear, starting with the tops of the trees.
"Well done, Max,"
said Casey, followed by the rest of the team.
"We couldn't have done it without your brilliance, mate,"
smiled Blake, giving him a thumbs up.
"Ahem,"
said Sarah, picking herself up off the ground, the wound in her head healing back to normal.
"I think our sacrificial lamb definitely deserves a pat on the back, too," smiled Harold. "We all do. Well done, team."
Max grinned and then rubbed his eyes. He was exhausted. The challenge had only lasted an hour, but he felt like he'd been fighting for days. They'd need to take a good rest after all of that. The purple puddle that had risen over them at the start of the challenge began to descend towards them like a draining water tank. As the purple puddle dropped, the blue sky of the Caesarean floor came into view, and shortly after, the cheering and applauding audience that made up the giant arena reappeared as well. Soon enough, they were standing in the empty gravel pit of the arena, surrounded by giant crowds roaring with excitement. Max couldn't believe the power of the Caesarean Manitek. Only seconds ago, it felt like they were lost in the throngs of the labyrinthine forest, and now here they were back in the arena. The other teams were dotted across the gravel pit, many of them collapsed on the ground with exhaustion. Caesarean healers rushed out to attend to the wounded frogfolk who seemed to be legitimately injured.
"No one was supposed to get hurt in that simulation,"
said Sarah.
"And yet, why am I not surprised that something like this happened?" muttered Harold.
The team's discussion was cut short as Regulus's voice boomed across the arena as he and his accomplice rode the floating podium in a circle around the arena.
"Well, there you have it, folks," shouted Regulus. "The first round of the United Floors Alliance tournament."
The crowd went crazy once more with whoops and cheers.
"Let's give a big round of applause to our winners. Team Buldrin, Team Mercenary, Team Caesarea, and Team Zestris."
The crowd's applause was booming and sent tremors throughout the arena. Max felt the excitement hit him in the chest, his heart thumping. He looked across to the other victorious teams, their faces filled with steely determination. Meanwhile, the defeated teams looked pale and dismal at their loss.
"All 4 victorious teams will head to the semi-final round in 2 weeks' time. Get ready!"
The crowd cheered once more while Regulus and Hermia brought all the teams into the arena. The Caesarean ambassador gestured for all the teams to approach and gather by him. Max wasn't sure it was such a good idea to have the teams get so close together after such a heated contest. It felt like a good way for excess blood to be spilled. All of the teams, winners and losers, approached Regulus. The Elestrian team glared at the Caesareans, clearly bitter at their loss. Such glances could be seen going in all sorts of directions amongst the teams. The hostility and animosity was at a current all-time high.
"I know you're all tired, so I'll keep this brief," began Regulus once all the teams were within earshot. "The tournament is a time not just for combat and competing in challenges, but a time for the different tower races and nations to celebrate the alliance and union we share."
Max couldn't think of any words that rang more hollow than what Regulus was currently saying. The angry glares from some of the other teams suggested to Max that he wasn't the only one thinking this way.
"All of which is to say," Regulus continued, "you're all cordially invited to the tournament ball hosted by the Caesarean Emperor in a week's time. We hope to see you there. You'll find more details about the event at your lodgings."
The angry faces faded away and were replaced by shocked confusion.
"Wait,"
said Blake.
"In the middle of this blood-soaked and vicious tournament, you want us to go to a dance?"
Regulus and Hermia smiled.
Yes, we do."
The teams began to disperse, and Mother glared at each and every one of them. There were the sad, defeated teams with their shoulders slumped, and then the determined, victorious teams, tired but confident and prepared to take on the next challenges.
"I thought we were going to kill everyone, Mommy,"
whispered the toddler just over Mother's shoulder. Mother sighed. The first challenge had certainly not gone according to their initial plan. The interruption by the Caesareans had messed up their goals, and then all the other teams fought with each other for far too long, making it difficult to nab their flags. Mother looked back to the other members of the squad. They kept their arms crossed, hiding their frustration. Only the toddler voiced what they were all thinking.
"Unfair," he whined. "I wanted to play and kill. Play and kill."
"Patience, darling," said the old woman. "Our plan will just have to be delayed a bit. But don't you worry. Your playtime is coming."
Chapter 39. Max and the rest of the team returned to the outpost exhausted. Casey and Blake dropped onto the couches in the common room, both letting out huge sighs.
"That was tiring,"
yawned Casey.
"You can say that again,"
said Blake, lighting himself a cigarette.
"I won't, because as I said, I'm tired,"
she replied. Blake took a drag of a cigarette and said,
"You do realize you spent more words and energy saying that than actually repeating your original statement. Which, besides, I didn't want you to actually repeat. It's just a figure of speech."
Max ignored the two bickering and observed Sarah, who had gone to stand in the corner. She hugged her arms like she was having a cold spell. She definitely needed rest. They all did, but particularly her. Sarah's trait was incredibly gruesome. Max couldn't imagine what it must be like to basically die horrifically again and again. Harold was the last to take up a spot in the common room, sitting on a single sofa chair at the head of the coffee table.
"We survived round 1, the old man sighed. "Things are only going to get tougher from here."
Casey's eyes perked up at that statement. Toto, resting on her shoulder, seemed to snap out of his nap as well. Max's stomach sank at the old man's words. It wasn't like he couldn't have guessed that things were going to get more tough from here on out, but just to hear it stated so clearly was enough to make him feel sick.
"Come on now," said the old man. "Don't look all so dejected. Yes, the next challenge will be harder than the last, but we'll be going in armed with more knowledge than we had last time, which is what I wanted to talk about. We need to debrief the round we just went through. What about the opposing teams did we learn?"
Harold glanced at each and every member of the team.
"Not much,"
sighed Blake.
"As the next highest-ranked person on this team, I'm unimpressed,"
said Harold, crossing his arms. Casey raised her hand tentatively, and Harold nodded, inviting her to speak up.
"Well, we know who we aren't facing and who we are," said Casey. "Very good," said Harold. "Casey's right. We know who's out and who's coming up in the next round. Usually, the second round of this tournament is separate matches that involve only 2 of the teams facing off against each other. The winning teams go on to face the other team in the final round of the tournament."
"So we'll be facing either the Caesareans, the mercenaries, or the Boldrin," said Max.
"Precisely," said Harold. "Do we know anything about those teams?"
"Not really," said Sarah, speaking up from her corner. "We didn't face off against any of them."
Max smiled at Sarah. He was happy to see her speak, that she wasn't completely drowned in traumatic thoughts of Mirabelle bludgeoning a dagger into her skull. That said, Max didn't think his friend was entirely correct. "I agree with Sarah that we are at a disadvantage in terms of analyzing the other teams," said Max. "But we can still surmise a few things." Blake blew out smoke and smirked at Max.
"I enjoy your diplomacy."
Max ignored the B-ranker and continued. "The mercenaries are clearly very powerful if they were able to harm the frog folk from within the simulation. That's not a lot, but it's something to go on. Meanwhile, we haven't seen either the Boldrin or Caesareans fight, but maybe those races have generic attributes that we can prepare for?
Harold smiled. That's the right way of thinking, kid. Good work.
Well, we already know that Alestrians have hereditary traits,
Casey said.
But they're out of the tournament already, so that's not helpful. What about the Buldrin and the Caesarians?
Well, one thing that applies to most races above us in the tower, said Harold, is that they have higher starting mana affinities. This allows these tower races to specialize a bit more than humans can. Human physiology doesn't allow for too much specialization with stats. If you raise your strength stat far above your other stats, you end up doing more harm than good. Those rules don't apply to the other tower races.
Wow, said Max. So you can get a Buldrin who has a super high agility stat but low endurance?
Exactly, said Harold. Though, keep in mind, Buldrin usually don't specialize their stats in the way you described. Unlike humans who have an even and balanced amount of mana channels and meridians throughout their entire body, the Buldrin have a lot of mana channels focused in both their feet and hands. In most cases, you see them specialize in strength and endurance. First, to make up for the lack of mana strength in other parts of their body, and secondly, with the power so centralized in their hands, it allows them to wield monstrously large weapons that they forged within their mountains.
Blake yawned.
I feel like I know this already.
Yeah, well, maybe you should have taught it to us when you were our instructor at Climber Academy, huh?
Said Casey. Blake shrugged off his lackluster pedagogical skills and let Harold continue.
Other than the different distribution of stats, Buldrin are quite similar to humans. A limited selection of their newborns are gifted with a single randomized trait. They're kind of like a cross between Alestrians and humans. The Buldrin climbers are born with their traits similar to the Alestrians with their hereditary traits, but it's a randomized selection similar to the human trait system.
And the Caesarians? Max asked.
The Caesarians are quite different. Every single Caesarian is born with a class accompanied with a trait. Because of this, many Caesarians have odd traits. For instance, a Caesarian might be born with Innkeeper as a class, and their trait will be a passive ability called Welcoming Personality. It's this unique dynamic that has led the Caesarians to being such an enterprising tower race, as well as a hugely stratified society.
What about their climbers?
Asked Sarah.
Their climbers are interestingly not the most well-regarded of the Caesarian classes. All climbers are born with the soldier class, with a mana weapon as their trait. E-rank soldiers start with a dagger, but beyond that, mana weapons evolve uniquely to each individual. Because of their less colorful abilities, Caesarian soldiers are usually equipped with powerful mana tech, created by Caesarians of the Inventor class.
Whoa, said Max. That's a lot to take in.
Definitely,
said Blake.
The mana tech these soldiers will be using will be quite advanced. We need to be ready for it.
And that leaves the mercenary team,
said Casey.
Other than them being horrifyingly powerful, do we know anything else?
They're difficult to judge, said Harold, because they seem to be a mix of multiple different races, some of which even I'm unfamiliar with. This gets us to what our strategy should be over the next 2 weeks in the lead-up to the semifinals. We need to gather as much information as we can about the other teams. The tournament ball in a week's time will be a good opportunity.
They went over a few more details of the plan, and then everyone went to their separate rooms to sleep. It had been a very long day. Harold laid in his bed staring at the ceiling, counting the number of little dots he could see. It was a tedious task, but he did it anyway in the hopes of distracting himself from the dark thoughts seething through his mind. He thought about Travis and the tournament 20 years ago. People seemed to barely remember it now. It amazed him how fickle people's memories could be. He clenched his fists as he stared at the ceiling. He wondered how often the Caesarians thought about his dead teammates. If he had to bet on it, he would think they hadn't given a single thought to his dead comrades even once during the last 20 years. Harold sighed, and he told himself to calm down. He saw the face of his old friend Travis. Harold smiled at that image in his mind.
Travis, I've been given an opportunity to redeem myself, he thought. I can save these new young climbers from the same fate that befell us 2 decades ago. Maybe, just maybe, I can help achieve the dream you always wanted.
Chapter 40. The next day, Max was woken by the sunlight coming through his window. He rolled over in frustration, still halfway between waking and dreaming. Max then realized something. He'd made sure to close his blinds before he had gone to bed. Someone must have opened them for him, which meant someone was in his room. Max's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he took in the big smile of Blake looming over him.
"Good morning, sleepyhead."
"Ugh," groaned Max. He didn't understand why Blake was in his room waking him up. He knew they had to gather intel, but he'd figured he'd at least be allowed to sleep in the day after the first tournament challenge. "What do you want?" Max asked crankily. Blake made a triumphant stance and pointed at himself with his thumbs.
"You're looking at the new captain of Team Zestras's ball attire male division,"
said Blake. "Sounds like a very impressive promotion," said Max, rubbing his eyes.
"I know, right?"
said Blake, not catching Max's sarcasm.
"Harold assigned it to me, probably because I'm the second highest ranked climber here. It makes sense, you know. I hope you don't feel too bad that you didn't get the job."
Max blinked. "No offense taken."
"Good,"
said Blake.
"Now, my primary responsibility as captain of Team Zestras's ball attire male division is making sure you and I have the proper attire for the occasion."
"Can't I wear the royal garb Queen Violet gave me in Alestria?" said Max.
"Only if you want to completely wreck the reputation of yourself and our entire tower race,"
said Blake, eyes wide. "Whoa, okay," said Max. "I was just making a suggestion. I didn't realize you were such a fashionista."
"I'm seriously flattered that you think this super cool exterior is purely by happenstance,"
said Blake.
"But I'm secretly the master of being super cool."
"Is that why Sakura is so head over heels to go on a date with you?" said Max, offering another sarcastic jab. Blake's eyes watered up.
"Don't burden my heart with such a reminder. Today, we're focusing on ball attire."
Max got out of bed and quickly got dressed. Maybe there was some way to convince Blake to get the attire for both of them without him having to go shopping with the Flamebringer. Max wanted to focus on training, gathering intel on the other teams, and doing more research to figure out the meaning behind his sister's most recent message. Knock, knock. Both Blake and Max turned to the door.
"Now who could that be?"
asked Blake. "Let me get it," said Max. Inwardly, he sighed with relief. Maybe this will be an opportunity to escape shopping with Blake. He swung the door open to find Sarah standing in the hallway. "Oh, hey, Sarah," said Max. "What's up?" The girl looked a lot less agitated than she did the night before, but she still had an odd expression on her face. He hoped the odd expression would lead to the perfect excuse to escape the new captain of Team Zestras's ball attire male division. "There was something I wanted to ask you," she said, blushing. She pressed her fingers together nervously. "Did you—" At that very moment, Casey appeared from her room, her beautiful green eyes sparkling in the morning. "Max, I was just looking for you. Did you—" Max said. The boy was no expert at social dynamics, but even a socially inept nerd such as himself was able to pick up the impending hurricane of awkwardness that was about to face him. Did both Sarah and Casey want to go to the tournament ball with me? As like a date? Max looked over his shoulder at Blake, who still had a stupid smile plastered on his face for the clearly made-up job Harold had given him. "Oh, hey, you two," said Max, facing the two girls in front of him. "I was actually just about to go out with Blake here to pick up our attire. I'll see you guys later." And with that, Max accepted Blake's offer to be assistant captain of Team Zestras's ball attire male division. That was close, Max sighed an hour later as he considered the awkward moment with Casey and Sarah once more. He stood on a small platform as a tailor measured and adjusted the white toga he had tried on.
"What are you talking about? That toga looks great,"
said Blake. Max wasn't sure if he wanted to articulate the entire predicament to the Flamebringer, but he also had no idea what he should do. Both girls wanted to go to the tournament ball with him. He didn't want to hurt either of their feelings, though, and it felt like no matter what he did, one of them would end up getting hurt.
"It might help if you say what's troubling you,"
Blake said. He'd been avoiding having this discussion with Blake, but he could see no reason why he shouldn't, so he explained the situation. Blake nodded his head after hearing the situation laid out.
"Well, there's another way to think about it,"
said Blake.
"For a brief second, stop thinking about the girls' feelings and consider your own. You must know deep down which one of them you want to go with more."
"I'm not sure if I—"
"See, I feel like I know who I desire above all else. The beautiful Sakura Sato,"
said Blake, his face blushing as he hugged his arms with happiness as he clearly pictured Sakura in his mind.
"Also, we can't have this kind of disunity on the team before the final match. So, sort it out."
The tailor, who for the most part had stayed quiet during their conversation, looked up at Max and in a gruff voice said,
"Seriously, kid, you gotta sort it out."
10 minutes later, they left the tailor shop with proper attire for the tournament ball. They strolled down the streets of Caesarea, bags in hands. "Well, thanks, man, for helping me with all of this," said Max. It had turned out to be a surprisingly fun time, and Max regretted being so against the shopping trip when he'd first woken up. He figured it must have been morning crankiness. And now that the shopping was done, he still had half a day to do some of the extra research he had been hoping to do.
"No problem,"
said Blake.
"Happy to help."
Max was realizing that Blake, despite his borderline obsessive crush on Sakura and addiction to cigarettes, was actually a really solid guy. He wanted to show his appreciation for the help he'd given him that morning, and he knew just the thing. "All right, well, since we have a bit of time on our hands," said Max, "why don't I walk you through how to make a basic bowl of bacon and egg ramen?" Tears welled up in Blake's eyes.
"You are truly the greatest gentleman, Chef Master Max."
Chapter 41. After walking Blake through the details of how to make the perfect bacon and egg ramen, Max decided to spend the rest of the afternoon on his own. He walked through the streets of Caesarea, admiring the mix of old stone buildings with columns made of concrete and marble. The old architecture, coupled with the advanced magitech, was a sight to behold. He strolled through a market bazaar crammed with stalls. The scene could have been straight out of the human history books. Well, except for the manadrones floating around and the merchants with metal robotic arms. There was also the fact that human history prior to the tower didn't feature any group of people with golden-colored eyes and a pair of horns jutting out of their foreheads, quite like the Caesareans. So Max quickly walked back his own observation in his mind. The merchants yelled deals as Max walked by. He tried to keep looking straight ahead of them because he could tell the merchants here were all trying to catch his eye, lock him into some sort of sales spiel. He'd spent enough time in Hawker's Alley down in Zestras to know the tricks of the trade, and he wasn't going to fall for them here. He made his way through the streets, ambling towards the library near the city's Acropolis. The library was a beautiful ancient stone building with a glass-domed roof and vines crawling down along the sides. Max stepped inside and felt a cool, comforting air to the place. It didn't matter if he was on a floor high up in the tower or in practically a completely different world. The smell and presence of books always brought him a sense of familiarity and comfort. The Caesarean library shared a lot of similarities with the tower's own library, but, as with so much on this floor, it was decked out with a special manatech. There were special drones floating among the different stacks of books, keeping track of air pressure and temperature so that the paper of the books didn't get damaged. Max looked around in awe until an old Caesarean man with a cane approached him. "Can I help you, young man?" Max assumed the man must work there, so he jumped straight into it. "Yes, actually. I was wondering if you had any books on the history and founding of Zestris." The man blinked at Max with disbelief. "You come all this way to study your own history?" scoffed the old man. "The stereotype of humans being the most egotistical of the Tower races holds true." Max felt an urge to defend himself, and humanity as well while he was at it. "I mean no disrespect, sir," said Max. "In fact, I'd love to learn more about the history of Caesarea. The reason I'm curious to look at your collection of books on Zestris is I'm curious to see if you have any information missing from our own collections." A gentle smile appeared on the old man's face. "Ah, you're wiser and less self-obsessed than I initially thought," said the man. "You've come to an insight that I would have struggled to come to when I was your age. Sometimes you can learn more from what others say about you than what you say about yourself. Different nations and Tower races have a knack for mythologizing their own history, turning facts into legend, legend into myths. It is good to question these things. You, young human, have single-handedly given me hope for you and your people." With that, the old Caesarean man led Max to an area of the library where they kept books on the lower floors, including Zestris on floor 4. The old man left him to his research, and Max didn't waste any time. He quickly scanned through the books, parsing through the titles he'd looked over down in the Tower's own library and pulling out the ones that looked new to him. Based on the lettering on some of the spines, he was worried he wasn't going to be able to read the text of them, but when he did a quick skim, he saw the pages were written in English. The Tower auto-translated all the Tower race's speech so everyone could understand each other. It looked like the Tower did something similar for written texts. Max took the stack of books and went and sat in the reading area, which was beautifully lit with natural light coming in from the glass rooftop. As he started his research, he got the strangest feeling that someone was watching him. He looked over his shoulder and saw nothing. He turned back to his book and calmly triggered Mana Sense. He still perceived nothing. He sighed and returned to his research. In the end, his research didn't prove as fruitful as he was hoping. The only juicy nugget of information he was able to find was the original name of the Arcane Crafter, one of the founding creators of Zestris. His name was Nicholas Adler. It didn't ring any bells to Max, but it was a good piece of information to pocket for later. He could take that name to Jessica the librarian down in Zestris, or even quiz Sakura about it. Maybe this research trip will prove to be a lot more fruitful than I realize, Max thought optimistically. Nicholas Adler. The name could be the missing puzzle piece to a jigsaw he didn't even realize he was putting together. He closed the book and sighed. His sister's words haunted him once more. "They lied to you, even more than you think." What was she trying to tell him? He wished he could just talk to her directly and learn what she was trying to tell him. But it was a weird catch-22. If he was able to talk to her directly, he wouldn't care about this cryptic message. In such a scenario, he would just want to hug her, laugh, talk, be a family with her again. One day, he thought to himself, one day I'll make that happen. Max was taken from his thoughts when he heard a rustling in the book stacks nearby. He turned and swore he saw a pair of eyes looking above the spines of the books, spying on him. Max's stomach sank. Is it the catfolk again, seeking revenge from the first round challenge? Max stood up, picked up the books he'd taken, and placed them on a nearby trolley for them to be reshelved, and quickly left the library. If the catfolk wanted to fight him again, he didn't want to do it in the library where there were innocent citizens that could potentially get hurt in the fray. He turned down the first corner he saw and then another. He could hear footsteps echoing behind him. Crap, crap, crap. Max tried to form a plan. Did he go back to the outpost and get backup, or did he simply try and escape these guys? What if it was the catfolk's A-ranker coming after him? Max wasn't sure he'd be able to outrun someone that powerful. Finally, Max turned a corner and a shadowy figure appeared at the other end of it. He quickly spun around, only to see another figure at the other end. Damn, these guys have trapped me. Max looked to the nearby roofs. Or have they? He snickered to himself. He was about to trigger Shadow Blank when one of the figures shouted, "Wait!" Max paused. His racing heart slowed slightly. The voices didn't sound like the catfolk. The words didn't sound hostile either. They sounded more like they were pleading, as if they wanted Max's help. Emerging from one end of the street was Will, the Elestrian team's C-ranker, and from the other end was Oliver, the same team's B-ranker. "Oh, hey," said Max, slightly confused. What did the two Elestrians want with him? The two boys came up to him out of breath. Their purple eyes glistened in the sunny afternoon sky. "Good afternoon, Max," said Oliver. "I hope we didn't give you a fright," said Will. Max's eyes narrowed with suspicion. They were being incredibly friendly. Too friendly, especially given the fact that they concealed their mana from him while in the library. Elestrians were known as some of the best wielders of advanced internal mana control. "Can I ask why you guys are following me?" Oliver turned to Will. "I told you we should have approached him directly," said the B-ranker. "How was I supposed to know secretly following him around was going to freak him out and make him suspicious of us?" replied the C-ranker. Okay, said Max. "I forgive you for stalking me. What do you guys want?" The two of them shared a nervous glance, then Oliver began to speak. "We need to speak to you on a subject matter of utmost importance," said Oliver. "Utmost means it is a very big deal," said Will. "I know what utmost means," said Max. "Forgive him," said Oliver. "That our translator doesn't always work smoothly." "We were wondering," said Will, "if the beautiful E-rank girl on your team has a date for the tournament ball in a few days' time." Max blinked. "Sarah?" "Yes," said Oliver. "The name is so sweet. Neither one of us has been able to get her out of our minds since we first laid eyes on her," Will added. Max wanted to burst out laughing, but held back. He couldn't believe only a few moments ago he'd been running from these two, preparing for some kind of brawl in the streets. "Please," said Oliver, "tell us she doesn't have a date yet." Max felt a strange relief pass through him, which he wasn't able to understand the reason for at that exact moment. "You guys are in luck," said Max. "Sarah is currently dateless." Both Oliver and Will jumped for joy and clenched their fists with triumph. "But, said Max, "you aren't both going to take her, are you?" Will shook his head. "No, we figured out our own method for determining who will get to ask her first," said Oliver. "But before we spent the effort on that, we wanted to make sure she hadn't been asked by anyone else." Max narrowed his eyes and looked at the two Elestrian boys. They were around his age, maybe a year or two older. He thought about Queen Violet and how he generally always had good experiences with Elestrians. The big brother in him made him say, "And you promise to treat her with kindness and respect, even if she rejects both of you goofballs?" Both Elestrians nodded their heads seriously. "Well, in that case," said Max, "do whatever weird ritual or game you've agreed to sort out who gets to ask her." "Thank you, Max," they both said in unison. Then Oliver tilted his head and looked at Max. "Out of curiosity, do you know who you will be taking to the ball?" As soon as the Elestrian boy had asked Max the question, he realized who he wanted to go with all along. He might have always known. Maybe that's why he had felt that sense of relief as soon as the two boys had asked him about Sarah. "Not yet," said Max, answering Oliver's question. He felt his heart begin to beat a little quicker in his chest.
"Better hurry and find someone," said Will. "The longer you wait, the more likely it is the person you want to ask will get asked by someone else."
Chapter 42. Max wished Oliver and Will goodbye and set off back to the Zestrous Climbers outpost. As soon as he turned a corner and was out of sight of the two Alestrian boys, he began to sprint with hurried impatience. "Come on," said Max. "Please don't be too late." He was running through the Caesarian streets with the same demented zeal that had led Oliver and Will to secretly spy on him. Will's words echoed in his head like a taskmaster, whipping him to run faster and faster.
"The longer you wait, the more likely it is the person you want to ask will get asked by someone else."
Max hurried forward, getting held up by a merchant shepherding sheep through the streets, only for a few minutes later to be stopped by a marching band of minstrels who were in town specifically for the big tournament. "I don't remember it being this crowded earlier," Max thought, full of frustration. Max considered Will's warning once more. Is it possible someone had asked her while he had been out with Blake, or when he was researching in the library? As Max ran through the streets, getting more and more out of breath, he couldn't even imagine who would ask her to the dance. But then again, he never would have considered Oliver or Will being interested in Sarah, simply for the fact that they had barely spent any time with the other teams. Finally, Max arrived in front of the Zestrous Climbers outpost. He stopped for a moment to catch his breath. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and braced himself for what he was about to do. "Be confident," he told himself. He sighed, then made a step towards the outpost entrance. When the door swung open and out came Geigen, the Boldrin team's E-ranker. No, Max thought. He couldn't have. The Boldrin was walking with an undeniably cheery gait and whistling a happy tune. This guy was too pleased with himself, and the possibilities as to why made Max want to puke. But Max knew he'd already wasted too much time, and he couldn't spend any more time standing around outside. He entered the outpost and ran to the stairwell. One of the clerks shouted, "No running!" But Max ignored her. "Please don't be too late." He kept thinking over and over. "Please don't be too late." He felt his throat burn as he sprinted up the stairs. He stumbled onto their floor and saw that Casey's door was ajar. His mind began to panic. Does that mean Geigen had come to visit her then? He gulped. He'd find out the answer to his question soon enough. He just had to walk in there and do what he needed to do. He stepped into Casey's room. She was sitting cross-legged on the ground, Toto perched on her shoulder, surrounded by countless paper cranes on the floor. "Whoa," said Max, not expecting to see so much origami sprawled out on the ground. "What are you up to?" "My cranes don't have a long life if Blake keeps lighting them on fire, so I gotta keep making more. They don't grow on trees, you know," said Casey, then paused and made a quizzical expression. "Well, actually, they are made of paper, which comes from trees, so I guess they kinda do grow on trees. But you get what I mean." Max mustered a smile at her banter, but his heart thumped in his chest. Why is my heart beating like I'm about to face the Galrog or Bone Basilisk all over again? "Are you okay?" asked Casey. "You look kind of ill. Like you're making more of a weird face than your normal weird face." Max was starting to realize that there were some things that no amount of training would make you an expert in, and one of those things was asking a girl you liked out to a dance. Even with that realization, Max still tiptoed around the subject. "Did you see Geigen? You know, the Boldrin's E-ranker?" Casey blushed. "Yeah, he came by." Max felt his stomach sink at the way Casey blushed when she answered his question. "Oh," he said, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible. "What did he want?" "Oh, he wanted to know if I'd go to the tournament ball with him." Max's heart felt like it was slamming itself against his chest over and over again. "And what did you tell him?" His voice unintentionally cracked. He felt like sweat was forming on his forehead. He thought his head might explode. Casey paused, not looking up to face him, focusing instead on her paper cranes. He couldn't help but notice the slightest quiver of a smirk on her lips when his voice so embarrassingly jumped up 10 octaves.
I told him I would think about it, she said. But I also told him truthfully that I was holding out for someone else.
Max felt his legs shaking and his foot tapping like a crazy person as Casey's words bounced around in his agonizing skull. Someone else? Who? Did she mean me? This was the opportunity. This was why he'd ran back to the outpost so quickly. Why wasn't he saying anything? Why wasn't he moving? What the heck was wrong with him? Finally, Casey looked up and her beautiful green eyes locked onto his.
So, bozo?
She said, fluttering her eyelashes and shooting him a gorgeous smile.
Was there something you wanted to ask me?
Chapter 43. On the eve of the tournament ball, Team Zestress met in the common room of their outpost when they were all ready to go. Max felt kind of silly in his toga, but all sense of embarrassment disappeared when he saw his date to the dance. Casey stepped out from her room and Max was speechless. Her hair was up, showing off her beautiful long neck and bare shoulders. She wore a pair of emerald earrings that matched and brought out the color of her eyes. The white toga hugged her body in all the right places. Casey smiled and blushed when she came up to him.
Do I look okay? She said. You're staring.
You look... Max began, but he was at a loss for words. You look beautiful. Casey's cheeks went even more red than they were before.
You clean up pretty well yourself, she said. But to be honest, I feel a bit strange wearing a toga.
Max sighed with relief. I'm so happy to hear you say that. I feel the same. Where's Toto, by the way?
He's taking the evening off in my room with a giant carrot stick to gorge on, laughed Casey.
Of course, said Max. Blake and Harold were next to join them in the common room. Blake wore his toga with a bit more confidence than Max, but it also had a few gray stains on it from cigarette ash he must have accidentally spilled on it already.
No date, Blake?
Said Casey.
Going stag,
said Blake. He then wrapped his arms around Harold's shoulders.
Or you could say I'm going with this guy right here.
Don't touch me, said Harold sternly. Sarah and her date Oliver arrived last. Sarah looked fantastic in her toga. She normally kept her hair up in a studious fashion, but she kept it down for tonight's events. Her cheeks were rosy. Oliver, the Elestrian B-ranker, looked slightly nervous amongst the human team.
Oi, is it safe to have an opponent here with us?
Said Blake.
Well, the Elestrians are already knocked out of the tournament, mused Harold. So this weedy guy shouldn't be a problem.
You guys realize I can hear everything you're saying?
Said Oliver. Harold's eyes narrowed.
Do I look like I care?
The old man very much did not seem to be in the celebratory spirit that everyone else was in. He stood in the middle of the common room, arms crossed. He had a serious expression on his face. If it weren't for the white toga that he was wearing, you would have thought he was a coach preparing his team for a big match.
Remember, this isn't just about having fun, said the old man. We have work to do. Remember your mission for tonight. Find out as much as we can about the semifinal match. Who are we facing? What kind of match will it be? Got it? Oh, and be mindful of the purple-eyed spy with us tonight.
Oliver blushed.
I promise, I have no ill intentions.
Yeah, keep it that way,
said Harold. His eyes narrowed like a father sizing up a boy picking up his daughter for a date.
I'll be watching you.
On that threatening note, they set off for the tournament ball. The tournament ball was held in the marble halls of a magnificent stone temple. Mana lamps floated up towards the high ceiling beneath the glass roof that let the evening's moonlight and stars shine through. There were loads of people gathered throughout the halls, drinking champagne and chatting with one another. There was a band at the other end of the hall playing a mix of jazz and funk.
Wow! This has really outdone the crummy ball the Climber Academy hosted when we were student climbers,
Casey observed.
I'm sorry, what did you just say about the Climber Academy?
Max and Casey looked over their shoulder to see Sakura, dressed in a toga herself. "Sakura!" Both Max and Casey cheered. "What are you doing here?"
All the leaders of the tower races participating in the tournament gather for the tournament ball,
said another voice behind Sakura. Appearing behind her was none other than Queen Violet.
"Violet!"
Casey exclaimed.
"What a reunion!"
"So nice to see you too," said Violet, smiling. "I hope you guys are doing okay. Not getting into too much trouble, I hope."
"Just the same amount," laughed Max.
"So a lot," grinned Violet. "I wouldn't expect any less. I heard you guys fared excellently in the first round of the tournament. I wish I could say the same for my fellow Illustrians. I'm now rooting for you guys, though technically I'm not supposed to say that. You know, for diplomatic reasons."
Sakura appeared to not be listening to their conversation, looking off in the distance at a group of diplomats and leaders heading off into a room at the back of the banquet hall.
"Come on,"
said Sakura to Violet.
"The others are meeting now." "Oh yes," said Violet. "We cannot miss the meeting."
Max looked at Casey to see if she had any idea what the two leaders were talking about, but she was as equally confused as he was. "What's this?" Max asked.
"The leaders are having a meeting of the United Floors Alliance Council before the Caesarian Emperor makes a toast to the entire ball."
With that, the two leaders hurried off to their meeting. A few seconds later, Blake emerged with 2 glasses of champagne.
"Oh, hey, Sakura, fancy seeing you."
Blake stopped and turned his neck back and forth and then looked at Max and Casey sadly.
"Where did Sakura go?"
They both shrugged and said, "A meeting of the leaders, supposedly."
"Are you freaking kidding me?"
Blake sighed and then slumped away.
"If you're looking for me, I'm having a cigarette outside."
"Poor Blake,"
said Casey. "He'll get over it," said Max. "It isn't as if Sakura hasn't already rejected him hundreds of times."
"That's true,"
said Casey.
"Anyway, where's everyone else gone?"
Their team had dispersed upon arrival. Sarah was speaking with Oliver in a corner, while Harold looked to be patrolling the dens as if he was hired security.
"So far it looks like Harold is the only one sticking to the plan,"
said Casey. With all the glitz and glamour of the ball, Max had forgotten the night's mission for a second. They were here to gather intel. He looked around the ball with a new sense of purpose. Who would have the most intel on the match? He quickly scanned the room. The frog folk stood sheepishly in one corner, perplexed and overwhelmed by all the strange Caesarian customs. The cat folk sipped on their drinks off to the side, cloaked in shadow. The mercenary collective stood near the punch table, looking around awkwardly. Finally, Max spotted Hermia and Regulus standing near the door of where Sakura and Violet had just passed. The 2 United Floors Alliance ambassadors would be the perfect people to eavesdrop on. The only issue now was that they were probably about to step into that meeting with the other leaders. They had to act fast. "Follow me," said Max, and led the way towards the 2 ambassadors. As Max weaved through the crowd of toga-wearing ball-goers, he kept his eyes locked on Hermia and Regulus. They appeared to be having some kind of serious conversation, one that was delaying them from entering the meeting everyone else had gone to. Max stopped when they had approached a nearby column to hide behind. Casey stood behind him too. The shoulders touched as they stayed out of eyeshot of the 2 ambassadors. "We can't keep discussing this, Hermia," Regulus said. "We have a meeting with the members of the Alliance."
"I actually agree with you, Regulus," said Hermia. "Besides, we've attracted 2 eavesdroppers."
Max stood up only to find Hermia and Regulus had walked around the columns to catch Casey and him in the act of spying.
"I must say,"
Hermia began,
This eavesdropping strategy of yours is much less impressive than what you displayed in the opening challenge."
"I concur," said Regulus. "We weren't eavesdropping," said Max. "We were just hanging out by this column, admiring the, marble." Hermia looked even more unimpressed. "Why don't you just ask us what you want to know?" Regulus replied. "Not that I guarantee telling you anything."
"We'd like to know who we're facing in the next match and what the next match will be," said Casey.
Both Hermia and Regulus chuckled at that. "Well, of course you do," said Regulus. "Every team still in the running wants to know that." "So are you going to tell us?" asked Max.
"No,"
said Hermia.
"but this might satiate your appetite. Your opponents will be revealed tomorrow, giving you just under a week to fine-tune your strategy. You won't know what type of contest it is, though, I'm afraid."
"We really must be going," said Regulus.
The two Caesarians walked away through the back door to the meeting room.
Max and Casey grinned at each other. "That's pretty good intel," said Max.
"I'm sure Harold will be happy with us," said Casey.
They both didn't say anything, smiling at one another.
"Well, since we've succeeded at tonight's mission so soon," said Max, "should we
Casey didn't even let him finish, grabbing his hand and leading him to the dance floor. Chapter 44. Sarah sipped on her punch as Oliver bombarded her with questions. He looked at her with intense curiosity and admiration. She blushed, both flattered and overwhelmed by the Alestrian boy's interest in her.
"What are your plans for after the tournament finishes?" Oliver asked. "Every climber I've ever met has a goal. Usually it's more power or something like that, but you strike me as someone who might have a different perspective."
The question made Sarah feel anxious. She'd always hated such questions, even in high school. Questions like, "What do you want to do when you grow up?" or "Who do you want to be?" Now that she would be attending Climber Academy soon, such questions seemed even more difficult to answer. Though she did have one idea, but it was dumb.
"Sorry," said Oliver. "I didn't mean to push anything on you. It's okay if you don't want to." "I do have one idea," she said, "but I bet you'll think it's silly." "Try me." "Well, so I grew up in an orphanage," she explained, "and for various reasons I've been helping manage the place for the last few months. I've come to really enjoy it, but I feel like working there might be in conflict with being a climber, you know? I'll have to leave those kids I'm currently helping behind."
"So you want to create an army of orphan climbers?" Oliver asked, perplexed.
Sarah laughed. "No, though you've seen both Max and me fight, so an army like that could be pretty powerful if you asked me. No, here's what I'm imagining. There are orphans all across the tower. I saw homeless kids in the streets of Alestria, the Boldrin capital, and even here in Caesarea as well. If I become a strong enough climber, I want to create a home for all the different orphans across the tower, regardless of which floor they come from."
Oliver didn't say anything.
"Why aren't you saying anything?"
Sarah blushed.
"You think it's dumb, right?"
Oliver shook his head.
"No, I don't think it's dumb," he said. "I think it's a beautiful idea."
Casey's hand clutched onto Max's as she led him to the dance floor. Max felt his heart flutter when she touched him. Her hand was soft and cool. "We're going to slow it down," said the Caesarian singer on the stage. Suddenly, the music turned into something slow and tranquil. Max wasn't sure whether to be more nervous or not at this change of events. Was a fast song or a slow song better for dancing? Really, he wanted the song that made him look the least like a doofus. Casey stopped in the middle of the dance floor and let go of his arm. She turned around and their eyes locked.
"Is here okay?"
she asked, blushing. For a brief second, Max realized that Casey was as nervous as he was. "Here's great," smiled Max. Casey lifted her arms and wrapped them behind Max's neck. They stepped closer to each other until they were only inches apart. Max placed his hands on Casey's waist. They began to sway to the music, gently moving back and forth.
"So,"
said Casey, looking up at him with her beautiful green eyes. "So," said Max, smiling. Where their conversation was going, Max had zero clue. But it didn't matter, because they were soon interrupted by another couple dancing beside them. It was Tiberius, the A ranker on the Caesarian team, dancing with Hadriana, the same team's C ranker. What the heck did they want? "Good evening," smiled Tiberius menacingly as he and his dance partner slowly circled nearby in the rhythm to the music. Max nodded. He was already quite nervous dancing with Casey. Now he had to dance beside one of his opponents. He was struggling to juggle the different nervous-inducing aspects in his mind.
"I sure hope you humans fight better than you dance,"
taunted Hadriana. The two Caesarians snickered.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
asked Casey, her eyes narrowing with venom. "I guess you'll find out tomorrow," said Tiberius. "I forgot that we have a home team advantage in these games." With that, the two Caesarians danced away from the two of them. "I guess that means we're up against the Caesarians in the next round," said Max.
"Sounds like it,"
said Casey. They were still dancing as they talked. Max felt warmed by the intimacy of Casey's fingers wrapped around his neck. He found himself excited by the fact that he was holding her by the waist, touching her, being so close to her. He didn't want the moment to end, but he had a feeling they both were having the same thought.
"We have to go tell the others,"
they both sighed simultaneously. They let go of each other and began looking around the ballroom for the rest of their team. So much for our dance, Max thought sadly. The first person they spotted was Blake. He was standing by himself. He was leaning his head into his champagne glass.
"What's he doing?"
said Casey. When they got closer, they realized Blake could hardly stand up straight. "Blake, are you all right?" said Max. "Where are the others?"
"I'm fine. I'm fantastic,"
he said, slurring his words while speaking in a very goofy way.
"Could you get me another glass of champagne?"
"I feel like you've had enough," said Max. "Where's Sarah? Where's Harold? We found out some pretty big news."
"Sarah's over there,"
Blake said, lifting up his arm and pointing. It looked as if Will was no longer holding his end of the bargain, and both him and Oliver were competing with each other for Sarah's attention.
"I'll go get her,"
said Casey. She walked over and gave some excuse for Sarah to extricate herself from her growing collection of male admirers.
"What's up?"
asked Sarah. "We may have completed tonight's mission," said Max.
"To have fun?"
asked Sarah.
"No, the other mission," said Casey. "The one Harold assigned? Speaking of which, where is that pervy old—"
Harold suddenly appeared around a column with a distressed look on his face. "Harold," said Max, "we found something out."
"I did too," said Harold. "We need to get out of here, right now. Something very bad is about to happen."
Chapter 45. Sakura and Violet sat together at the round table of leaders. Everyone was present. The different leaders of the Tower races, the Emperor of Caesarea, and the United Floors Alliance ambassadors. They all had slightly irritated looks on their faces.
"Can you explain to me why on a night of celebration we're being forced to discuss alliance matters?"
asked the Caesarian Emperor. Sakura had called an emergency meeting of the alliance against the wishes of the majority of the leaders. The strained relationship between humanity and Caesarians meant that the Caesarians felt obligated to agree to such a meeting, however reluctant they actually were to disrupt the tournament ball.
"Humanity is always breaking with traditions,"
said the Boldrin leader. The other leaders snickered along. Sakura bristled. They weren't taking her seriously. She had come expecting that, so she wasn't really surprised, but it was still irritating.
Maybe that's a good thing,
said Violet, breaking up the laughter of the other leaders. She smiled to Sakura.
That's right, Sakura thought. I didn't come here today to champion a cause on my own. I have backup.
All right, that's enough bickering, said the Caesarian Emperor. Can we begin the meeting? The sooner we finish this distraction, we can return to the tournament bowl. I have a toast to make.
Hermia nodded to Sakura.
Zestrus Clima President Sakura, leader of the Tower race of humans, said Hermia. You have the floor. What did you wish to discuss at this impromptu emergency meeting?
Sakura cleared her throat.
Here goes nothing, she thought. I hope this works. The United Floors Alliance was formed as a means for the lower floors to protect themselves against threats from the higher floors and to stop wars breaking out amongst each other. The only way to defend against a stronger power was to show a united front.
The other leaders nodded in agreement.
And your point being, snarled the Caesarian Emperor, we didn't need to gather like this for you to read the motto of the Alliance.
Sakura clenched her fists under the table and held back her rage to punch the Caesarian Emperor in the face. As much as she wanted to unleash her anger in such a way, she knew that was not the diplomatic solution she was going for that evening.
I'll try and get to the point then, said Sakura. Those ideals the Alliance stands for are currently under significant threat from a deadly foe.
Many of the leaders raised their eyebrows.
And who or what might this threat be? Said the Caesarian Emperor. Don't forget, beyond each other we do have a Tower God on our side.
The Tower God can protect us from the higher floors, yes, said Sakura. But can Sabriel protect us from killing each other?
Now you're speaking in tongues, said the Emperor. You just regurgitated that Alliance motto. Why would we hurt each other when we're stronger together?
We wouldn't, said Sakura, unless there was a force trying to accomplish that very goal. The threat I speak of is the Interfloor Tower terrorist group known as the Fallen Angels.
The group of leaders snickered at that.
You really believe the group of bandit rogue climbers has the capability to take down the Alliance?
Spat the Boldrin.
They tried to engineer chaos in Zestrus, Sakura explained. And I believe Queen Violet can say the same about her floor as well.
The Caesarian Emperor crossed his arms and stuck his nose in the air.
Perhaps that is a problem for you lower floors, said the Emperor. But I highly doubt it will be a problem for the rest of us.
Sakura kept her fists clenched beneath the table.
The arrogant idiot,
Sakura thought to herself.
Why do you not heed our warnings? Said Queen Violet. What do you gain from being so complacent? Why won't you listen to us?
The Caesarian Emperor sniffed and said,
Do you heed the warning of ants when they say giants are coming?
Violet was about to protest, but Sakura gave her a look to stop her.
It's not worth it, Violet, said Sakura. The council will not listen. They'll only listen to us once something truly terrible has happened. It doesn't matter that innocents could be saved. First, we must sacrifice them so the council here can wake up from their comfortable slumber.
Both the Boldrin leader and the Caesarian Emperor stood up with outrage.
How dare you!
At that very moment, a bomb was dropped into the temple banquet hall, and a big explosive blast went off. Chapter 46. It happened in seconds.
We have to get out of here, Harold had said. Something bad is about to happen.
And then it happened. A shadowy figure dropped a bomb from the glass roof. The explosion happened as soon as it hit the floor. A huge blast of flames and smoke. Rubble and ash flew across the banquet hall.
We have to leave, now,
Harold ordered. The words sounded like a faraway echo in Max's mind. He wasn't sure if it was the shock of the bomb or whether his ears were ringing that he'd temporarily lost his sense of hearing. Whatever the case may be, Max was less focused on the words of his team's A-ranker and more preoccupied by the screams and cries of the panicked ballgoers. The majority of people here were aristocrats and wealthy merchant families. Most of them weren't highly trained climbers such as themselves. They couldn't just leave them here to potentially die. That went against Max's own beliefs, but also the beliefs that the United Floors Alliance was supposed to uphold. Max shook his head. "No," he said. "We have to help everyone." Deep breaths, he told himself as he ran to a nearby window and opened it to let in air. "Casey," said Max, "push the smoke out the window." Casey nodded and stretched out her arms and created a blast of wind to propel the residual bomb smoke out the window of the temple. The catfolk's airbringer saw what Casey was doing and helped out. Meanwhile, the waterbringer on the mercenary team dampened the flames of the bomb with his water blast attack. The ballroom quickly began to clear up, and Max reassessed the situation. People were crouching down on the ground, crying and screaming. As far as Max could see, though, there weren't any attackers. The bomb had been a one-off. What the heck is going on? He then stepped towards the crater to see where the bomb had gone off, and he shuddered at the sight of it. In the center of the cracked and destroyed stone floor was a single black feather, the calling card of the fallen angels. Sakura led the charge with the other leaders out into the main banquet hall to witness the chaos. A cracked crater of stone lay in the middle of the temple where the bomb had gone off. Sakura could hear the gasps of the other leaders behind her. She didn't have the time or energy to be surprised, though. This was the exact sort of thing she had been expecting. Climbers and guards were helping innocents back to their feet and reassuring them that they were safe. She sighed with relief when she saw everyone on the human team was okay and helping out. "Good work, everyone," she thought to herself. She then scowled and turned around to face the leaders of the other tower races. "Maybe we can have a do-over of that meeting we just had? One where, I don't know, you take Queen Violet and I seriously?" Max watched as the leaders discussed and agreed to rearrange their meeting for a later date. The chaos had died down since the initial blast, but everyone's face still carried the look of shock. "Well," sighed Casey, "this evening just took a turn." Max nodded along, but he was preoccupied with the scene of destruction in front of him. What were the fallen angels doing? What were they trying to accomplish tonight? Max broke from the spell of his thoughts and looked around the remnants of the tournament ball. All the opposing climber teams were grouped together and were shooting suspicious glances all across the hall. The catfolk, the frogfolk, the mercenaries, the Boldrin, the Flaren, the Alestrians, the Caesarians. Max suddenly understood the answer to the question floating in his mind. The fallen angels' goals were simple. They had succeeded at making all of the teams even more suspicious of each other than they were before. The teams were all looking at each other, wondering which one of them was nefariously manipulating the game's events. The strands of diplomatic friendship that had held them together were beginning to wear away, and it was the fallen angels who were lingering nearby with a pair of scissors to snap the thread entirely. Chapter 47. The morning after the tournament ball, after a night of restless sleep, Harold called a meeting of Team Zestris in the outpost common room. Everyone sat on the couches of the lounge area, yawning and rubbing their eyes from a lack of rest. "It's time we start seriously preparing for the semifinal round of the tournament," Harold declared. "Despite the massive explosion and terrorist attack, we actually did succeed at our mission at the tournament ball."
"Way to find a silver lining, boss,"
said Blake. It's hard to believe that there's any way to consider last night a success, Max thought to himself. But then again, we did find out who we'll be facing in the semifinals, so there's that.
"We know we're going up against the Caesarians," said Harold. We've already gone over a bit of the common elements of a Caesarean climber, but let's go a bit more in depth now that we know for certain we're going up against them. Blake, what can you tell me about Caesarean climbers?
Blake blinked in surprise. He was obviously dozing off with his eyes open.
Busted,
giggled Casey. Blake ignored Casey's teasing and sat up straight.
So, all Caesarean climbers start out with the soldier class. It's the only class that allows mana affinity to be raised, and given that you need to raise your mana affinity to continuously go higher in the tower, the soldier class is the de facto Caesarean climber class,
Blake explained.
Their traits are usually quite simple. They have the ability to manifest a mana weapon of varying degrees and strengths. As I said, not the most exciting trait ability in the tower, but they make up for this with augmented mana technology crafted by their technician and inventor classes. For what they lack in natural innate ability, they more than make up for with powerful, inventive gadgetry.
Can you elaborate on what kind of mana tech they might be using?
Harold asked.
Sure. Most Caesarean soldiers are equipped with special mana armor that increases their overall endurance, and an infrared eyeglass that they use to see through objects.
How is that even fair? Asked Casey.
We can bring in infrared gadgetry if we want, said Blake. In fact, there are many market stalls catering to the teams for that right now. Those are the rules. Is an axe wielder not allowed to bring his axe to a fighting tournament? The tech is one of the Caesarean's strongest attributes. It would be unfair to ask them not to use it to their full advantage.
I guess so, sighed Casey. Should we go pick up some of this stuff for ourselves then?
Blake shook his head.
Tried that. The Caesareans won't sell to us. Even tried to pay someone else to make the purchase on my behalf, and it still didn't work. The Caesareans don't hold their climbers in high regard, but that doesn't mean they don't want to win the tournament. Not selling to us means they can help leverage their team's advantage against us.
Harold chimed in.
We're going off topic. Let's focus on the good news. We know who we're up against. We can plan strategies to go against their strengths and weaknesses.
Max scratched the back of his head. And what's the bad news? There's always bad news, Max thought to himself. A catch. A big but at the end of a long sentence.
The bad news is we don't know what kind of challenge we'll be facing,
Harold replied. The team sighed. There were so many variables. How could they prepare for all of them?
But here's the thing, said Harold. We might not know what the exact challenge will be, but we can narrow it down a little bit.
How? Asked Sarah, who looked to be finally waking up, only halfway through their meeting.
We know it will be a one-on-one team match of some kind, said Harold. Knowledge of the previous tournaments helps in that regard.
Max perked up at this. He'd momentarily forgotten about the fact that Harold had faced off in one of these games before. They could use that prior knowledge to their advantage.
So, there's the strong possibility that the semi-final challenge will be one of 3 types of challenges, Harold explained. Capture the flag, team deathmatch, or some form of asymmetrical battle.
I think we can rule out capture the flag, no?
Said Blake. Harold shrugged.
It's precisely because of that type of thinking that it's still a possibility. It's what no one expects. For the most part, though, I think you're right. Plus, we've already gotten a pretty good capture-the-flag strategy down after the last challenge, so that option is the least of our worries.
Awesome, said Casey. What about the other 2?
Team deathmatch is simple, said Harold. We face off against the other team, and the last man standing wins.
And the asymmetrical challenge? Said Max.
That one is more tricky. An asymmetrical challenge will usually be conducted with multiple rounds, with the winner succeeding at best 2 out of 3.
I'm sorry, said Sarah, chiming in. What exactly is an asymmetrical challenge?
It's a challenge where the 2 opposing teams have separate victory goals,
Blake answered.
Unlike capture the flag or team deathmatch, where the 2 teams have to accomplish the same goal to win.
Okay, I think I understand, said Sarah.
But could you give me an example?
Sure, said Harold. An asymmetrical challenge usually takes place in a simulated urban environment. Not always, mind you, but the buildings allow for a more balanced environment for an asymmetrical challenge. An example would be one team is defending against a monster wave, while another is leading the monster wave. The team leading the monster wave wins when they gain control of key spots in the urban environment.
Ah, okay, said Sarah. I think I understand now.
Good, said Harold. A quick analysis of our strengths and weaknesses versus the Caesarians tells me that we'd benefit from a simpler challenge like Deathmatch or Capture the Flag. Mainly because we have flashier and more unique abilities, which will allow us to overpower them. The Caesarians, meanwhile, would benefit more from an asymmetrical challenge, which would give them more opportunity to take advantage of their strong teamwork and man attack.
Oh man, said Casey. I hope we get Team Deathmatch then.
Harold shook his head. We can't think that way, said the old man. We won't win if we only plan for what we hope to get. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario.
Chapter 48. The night before the semifinal round, Tiberius stood in the office on the top floor of the gymnasium his team had been given to prepare for the tournament. He looked out the window at the setting sun, ushering in the evening to all of Caesarea. He let out a deep sigh as he stood there. Tomorrow was the semifinal round. This was Tiberius's next step towards achieving his own dream of making the Caesarian soldier class a more respected class in their society. Despite hosting the tournament, the Caesarians rarely won it. Everyone in society blamed it on the soldier class. It's too weak, they said. Too simple a class. Worthless. Tiberius clenched his fists, shaking with anger at the very thought of all those people. Forget them, he cursed to himself. He and his team had been training hard for months in the build-up of this tournament. They weren't going to lose now when they were so close to victory. The door to the gym's office swung open. Tiberius looked over his shoulder to see Regulus. What did he want?
"Good evening, Tiberius," said the Alliance ambassador. "Could I have a word?"
Tiberius bristled. Regulus was his superior, so he couldn't say no. He hated how Regulus asked him, as if he even had a choice.
"Come in,"
said Tiberius. Tiberius turned away from the window and faced Regulus. He could see by the way the ambassador's fingers were twitching that the man clearly had something on his mind. Something was bugging him.
"Are you prepared for the semi-final match tomorrow?" asked the ambassador.
Tiberius winced.
"What kind of question is that? Of course my team and I are prepared." "Do you doubt us, Ambassador?" Tiberius asked.
"No, not at all," said Regulus. Tiberius kept his eyes on the man's fingers. They were still twitching.
"It's just—"
"Here we go," thought Tiberius.
"I can tell you precisely what kind of challenge it is, so you can spend the rest of the evening preparing a foolproof strategy."
Tiberius gritted his teeth. He didn't want the ambassador's help. He wanted to win with his team fair and square. He had told him this after the man had shared with him that they'd be facing off against the human team. He hated the idea of having an unfair advantage. It was why he and Hadriana had tipped off the humans at the tournament ball.
"It's okay," sighed Tiberius. "We don't need your help." But,
Regulus stammered.
"Are you really going to argue with me?" snapped Tiberius. "Is that how little you believe in the team representing your tower race?"
The Caesarians had no faith in their own soldier class. None of them believed Tiberius and his team could win without cheating. Many, many years ago, Tiberius waited at the gates of Caesarea to hear news from his parents. The sun was setting, and it didn't look like any more climbers would be returning home to the city that night. A hand was placed on his shoulder. "We've heard from your parents, little one," said an older man in a robe. He stood with another man. They were known as scribes, the tower clerks that managed and stored information on Caesarean discoveries in the tower.
"Mama! Papa!"
cried Tiberius, eyes widening with excitement. It had been months since they had left on their mission. He'd been awaiting their return eagerly. He couldn't wait to hug his parents again. He couldn't wait for them to tuck him into bed and kiss him goodnight.
"They won't be coming back, little one," said the robed man.
Tiberius suddenly felt hollow all throughout his body.
"What do you mean?"
asked Tiberius.
"They won't be back tonight, but they'll be here soon."
"No," said the robed man. "They're gone. Lost to the tower. Dead."
Tiberius's eyes began to brim with tears.
"Mama, Papa, they were dead?"
He shook his head vehemently, as if by merely disagreeing with the robed man he could somehow make the man's words untrue. The robed man placed a hand on Tiberius' shoulder.
"I know this is hard news to take, little one, but can you tell us, do you have a place to stay?"
Tiberius nodded as tears rushed down his face. He'd been staying with his aunt ever since Mama and Papa had left.
"Just wait here," said the robed man. "We'll confirm that, and we can let you go."
The two robed men walked away, just out of earshot of Tiberius. One of them materialized a book to check the Caesarean citizen registry. Tiberius watched them talk in hushed whispers. He crept a little closer so he could hear what they were saying.
"Did you see how dense the kid is?" sneered the robed man. "I had to really spell it out for him."
"Well, what did you expect of the child of two soldier-class citizens?" said the other.
"Meat shields aren't known for their brains, are they?" chuckled the other one. Tiberius clenched his fists. His parents had just died protecting Caesarea and exploring the tower. How could these two think so little of people who kept their lives safe and comfortable?
"Honestly, the soldier class is the lowest of the low," said the robed man. "And it looks like the kid's answer checks out. He's got an aunt he's staying with."
"Good riddance. Who needs another deadbeat soldier class in the system?"
The two robed men turned to check on the boy, but he was nowhere in sight. Tiberius was sprinting down the street as fast as he could, leaving a trail of tears behind him. He'd show those two bastards, he thought to himself. He'd show everyone, most of all his parents. He'd show them that he'd be a soldier-class citizen to make them proud.
"Get out!" shouted Tiberius. "I don't want your help. We don't need your help."
Regulus's eyes widened in shock at the outburst.
"Excuse me? Do you know who you're talking to?"
"Yeah, I know," said Tiberius.
"Someone who doesn't believe in his own people. Well, get out. I'll show you all."
Tiberius's eyes burned with a fire Regulus was clearly shocked by. The ambassador left the office with no further argument. Tiberius seethed with anger. He turned around and looked out the window at the Colosseum in the distance. Tomorrow was the start of everything he'd been working towards. Tomorrow was the first step towards proving Regulus wrong and all those people who spoke ill of his parents. He'd show every single one of them that the soldier class was worthy of just as much respect as all the other Caesarean classes. He clenched his fists. He'd show them all tomorrow when his squad absolutely crushed the human team. Chapter 49. The next day, Max and the rest of the team walked into the gravelly pit of the tournament's arena. The arena was packed with spectators, roaring with excitement as they entered the ring.
"Remember,
said Blake.
Stay calm. The cheering crowds can add pressure you don't want if you let it.
Another good tip, said Harold, is to imagine everyone in the stands naked. That always calms me right down.
Of course you would do that, said Casey. You're a pervy old geezer.
Max and Sarah chuckled.
Either way, said Sarah, your banter has made me relax a little.
Sarah was right. Max had been really nervous. Still was, but he hadn't wanted to vocalize it in fear of harming the team's morale. Casey yelling at Harold for being a rotten old pervert had somehow calmed him down. Max ignored the cheering spectators and focused on the Caesarean team entering the arena pit from the other side. The other team glared right back at them.
"Ladies and gentlemen,"
came Regulus's voice, booming across the arena. He was on the podium with his partner Hermia like at the start of the previous challenge.
"Are you ready for the first round of the semifinals?"
The crowd roared.
"That's right,"
Regulus said.
"Let's hear it for Team Caesarea in one corner and Team Zestris in another. Let the games begin."
The crowd roared, and the ambassador's floating podium returned to its viewers' box area of the arena. Soon after, the purple mana puddle appeared in the center of the arena and spread forth until it covered the entire circular area of the arena pit. Then it began to rise.
"Now!"
shouted Max. The whole team dropped onto all fours, so they were lying on their stomach. It was an idea Max had come up with during their week of strategizing and training. If every second counted in these challenges, why waste time waiting for the simulation to rise above your head when you could drop down and see what type of environment was appearing right away? The strategy gained their team at least a full 30 seconds head start over the other. Lying on his stomach, Max was able to take in the environment straight away. The ground was hard concrete. There were buildings forming in the distance. The simulated environment was going to be an urban landscape. Good thing we prepared for this, Max thought. Regulus stood in the viewer's box with Hermia. Sabriel sat behind them, already viewing her own personal mana screen to watch the contest. All three of them gasped in shock at the stunning aggression of the human team. They had dropped to the ground to get a head start in the challenge. It was an impressive tactic. But it won't be enough, Regulus thought to himself.
What kind of game is it again?
asked Hermia. Regulus grinned. He'd changed the challenge at the last minute. After Tiberius had rudely kicked him out, he had to take matters into his own hands. He'd make the challenge suit the Caesareans' team's strengths as best he could.
The humans are in for a tough challenge,
Sabriel mused behind them.
The challenge definitely favors the Caesareans.
Hermia looked at the arena to see the transparent structures of an urban environment forming.
I see, said Hermia.
That's right. The challenge plays on the Caesarean strengths while exploiting the human team's weaknesses, Regulus explained with a devilish smile. The challenge is known as the bomb scenario, an asymmetrical team match. Exactly what the humans were most likely praying it wouldn't be.
The simulated environment was fully formed. They were in an abandoned city. The roads were empty except for vehicles that had been looted and broken down for a long time. Tall skyscrapers filled the city, though some of them were bombed out and only remained as half-formed structures. Before Max could take in any more of the environment, a message appeared in his retina. Challenge. Bomb scenario. Asymmetrical. Round 1. Team role. Anti-bomb squad. Victory goal. Stop the bomb squad from detonating the bomb. Respawn 1 minute after death. Total game time, 30 minutes. Max took in the challenge. It was as he suspected as soon as he saw the urban environment forming. The challenge was an asymmetrical team battle.
What kind of game is this?
Balked Casey.
An asymmetrical one,
said Blake.
Exactly what we were hoping not to get.
Which is why we prepared for such a scenario just in case, said Harold. The old man quickly went over the rules, summed up in the challenge message. If you check your profile, said the old man, you should be able to see a map. There's a red dot flashing, which is where the bomb site is. That's where we should head out to intercept the Caesarians.
Wait, said Max. We have no time to waste, and I think I have a better idea. Tiberius and his team stood in the burned-out husk of a destroyed building. It was their starting location. He looked out to the pale pink sky that blanketed the ruined urban landscape.
Looks like the challenge is in our favor, boss, said Marcellus. What's the plan?
Asymmetrical challenge, huh? Tiberius thought to himself. This has Regulus written all over it. No matter what I do or say, he still feels the need to give us an unfair advantage.
All right, we're the bomb planter squad, said Tiberius. We should rush the other team before they have an opportunity to intercept us near the bomb site. Let's move.
Boss, said Hadriana, is your infrared sensor on?
Tiberius lifted his hand and clicked a button on the piece of tech that covered his left eye. The surrounding simulation changed, and he spotted a crowd of 5 bodies coming towards them. It couldn't be. They must have utilized those precious extra seconds when entering the simulation first and wasted no time. Tiberius was about to bark an order when a flameball flew out of the sky, lighting up Hadriana's entire body.
Oh!
Tiberius looked to his left and saw Marcellus get chopped in half with an air katana. Marcellus spat blood before his body shattered and disappeared from the simulation. Damn it, thought Tiberius. They won't respawn for another minute. They've really caught us on the back foot. Over his shoulder, 2 more members of their team got their necks twisted right off by the human team's A-ranker. Damn it! If I survive this assault for the next minute, we might have a chance at making a last-second comeback. But if I die, they'll just farm the respawn point and the first match will go to the humans. He was surrounded by the entire human team. The red-haired climber rushed towards him. The prick, Tiberius thought. Not only were they humiliating them with their aggressive tactics, but they'd go so far as to send their C-ranker against the best person on our team. The audacity! The red-haired climber was seconds away. Tiberius conjured his mana blade and lifted it above his head. He was readying to split the red-haired human in 2. You fool! Spat Tiberius as the kid came into range. Tiberius swung his mana blade down. Shing! Tiberius couldn't believe his eyes. What's this? Meeting his sword slice halfway was a mana sword of the boy's own. It was a katana composed entirely of flames. More impressive, the boy had enough power to hold back the strength of his attack. Tiberius gripped his mana blade and poured his strength forth. The red-haired climber winced as Tiberius overpowered him. You foolish boy, spat Tiberius. Did you think a C-ranker could beat an A-ranker, even with your flashy little tricks? I think you're the fool, said the red-haired climber. You're obsessed with the C-ranker in front of you when there's an A-ranker who can manipulate time right behind you. With that, the old man on the human team twisted Tiberius's neck so hard he was dead in seconds, shattering out of the simulation. The crowd gasped with awed amazement. Regulus and Hermia were looking in their own personal mana screens with just as much surprise as the audience.
I thought you said the humans would be at a disadvantage in this type of fight, asked Hermia.
Regulus wiped his brow. I clearly have underestimated them, said the ambassador. From the start of the match, they took control with a fearless aggression. Even though the match lasts another few minutes, there's no way the Caesarian team can recover with the human team surrounding their starting area. Regulus looked at the red-haired climber in his mana screen. That boy was truly something else. From his fighting abilities to his quick-on-the-fly strategizing. To think he was only C rank. Regulus shuddered at what the boy might become at higher levels of power.
"This boy is incredible," said a voice behind them.
Regulus turned around and saw Sabriel in front of her mana screen, looking at it with awe.
"You think so, Sabriel?"
Regulus's voice shivered.
"Indeed," said the tower god. "He must have combined his comrade's abilities to create that flame sword, and that was only the third most impressive thing he did in the fight."
Regulus didn't feel any more at ease hearing the praise from the tower god. That red-haired kid could turn out to be quite the trump card for the humans, a nuisance for the rest of the Alliance. The words of the tower god behind him pretty much confirmed it.
Chapter 50.
After a few minutes, there was a blip and Max felt nauseous and strange. He blinked, and when he opened his eyes again, he was in a different part of the map with his teammates.
"Was that it?"
asked Casey.
"Yep,"
said Blake.
"Looks like we won round 1.
"If we win this round, we win the overall match and head to the tournament finals,"
said Harold. Max didn't join in the conversation, taking a moment to catch his breath. He waited for the challenge to appear in his retina. Challenge. Bomb scenario. Asymmetrical. Round 2. Team role. Bomb planter squad. Victory goal. Head to bomb site. Plant bomb. And ensure blast by defending for 5 minutes. Respawn 1 minute after death. Total game time, 30 minutes. "There's the challenge message," said Max. "Okay, we've swapped positions, but we benefit hugely from the knowledge of the first round. Let's not make the mistake the other team did. Let's start heading towards the bomb site, right now." Everyone nodded and they started sprinting down the depopulated empty street of the war-ravaged city.
"Is the plan really just to head to the bomb site and plant the bomb?"
asked Sarah.
"That feels a little too simplistic for a Max Reinhardt strategy, no?"
"I agree," said Harold. "It's a bit basic."
Max wanted to yell, "I don't see you coming up with any ideas, Mr. Most Powerful Guy on our team," but he didn't waste his breath. Their plan was basic, because he was still coming up with a plan. But he did know the overarching goal was to plant the bomb at the bomb site. With that in mind, he figured they shouldn't be wasting any time standing around. They could head to the bomb site while he thought of a better idea. And then it came to him. "Okay, I got it," said Max as they moved through the burned-out rubble of the city. "We have a double advantage. We know where the anti-bomb squad's starting position is. Blake and Casey, I want you to intercept the Caesarians and prevent them for as long as you can from getting closer to the bomb site. Meanwhile, Harold and Sarah and I will guard the bomb site."
"I like it,"
said Blake, a big lump of ash fell as he ran with a burning cigarette in his mouth.
"Are you ready to light some more paper cutouts on fire, Casey?"
"It's called origami, moron," snapped Casey. "But yes, I am."
Casey and Blake rushed through the alleyways of the ruined city, heading in the direction of the anti-bomb squad starting area. They kept in mind that the Caesarians had probably already started heading towards the bomb site, so they had readjusted their course to match.
"Remember,"
said Blake,
"we don't even have to kill them all. Even if we slow them down for a minute or two, that edges us closer to victory."
"Got it,"
said Casey. They were getting closer to an area of the map where they'd run into the Caesarians, and they quickly took cover against a half-destroyed wall of a former bank. Blake closed his eyes, and Casey could tell the B-ranker was triggering mana sense. His eyes bulged wide a second later.
"What?"
said Casey.
"What did you see?"
"I can't sense any mana at all. They've gone completely invisible."
Tiberius rushed through the ruined capital on his own. The squad had spread out across the map. They'd take full advantage of their capabilities to crush the human team. They had infrared, communication devices, and they'd all been trained in advanced Alestrian mana techniques as well. There was no way the humans would embarrass them again like they had in that first round. Tiberius spoke quickly into their cross-communication device.
"Okay, team, I spot 2 of them,"
said Tiberius.
Looks like they were running a split-team destruction strategy like we expected. You have my consent to take out the other squad."
Tiberius then rushed through the streets, gliding through the alleyways like a shark, hunting down his prey. He saw the 2 heat signatures of the humans in the distance. They were hiding, but they didn't know where the threat was coming from. He was behind the human B-ranker before they even noticed. Tiberius watched with satisfaction as the simulated blood from his mana blade sliced right through the human B-ranker's stomach and splashed onto the C-rank human girl. Before she could even overcome the shock, he decapitated her, too. Their bodies shattered out of the simulation. Tiberius grinned at the success of his strategy. He knew that the red-haired kid was a fool, and he exploited it to maximum effect. The Caesarian team leader knew they were starting at a disadvantage. The humans would know exactly where they were starting and use that to make the bomb-planting objective easier. But by recognizing Caesarian's own disadvantage, Tiberius could use that to predict their opponent's strategy. He flipped their disadvantage on its head and turned it into a winning strategy. Standing right where 2 human corpses would have lay, cold and dormant, had this been real life and not a simulation, Tiberius checked in with his team.
"The human offensive squad is taken out," said Tiberius.
"Got it, boss," said Hadriana. "We took the bomb squad out as well. Heading to their starting location to farm their respawn zone now."
"Perfect," said Tiberius. "The round is ours."
Max blinked and found himself in an empty white space. He scrambled and felt a huge sense of panic when he heard a familiar voice.
"Relax," said Harold. "We're in the respawn zone, the place where dead challengers go before returning to the map."
Max looked around and saw the rest of the team was there with him in the endless white space. Everyone had a forlorn and dejected look on their face.
"Damn,"
sighed Max. "They saw through our strategy. My strategy."
"Don't beat yourself up too hard, kid," said Harold. "The bomb planters have a harder task than the empty bomb squad do."
"He's right,"
said Blake.
"The diffusers just need to pretty much wipe out the bomb planters before they plant the bomb, and they have a good chance of victory. In some ways, they have a slightly easier victory goal."
"Or it's a victory goal that suits our strengths better than being the bomb planters," Harold explained.
"Well, then we're in luck, right?" said Sarah. "We'll be the bomb diffusers next round, right?"
"Not necessarily," sighed Harold.
"There's always a catch," Casey muttered.
"If we were automatically guaranteed the bomb diffusers again," said Harold, "it would be considered unfair. In an asymmetrical challenge, the 3rd round matchup is always determined with a coin toss."
"What's our plan then?" said Max. "Keep respawning and dying until this round is over?"
Harold shook his head. "Let's not put ourselves through that," said the old man. "It would be bad for morale. If you check your retina, you'll see a prompt to forfeit. If all 5 of us select it, this current round will end early, and the next round will begin."
"Got it," everyone said.
"Ready?"
asked the old man. Max felt his heart racing. It all came down to the next round. If they lost, they were out of the tournament. Their defeat would mean Zestris continuing to descend into further economic and social ruin. Now, more than ever, especially since the 2 sides of Zestris had combined into one city, their need for resources and capital was more important than ever. They couldn't just rely on putting on a good, respectable show for everyone. They needed to win. Chapter 51. In the blink of an eye, Max was back in the ruined city. The surrounding area was so familiar to him that he didn't even have to see the challenge prompt for his stomach to sink. They were the bomb planters this round. They had the harder victory goal to achieve.
"Aw, crap,"
said Casey, reading her retina.
"This is what I call a lame sauce salad provided by lame jerk cooks." "I'm not quite following you," said Sarah. "But I agree. This doesn't look good."
They looked to Blake and Harold for comforting words, and their pale faces did not inspire confidence.
"We're in a bit of a pickle, that's for sure," said Blake. "The Caesarians have powerful communication tech and a whole arsenal of capabilities that can really screw us over. All of their skills, talents, and equipment are meant for this exact type of challenge."
Everyone sighed. Max could tell tensions were high, that the team was beginning to really freak out. Damn, Max thought to himself. The round had just started and it already felt like they were on the back foot, like they'd already lost. Max clenched his fists. But that wasn't the case. They hadn't lost, and Max wasn't going to let his unique strategizing style be the downfall of their team. No, it was going to lead them to victory. "If the Caesarians can communicate across large distances," said Max, "it means they can separate much more easily than we can. They can retain team cohesion from a large distance. That's where we went wrong last round. If they're more powerful when splitting up, we need to stick together." Max then explained his plan to the rest of the team.
"That sounds a bit batshit, mate,"
said Blake. "Do you have a better idea?" asked Max.
"Nope."
"Well, then that settles it," said Max. "Are we ready?" Everyone nodded and they started moving across the ruined city towards the bomb site. Tiberius stood on the top floor of one of the few not destroyed buildings in the dilapidated city. Right below him on the ground was a red circle spray-painted on the ground, the bomb site. "We've secured the surrounding area," said Marcellus. "I'm on the building opposite, ready to snipe them out if they get close." Tiberius grinned. There were many different ways to win this type of game, but one crucial pattern seemed to emerge in every victory. It was controlling the important spaces on the map, be it the spawn zone of the opponent's team, or, in the case of the bomb defusal squad, arriving at the bomb site before the bomb planters had a chance to arrive. "You've as good as lost, little humans," Tiberius snickered to himself. The Caesarian A-ranker couldn't wait to see the look on Regulus's face after their victory. He would show every damn Caesarian the truth of the soldier class. He refused to let those horrible people who called his parents chattel be proven right. "Victory is so close," Tiberius thought. "I can almost taste it." Chapter 52. Regulus and Hermia watched the third round with bated breath. Regulus felt goosebumps forming on his arms as he watched his personal mana screen. "What are the humans doing?" asked Hermia. "I don't understand." Regulus didn't have an answer for his colleague. He was equally perplexed by the human team's strategy, or perhaps more precisely, the seemingly lack of strategy whatsoever. In the first round, their strategy had been incredibly simple, but the speed and shock factor made it brilliant. Now in this third round, they were operating again with a simple strategy, but they didn't have speed or shock tactics on their side. Regulus continued watching the humans and saw them hurry down the urban street in a squad formation. "Aren't they more vulnerable by sticking so closely together like that?" asked Hermia. "I don't know what to make of it," said Regulus. "It's like they're throwing the match away." "Well, they could just forfeit in that case," sighed Hermia. "It feels like they've as good as lost already, considering the Caesarians' current position on the map." Regulus pointedly felt Sabriel behind him, not engaging in their conversation in the slightest. The Tower God's silence made Regulus think there might be something to the human strategy that he was missing. The fact that he couldn't see it unnerved him. He worried for the Caesarian team, but he couldn't explain why. That made him worry more. Max and the rest of the team were rushing down the streets of the ruined city. They were all silent as they focused on the goal ahead of them. "Stick to the plan, guys," said Max, trying to reassure everyone. "We're almost there." Everyone nodded. The flashing red dot of the bomb site location flashed in their retina maps as they got closer. Harold led the pack of them and kept his eyes locked on the road ahead. Casey and Blake covered the rear. Casey was silent, which was slightly unnerving, just as much as the fact that Blake wasn't smoking. But the person who looked most nervous of all was Sarah, running in the middle of the squad formation as they'd done during the Capture the Flag challenge. So this is it, Max thought to himself. It all comes down to this plan. There were no do-overs. There was no flexibility. It had to work or they lost the match. Oliver and Will of the Elestrian team sat in the stands of the arena watching the match. Their arms were crossed as they observed the ensuing battle with perplexity on their faces. "Do you understand what the humans are doing?" Will asked his fellow teammate. "Not at all," said Oliver. Will kept his arms crossed. What is the human team up to? From Will's perspective, the humans' current strategy seemed like madness. The murmurs across the stands of the arena pretty much summed up that most onlookers were thinking the same thing. The humans were heading straight for a defeat. Will's eyebrows furrowed as he watched his personal mana screen with even more intensity than before. What are the humans thinking? Tiberius stood in the bomb site with 3 other members of his team. They turned the bomb site into an impenetrable fortress. There was no way the human team would be able to break through, let alone plant the bomb that was a requirement for their victory objective. The humans have as good as lost, Tiberius thought to himself. The one strategy that might work was if they attacked from above via the window, which was precisely why they had Marcellus stationed elsewhere with his mana sniper. But there was no word from Marcellus about them approaching via the nearby rooftops. Come on, little humans, Tiberius thought to himself. Come on out and make your play. We're waiting to squash you. I got a read on them, boss, said Hadriana. Tiberius turned on his heat sensor and saw the 5 humans via infrared approaching at the bottom of the bomb site building. They're walking right into our trap, sir, said Cicero. Tiberius scowled. I want to win, he said, but this is ridiculous. What the heck are the humans doing? He watched as they entered the ground floor of the building and start rushing up the stairs. No way, Tiberius thought. This couldn't be their strategy, could it? As they entered the building and started moving up the stairs, Max said to his team, All right, guys, this is it. Let's go. Now! Chapter 53. Tiberius grimaced, taking position on the top floor of the building along with his comrades. Hadriana and Cicero stood on either side of the floor's entranceway. They'll be here in 10 seconds, boss, said Hadriana. We'll make sure that they don't last more than 1 step into this room. Tiberius nodded. He still couldn't believe the humans were so arrogant to try such a simple strategy of a full frontal attack. The A-ranker must have been able to trigger mana sense and figure out that they were in the building, and yet they were still charging full steam ahead anyway. It was madness, utter madness. And that's when Tiberius got the first shock of that round. A burst of smoke appeared right in the middle of the room, and the red-haired climber materialized with 2 sets of mana claws. What the? The kid went straight for the 2 members guarding the entrance, forcing them to focus on him. And right in that moment, the rest of the human team charged straight through into the bomb site. Hermia and Regulus both gasped. They broke through, she said in awe. But will it be enough? Said Regulus. It's an impressive start to what still appears to be a suboptimal strategy. Regulus looked over his shoulder and saw Sabriel watching her personal mana screen with intense focus. I'm impressed so far, said Hermia. But I agree, this full frontal attack seems foolish to me too. But wow, what an entrance. First, from the C-rank human completely throwing the Caesarian's defensive position off guard, and then the stampede from the rest of the team. But look, said Regulus, pointing to his screen. Cicero thrust his mana spear, scoring a direct hit on Casey. Blood burst out of the D-rank human's stomach as she collapsed to the ground. Hadriana finished the girl off with her mana whips while Cicero made quick work of Blake. Max's distraction wasn't enough, said Regulus. 2 members of the human team are already down for the count.
As predicted, barging right in was not a good strategy. It's put them into an incredibly precarious situation.
Regulus couldn't help but think, the human team is absolutely done for. Tiberius scanned the battlefield with the eyes of a hawk. The human D-rank girl shattered and disappeared from the simulation in front of his eyes, shortly followed by the human Flamebringer. They were no match for Hadriana's mana whip and Cicero's mana spear.
"Take the C-ranker now!"
shouted Tiberius. The red-haired climber was being a huge annoyance, teleporting haphazardly across the bomb site. But Tiberius grinned inwardly. The odds were completely in their favor now that it was 5-on-3. Slice. The red-haired boy appeared behind Hadriana with his flame katana fully conjured and sliced the Caesarean C-ranker in half.
"Damn,"
thought Tiberius between gritted teeth.
"We're losing our advantage."
In seconds, the red-haired kid had overpowered Cicero, penetrating the Caesarean climber's skull and brain matter with the flame sword. The man shattered out of existence just as his entire body lit on fire. There goes our advantage. Now it's 3-on-3. Things went from bad to worse with the arrival of the human team's A-ranker. Tiberius rushed the man.
"You won't be able to beat me with your tricks," said the old man, sliding out of the way of Tiberius's lunge.
He's the fool, thought Tiberius. He rushed the old man once more, and the foolish human moved right where he wanted him to.
"Here's the thing I learned about your temporal defense trait,"
said Tiberius as his mana sword clashed with the powerful endurance and strength of the old human's muscular bare arm.
"It only works if you know the attack is coming."
A second earlier, Marcellus, stationed across the way, triggered his mana sniper rifle and sent a bullet flying through the back of Harold's head. The old man's eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground and then shattered out of existence. Tiberius grinned. The biggest threat to their plan had always been the human team's A-ranker. Half of their strategy had been made up of tactics to face him. Now that he was out of the picture, the round was as good as theirs. He turned around to see the red-haired climber coming straight at him. The boy leaped in the air and swung his flame katana over his head. Tiberius blocked the attack with his mana blade and snickered.
"You won't be able to beat me, puny C-rank human. Also, you're the one who's running out of time to plant the bomb. The longer you delay, the closer we get to victory."
The red-haired climber shadow-blinked behind him, and Tiberius spun to meet another thrust of the boy's flaming sword.
"I think you're confusing who's delaying whom,"
grinned the boy.
"What is this foolish boy going on about? We have them. The match is as good as ours."
Unless... Tiberius spun around to see the E-rank human girl had planted the bomb while they had been fighting.
"Damn it!"
He could still defuse the bomb. He rushed the girl, but a cloud of black smoke emerged in front of him as the red-haired climber reappeared to block his path. Tiberius used all his strength and sliced the red-haired kid's head clean off.
"Enough of these tricks!"
Tiberius spat. The red-haired kid didn't shatter out of his way. In fact, the boy's head began to grow back into existence.
"This kid's a monster,"
Tiberius thought.
"He'd borrowed the power of their E-rank member."
Still, even if the red-haired climber wasn't out of the match, the kid still, at least momentarily, didn't have a head. Tiberius kicked the boy in the stomach, knocking him out of his way. Tiberius rushed the girl.
"Out of my way!"
he shouted. The girl lay on top of the bomb and wouldn't move. He didn't have time to waste. Tiberius had to defuse the bomb. He stabbed the girl in the back and kept thrusting his blade into her over and over. The E-rank girl cried out in pain, but she didn't shatter away from the simulation. 3 seconds until the bomb went off.
"Why won't you die?"
2 seconds. Tiberius stabbed the girl again and again. 1 second. Chapter 54. A huge explosion went off and a set of words rushed across all the contestants' retinas and the individual mana screens of the audience members. The bomb has been successfully planted. The human team has won the semi-final round of the United Floors Alliance tournament. All across the arena, the spectators were stunned. Hermia nudged Regulus.
"Don't forget you're the host of the tournament," she hissed. "You need to announce the winners."
Regulus was still bracing from the shock. The whole arena was. It looked so clearly as if the human team was going to lose, and then they completely turned the tables with a simple but effective strategy. The bull-headed rush into the bomb site area was one distraction on top of another. First, Max had shadow-blanked and caught them off guard. Then came the reinforcements of Blake and Casey, followed by the arrival of Harold. By that point, both teams' numbers had whittled down, which meant none of them paid attention to the lone human E-ranker planting the bomb. It was a truly magnificent performance. Regulus wiped his eyes and sighed.
"All right, where's my mic?" he said, looking around. "Let's go tell the world that humanity is heading to the final round of the tournament for the first time in decades."
An oppressive silence filled the Caesarian team's locker room. They all sat there, drowning in the knowledge of their defeat. Cicero pounded his fist against a locker.
"We had them!"
he seethed. The defeat was a bitter one. They had been so close they could almost taste the feeling of victory. To have it snatched away so suddenly and violently was an awful and devastating sensation. They all turned to look at Tiberius, the captain, the leader.
"Why aren't you saying anything?" hissed Hadriana. "We lost! To bloody humans, too! We're a disgrace."
"We would have been fine," said Marcellus, "if you lot had done your job." "Easy for you to say," replied Cicero, "when you're hiding out from a building away."
The team was turning on each other, blaming one another for their loss. Tiberius simply leaned his head and sighed contentedly. The harsh words of his comrades faded away as he thought over the round. Part of him was as confused as Cicero was. Why aren't I more pissed off? Had I received some form of brain damage during the fight? He crossed his arms and, to his own disbelief, he couldn't help but smile. He kept playing the match over in his head. The red-haired kid, the E-rank girl, the entire human team. They were fighting for each other, for those they cared about. He could see it in their eyes. It was different from his own. He had been fighting for those he hated, to prove those he detested wrong. He found solace as he considered the human team. Despite his teammates bickering all around him, Tiberius didn't feel like a winner or a loser right then. He felt like something that had been burdening him had finally disappeared. The weight of years of pent-up and violent spite had exited his mind and soul. Tiberius had the human team to thank for that. He leaned his head against the lockers and sighed once more with contentment. The human team was too exhausted to congratulate one another or celebrate. They sat in the locker room, grinning to one another.
"Who knew a full frontal attack with multiple human meat shields would work so well?" smiled Casey.
It seems odd to me that the two people in our team who can regenerate their flesh were not the first people to get sacrificed,
Blake teased.
"You gotta save the most prized sacrificial lamb for last,"
laughed Sarah, joining in. Can we collectively stop referring to ourselves as human sacrifices? Said Max. I feel like it can't be good for team morale.
Says the guy who came up with the strategy,
snickered Harold before changing the subject.
But Max is right. We have bigger things to think about.
Everyone grinned. We're going to the finals! They all cheered. Blake stood up and wiped his forehead with a towel.
All right. Shall we shower and then go check out our competition?
Said Blake. Everyone agreed and went off to take a well-deserved shower. When they were all dressed and ready to go, they stepped out of their locker rooms and asked one of the arena staff members where they could go and watch the second semifinal match of the day.
Oh,
stammered the staff member.
It's already over.
How can that be? Asked Max.
It's been like 10 minutes since we finished ours. Maybe 15 tops.
The staff member shrugged.
The rounds were decisive. Who won? Asked Blake.
Team Mercenary, said the staff member. The team went quiet as they took in this information. It was confirmed there and then. They now knew who they'd be facing in the final round of the tournament.
Chapter 55. The next day, Max woke up and found the rest of the team sitting in the outpost common room around the coffee table. There were mugs of coffee and a basket full of croissants and fruit.
Morning, sleepyhead, smiled Casey. Sarah and I went out and picked up breakfast for everyone.
They picked good,
smiled Blake, munching on a chocolate croissant.
This is my second.
I hope you saved me some, said Max.
Of course,
said Sarah.
If anyone's going to eat everyone's breakfast, it's Toto over there.
Toto was sitting between two couch cushions, gorging on a croissant. The gerbil was covered in crumbs.
Sit down, said Harold, lifting up his mug of coffee. We're discussing the best way to prepare for the final round of the tournament.
Max sat down beside Casey and poured himself a mug of coffee and picked up a pecan pastry. As he munched on his yummy food and sipped on his warm coffee, Harold explained the final round of the tournament to them.
The final round of the tournament is a series of one-on-one matches, said Harold, starting with the team's E rankers and working upwards towards the team's A rankers. It's a best 3 out of 5, so it's possible to win the tournament with neither team's B ranker or A rankers facing off.
Max gulped. He was thinking through the different bizarre members of the mercenary team, trying to recall which one was their C ranker, the one he'd have to fight. Then he grimaced as he remembered. It was that weirdo who wore a jumpsuit like he was a little kid but was actually a deranged middle-aged man.
I've gathered a bit of intel of the previous semifinal match for us to go over, said Harold. We'll have to curate each of our training to prepare for our opponents.
Max raised his hand and Harold gestured for him to speak. Your plan sounds good, Harold, said Max.
Why do I sense a but coming?
But, grinned Max, I have an idea for optimizing our chance of victory even more.
Go on,
said the old man, an amused smile on his face. So my current stats have me currently just barely in C rank, said Max. And I imagine quite a few of us are in a similar boat. Wouldn't it make strategic sense to grow our stats to the maximum we're allowed to have without being disqualified?
You mean like getting us as close to ranking up as possible without actually ranking up?
Asked Casey. Exactly.
Bear in mind, guys,
said Blake,
that we only have a week to prepare.
Funny you say that, Max grinned. It's not like we don't have someone who can manipulate time on our team, do we? Harold smiled and nodded. A new training regimen was about to begin. Over the next few days, the human team traveled down to the misty mountain floor where Max and Harold had trained a few weeks prior. There, in the same spot where Max and the old man had traded blows within his temporal defensive radius, Harold followed a similar training regimen with all 4 members of their team. Each member would gain at least a few days' training within a 10-second period, while Harold was training all 4 of them for multiple days within a single hour. Yet the old man showed no signs of straining. In fact, it was everyone else who was exhausted after their 10-second time loop with the old man. As they switched on and off, they went over the opponents on the mercenary team. The E-ranker was a bizarre girl named Winifred, race unknown. She had long stringy hair that covered her face and she wore a long t-shirt that was moldy and full of stains. They were pretty sure she had the ability to control spirits. The D-ranker was a boy named Kai, again race unknown, but he seemed to come from some kind of race of fish people, as he looked as if he had gills on his bare chest. Then there was the C-ranker, the deranged man known as the Toddler, race and ability unknown. The B-ranker was even more wrapped in mystery. The figure was completely cloaked. No one knew anything about them. Finally, there was the team's A-ranker and leader. It was the old woman known as Mother. Once again, her ability unknown. Well, this is great news for Sarah and Casey, sighed Max. They're the only members whose abilities we truly understand and can prepare for.
Yes, this team has played the tournament with great intelligence,
Blake observed.
They made sure to use as little of their abilities as possible as a way of not letting their next opponent gain any advantage over them.
A huge gasp of air emerged as Sarah collapsed on the ground in front of Harold.
Next!
Shouted the old man. Max walked up to face the man and continue the training. Will you be okay, Harold? Asked Max, readying to spar with the man. He smiled. The man had been training what for him must have been days, if not weeks, and he didn't even look like he'd broken a sweat.
I'll be fine,
Harold smiled.
Besides, with the training you're getting, we might win the tournament before my final round.
Max wasn't sure if that convinced him, but then he wasn't sure what to say either. This had been his idea for training, but he was beginning to worry about the toll it might take on the old man. Harold took a fighting position.
Stop wasting time, said Harold. Those stats aren't going to raise themselves.
Mother sat with her team in a penthouse suite at the edge of the Caesarian capital. The rest of her team stood around a table, silent and brooding.
Why so somber, my darlings? Said the old woman. Everything is going according to plan. In a few days' time, we'll have achieved so much of what we've been working towards.
Kai, the team's D-ranker, crossed his arms.
I've received intel on the human team. They seem to be training harder than ever. Do you think they're going to get in the way?
Mother shook her head.
They can train all they want. It's already too late. They're done for. All of them.
Mother leaned back in her chair and smiled to herself.
It was all coming together, she thought. I can't wait to see all the petrified faces of the different tower races when our plan comes to fruition. They're so weak, the members of this alliance. They'll be shown how complacent and pathetic they've become. They won't know what hit them.
Max collapsed on the ground. His body ached. He was sweating. He wasn't sure how much more training he could take.
Don't worry,
said the old man, looming above him.
Check your stats. That should do it.
Max, gasping for breath, called his profile and looked them over. Name, Max Reinhardt. Rank, C. Trait, unique. Mimic. Unleash the last move you were hit with at double the power. You may choose to retain 5 abilities you're hit with, adding it to your arsenal of attacks at double the power. You can now fuse 2 abilities together to create a new ability. You're able to test and see the new ability, but once gaining the ability, you lose the original 2 abilities in exchange for the newly created ability. Ability slot. Shadow Blink. Rare. Ability slot. Chain Lightning. Rare. Ability slot. Phase Out. Uncommon. Ability slot. Flame Katana. Rare. Ability slot. Temporal Defense. Unique. Strength. 70. Agility. 70. Endurance. 70. Mana Affinity. 70. Passive skills. Kokoro, Warrior Spirit. Max looked at the stats with amazement. They were all 1 stat point away from ranking up to B rank. It was incredible. At his current levels, he could bend mid-level magical weaponry with his bare hands. His punches could rip through the flesh of D-rank monsters with ease. At top speed, he could move with the lightning quickness of a bullet. His body ached and throbbed. At first, he thought it was because of the pain from all the training, but that wasn't the case. His body was aching due to all the new strength and power coursing through him. On the evening before the final round of the United Floors Alliance tournament, no one in the capital city of Caesarea had seen the human team. Orders had come from the highest levels of the Caesarian administration that all civil servants and guards on duty must report a sighting of the human team at once. They wanted the final round tomorrow to go off without a hitch. The humans, having completely disappeared for multiple days, did not bring them any relief. 2 guards stood by the arrival teleporter of the Caesarian floor.
You think the humans ran off? Asked the first guard. Scared of that mercenary team? No, said the second guard. If they disappeared, it's because someone killed them, murdered them in their sleep. That would be disappointing, replied the first guard. I put a bet down on the human team.
The 2 guards sighed and stared out at the setting sky across the capital city. Boom! Both guards jumped in fright and turned around to see 5 people had just emerged from the arrival teleporter behind them. The 5 members of the human team. Their clothing was torn. Their faces were covered in dirt and scratches. They looked ragged all over, and yet they were also emitting a palpable level of determination and power. The guards looked at them, stunned, like they were witnessing monsters hatching from eggs. The humans all looked significantly more powerful than they had when they first arrived a few weeks prior. Was this the same scrappy human team that had clawed their way to the top? The human team nodded to the 2 guards and walked out into the city.
"Well, they look ready to fight," said the first guard.
"No," said the other. "They look ready to win." Chapter 56. The following morning, Regulus stood with Hermia at their viewing box in the arena, watching every seat get filled for the final day of the tournament.
"Can you believe it?" said Hermia. "All that preparation has led to today, the final day of the tournament."
Regulus gulped. "It really is remarkable," said Regulus. "To think the 2 teams who made it to the final round were not even on my radar a few weeks prior to the tournament even beginning, and yet here they are, facing off for the ultimate grand prize."
Hermia handed Regulus his hosting microphone. "Well, you better get ready to announce," said Hermia. "You can feel the tension in the air. Everyone is waiting eagerly for this final round."
Will and Oliver of the Elestrian team sat in the stands of the arena, looking down to the square fighting ring at the center. They were both holding up cardboard signs with a stick figure of a girl with a happy face. Over top the cardboard read, "Go, Sarah, go."
"Which sign do you think she'll like better?"
asked Will.
"Mine, obviously," said Oliver. "Don't forget, I was the one who went with her to the tournament ball."
"Yeah, that traumatic event," said Will, grinning.
"Such harsh memories. She'll want to start over with someone else."
Oliver went red in the face and stared daggers at his comrade.
"You take that back right now."
"Shh," hissed Will.
"It looks like the match is starting."
The murmurs of the crowd died down and the 2 teams walked out on either side of the square fighting ring. The 2 E-rank girls on either team stepped into the fighting square, facing off against each other. The first match was about to start. Sarah stared at the dead-eyed girl across the ring from her, the mercenary team's E-ranker, Winifred. Sarah thought she could see the hazel eyes of the girl poke through the stringy wet hair that she let fall down her face. The pale girl stood there, doing nothing, waiting to attack. Sarah gulped. Someone yelled from the arena,
"Come on, fight!"
Someone else added in,
"Attack already!"
Sarah clenched her fists. She knew what she had to do. They had gone over it during the team's training for the last week. She couldn't hesitate now. She took a deep breath, relaxing herself. For a brief second, the oppressive audience and arena wasn't around her. She had laser focus on her target. Sarah rushed at Winifred. She readied her fist as she charged, imbuing it with the silver glow of mana.
"Take this!"
she yelled. With her strength stat at 20, which was only 1 point away from D-rank level strength, this punch should deal a heck of a lot of damage to another E-ranker. But it would have to land first. Sarah found herself leaning over Winifred, a punch ready to smack right into the demented-looking girl's cheek. But her body was suddenly frozen still. What's going on? Flickering between them was a silver-floating being. It was an old woman wearing a strange mask. The old woman's hand gripped itself around Sarah's wrist with so much strength it completely stopped her punch from moving forward. The grip had basically paralyzed her entire body.
"What is this?"
Sarah stammered, looking at Winifred. The mercenary team's E-ranker had barely budged from the beginning of the fight. She stood there, apathetic and lifeless. It was as if she was almost bored by Sarah's plight. Finally, Winifred opened her mouth. "That's old Granny Whitmore," said Winifred. "She's been dead over 400 years. She doesn't like to see others fight." Sarah trembled.
This girl, she thought to herself, she can speak to ghosts.
The crowd around Will and Oliver had continued to grow restless. Their bloodlust was satiated when Sarah went to strike, but they were even more irritated than before when the punch didn't land. To them, it looked like two people were just standing there, talking back and forth to one another.
"This is not a fight!"
yelled someone nearby.
"Give us our money back!"
"Ignore them," said Oliver. "You can sense what's going on, can't you?" Will looked at his superior-ranked comrade. He could sense something was happening, but he couldn't tell what.
"Focus on Sarah," said Oliver. "Use your advanced mana perception."
Will took a deep breath and focused on Sarah. He gasped when he saw it. It was only for a flicker of a second, but it made his heart pound against his chest.
"I'm guessing by your face you just saw it?"
said Oliver.
"What is that?"
Will could barely put into words what he saw. It was like a shock horror of nightmares in a blip of a second. In that second, he saw the silver specter of an old woman clutching onto Sarah's wrist. But it was more than that. One ghost would have made him raise his eyebrows, but it was the sheer volume of spirits surrounding both E-rank girls that freaked him out.
"How is Sarah supposed to beat that girl?"
Will thought to himself.
"If she has an army of ghosts at her beck and call." "It is a very impressive trait," said Oliver. "I've seen one like it before. It's some kind of spirit whisper ability." "Is there any way for Sarah to counter it?"
Will asked. Oliver shook his head.
"I'm not sure," he said. "Sarah has a lot of work cut out for her if she wants to beat Winifred. Sarah's stats are clearly top-notch for an E-ranker. Did you see how fast she approached Winifred? However, her trait is much more suited to go up against a more conventionally offensive ability. Someone such as Winifred with a more psychological-based ability makes Sarah's trait a lot less useful."
"Damn," Will thought to himself.
"Come on, Sarah. Hang in there."
The ghost woman's grip began to send a chill up Sarah's arm. The horrible cold feeling enveloped her body.
"What's happening to me?"
she cried. All around her were more ghost spirits. Many of them were dead children, souls lost to the cruelty and violence of the tower. "Join us," said the chorus of dead spirit children. Sarah couldn't help but think of all the orphans she'd helped take care of at the group home. She knew how hard their lives had been. It hurt her to see the sight of all these spirit children who may have been relegated to an even worse fate than the children she'd looked after.
"No,"
she gasped. It took her an incredible amount of strength just to get the words out now that the old grandma's ghost spirit energy had completely enveloped her. But as soon as she spoke, Sarah was flying across the arena. She crashed into the stone floor right near the edge. "Stay down," said Winifred coldly. "If you don't get up, they'll count it as a knockout. Save yourself the trouble. I don't want to hurt you." Sarah felt the world going black around her.
"Is this really it? Did I lose without even landing a single hit?"
Max and the rest of the team watched the match with severe intensity. Max's knee-jerk reaction when Sarah went flying across the fighting ring was to go and help her, but Harold held him back.
"This is her fight," said Harold. "Not yours."
Max gulped. Winifred's trait was overpowering Sarah. Harold had explained that the mercenary team's E-ranker could control ghosts to fight for her. He didn't see how Sarah could beat an army of ghosts. In that moment, he didn't care about winning the tournament or anything like that. He just wanted his friend to survive this match okay. There was something truly demented about the mercenary team. They all had some strange monstrous power and a desire to harm and kill. He didn't want this psychopathic girl, who looked straight out of a horror film, to murder his childhood friend. He looked at Sarah, who lay motionless at the side of the fighting arena. "Please get up," Max thought to himself. "Please don't be dead." Regulus's voice boomed across the arena as he counted up to 10 to declare a knockout. 5, 6, 7... And then the whole arena gasped. Trembling, Sarah began to pick herself up. She wobbled as she stood, but raised her fists in a fighting stance. It was amazing. His childhood friend wasn't going to give up without a fight. All the spirits cried out around Sarah, telling her to stay down. Now, standing on her feet, Sarah shook her head. "I refuse!" she shouted. She'd faced far greater horrors in her lifetime than these spectral remnants. She knew what real fear was, and these ghosts only inspired a half-baked superficial form of fear compared to what she had experienced growing up. "Why do you keep trying?" hissed Winifred from across the ring. "Why do you hope? The dead children of the tower grant me power. No one cared about them. No one cares about anyone." Sarah shook her head violently, tears flying in every direction. "I care!" cried Sarah. She took a step towards Winifred. The ghost children surrounded Sarah. They began pulling at her, leaving marks in her skin, pulling at her flesh. "You'll never reach me," shouted Winifred. "You couldn't even land a punch." Sarah ignored her and kept moving closer and closer to Winifred. "I understand you now," said Sarah as she trudged forward as all the ghosts held her back. "I understand your pain. To be surrounded by these grieving, mourning souls, it's not that different from growing up in an orphanage with only other sad, lonely children's whimpers and moans offered as a lullaby before bed." Winifred's shoulders jumped in fright at Sarah's words. "You don't know me!" Winifred screamed. "You don't know anything about me!" Sarah just kept moving forward. She was 5 steps from reaching Winifred. The ghosts were getting more aggressive. Their pulls and tugs were no longer sending a cold, hollow feeling through her, but were literally tugging at Sarah's flesh and skin. Both of her arms were ripped, bloody, and torn. 4 more steps. A huge gash formed in her back. 3 more steps. A chunk of her calf was ripped away. 2 more steps. Blood and open flesh wounds dripped from her body as she reached Winifred. The ghostly girl, the E-ranker on the mercenaries' team, winced as she expected Sarah to land a punch on her. But Sarah didn't think twice about what she did next. "Here it comes," Winifred thought to herself. A knockout blow. Her ghosts couldn't hold the human E-ranker back. She winced, readying herself for the punch. Whoosh! Winifred felt the breeze rush by. What's happening? The human girl didn't punch her, didn't hit her at all. All the human girl did was wrap her arms around Winifred and hug her.
"What the heck is she doing?"
balked Casey. Toto's face was also filled with concern.
I agree with that sentiment entirely,
said Blake, taking a drag of a cigarette.
Maybe she's trying to make Winifred take damage from her own ghost attacks?
Asked Max, slightly perplexed by the fight happening in front of them.
"You're all wrong,"
said Harold, keeping his arms crossed. They all looked at him in disbelief. What's the old man going on about?
"She is learning a valuable lesson that any climber worth their salt needs to learn," said Harold. "She knows she can't beat Winifred's army of ghosts. She's accepted that. Now she is simply creating a victory within her defeat. Take heed. This is how one fights with honor."
Winifred stood there completely confused as Sarah kept hugging her, locking her into an embrace. Winifred was overwhelmed. What is this touch? What is this warmth? What is this intimacy? Winifred could feel Sarah's chest breathe in and out, could hear the beating of the human girl's heart. What are you doing? Winifred hissed.
I'm going to destroy you now, throw you out of bounds. You won't recover in time like you did before."
Then Winifred's eyes bulged with shock from what Sarah said next.
"I know,"
Sarah sighed.
"but before you do, I want you to know I care, even for you."
Those were Sarah's last words right before Winifred commanded her scythe spirit to stab Sarah in the back and send the girl flying across the arena. Sarah didn't even feel the thump when her body crashed into the gravel ground outside the ring. She could barely hear the announcer count to 10. She gently turned her head and looked back at the arena. Winifred stood where she had began the very fight, having not moved an inch. But part of Sarah hoped that even if she hadn't moved physically, she'd changed the mercenary girl somewhat. She knew that Winifred had changed her. Sarah saw Winifred's hazel eyes furtively glance through her stringy, wet strands of hair to watch her.
"Thank you,"
Sarah said with her last bit of energy.
"You may have won, but you showed me that I'll never give up helping those who need it. I'll never give up proving to those poor souls who think that no one cares about them that I do."
Chapter 57. Max and the rest of the team watched on as Winifred was declared the winner of the first match. A group of Caesarians came out to carry Sarah away on a stretcher, but by the time they'd reached her, her regenerative healing trait had done the job for them. She walked back slowly towards Max and the rest of the team.
"I'm sorry, you guys," she said. "I let you down."
"Don't worry about it," said Casey. "I'd have trouble taking down a demented army of ghosts, too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that we're more than impressed."
They all gave her a pat on the back and a quiet cheer.
"You fought well," said Harold.
There wasn't much time to relax or go over the previous match as preparations were being made to start the next one straight away. Max went over the numbers. Sarah's loss meant that the mercenary team were in the lead. The first to 3 victories would be declared the victors of the tournament. They weren't down for the count, but if they lost the next round, it meant they would have to win every single round after that. Better to have some wiggle room, Max pondered.
"Don't worry about me, guys,"
said Casey, jumping up and down energetically while shadowboxing.
"I got this."
She then gently took Toto off her shoulder and planted him in the same spot on Max's shoulder.
"Max will watch you while I fight. Is that all right, Toto?"
The little gerbil squeaked with assent.
"Go make us proud,"
said Harold. Casey nodded. She walked with determination into the fighting square to start the next match. Kai smirked as he watched the human girl walk into the fighting area. The girl didn't look like much. She had brown hair, green eyes, and was wearing a miniskirt and hoodie, her D-rank badge pinned to it. "Just my luck," he grinned to himself. "I get to face off against a dopey girl. She's not even dressed for the fight. This'll be a piece of cake." After Winifred's win, their team just needed to win 2 more times and they'd be the winners of the tournament. But even better was the knowledge that their plan could then truly commence. Kai stepped onto the fighting square and stared down his opponent. "Let the match begin!" shouted the announcer. Kai didn't waste any time and triggered his Waterbringer trait. The perspiration in the air formed into a solid liquid right in front of Kai and quickly amassed into a gigantic tidal wave, looming over the human girl. "One devastating wave," Kai grinned to himself. "Should be enough to knock this girl out." Casey faced the looming tidal wave towering over her. She could hear gasps of amazement across the audience, but her face looked apathetic and bored.
"Is this supposed to impress me?"
she said. She whipped out both her hands and triggered her Airbringer trait. A huge tornado appeared in front of her and smashed right into the incoming tidal wave. The 2 moves canceled each other out. A portion of the audience was splashed with the water that Casey had deflected. Her opponent, Kai, scowled at her from across the arena.
"Is that all you got?"
She smiled. Kai clenched his fists. He hated this girl. She was mocking him, humiliating him in front of all these people.
Who does she think she is? You're cocky for a dumb girl, Kai finally replied to Casey's taunts. Don't worry, I'll finish you off quickly. Kai triggered his waterbringer trait once more. This time, however, he created a tidal wave below his feet, sending him high into the air. He then materialized a silver trident from his climber's pouch. I'm going to gut you like a fish, he hissed. There was no way the human girl would be able to beat him while he had this height advantage. She was done for. And yet the girl didn't seem fazed by Kai's power in the slightest. In fact, she appeared to be grinning up at him.
Absolutely perfect, she said. You've given me the perfect opportunity to showcase my newest invention.
The human girl leaped into the air and materialized 2 large folded pieces of paper and quickly strapped them to her back. What is she doing? Kai had his answer in seconds as the human girl soared to meet him head-on high in the air. Kai couldn't believe it. Those 2 folded-up pieces of paper were actually wings? The girl soared past him and was now the one looming above him. The tables of the battle had turned with remarkable speed. The human girl flapped her wings and looked sternly over Kai, clutching his trident at the top of the massive swirling wave he had created. The girl flapped her wings and held her arms out, one on top of the other. A new swirl of air formed around her hands and an incredibly long wind katana took shape. The girl lifted it above her head, preparing to strike Kai. As she swung her massive wind katana towards Kai, she shouted,
You should have never underestimated me.
Kai lifted his trident to block the attack, but the force and power of the strike was too much. It smashed right through him, creating a massive divide with his own tidal wave. He was sent hurling to the ground, smashing into the stone of the fighting arena. His vision went black. The crowd erupted with cheers and applause. The mercenary's D-ranker was completely knocked out. In the process, the human D-rank girl had wrecked a quarter of the fighting arena. Everyone watched with amazement as the girl did a loop with her paper origami wings and slowly brought herself back down to the arena square. She took a quick bow and everyone hollered and cheered even more. It has been known that the United Floors Alliance Tournament is an event where legends truly begin, where the greatest climbers get dubbed the names they go on to be known for the rest of their careers. Many point to that morning as the birth of the human climber known as the Sky Angel. Chapter 58. Max and the rest of the team all exchanged a look of shocked amazement.
I felt confident in Casey,
said Blake.
But damn, I hadn't been that confident.
Casey dematerialized her wings and put them away before she started to walk back towards them. She grinned and playfully brushed dirt off her hands.
Easy peasy, she said. Looks like you're up next, Max.
Max grimaced. Don't remind me, he said, looking across to the other team stationed across the ring.
What's wrong?
Casey asked. It's just that I'm up against the weirdest guy on their team. The middle-aged man wearing a one-piece pajama suit jumped up and down, clapping his hands. Max could hear him from across the way.
My turn! My turn!
He said gleefully. Max felt a hand on his shoulder.
Be careful with this one, Max, said Harold. That man is dangerous.
Max nodded his head. Well, there was no getting out of fighting this guy, so he might as well get it over with. He walked onto the fighting square. The 2 teams were now tied with 1 win and 1 loss each. This fight would be the turning point. Max clenched his fists, readying himself. This was his chance to help his team strike forward towards victory. The strange man known as the Toddler stepped up into the fighting ring. He tilted his head and grinned at Max. The smile was menacing and made Max feel sick just looking at the deranged man. There was something incredibly off-putting about seeing a 40-year-old man dress and act like a baby. The beginning of the match was declared, and Max took a step towards the man. The man lifted up a single finger and wagged.
Hold on,
he said cheerfully.
We don't even know what we're going to play yet.
Max looked at the man quizzically. What is up with this dude? The toddler stretched out his hands and materialized a large treasure chest that had the words "Toy Box" written across it. The toddler fell to his knees with manic glee all over his face. He reached out his hands and flipped open the toy box like it were a magic treasure chest. Max clenched his fists and prepared to strike. Why am I waiting for this guy to do whatever weird ability he has? Max figured the best defense was a good offense, so he rushed towards the toddler. The old man in the stained pajamas looked up and wagged his finger.
"Be careful! Anyone who attacks the toy box before it presents me with my toy will go bye-bye, like my stupid little brother."
A cold chill pulsed through Max and he braked himself from moving any closer. Did this guy just admit to murdering his sibling? The very idea enraged Max and simultaneously made him feel sick to his stomach. It made him think of his sister Elle. A little sister was someone you were supposed to protect. To break that oath and then to so casually scoff it off made Max want to beat this guy to a pulp even more than he had before. The man opened up his toy box and a bright light shone on his face. His eyes bulged and he clapped his hands together happily.
"Oh, goody! We're going to play my favorite game!"
Hermia stood in the viewing box beside Regulus, overlooking the tournament round down below. Even from way up where they were, she suddenly felt a chill in her body, like the arena was getting cooler.
"I thought we weren't going to use any air conditioning during the fights," said Hermia, looking to Regulus. "To do so would cause an exploitable advantage to certain trait users more than others."
Regulus's face was pale. "That chill you're feeling isn't the stadium. It's that man on the mercenary team's trait. Look!" Light flecks of snow were falling in the battle square overtop the human climber and the mercenary man.
"That man is strange," sighed Hermia. "He creeps me out."
"He's worse than creepy," Regulus explained. "I thought there was something familiar about him, but I couldn't put my finger on it until now. It's his trait. I've heard of him. In some parts of the tower, he's infamously known as the Kid Butcher." Hermia's eyes widened.
"What?"
"He's had a lot of nicknames over the years. The Toddler, Little Timmy, the Infant Murderer. Not much is known about him beyond rumors and hearsay. We're pretty sure he grew up in one of the city-states higher up. Nightmare City, if I remember correctly." Hermia shuddered. She could not think of many good wholesome people to have come out of Nightmare City. Worse, to gain infamy in a place like that means you have to be in the highest tier of psychotic, murderous, and downright heinous in your actions.
"So what did he do?"
Hermia asked. "Just as he revealed a second ago, it's been believed that he killed his innocent younger brother for simply trying to play with him and his precious toy box. Nothing has been proven, though. Then, when the parents found out, they tried to get him taken away. The kid went on a rampage, allegedly murdering his parents and then the officials that had come to collect him." Hermia shuddered. She was supposed to be an impartial observer of the tournament, and that included this fight. But there was something about the human team and the red-haired climber in particular that she couldn't help secretly rooting for. But now she was worried for the young human fighting this round. The mercenary fellow wasn't just a powerful fighter. He wasn't even just a cold-blooded killer. One could fight against someone like that with a plan. But planning and strategizing against this guy won't necessarily work. How do you fight someone who's insane? The little flecks of snow swirling around them quickly grew into thicker puffs. Within seconds, the fighting square was filled with snow just below Max's knees. "What is this?" said Max. The toddler's toy box faded away, and the man jumped to his feet and clapped his hands.
"The game is called Snow Fort War,"
shouted the toddler.
"Whoever makes the snow fort and destroys the others wins. There's a 5-minute prep phase. No attacking until after, or else automatic loss."
Max took in the mercenary's words. Interesting. The man's power had similarities to the gambler he'd faced off against back in Alestria. It was abstract and malleable. It essentially created scenarios and conditions to fight in, so it was an incredibly powerful environment-altering ability. The counterbalance to such an impressive ability was the randomized element to the toy box. There was no guarantee what game or toy would pop out of it at a given time. "And what if I lose?" Max asked.
"You fall into a coma for 6 months?"
giggled the toddler. He then grinned manically.
"But don't worry about waking up. I'll kill you as soon as you go under."
Chapter 59. Snow continued to fall onto the arena square. Max looked around in a panic.
"Okay, time to get started on my fort,"
the toddler gleefully declared. The older man fell to his knees in the snow and began gathering it together, shaping it into a mound. Max felt his heart thump in his chest. He was feeling a mixture of confusion and panic. Is my final fight to this tournament really going to be a glorified snowball fight? Max shook his head. This was no time to be proud. He had a snow fort to build. Max fell to his knees and started gathering up puffs of snow. The key to a good snow castle was to not get too fancy or to cover too much space. You wanted an impenetrable mound, a wall against your enemy. Once he had a defensive line built, he could then figure out his offensive strategy against the toddler. If the goal was to destroy the other person's base, he was eventually going to have to get close enough to attack the toddler's fort. The toddler giggled from his side of the arena as he went about building his own snow castle. The laughter was unnerving. Max ignored him and focused on building his snow fort. There was another minute of the prep phase before they were allowed to attack each other. Max looked up quickly to see if he could take in what strategy the toddler was going for. He figured he shouldn't be unquestioningly confident in his own plan, especially if the toddler had played this game before. When Max looked up, he didn't like what he was seeing. The toddler had created a 4x4 wall for him to turtle inside. Worse, he had created 5 snowmen as well, and it looked like he could control them from his fort. Now Max would have to fight through that squad of snowmen just to get into damage-dealing range. There was only 30 seconds now until the offensive phase of the game began. The snowmen viciously came towards him and his fort. Crap. But then Max had a realization. Outside of destroying the other person's snow fort, there weren't any other hard and fast rules. It was just like the gambler. There was a flexibility here that could be exploited. The fine print was open to interpretation. The toddler grinned behind the comfort of his snow fort's walls. He was so eager to beat that human boy at his favorite game, he desperately wanted to peek outside the walls. But he knew he shouldn't. The snowman would crush the boy. He snickered to himself and fondly imagined the boy falling unconscious, lying on the ground like a little rag doll. And like a doll, the toddler wanted to rip the boy up from the seams and drain him from the insides, creating a big, glorious mess.
"Soon,"
he smiled to himself. He felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. At first, he thought it was the result of some deep-seated anxiousness or impatience. But then he realized it was getting warmer.
"That can't be right,"
he thought.
"This is a snowy game."
But it began to get hotter and hotter.
"What's going on?"
The toddler decided he had to look up from his snow fort and see what was happening. He peeked his eyes up out from the wall. His eyes bulged with horror. The snowy landscape his toy box had created had disappeared. Flames filled the fighting square. His vicious snowmen were nothing but puddles.
"How is this possible? No one beats me at my favorite game."
Across the arena stood the red-haired human boy holding a weapon he'd never seen the boy wield before.
"Is that a freaking flamethrower?"
Max grinned at the hot, blazing flames around him. The toddler snowman squad was destroyed, and now it was just a matter of taking aim at the snow fort and pulling the trigger of his flamethrower. "Looks like this round is going to me," Max grinned. He was very confident now, which was surprising, that given a minute ago he was the opposite. But that's when he remembered that he had a flame-based ability in his arsenal, the flame katana he'd fused from Blake and Casey's traits. But he hadn't been 100% sure the sword would work. Yes, the fire could melt the snow, but the snow could also melt the fire. It was like the two abilities canceled each other out. What he really needed was a long-range area of effect flame attack. So he rolled the dice and fused the flame sword ability with the toddler's toy box ability. In return, he created a brand spanking new ability called the Pyromaniac's Toolbox. Like the toy box ability, it was a randomized item or ability-generating trait that would create power specifically for a pyromaniac. And there was nothing an arsonist loved more than a flamethrower. Max watched the toddler look on with shock. The key to Max's victory was recognizing that part of toddler's power was forcing you into the childlike mindset of a school playground game. The vicious snowman had shown him that. It was all about one-upmanship. It was the rock beats scissors until I bring a nuke style of thinking. Max pulled the trigger on his flamethrower and let out a massive stretch of flame onto the toddler's snow fort. The victory was Max's. He won by using schoolyard rules, a.k.a. someone messes with your snow fort, you go over and kick theirs down until there's nothing but rubble. Or, in Max's case, just torch it all with a flamethrower. Chapter 60.
No fair!
Screamed the toddler, slamming his fists into the puddles that were once the four walls of his snow fort. They were the last words the strange man uttered before his eyes rolled to the back of his head and he collapsed into a coma on the ground. Mother watched it all from their team's section in the stands.
The insane idiot won't wake up for 6 months, the old woman thought. What a nuisance.
They would have to factor that into their escape plans later. Or they would just leave the psychotic man-child to the Caesarean prisons and torture chambers. He'd served his purpose, and not that well at that. What more did they need him for? Caesarean healers rushed out to collect the mercenary and carried him away on a stretcher, while Regulus announced that Max Reinhardt of the human team had won the 3rd round of the tournament. The crowd cheered with excitement.
Just you wait, Mother thought to herself. All you fools won't be laughing and cheering soon.
Mother turned to the hooded figure on their team.
Looks like you're up, said the old woman. We're at 1 win and 2 losses now. You have to win this match.
The hooded figure didn't say anything, simply walking past her towards the fighting ring.
You know what to do, said Mother. Don't let us down.
The hooded figure stepped forth onto the arena stage. Mother grinned. Their team's B-ranker was their true hidden trump card. Blake did some stretches while a cigarette burned in his mouth.
Should you be smoking so close to the match?
Sarah asked with concern.
Heck no, said Blake. This is my lucky cigarette. I won't be able to win without inhaling all of its chemical goodness.
Everyone made a face at Blake. They weren't going to argue with him right before his big match.
Come on, Blake, said Casey. You can finish this tournament for us here and now. Harold won't even have to fight in the end if you win.
Harold nodded.
I'd like nothing more than to not have to step into that ring.
Blake nodded at the A-ranker's words and took a final drag of his cigarette before flicking it to the ground and rubbing it out with his foot. He stretched his hands and cracked his fingers.
Okay,
he said.
Time to finish this.
Regulus watched as the human B-ranker walked onto the fighting square and joined the hooded figure there. He looked at the two fighters with a nervous excitement in his chest. So far, all the matches had proven to be showstoppers, and Regulus had a feeling this one was going to be no different. He just wasn't sure how and in whose favor. The powerful strength of a B-rank flamebringer against... Well, actually, still no one knew exactly who or what the mercenary team's B-ranker was capable of. Regulus had hired researchers to find out, but they hadn't been able to come up with anything.
I guess now all will be revealed, Regulus said to himself.
He sighed and then raised his mic to his mouth and said,
It's the moment we've all been waiting for, folks. The battle between the B-rankers. Will the human team win and take the title as tournament champions? Or will the mercenary team be able to hold out and survive for their own shot at glory? Well, let's find out. Everyone make some noise for our fighters and let the match begin!
Blake didn't want to waste any time. As soon as the announcer called the match, he stretched out his hands and shot forth a massive fireball at the hooded figure, creating an explosion of flames. Those who had chosen not to attend the arena that day would have seen a small mushroom cloud of smoke appear from the top of the Colosseum. Blake crossed his arms and waited for the smoke to clear. He had trouble seeing the mercenary B-ranker surviving such a clearly powerful attack. Sure, their stats would be roughly the same, but fire was fire. There was also the damage over time effect. Maybe a B-ranker's endurance meant their skin could resist the heat at first, but there was only so long one person could last in an oven full of flames. The smoke cleared, and Blake looked on with shock and horror. First, it was just a silhouette. Blake shook his head.
No way they could have survived that.
But then the smoke cleared completely. The hooded figure stood there in front of him, unfazed. The mercenary B-ranker's clothing wasn't even damaged. Blake clenched his fists.
I guess I better get ready,
he thought to himself.
This isn't going to be a short fight.
Max and the rest of the team looked on in shock and awe. The smoke fully cleared, and the two fighters in the ring stood exactly where they had been before the match had officially started. The mercenary B-ranker is clearly insanely powerful, said Max. The hooded figure was completely unharmed from Blake's devastating attack.
I hope our former climber instructor can pull off something even more impressive than that, said Casey, petting Toto on her shoulder. What's more impressive than blowing up the fighting ring and creating a massive mushroom cloud in the sky?
Sarah asked.
I don't know,
Casey shrugged.
But whatever it is, I hope it can harm the mercenary team's B-ranker.
Watch, said Harold. All of their attention returned to the fighting ring. In a second, the hooded figure flashed out of sight. The B-ranker reappeared behind Blake. Max was amazed. The mercenary fighter wasn't even teleporting. They were just moving with lightning speed. Blake didn't have time to react. Soon, the hooded figure was clutching onto Blake. The Flamebringer scrambled to get out of his opponent's grip. He didn't have that much time to attempt the escape, because within less than a second, the mercenary lifted Blake and whipped him across the arena into a nearby wall out of bounds. Blake's body created a huge crater in the arena's walls. Blake collapsed onto the ground. The Flamebringer now had 10 seconds to get up and back into the square, or the human team would lose the match. Chapter 61. Hermia nudged Regulus in the ribs as they both watched the match in awe. The nudge was exactly what the announcer needed, as he was soon lifting up the mic to his mouth and declaring, "Is this it, folks? The human B-ranker has 10 seconds to get up, or the match will go to the mercenary team. 10, 9. Hermia watched the human B-ranker lie face down out of bounds. He wasn't getting up. She then glanced over to the mercenary team's B-ranker. The hooded figure, listed in their database as merely unknown, stood there, showing no emotion.
Whoever that is,
Hermia thought,
they are extremely powerful.
6! Shouted Regulus, the whole arena chanting along with him now. Hermia looked at the human fighter with concern. He only had a few more seconds to get up. But Hermia had an even more frightening thought pass through her mind.
Will he be able to get up at all?
Many, many years ago, Blake ran into the courtyard of the Climber Academy out of breath. His hair was greasy and his hands were covered in black charcoal. "Sorry I'm late, sir," he shouted. "My manager wouldn't let me leave early from my shift." To support him and his family, he had to work extra hours at one of the Tower Zone's fast food burger chains. All the other students snickered and laughed at him. He was the only one of them who had a part-time job alongside his studies. The others came from rich, successful climber families. "What a loser," laughed the other kids. "Barbecue Blake is such a clown. Always making mistakes. He should just give up." Even their instructor snickered at the other kids' words. Blake sighed and looked at the ground. No one respected him. They were probably right. He was nothing but a loser and should just give up. His wallowing thoughts didn't last long as they were interrupted with the sharp pain of a punch to his shoulder. "Oh!" shouted Blake, looking up to see Sakura looming over him, hands on her hips. "What did you do that for?"
"You are a clown, you know that, right?" she said. "But you can be so much more than that if you try. Will you try, Blake?"
As Blake lay face down in the gravel dirt of the arena, he saw Sakura's face in his mind's eye. Sakura was the only one who ever gave him a chance, the only one who ever believed in him. It was her belief that had always spurred him on. His fingers clenched the dirt. "I can't let Sakura down now." "Fuh!" shouted Regulus along with the crowd. Everyone cheered in amazement as the human climber picked himself up. "Incredible!" shouted Will and Oliver at the same time in the stands. "He's really getting up!" Everyone was cheering him on as the human flamebringer quickly moved across the arena and back into the fighting ring before the countdown ended.
"What perseverance!" said Oliver. "I can't believe he got up!"
The whole arena was amazed. It looked as if the match was far from over. Mother snickered to herself on the sidelines. The two fighters were back in the square now, and the fight would resume.
"Foolish human," she thought. "You should have stayed out of that arena. Now you're going to see what real pain feels like."
Chapter 62. Blake winced at the hooded figure across from him. He clenched his fists. "No impressive taunt, huh?" he said to the mercenary. He got no response. Blake knew this was his last shot. If the hooded figure tossed him out of the arena like that again, he didn't see himself getting up. He had to hand it to the mercenary. Whoever they were extremely powerful. "But," Blake thought to himself, "so am I." He stretched out his hands and triggered his most powerful flamebringer ability. Flames formed in his hands like they normally would when he was unleashing a fire projectile attack. But this time things went differently. His skin began to glow like hot embers in a fire. At D rank and C rank, elemental-based climbers developed conjured weapons and equipment. At B rank, an elemental-based climber's trait evolved into something far more interesting. An embodiment of the element itself. Blake triggered flame mode and transformed into a spirit of fire. "Holy crap," said Max. "I didn't know Blake could do that." The entire team stood at the side amazed. The collective gasps across the entire arena revealed that everyone was equally impressed.
"I've never wanted to hit B rank as badly as I do now after seeing this," declared Casey with a triumphant fist. "Go, Blake, go!"
Max wasn't even sure if Blake could hear them. He had become a flame spirit, a humanoid being composed entirely of red and orange flames. There was just one person who wasn't fazed at all by Blake's transformation, and that was his opponent, the hooded figure of the mercenary team. Blake rushed his opponent and the figure quickly leaped back. But Blake didn't slow down. Flame mode made him faster and stronger. He threw out fists, kicks, and projectiles, but the hooded figure kept dodging. Blake was controlling the match, which was good, but it wouldn't matter if he couldn't land a hit. And then it happened. The hooded figure swerved left, but Blake was only feinting. Unfortunately for the mercenary, they had left themselves wide open for an uppercut. Smash! Blake's fist of blazing fire smashed right into the hooded figure's chin, sending them flying upward in the air and then tossed back onto the arena floor. The entire audience held their breath in stunned silence. Mother stood watching the match with a calm expression on her face. She held her hands gently together. Both Kai and Winifred turned to her with concern.
"Don't worry," smiled Mother. "Our B-ranker will get up. You'll see."
The foolish human should have given up when he had the chance. Now he was really about to enter a world of pain. The announcer was counting down from 10 to see if the B-ranker would get up from the devastating punch. The hooded figure pushed off the ground and was back on their feet within seconds. The mercenary raised their fists, and a powerful aura began to emit from them.
"And so it begins."
Mother snickered to herself. Max had hardly blinked. He was so engrossed in the fight. The mercenary B-ranker stood up, and immediately Max could sense a change. Powerful hostile mana was overflowing from the mercenary. It made Max feel sick inside. Only a few seconds before, Max had thought Blake had pushed through and won the match. Now he wasn't so sure. The mercenary moved across the arena with deadly speed. Blake was still in flame mode and tried to keep up, but the tables had turned. The mercenary was now dictating the terms of the match.
"This isn't good," said Harold. "Blake has revealed most of his powers, and yet we still have no idea what this mercenary can do."
Max shuddered. It was true, which was only a testament to the sheer power and capabilities of the mercenary fighter. Who was this person? The hooded figure jumped back, and while their face was completely concealed in shadow, Max felt like the mercenary was staring right in his direction. It was at that moment that the mercenary chose to reveal their ability. Their hand mutated into a pointed bone and then shot forth in Blake's direction. The strange bone arm stretched forward across the fighting square and punctured right through Blake's shoulder and chest, inches away from his heart in a deadly attack. Blood splattered across the fighting ring. Chapter 63. Harold's eyes bulged at the attack that harmed Blake. He recognized it straight away. It couldn't be.
Break mode!
It all happened so fast. Harold didn't have time to trigger his trait as the bone-tail spike attack ripped through Blake's flesh and kept moving until it stabbed Harold right in the chest as well. Blood gurgled to the top of the old man's mouth.
"Such power,"
Harold thought fearfully.
"I don't think my trait would have made a difference."
His eyes then rolled into the back of his skull before he fell unconscious. Both Winifred and Kai turned their heads immediately to Mother. The old woman didn't pay them any heed. They were upset that they weren't informed of the full details of the plan. She had to keep them in the dark in case they were separated and tortured.
"It was the only way, darlings," she thought to herself. "My apologies."
It all happened so fast Max could barely keep up. 1 second, Blake and the mercenary were trading blows. In the next, Blake was dying on the ground. But it got worse. Much worse. The bone-tail spike attack, whatever horrific power that stemmed from, had not only stabbed Blake through the chest, but it had gone further, stabbing Harold as well. The old man gasped and fell to his knees. Blood spurted from his mouth. By the time Max was able to connect all the dots, the mutated bone attack had slipped back into the hooded figure's sleeve.
"Harold!"
shouted Casey.
"Blake!"
cried Sarah. The arena was in stunned silence. Max was still reeling from the shock, but he forced himself to stay composed. "Sarah, Casey," he said. "You two look after Harold. I'll go check on Blake." Max hurried over to Blake to find 2 Caesarean healers placing him on a stretcher. The B-ranker had returned to his human form where a huge red wound could be seen on his chest. He was unconscious. "Is he going to be okay?" Max asked, panicked. "Not sure," said the Caesarean healer. "Let us do our job. He needs to get to a hospital as soon as possible. Same goes for your A-ranker. Now please stay out of the way." Max looked around the arena with horror. Both Casey and Sarah's faces were as pale as ghosts. Their eyes were brimming with tears as another group of healers carried Harold away as well. How did this happen? And what do they do now? Regulus paced back and forth in the viewing box. The crowd's stunned silence was beginning to turn into murmurs and agitation.
"The audience wants to know what will happen next," said Hermia.
Regulus rubbed his forehead as he tried to sort through his anxious thoughts. "It's happening all over again, isn't it?" This was just like what happened over 2 decades ago. A victory and defeat through a brutally violent technicality. Regulus sighed and looked up to Hermia. "I guess I'll declare the mercenary team the winner then," he said. Hermia was about to interject before another voice beat her to it. Sabriel, the tower god.
"No," she said. "Wait a day. See if the human's A-ranker can recover. Even if he can't, you can't reward the mercenaries with a victory immediately after they've pulled such a foul move." "Agreed," Hermia added.
Regulus shook his head. "Okay," he said. "Hand me my mic." A few hours later, Max sat in the hospital room where both Harold and Blake were placed on adjacent beds. The healers were able to attend to the 2 men, and it looked like they had both survived the worst of it.
"I hate those jerk mercenaries so much," said Casey. "Especially that one with the hood. I bet he never shows his face because it's so repulsive." "I'm just glad Harold and Blake are all right," said Sarah, rubbing her eye. Max sighed. He felt a mixture of both sentiments. He was happy that Blake and Harold were okay and most likely going to survive the devastating attack. But then he was enraged that the mercenaries would eke out a victory from the tournament in such an unsportsmanlike manner. And then there was the burning curiosity about the mercenaries' B-ranker. What the heck was that attack? It reminded Max slightly of the bone basilisk he'd fought when helping out the frog folk months ago. But it was an even more sickly and bizarre move. It was as if the B-ranker's hand had mutated into a sharp and deadly bone pincer. How powerful was the mercenary team's B-ranker that their attack could absolutely wreck both Blake and Harold? Max's thoughts were interrupted when he saw the shadows of 2 figures stretch across the floor in front of him. He looked up and saw the tournament ambassador standing outside the doorway. "May we come in?"
Hermia instantly felt sorry for the human team upon entering the hospital room. The 3 kids, the 3 lowest members of their team, had just had the leaders and most powerful people on their team wiped out in seconds. She couldn't imagine what they were going through. "We've come to discuss a delicate matter with you," said Regulus to the 3 human climbers who were not unconscious on a hospital bed.
"Yeah, like how you're going to disqualify the mercenary team,"
said Casey, crossing her arms. "Not exactly," said Regulus, choosing his words wisely. Hermia smirked. She had a feeling these 3 were not going to be convinced easily by Regulus's decision. "Tomorrow, we will announce that the mercenary team is the winner of the United Floors Alliance tournament," said Regulus. The 3 humans looked stunned at her colleague's words.
"You can't be serious,"
said Casey.
"But they cheated,"
said Sarah. "Is there no other way?" asked Max.
"Yeah," said Casey. "There must be another way. We can nominate someone else, can't we? We could get Sakura here real quick.
I'm sure she could take on that creepy old grandma lady.
Both Hermia and Regulus shook their heads at that.
Not possible, Regulus explained. Leaders aren't allowed to fight. Too much of a diplomatic headache. Also, no new replacements or substitutions can be brought in at the last minute. You have to fight with the team you started with. I'm sorry.
The three climbers didn't have a response.
We're sorry what's happened to your teammates, said Regulus. I hope you three will still come to the closing ceremonies tomorrow. It would be the gracious and respectable thing to do. To stand tall and proud in the face of the mercenary team's questionable victory.
Regulus nodded at them all and took a step towards the hall. Hermia followed behind.
"Wait!"
yelled a voice. It was the boys. Max. Both Hermia and Regulus turned back.
"You said we have to fight with the team we started with,"
he said, his fists clenched and shaking.
"Does that mean one of us can fight their A-ranker on Harold's behalf?"
Regulus's eyebrows furrowed quizzically.
"In theory, yes," he answered. "But you can't be serious. None of you would volunteer for that. You'll be killed without a doubt."
Before Regulus could even turn back around to continue his departure, the boy spoke up once more.
"I'll volunteer," Max declared. "I'll fight in the final match."
Hermia smirked. This kid really was full of surprises. Chapter 64. That afternoon, news of Blake's showdown with the mercenary team's B-ranker spread quickly across the Caesarian capital. All the coffee shops and restaurants were buzzing with chatter on the technicalities and whether the mercenary B-ranker's injuring of Harold Swiftstriker was an illegal move. Then, like a second breeze, more news traveled across the capital. First through hushed whispers of surprise, then in declarations that it couldn't be true. Oliver and Will both raised their eyebrows in the Elestrian outpost when they heard the news.
"The human team can't be serious!"
The sentiment was similar amongst the Boldrin and Flaren teams.
"But that's suicide."
The catfolk were slightly less surprised.
Under normal circumstances, it would be crazy, said Mirabelle to Gregoire. But that damn kid's ability does give him a fighting chance.
Such thoughts were echoed amongst the frogfolk, Ulop in particular.
"What? Those humans, especially Max and Casey," he said. "They'll never give up."
But the most surprising response to the news was in the chambers of the Caesarian soldiers' training hall. Tiberius leapt to his feet and slammed his hands on a table when he heard the news.
"That kid is going to do what now?"
After the tournament ambassadors had left the hospital, Sarah and Casey berated Max.
"How could you volunteer for something so dangerous?"
Sarah cried.
"Because he's a bozo, Sarah, that's why,"
said Casey, crossing her arms.
"Doesn't care that he'll die and leave us all alone."
"I thought you would want me to fight," said Max, looking at Casey. "You were so mad about the mercenary's foul move before." Casey crossed her arms.
"I thought the ambassadors were going to give us the victory on the technicality, not the other way around."
Their debate was cut short by a knock at the door. Max, along with Casey and Sarah, turned to see who it was. They had another visitor, an unlikely one at that. Standing in the doorway was none other than the Caesarian team's A-ranker, Tiberius.
"What are you doing here?" asked Max.
The man gulped, clearly swallowing his pride.
"I'm here to help."
"If by help you mean convince Max not to fight, then great,"
said Casey.
"If not, then get the heck out of—"
Tiberius raised his hands and tried to keep the tenor of the conversation calm.
"How about a compromise?" said the Caesarian. "I'm not going to stop him from fighting, but I have a way of keeping him alive, even if he chooses to fight."
Max looked the man over. Their fight in the semifinals had been impressive. The Caesarean climber was no slouch, that was for sure. Max considered the fact that tomorrow he would be fighting someone a full 2 ranks above him. He would take any help he could get. "So," said Max, "how can you help us?" The man walked a bit further into the room until he could lean comfortably against a wall. "Do you even know what that old witch's trait is?" Max shook his head. "Neither did I at first," said Tiberius. "You see, during the first round, when we played Capture the Flag, she escaped us, and at first I couldn't understand how she had done it. But the Caesareans can be a very team-oriented race, and so the best technicians and analysts broke down the coverage of the fight to figure out what that wretched woman known as Mother had done." "And?" asked Casey. "Her trait is a very powerful form of illusion magic," he said. "If you look her in the eyes, even for a millisecond, you could be trapped in an imaginary environment, and you won't even realize it." Max nodded. Illusion magic, huh? That sounded incredibly powerful. He did not like the sounds of it. "Do you have any idea how to fight against it?" asked Max. Tiberius nodded. "That's why I came," he said. "After I faced off against her briefly in the first round, the Caesarean technicians worked on building a device that could go up against the woman's illusion magic." Tiberius then materialized a silver headset with a single glass lens that would go over one's left eye. "This is that device," he said. "I want you to take it." Max couldn't believe it. "Are you serious?" "Have I not made that clear by coming to visit you already?" asked Tiberius. "Now remember, this device is not super powerful, but it will allow you to break out from her trait, but only once, so you need to make it count." "Can you at least tell us why you're doing this?" asked Max. The Caesarean A-ranker let out a deep sigh. "You showed me, all of you, what it meant to fight for those you loved and what you believed in, rather than in spite of the people you hated," Tiberius said. "I'm a better soldier for having met you, and for that, I thank you." Max nodded at the man and retrieved this special device from his hands. "Thank you, Tiberius," said Max. "Don't thank me," said the man. "Win." The next day was a sunny, clear day, and every seat in the arena was filled. Max strode out into the gravel arena pit with Casey and Sarah walking behind him. The crowd cheered and clapped as he entered. The betting market didn't give Max good odds, and yet he was still the underdog favorite now to win. Everything rested on his shoulders. He was fighting to avenge Harold. He was fighting to protect his friends. He was fighting for the well-being of humanity. He was fighting to win. Chapter 65. Regulus, Hermia, and Sabriel stood in their viewing chambers as the 2 final contestants walked onto the fighting square. The crowd cheered. This might be the most tense final round of the tournament in the course of the Alliance's entire history. "I still think this is a bad idea," said Regulus. "The stunt the mercenaries pulled is already a diplomatic tightrope. Now the humans are sending in a C-rank fighter to fight someone 2 full ranks above them? The humans will place the blame on us, say that the blood is on our hands, just when diplomatic ties with them were starting to get friendlier." "The thing I like about humans," said Sabriel, "is they're so full of surprises. You can't predict anything when they're around." "Agreed," said Hermia. Regulus shook his head. "I don't care how talented this kid is. He's walking into his own death." Max did not look at his opponent standing across from him. Instead, he kept his eyes firmly locked onto his shoes. "Let the final match begin!" Even with the announcement, Max kept staring at his feet. Remember, he said to himself, by no means can you look the woman in the eye. Staring at the ground is not good enough, he decided. He shut his eyes tightly and charged blindly at his opponent. Max moved forward using all the senses that he could still utilize: his ears, his nose, and, most importantly, his mana sense. Without even looking, he could perceive where Mother was situated and moved in that direction.
"Darling,"
taunted the old woman,
"I see you've done your research, but you're still a C-rank wimp. You can't take me on."
You know, I never thought in my life I'd hit an old lady, he said. But in your case, I'm more than happy to. With his eyes shut, Max threw out a punch right where Mother was standing.
"Go, Max!"
cheered Casey and Sarah. Casey had even decked out Toto with miniature pom-poms, which he was enthusiastically raising in the air to cheer Max on. The crowd was roaring along with them. The final round didn't waste any time getting started, with Max rushing at the old woman with his eyes closed, and the leader of the mercenaries proving to be more agile than her wrinkly frame might suggest.
"Do you think this strategy is really going to work?"
Sarah asked Casey with concern. Casey watched Max swing his fists at the mercenary woman with all the determination she'd become so accustomed to seeing since Max and her had become friends.
"I don't doubt Max's strategy for a second,"
Casey said, beaming.
"That's the thing about Max. He always seems to have a plan, even when it seems like he doesn't."
The fight between Mother and Max was not letting up.
"I hope you have a few more tricks up your sleeve,"
Mother tauntingly sneered.
"Keeping your eyes closed won't be enough to win you this match."
Max swung a punch at where he perceived Mother's mana, and then another to where she had moved. "Don't worry about me, you hag!" The night before, Tiberius was a few doors down the hospital hallway when a voice cried behind him, "Wait!" It was Max. He ran down to meet Tiberius. The Caesarean A-ranker raised his eyebrows. "Yes?" "One last thing," Max said, catching his breath. "I'm going to need more than just a method to get past Mother's illusions. I'm going to need to do something to deal damage to the A-ranker, and none of my current arsenal abilities is fully up to snuff." "What about that fancy flame sword you fought me with?" "Well, that was the combined power of B-rank and D-rank traits, and I lost it during my match with the toddler," Max explained. "I have a C-rank lightning ability that I think might fuse well with your A-rank sword." Tiberius smirked. "So, how does it work then?" he said. "How do I lend you my power?" Max held out his hand and slowly went transparent, triggering his phase-out ability. "You just need to hit me with your sword," said Max. "And as you can see at the moment, it won't hurt me at all." Tiberius shook his head. "You're really crazy, you know that?" He then triggered his mana blade and prepared to strike Max. Even though he knew it wasn't going to hurt him, he winced and squirmed anyway. In the end, he shut his eyes tight. "Done," said Tiberius. "Already?" thought Max. He opened his eyes and saw that the Caesarean A-ranker had given him the softest poke of his mana blade. "That should do it, right?" He smiled. "Yep," said Max. "Do you want to stay and see what the fused ability is?" "Nah," he said, walking away. "You can surprise me tomorrow." Right there in the hallway, Max added the A-rank mana blade to his arsenal of attacks and immediately fused it with his chain lightning ability. When he took in his new fused ability in his arsenal, his eyes bulged in shock. He had been expecting a lightning sword but got something much different than expected. Still, he grinned to himself. "I can work with this."
"You won't be able to land a hit if my eyes are open and yours are not, foolish boy," Mother taunted. She was dodging his punches with ease. "Just you wait," Max said, jumping back, retreating from his current assault on the A-ranker. The woman was taunting him, trying to make him angry enough that he would open his eyes with rage.
He wouldn't let her manipulate him like that. He refused to play her games. His initial punching plan wasn't working out, though. It was time to try something new. He triggered the trait Tiberius had helped him create. Lightning sparked around his hands and 2 bars began to form between his fingers until the blue lightning connected them into a staff. It was fascinating. Max thought chain lightning and mana blade would have fused into a lightning sword, but it was the ranged splash damage effects of chain lightning that had the fusion going in a different direction. And he was way happier for it. At the end of Max's crackling staff of electricity was a long thread of lightning, weaving in and out like a metal chain, at the end of which was a massive spiked orb of lightning. "Let me present to you my newest move," Max shouted, swinging his new conjured weapon. "Lightning Flail!" Smash! Max swung the flail and the orb smashed right into where Mother had been standing. He didn't wait to find out whether or not she'd been hit and prepared another strike. The spiked orb of powerful lightning created craters throughout the entire fighting ring. More than that, the attack shot out ripples of lightning that headed to the nearest target. The fact that Mother wasn't taunting him anymore suggested that she was taking some of the excess lightning damage. She was focused fully on the fight now. "What was that you said?" said Max. "About my strategy's inability to win?" Chapter 66. Mother scowled at the young human climber. She then leaped away from another incoming smash attack from that lightning flail. "Damn," she thought to herself. "This kid is doing better than I ever expected. I need to wait for the right moment and then I'll finish him." As she dodged the onslaught of attacks from the vicious lightning flail, she looked around the arena. She was looking for something in particular. A spark. A trigger. Something that would trap the boy in her web. Hermia smiled as she watched the fight from the viewing box. The human climber was making a mess of the fighting ring with every smash of his lightning flail. They'd be fighting in a pile of rubble and rock in a few minutes at this rate. "Amazing, isn't it?" said Hermia, looking at the action. Who would have thought that a C-rank climber would be the one dictating and controlling the terms of a match with someone of such a higher rank? "I'm not going to lie," said Regulus. "The human is doing a lot better than I ever expected him to. This is really something else." Sabriel smiled behind them. "I hate to tell you I told you so." The tower god grinned. "But I told you so." Hermia grinned as Regulus blushed at the teasing admonishment from the tower god. "But you're right in what you say," said Sabriel, watching the fight admiringly. "He's not there yet, but this kid and his abilities, he has the potential to completely upend the tower and its hierarchies, for better or for worse." Hermia watched the boy swing and smash the lightning flail and couldn't help but wonder, are we watching history being made as we speak? Max swung the lightning staff forward, hurling the spiked lightning ball in the direction of Mother according to his mana sense. Sweat formed on his forehead, and he panted for breath as he kept throwing out more attacks. There was no doubt he could keep going for the foreseeable future, but he couldn't keep going forever. He was amazed he'd lasted this long with his eyes closed, but he had to really start thinking about how he could end this. He knew just what to do. He swung the lightning flail once more, and the mercenary woman swerved. Max then triggered Shadow Blink. He reappeared behind Mother and swung his lightning flail once more. This time he knew he was going to land the hit. "Ah!" screamed Mother. "Gotcha," Max thought to himself. Not only did keeping his eyes closed protect him from Mother's illusion trait, it also worked as a red herring. It made Max appear more handicapped than normal. With his eyes closed, Mother had been lulled into a false sense of security. She believed she would always be able to follow which direction Max was coming from, better than even he could, given the state of his tightly shut eyes. But keeping his eyes closed didn't disrupt his maneuverability at all. It just convinced someone that it might. Max swung the lightning flail once more. He'd have to strike Mother over and over until she was fully down for the count. She was too powerful for him to hesitate or show an inch of mercy. But just as he was swinging the flail, he heard a voice in the distance.
Max, help me!
It was Casey. Without a moment's hesitation, Max opened his eyes and looked to his friend. So long as he didn't look Mother in the eye, he should be fine, right? But he had a sinking feeling as soon as he opened his eyes. Casey was just standing there watching the match beside Sarah. There was no one attacking her. She had no reason to call for help. What the heck was going on? Don't tell me, Max thought. I haven't been tricked, have I? I'd been so careful. He shut his eyes tightly once more, hoping it would protect him, even though a terrible feeling told him it was too late. A loud, snickering laughter echoed all around him.
You think my illusion trait only works visually? Fool.
Chapter 67. It all happened so fast, it took Casey a moment to figure out what was even going on. 1 second, Max looked to be approaching victory with a devastating direct hit with his lightning flail, and then he just stopped.
What's he doing, Casey?
Asked Sarah with concern. Casey didn't even want to say it out loud. She eventually gulped and articulated her worst fears.
I think he's been captured by Mother's illusion magic.
Max's eyes had completely lost their luster, as if he was staring into the complete unknown, locked in a mental dreamscape of the evil mercenary woman's own making.
But he kept his eyes closed,
said Sarah.
I thought that was enough.
Casey stared at Max with concern.
Clearly it wasn't, she said. I think we've underestimated that woman's powers.
The mercenary woman picked herself up out of the rubble of the ring and brushed off the dirt on her dress and gently fixed her hair. Her mouth widened in a vicious smile. Casey was horrified by the look.
Please, Max, she thought. Escape her trick.
Well, that's the match, said Regulus.
Hermia bristled at her colleague's words. She wanted to argue with him, but she was at a loss for words. She couldn't see how Max would be able to escape Mother's illusion magic now that he'd been ensnared. Even a climber on equal ranking to her ability would struggle against its oppressive power.
I can't see a way out, can you? Said Regulus. The boy is now trapped. That's it. The round is over. There's no way he's breaking out. He's now merely a fly caught in the A-ranker's web.
Hermia sighed. Come on, Max, she thought to herself. I believe in you. Max blinked, and he was suddenly no longer in the arena, surrounded by the roaring audience of spectators. He was now standing in a world of purple shadowy fog. Where am I? He said aloud. His words echoed in the distance in a way he wasn't expecting, and it gave him a brief shock. He cautiously stretched out his hand. He grasped at the air with his fingers. Is this really all an illusion? It all felt so real. Max shook his head. No, it's not real. He had to keep reminding himself of that. If even he started to think this place was real, then Mother had as good as won the match. How do I get out of here, though? He ran forward, but it didn't seem like he made any headway within this purple shadowy mindscape. He pinched, kicked, clawed, and yelled. Let me out of here! He screamed. He placed his hands on his knees as he panted and caught his breath. What am I doing? He didn't need to kick or fight his way out of here. He had prepared for this. Tiberius had given him the one weapon necessary to beat this move. He just had to retrieve it from his climber's pouch. He dropped his arms to waist level and went through the actions of materializing an item from his pouch. It was crazy to think he'd gotten so used to this magical device that he took it for granted. But he was suddenly no longer ungrateful. Nothing materialized in his hands. Huh? He looked down to his waist and belt where he kept his climber's pouch at his side at all times. Except now there was no climber's pouch on his waist. Max looked around with horror. Uh-oh. Chapter 68. Max's heart began to thump quicker and quicker against his chest. He felt a massive throbbing headache come on. A tightness formed within his body like he was having a heart attack. He gasped, suddenly struggling to breathe. What is happening to me? Max fell to his knees. Is this an illusion, or is this really happening to me? Am I having a heart attack? No, he said to himself, clenching his fists, trying to get his bearings. Teenagers don't normally have heart attacks, Max reassured himself. If anything, this is a panic attack. And Max certainly had a lot to be panicked about. He patted his waist again, right where his climber's pouch was supposed to be, and was now just empty air. Without his climber's pouch, he couldn't get the item Tiberius had given him, and without that, he had no means of escaping this horrible realm of illusions. Stop freaking out, he told himself. Max took a breath. Inhale, exhale, repeat. He felt his body begin to calm down. He was now trapped within this realm of Mother's own making, which meant she was the key to escaping now. He stood up and confronted the oppressive shadowy purple clouds that formed the sky of this realm. So you've trapped me then? Max shouted. Why don't you show yourself? A sound emerged around him. At first he thought it was someone crying, but then he realized it was someone giggling. A sickening demonic giggle. It then turned into a full-on cackling laugh. A horrible pit formed in Max's stomach as he realized sometimes you don't end up liking what you wish for. And it got worse. The laughter began to get louder until it was piercing his ears with pain. Pop! His ears burst and he felt something cool running down his cheeks. He touched his left ear and found blood on his fingers. The noise was so loud it had made his ears bleed. The pain and grating sound of vicious laughter made Max tremble. He tried to stand strong as he wobbled at the reverberating, all-encompassing attack. "Screw you, lady!" Max screamed. "Let me out of here!" The laughter didn't stop, but it began to lessen in its intensity. "What's this?" said a voice that overpowered and drowned out the endless, painful laughing. It was Mother. She was speaking directly to him now. "Most people die by this point in my illusions," said Mother. "You're proven to be more fun than I expected." "Just let me go, you awful woman!" Max shouted into the air. "Your wish is my command," said the haunting woman's voice. Snap! Max blinked, and he was no longer in the horrible purple realm. He was in front of a sink full of dirty dishes. But he wasn't standing. He was sitting on a stool that placed him high enough to let him do the dishes at the sink. His wheelchair was right nearby. Before he could ask himself where he was or how he had ended up there, a horrible slithering voice came from behind him. It was a voice he thought he would never have to hear again.
"Useless,"
spat the voice.
"You're not done yet."
Max looked over his shoulder to see his former guardian, the manager of his group home, Mr. Grimes. The ghastly man strode over to him and shoved him to the floor. The manager rolled up his sleeves and got to work.
"You've seriously outdone yourself, useless," said Mr. Grimes. "Pathetic. Do you really not know how to do these dishes quickly?"
Max squirmed on the ground in pain. He slid himself towards his wheelchair.
"I guess it's 'cause you're good for nothing, useless," said Mr. Grimes. "You're like these dirty dishes. That's why you can't get them clean. Isn't that right, useless?
Mr. Grimes put his hand in the dirty brown sink of dishwater and then flicked his fingers toward Max so that the murky, gross water splashed all over his face. Max moved towards his wheelchair, preparing to get himself up. But after enough splashes of the dirty water, the floor itself had grown slippery, and Max lost his grip and fell flat on his face and stomach.
Useless! You're so pathetic,
said Mr. Grimes, shaking his head.
I'd call you pathetic if you didn't already have such an apt name.
Anger bubbled within Max. I know that you're dead, you stinking pile of human garbage, he said through gritted teeth.
What's that?
Said Mr. Grimes, bending down and violently grabbing Max by the hair.
Did Useless say something? I couldn't hear you.
You heard me, Max shouted and nudged his elbow upward into Mr. Grimes's face, sending him hurling backwards. Max trembled on the ground. This isn't real. This isn't even a memory. It's a concoction of illusion and memory. I don't need to follow its rules. Max seethed with rage as he stretched his fingers on the ground and pushed himself up. He was suddenly standing in a memory where he didn't have the ability to stand. Is that the best you've got, you horrible witch? Shouted Max towards the ceiling. I know you can hear me. The piercing cackle of laughter reappeared around him with such painful force it pushed Max back down to his knees on the ground.
You are proven to me a meddlesome fly, darling, said Mother's voice. But that's okay, 'cause there is so much in your mind to play with. The most exciting things, too, are the things you don't even remember. Things that have been neatly hidden away from you all this time.
What are you talking about? Max shouted with rage. Let me go!
Certainly,
snickered Mother. Snap! Max blinked and found himself in a brand new environment. Where am I now? He felt an all-encompassing heat surround him. Ash floated everywhere. Tires and pipes burned nearby. Why is this so familiar? He thought to himself. Oh no. A horrible realization dawned on him. Mother had taken him to the one memory he never wanted to relive again. The one he tried to forget as much as he possibly could. The one that kept him up at night and haunted his dreams even when he did manage to fall asleep. He was in the back of a car, and right in front of him were his parents, dead in the front seat. Chapter 69. A tight pain throbbed within Max. This was worse than the panic attack he had earlier. Worse than the piercingly powerful and violent laughter that had literally made his ears burst with blood. Worse than reliving the memory with Mr. Grimes. He was a little kid again in the back seat of a car on the night that changed his life forever. He shook his head violently, tears forming in his eyes. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. But there was no snapping sound, no cackling laughter, no word from Mother orchestrating this horrible illusion. He was trapped in the worst memory of his entire life, and he couldn't escape.
Brother,
said a voice. Max turned and saw his sister, so young, looking up at him for help. A line of blood was dripping down her forehead from her head smashing into the front seat of the car. He remembered it all. The car speeding through the night, his father swerving, but he wasn't fast enough. What happened next, Max could never be sure. He'd just returned to consciousness in the fiery wreck of their family car.
Brother!
His sister was bleeding and injured. Odd noises of bursting gears and pipes along with burning ash surrounded them. He needed to get out of the car. He needed to get his sister out of the car. The problem was the roof of the car had caved in and smashed, and it was impossible to grab his sister from where he was. He needed to get out and go around and get her out before the car burst into flames. The thing was, Max knew exactly how this memory ended, and even still he had the urge to try again. He unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door. He went to walk, but slipped and collapsed on the ground. His legs weren't working? He didn't dwell on that fact like he had in the original memory. He started to crawl around the car to his sister's side. Max knew this was an illusion, but the same thought kept running through his mind as he dragged himself around the burning vehicle. Maybe this time I can save her. That was the only thought propelling him forward as he dragged himself through broken glass and the fiery wreckage. Maybe this time I can save her. He made it around the car to his sister's side and tried to pull open the doors. Crap. Child lock. He banged on the window. "Elle!" he shouted. "You need to open up the door! Pull up the latch near the window!" The car made more popping sounds. Every pipe and fuse bursting was a clock ticking down to their deaths. Click.
"Brother,"
Elle said.
"I opened the—"
Kaboom! The car exploded, hurling Max backwards, destroying his family. Snap. Max blinked, and to his horror, he found himself in the back seat of his car again. "No!" he thought. "Don't make me live through this again." Now he understood Mother's goal. Just like the piercing laughter, she wanted to psychologically destroy him. So she picked this memory for him to be trapped in. But for how long? Hours? Days? Weeks? Months? Years? The truth was, even seconds was too much for Max to bear. Max clenched his fists and screamed, "Let me out of here! Take me to any memory! Back to Mr. Grimes! I don't care! Anywhere but here!" The cackling laughter returned, echoing around him.
"Oh, I can make it stop all right," said Mother's disembodied voice. "Because this memory of yours, this one that keeps you up at night and causes you pain, it never happened."
Max blinked and gulped. What is she going on about now? What did that mean? Is this part of her insane mind games? Then 2 fingers snapped, creating the sound that triggered an illusion change, and Max dreaded whatever he was about to see next. Max found himself lying on a wooden floor. An oppressive heat surrounded him. Ash crackled nearby. He looked up and saw that he was in a house, and it was on fire. He was in a living room, with couches and shelves and framed photos on the wall. And across the room from him were his parents, dead on the floor, blood leaking from their heads. "Mom! Dad!" He instinctively felt concern and panic. "What is going on?" he thought. "Is this a memory of mine? I have no recollection of this." Mother's words from a few minutes before began to echo through his mind.
"There is so much here in this brain to play with. But even more excitingly is the stuff even you don't remember. Things that have been neatly hidden away from you all this time."
Max looked around the burning wreckage in horror. Is this what Mother meant when she said things that have been hidden from me?
"Brother!"
Max looked over and saw his sister. Her head was bleeding just like it had been in the car crash. A piece of ceiling had fallen on her, and now she was stuck. She needed his help here, just like she did in his other memory. But this isn't real, is it? This was Mother playing tricks on him.
"Max!"
The way his sister cried out to him made Max think this wasn't some fabrication. The hidden message from his sister was suddenly clear as day.
"They lied to you, even more than you think."
Max gulped at the thought and everything surrounding him. This memory was real. The car crash, the explosion, that was the fabrication. His sister screamed for his help once more. He didn't care about the horrifying consequences and possibilities of what he was realizing right then and there. All he cared about was helping his sister. He dragged himself across the floor towards her. He'd get the broken wood off and help her escape this burning house. Max only moved a few inches across the room when he confronted a pair of boots. Huh? Max looked up and saw a strange man looking down at him. He'd never seen anyone like him. He had long gray hair tied back in a ponytail and a gray goatee. One of his eyes looked to be made of advanced manatech. His right arm was mechanical, beautifully composed of silver metals. It looked as if it was as dexterous or even more so than a normal arm and hand. On his chest was a badge made of a clear luminescent substance with the letter S etched into it. Who is this guy? Whoever he was, he stared down at Max with an open distaste and repulsion. Did this man cause all this damage? Is this the man who killed my parents? Before Max could do or say anything, a nearby window shattered. Crashing and sliding into the room was a ferocious werewolf. Max recognized that move. It was the former climber president. The werewolf leaped to attack the S-rank man, who swiped the beast away with his metal arm. More climbers appeared around them. "It's over, Nicholas," said another climber. "Give yourself up." Nicholas, Max thought to himself. Could this be Nicholas Adler? One of the founders of Zestris. But why would he cause all this destruction? It didn't make any sense. For every answer this new memory gave him, it only raised countless more questions. Despite being surrounded by powerful climbers, the man known as Nicholas Adler snickered. "I'd like to see weaklings like you try and stop me," he said. "But I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I'll be seeing you." With that, the S-ranker jumped out the smashed window and escaped into the night. Chapter 70. The unlocked memory did not abate. Max lay there on the ground, weak and confused. A nearby water-bringer started to douse the flames. The climber president morphed back into his human form. Max instantly noticed that the man had a B-rank badge. So he hasn't become climber president yet, Max noted. Interesting. "What will we do with the children?" said a nearby voice. One of them came and stood over Max. "Look at the curse Nicholas left on this one," the voice said, and Max was pretty sure the speaker was pointing at him. Another voice muttered from behind him. "Only one of them is worthwhile to us now." What the heck are they talking about? Max wanted to listen further, but the voices began to fade. It was as if he was losing consciousness. Then he remembered this was all a dreamscape, an illusion concocted by Mother. He'd become so fixated on the memory she had unlocked in his mind, he had forgotten that. How long have I been trapped in the mercenary woman's illusions? Snap. Max was now surrounded by blackness, falling endlessly. His stomach lurched as the horrible feeling of dropping from very high up overwhelmed him. "I need to get out of this illusion," he reminded himself. In his panicked flailing, he managed to smack his hand against his waist. His climber pouch was still not there. His climber pouch simply didn't exist in this dreamscape realm. But he knew that it existed, though, right? "It's there," Max thought to himself. "I know it is. I just can't see or feel it." He held his hand where he knew his climber pouch to be, and tried his hardest to materialize the cesarean device that would let him escape this nightmare dreamscape Mother had thrust upon him. And yet nothing happened. Nothing materialized. There was no climber's pouch for him to draw anything from. Max clenched his fists. He wanted to scream. Mother was winning. She was slowly making him lose his mind from one nightmare memory to the next. Snap. Max was back at the group home. Mr. Grimes was towering over him.
Useless, useless, useless.
He snickered to himself.
Always getting into trouble, always making things difficult for me.
Max groaned inwardly. The constant shifting through bad memories was getting predictable now, almost tedious. There was something nightmarish about the endless loop in and of itself. Max smirked at his former guardian. He had an idea. It might just work, he thought to himself. He stared at Mr. Grimes and crossed his arms.
What are you smiling about?
Mr. Grimes sneered. Just that you're not real, said Max. I can stay in this memory all day. I don't care. Max's confidence was all it took. Snap. The memories changed. The death of his parents. The original memory. The fake one. Mr. Grimes again. Seth bullying him at high school. Max approached all these awful memories with a smirk, and Mother kept changing them, looking for something to draw out his pain and emotions. Snap. Max was suddenly in the Zestrus fighting arena for the final exam of the Climber Academy. Cyrus Archer was in front of him, and monsters surrounded them. The mercenary woman had brought Max back to the coup attempt, a moment where his new, better life was under threat. The cackling laughter echoed through the false memory.
This was us even back then,
hissed Mother.
Orchestrating from behind the scenes. If only you were killed. If only we killed you then.
Max didn't care. As the old woman spoke, he had been trying his best to resist smirking. He didn't want to signal to her that this memory didn't work against him either. He didn't because this had been his plan all along. He had goaded the old woman to manipulate him this way. He wanted to come to this memory. She had sent him to a place where he had a climber pouch. He didn't waste any time. He materialized his Caesarean eye device and put it on his head. He gave a wave and said, "Sayonara, Grandma." Chapter 71. Max triggered the power of the Caesarean Manatech. The special glass lens was able to break through the fog of the illusion, revealing a patch of fragmented dreamscape revealing the Caesarean arena. Reality. He could see the stands, people watching in confusion as Max probably just stood there trembling and doing nothing. The patch was like a scar ripped between worlds. A portal. Max rushed towards it and jumped through it. He gasped as the true reality rushed back into existence, stimulating all of his senses. He lifted his hands and stared at his trembling fingers. The crowd started to roar with excitement. They must realize he'd broken out of the illusion. He's probably been standing still for who knows how long, that even the tiniest gesture of lifting his arms had signaled to them a change in the fight. He then clenched his fists. He'd escaped the illusion. The Caesarean device wouldn't work a second time. He now had only one shot. 1 second to win this. He had to take advantage. Mother scowled and grimaced at the human boy standing across from her in the fighting ring. The boy kept his eyes shut and his feet on the floor like last time.
Do you really think you can escape my illusions that easily?
She sneered. This boy really was a fool. Had he forgotten the oppressive nature of her ability? She'd let him play around with his closed-eye strategy for fun. But she could tap into every single one of his senses. It was all just a matter of choosing when she wanted to suck him back into a reality of her own making. She triggered her trait and watched the boy's eyes go glassy as she took over his mind. Her trait allowed her to step between the realm of reality and that of her illusions. With the boy trapped once more, she stepped into the illusion and saw the boy surrounded by the purple realm, crying in agony.
You foolish boy,
she scoffed.
Did you really think you could escape me? A sea ranker no less as well."
The boy was screaming now. She'd succeeded. She'd broken him. Now that he knew he had no escape, she had finally cracked him. She materialized herself in the dreamscape and took a slow step towards the psychologically destroyed young man.
"You really are pathetic," she said. "I don't know what my colleague sees in you. We would have sent more assassins after you, but once she caught wind of the first pair that attacked you in the desert realm, she made a stop."
She giggled manically as she walked closer to the boy, writhing on the floor.
"In the end, though, you and your teammates were neither here nor there," said the woman. "You weren't our target. Everyone here was, including that bloody self-righteous tower guard that everyone looks up to. Well, once I've gotten rid of you, we can finally achieve our goals after having spent far too much time in this awful, repulsive place."
She stood over the boy now.
"Don't worry," she sneered. "I'll make sure your little friends don't have as painful a death as you have had. But only just."
She then gripped her sewing needle and stabbed it into the boy on the ground.
"I've made you lose your mind,"
she gasped as she stabbed the boy over and over again.
"But I've saved my favorite torture for last. Repeated death."
She cackled as she stabbed the boy again and again. But then she paused. Something wasn't right. No blood splashed on her face, which was one of her favorite aspects of killing. It was like a rare delicacy. The boy laid there, wanting to be destroyed. She stabbed him again and again, paying greater attention this time. The boy wasn't dying. What kind of ridiculousness is this? Then a voice echoed around her. "Something awry, Granny?" said the voice. Mother's eyes bulged in shock.
"It couldn't be,"
Mother thought to herself. She looked around and couldn't locate the voice. It was that damn kid. How was his voice and presence so powerful in her own illusion? "I'm sorry," said the voice once more. "Did you think this illusion was under your control?" Suddenly, every inch of Mother's flesh ripped apart and disintegrated. The last thing Mother did was scream in terror. Chapter 72. Max stood over Mother. The old mercenary woman was collapsed on the ground. He didn't think she'd be waking up anytime soon. Or ever. She'd grown so used to the ability to wreak havoc on people's minds. The great irony was that she couldn't handle her own medicine. Max caught his breath. His strategy had worked. As soon as he'd exited the first illusion with the Caesarean Manitech device, he didn't waste a second. The first thing he did was trigger temporal defense. As Mother then began to try and trap him in a second illusion, he was able to pause time within his own temporal sphere of influence and protect himself from the attack. Simultaneously, after surviving the first illusion, he could use the ability in his own arsenal as well. And so, while time was stopped within his temporal defense, he triggered the illusion trait himself, superseding Mother's own attempt at trapping him in a second illusion. Then it was just a matter of letting it all play out and having Mother think she had trapped him. He then stood a few meters from her in reality, while he destroyed her within the illusion's dreamscape. He had to defeat her in reality as well as in the mindscape, and so he had conjured his lightning flail and swung it down on her with all his might. The blast had been so powerful that smoke swirled around the arena, and it took the audience a moment to figure out what had happened. When it was finally clear that Max was standing tall and proud while Mother lay collapsed in the ring, they erupted with roars and cheers. Casey blinked in disbelief. It had all happened so fast, she was reeling from the shock of it all.
"He won?"
she stammered. 1 minute, he was trapped in a psychological prison, and then the next second he snapped out of it and was absolutely pulverizing the mercenary A-ranker with his lightning flail.
"He won!"
Sarah cried, hugging Casey. Casey hugged Sarah back. She looked over the girl's shoulders to Max, panting in the ring, exhausted from the match.
"You did it, Max," Casey thought to herself. "I knew you could do it."
Across the arena, spectators clapped and cheered at the spectacular final fight. "Can you believe it?" people said to one another. "A C-ranker overtook an A-ranker.
That Max kid is so cool and powerful."
It was amazing the kid was even brave enough to face the A-ranked woman, and then to go on and actually beat her. I'm astounded." At another end of the arena was the Alestrian team clapping and cheering. "Go Max!" shouted Will and Oliver. Ever since they'd been knocked out of the first round, they had hoped the human team would make a good showing. "Wait," said Will, a paranoid thought filling his mind. "Do you think Max's victory will overshadow us in Sarah's eyes?" Oliver's eyes filled with both tears of sadness and joy. "I hope not," he said, wiping his eyes and briefly stopping himself from his clapping. "But if it's true, it is well deserved. Max fought an incredible match." In another corner, the frog folk clapped and Ulop bragged. "You know, he had a bit of my help in saving Alestria way back when." And then in another section of the cheering crowd sat Tiberius, his arms crossed and a smirk plastered across his face. "I knew the kid could do it," he thought contentedly to himself. And on it went, all through the arena. People cheered and basked in the amazing feat of Max Reinhardt. Max soaked in the cheers of the crowd. Then, above him, he saw the floating podium of the hosts of the match, swirling around the arena. "Well, there we have it," shouted Regulus. "Let's give a huge round of applause to Max Reinhardt, who has just led the human team for the first time in history to absolute victory in the United Floors Alliance tournament." The crowd roared and clapped even louder and harder than they had seconds before. Max couldn't believe the words that came out of the ambassador's mouth. He knew it was true. He had lived through the fight. Like the rest of the crowd, even he was partly amazed. He looked up to all the beaming spectators, who were now chanting his name in unison. "Max! Max! Max!" Chapter 73. After a minute or two, the cheering finally subsided as the shadow of Sabriel and her winged horse fluttered high above the arena. Even the winner of the United Floors Alliance tournament could not compete with the sheer awe and amazement that a tower god inspired. The crowd grew into a hushed silence as Sabriel landed in the center of the arena to congratulate Max and crown him victor of the tournament. The woman and her flowing blonde hair had a glow to her. Max's stomach fluttered as he felt the sheer intensity of Sabriel's power overflowing from her. The tower god smiled at him. "Congratulations, Max Reinhardt," said Sabriel. "You and your team have fought well. I feel confident in the Alliance's safety, knowing there are climbers as capable as yourself around." Max nodded. "Thank you, Your High—" "I am not royalty. No need for honorifics." She smiled. "You can call me by my name, Sabriel." Max blinked in shock. "This lady is so badass and cool," he thought. "Okay," he said. "Thank you, Sabriel." She giggled. "You are quite humble for someone who just took on a climber a full 2 ranks higher than you." And won, no less. Max shrugged. I guess I'm a little starstruck, you being a god and all. She smiled once more and took in the crowd.
Well, it looks like they're waiting for us to do the final ceremonial aspect of these games.
The tower god then materialized a monster core unlike any other monster core Max had ever encountered. He could feel its power emanating from it, similar to the way mana seemed to overflow out of Sabriel. The core had a clear, glassy, and transparent exterior, but on the inside was a swirling, starry mist. Whoa. It took Max a second to realize what he was looking at. This was an S-ranked monster core. An astral core. A core of this power was extremely rare and coveted. It was the only key that could push a climber from A rank to the tower god tiers of S rank. To drain this monster core at any rank lower than A rank would be to commit suicide, as the cosmic power of the core's mana would rip apart one's flesh, veins, and mana channels. The mana would simply overpower a lower-ranked climber's body and destroy it from the inside out. For humanity to acquire such a core was an incredible boon to Max and his people. Even one S-ranked climber was enough to increase a tower race's stature amongst the other races and floors. Max took a step to the glowing orb of power, mesmerized. He lifted his hand to take the orb from the tower god.
I see a great future ahead of you, said Sabriel, smiling. I can assure you that many of the tower gods have taken notice.
Max's eyebrows raised at that.
That is both an honor and a curse. My words are both a compliment and a warning, said Sabriel. Not all tower gods value peace and harmony amongst the tower races.
There was something about Sabriel's words that unnerved him. Not all tower gods valued peace and harmony amongst the tower races. It reminded him of something Mother had said during their battle. She had mentioned that she was going to kill him and everyone else at this tournament, including Sabriel.
Is something wrong?
Said Sabriel, tilting her head at Max. Max's fingers rested on the astral core. The crowd was waiting for him to grasp it fully in his grip and lift it above his head and invite another round of applause. But a thought was creeping through his mind, and he couldn't walk away from it. Mother had fully expected to win her fight against him. In fact, the mercenary team had gone so far as to injure Harold to the point that he couldn't fight. If they were planning something nefarious, it was all meant to lead to this moment right here. A close, vulnerable moment with a tower god. Max's eyes bulged. Something bad is about to... Slice. It all happened in a split second. Max had realized the danger too late. Sabriel stood over him, eyes bulging, as a circle of blood grew out from the center of her chest. Sticking out from her stomach was the monstrous mutant bone strike that had damaged both Blake and Harold so severely. Sabriel! Max gasped. The tower god's last words to him were, "Take the core, protect it," before the demonic bone sliced upwards and split the tower god's body in half. Chapter 74. Casey stared in horror from the sidelines of the fighting square. Sabriel's body lay on the stone arena, blood and entrails spilling out across the ground.
What is happening?
Said Sarah beside her, voice quivering. The same question was running through Casey's mind. She couldn't even articulate it out loud. Did that really just happen? Did they all just witness the murder of a tower god? Casey's shock was cut short as suddenly shadowy smoke burst across the arena. The black smoke curled and weaved until ultimately morphing into one shadow demon after another. Within seconds, the arena was filled with a horde of shadow demons. Some were of the basic brawler variety, but there were some flyers and big giant shadow demon bruisers. The monsters wasted no time and rushed towards the stands.
Those creatures will rip through the audience members with ease,
Casey thought to herself.
Sarah,
said Casey, turning to her.
We don't have time to panic. Innocent people are at risk in the stands. We need to help stop this attack. Let's go.
Regulus's face paled as he witnessed the horror beneath him. Hermia was shaking him on the shoulder, saying something to him, but he was in so much shock he couldn't hear her words. It's happening all over again, he thought to himself. This was just like the tournament 2 decades before. No, he thought. This is worse. Despite his colleagues shaking him and probably shouting at him to do something, his eyes were fixated on one thing and one thing only. It wasn't the horde of demonic monsters rushing into the stands of innocent people. It was Sabriel, the Tower God. It was almost impossible to reconcile the fact that a being of such immense power was the same person as the one lying dead in front of him, her body split in half on the ground at the center of the arena. He turned to Hermia. His colleague's face gave him a window into what he himself must have looked like there and then. Shocked, sick, terrified, and most definitely at a loss for words. Regulus gulped as he considered the most pressing thought in his mind that pushed through all his other immediate panicked concerns. This might be the end to the United Floors Alliance, once and for all. Tiberius stood up amongst the panicked crowds in the arena and turned on his squad's communication device. "Everyone all right?" said Tiberius. "We're experiencing a high-level attack. Let's pick off the demons quickly and then go for the mercenary squad and force them to pay attention to us. Along the way, we help escort as many civilians out of here as orderly as we can. Got it?" The voices of his team members affirming Tiberius's plan echoed through the communication device, and the A-ranker conjured his mana blade and quickly got to work. A woman screamed nearby. A black demon had pinned her on the ground and was about to chew off her neck. Tiberius jumped through the stands at lightning speed, slicing his mana blade through the air before he even landed. The demon's head flew straight off. Within seconds, the demonic creature disintegrated, sizzling into nothing. Tiberius turned around and helped the woman back up. "The exit is over there," he said. "Stay calm. You'll be all right. Head that way." The woman shakily nodded and ran towards the exit. Tiberius looked over his shoulder, eyes wincing with anger and bloodlust. He saw another set of demons attacking and rushed forward, ready to make quick work of them. Oliver and Will stood up from their seats as audience members scrambled around them to escape the stands and the incoming horde of shadow monsters. They both readied themselves to fight. "What's the plan, Oliver?" said Will. "I'm a bit concerned my shadow bear attack won't work on these shadow-based monsters." Oliver grimaced. If Will couldn't transform, that would pose a huge problem for the two of them. They worked best as a team, and Will's Shadow Bear mode was perfect for taking on lots of smaller monsters at once. "Give me a sec," said Oliver, triggering his own trait, Mana Eyes. He could suddenly see through the skin of the shadow monsters, taking in the channels and meridians of their mana veins. He took in the dark magic that their bodies were composed of. He cross-referenced it with his own observations of Will's Shadow Bear mode. He grinned. "It shouldn't be a problem, mate," said Oliver. Will stretched and cracked his arms and knuckles, preparing himself. "All right, let's do this then," he said. The Elestrian C-ranker screamed as he morphed and transformed into a giant bear composed of shadow and magic. In the process, the boy's scream transformed into a mighty and triumphant roar. Max stood over Sabriel's dead body. He shivered with shock and horror. What? Max couldn't even articulate anything, his voice just shaking. He didn't even know what he wanted to say. Why? What just happened? What the heck? What was going on? Max felt like time was moving slower as he stared down at Sabril's dead body. He knew everyone was screaming and running in a panic around him, but he just felt frozen. He looked down to the astral core in his hands, then to Sabril's body on the ground, and then further ahead across the square to where the monstrous bone pincer attack had come from. It was the hooded figure, the B ranker on the mercenary team. The figure turned to leave. No one was paying attention to the mercenary as there was too much other chaos around them. Max was the only one focused on the unknown fighter. As the figure turned and began to run away, Max thought he caught a flicker of the figure's hair from beneath their hood. Long scarlet strands of hair. Max was dumbstruck. It couldn't be. Chapter 75. No way, Max thought. He stood there, dumbfounded, watching the hooded figure run beneath the stands of the Colosseum. The red hair he saw flashed through his mind once more. It couldn't be. Could it? Max dematerialized the astral core into his climber's pouch and then ran across the arena after the mercenary team's B ranker. The screams and battles happening across the arena were all a blur as he sprinted forward after the hooded B-rank climber. There was a small pang of guilt as he knew he was relying on other climbers to fight off the demons and protect the audience members. But then he knew he was leaving the situation in capable hands. He had to focus on his current objective. Because if his eyes weren't tricking him, his overall goal as a climber, the very person he'd been searching for all this time, had just walked into his sight. Winifred stood beside her colleague and teammate Kai as they orchestrated chaos across the arena. She directed a group of spirits to fight alongside the demon horde, keeping the other tower races and their climbers busy.
Kai, this was not part of the plan, she shouted. What are we going to do?
The plan had been for Mother to collect the astral core from Sabril, trigger her illusion magic on the entire audience while the unknown B-ranker took out Sabril. By the time the audience would have snapped back to reality, they would have been long gone. The current situation was a much sloppier, chaotic mess than they had planned for.
"I'm improvising as best I can,"
shouted Kai in reply, creating a massive tidal wave that smashed into another section of the arena hall.
We need to get out of here, Winifred hissed. What do we do about the others?
Kai looked over his shoulder and saw that their B-rank colleague had disappeared.
"I think it's every man for themselves at the moment,"
said Kai.
"One last strike should do it, and then I say we get the heck out of here. We can all meet back at headquarters higher up in the tower anyway."
What about the toddler?
"He's a lost cause,"
said Kai.
"Plus, with Mother no longer with us, no one else will be able to control him. He can live his days in an asylum where he belongs."
"Okay," said Winifred, taking it all in.
One last strike. Let's do it how we practiced.
Winifred clenched her fists and made a connection with one of the most powerful spirits she knew. Not all spirits were material living creatures. Some were more abstract beings lost to time. Trees, winds, and, most important at that moment, oceans. Winifred contacted the spirit of a great mighty ocean lost to the corrosive wheels of time, while Kai conjured the biggest tidal wave attack he could muster. The giant wave towered over the arena. The rushing hostile water took on a silver hue as the spirit of the ocean synthesized with the conjured water to create a wave far deadlier than either climber could have been able to conjure on their own. It was their special combo ability, Spirit Tsunami. The powerful oceanic blast tore through the arena, destroying it into rubble.
Looks like we just cleared a path for our getaway,
Kai smirked.
Come on.
The two mercenaries rushed away, leaving the chaos behind. Casey materialized her origami wings and flew up above the arena to scan the chaos. The number of demons and spirits causing chaos across the arena had barely dwindled. The giant destructive tidal wave that Kai and Winifred had just created had ripped a whole section of the Colosseum into a pile of wreckage and was now acting as another exit for the panicked civilians. Casey saw 3 demons were surrounding a young man, pushing him more and more into a corner.
"Hang on tight, Toto,"
said Casey to her gerbil friend clutching onto her shoulder. Casey then flew down and conjured her air katana as she did so. The demons were about to jump and feast on the young man's flesh, but suddenly they found themselves unable to jump, for their legs had literally been cut from underneath them by a slice of Casey's wind katana. She swooped back down and took out the 3 demon heads in a single slice, finishing them for good.
"Piece of cake,"
she thought. She looked over and saw Sarah fighting a lone demon on her own. The demon would at first have the upper hand, tearing into her flesh, but then, as her body healed itself, she would imbue her fists with mana and pummel the demon back in a stunning surprise attack, taking the monstrous creature out.
"This attack was clearly not orchestrated very well,"
Casey thought to herself.
"This was an improvised strategy, a distraction, a last-minute plan."
All of which told Casey that whatever the mercenary team had been concocting, the destruction of the arena and everyone in it wasn't their end goal. The observation brought both relief and concern. For if they weren't trying to kill everyone here, what worse goal were they ultimately trying to accomplish?
"Maybe this is all just a distraction,"
Casey considered. She then looked down to the puddle of blood leaking out from the dead tower god at the center of the arena. A worse thought entered Casey's mind.
"Or maybe our enemies have already succeeded."
Max rushed through the underground section of the Colosseum. He was sprinting through shadowy hallways, chasing after the echo of footsteps far ahead of him. The echo of footsteps from the mercenary team's B ranker in the distance was a guiding light through the passageways. But then, suddenly, they stopped. Max halted his feet and took a moment to catch his breath. Which way had the mercenary gone? Without the echo of their footsteps to guide him, he didn't know which way to turn. Then the sounds of the footsteps on the floor returned, but they were closer. The echo was getting louder. Finally, stepping out of the shadows was the hooded figure of the mercenary team. They lifted up their arms and pulled back their hood, revealing their long red hair and face.
"Long time no see, older brother."
Chapter 76. Max's heart thumped against his chest. He sucked in a deep breath. His eyes widened. Standing across the hall from him was Elle, his long-lost sister. He simultaneously recognized her and was also caught off guard at the unfamiliarity of her. He told himself he shouldn't be surprised. Of course she was going to look different. She wasn't going to look like her 4-year-old self 10 years later, was she? His little sister had obviously grown up in the intervening years when they hadn't seen each other. Just as he had. The girl standing in front of him was tall and slender, with long red hair that she kept in a ponytail, while allowing for a few bangs to fall at the side of her cheeks, framing her face. And her face. It had lost the round babyish cheeks and grown into something slender and beautiful. But there was a violence in her face as well. A hostility. It was an angular face. Her big blue eyes had a slanted tilt to them, and her nose was sharp like the point of a knife. "Elle," he finally said. "Is that really you?"
"No, actually," said the girl. "I just look genetically similar to you and call you brother as a prank."
Max grinned. The first thought that came to his head was, Casey would like this girl. Max wasn't sure what to say next. Everything he'd done up to this point was in service of finding Elle, and now that she stood right in front of him, he had no idea what to do. He wasn't sure what it would be like to finally find her, but this wasn't how he had imagined it. Even with all the clues and signs Elle had left for him, he still struggled to believe she'd actually be working for the fallen angels, or be capable of killing a tower god. He cleared his throat and finally said, Elle, why are you doing this?
It's the only way to achieve what I want, she said.
Bloodshed? Death? Destruction? Max said. What did Sabriel ever do to you? As far as I can tell, she was helping keep the peace. Elle's face was cold and serious.
You call this peace, she said. An alliance that sends their best climbers to fight and harm each other? Do you think the tower gods would really let everyone have an alliance without some benefit for themselves? They want to know who the strongest of the lower floors is and take them out before they're a threat. This tower is designed to antagonize people into killing each other. Don't you see that?
Max's heart was racing. This was not the reunion he had envisioned. He thought he would hug his sister, cry tears of joy, not argue with her about tower politics and ethics. And yet he felt like he had to. And that the argument wasn't just about abstract ethical situations. It was about what was happening around them. It was about her and him. All this time, he had been searching for his long-lost sister. He had never considered that somewhere along the way maybe Elle had lost that little girl inside of her as well. Maybe, just maybe, through his conversation they could find that little girl they had both lost, together. And then they could remember that they were a family. Max cleared his throat. So you're just going to contribute to all the meaningless destruction then? Max asked. What's the point? Even if we do have to get our hands dirty, shouldn't we at least strive to make this place better? The girl sighed.
You might have been able to convince me, she said, if my goal was to make the tower a better place. But I don't care about the tower or anyone in it. I don't even care if the tower lives or dies. I only care about killing the man who murdered our parents. If that means I have to destroy the tower in the process, so be it.
The man who murdered our parents. Nicholas Adler. The man he saw when Mother had trapped him in his own memories. He hadn't had a chance to fully process the memories that Mother had unlocked in his brain, including whether or not they were even true or false. But something in his gut, as soon as he saw them, had told him that they were true. Elle's words only confirmed that fact.
I was going to invite you to join me, she said. I thought you'd want to help me destroy the man who ruined our lives. So will you accompany me with my task, older brother?
Tears filled Max's eyes. He shook his head. He was so happy to see his sister. He'd worked so hard to get here. He wanted to bring her home. He wasn't ready to say goodbye to her yet again. I can't join the fallen angels, said Max. But you can return to Zestris with me. You can stay with me at my place. You can meet my friends. Sakura, she's the climber president now. She has a bit of a temper and an obsession with romance books, but I think you'll like her. And then you can meet Sarah. She's who I grew up with in the Outer Rim. And then there's Casey. She's been my best friend since I entered the Tower Zone. Maybe more than friends, even. I think you'll like her, too. She has a cute gerbil named Toto, and— Stop, said Elle coldly. Max's eyes were filled with tears now. If Elle hadn't stopped his speech, he would have kept going and he wouldn't have stopped. He'd name every great positive thing in his life in an effort to convince his sister to come home with him.
You're not going to convince me, she said. And it looks like I won't be able to convince you.
I won't let you go, said Max. I won't lose you again. Elle sighed.
It was good to see you again, brother.
Her arm then mutated into the shape of a gigantic axe in a horrific combination of bone, steel, and flesh. The two siblings readied themselves to fight. Chapter 77. Tiberius slashed his mana sword up, slicing a demon completely in half. The burst of black ichor and blood burst from the creature as its remains collapsed onto the ground in a sickly dark puddle before sizzling out of existence altogether. The horrible hissing and panting of the flesh-hungry shadow monsters echoed in his ears. Damn, he thought as he looked around. I'm surrounded. He'd barely managed to move very far beyond where he'd been sitting in the arena. There were just too many demons, too many civilians, too much chaos, too much destruction. He'd resigned himself to do everything in his power to help out everyone in the capital, but it was proving difficult when countless monsters surrounded him. He rushed forward and kicked one shadow demon in the gut, sending it hurtling backwards into a group of others. As they stumbled to get their bearings, he plunged his mana blade through 4 of them at once, like a demonic meat skewer. Without hesitation, he spun around with his sword, lobbing off the head of another shadow demon that he anticipated would be there. Tiberius caught his breath and logged into a Caesarean communication device. Is everyone all right? He asked. We need to reform our squad. The messages flickered in. Everyone else was surrounded and fending for themselves just as he was. Damn, he thought. Got to keep fighting. The throng of demons rushed forth towards him in an endless mass. On the other side of the arena, Oliver punctured crucial mana veins of the shadow demons, making them collapse with internal injuries. Will, in Shadow Bear mode, then mopped up the diminished demons in one powerful slash of his sharp, magically infused bear claws. Good work, Will! Shouted Oliver as he rushed through the demon horde, puncturing their mana veins. Keep it up! Oliver wasn't sure how conscious Will was when he was in Shadow Bear mode, but he figured positive reinforcement was always a good thing. The Shadow Bear ripped the demon in two and then whipped the top half of the creature's body into a group of 4 or 5 shadow demons in a deadly projectile. Clearly, Oliver smirked to himself, the positive encouragement was working. One shadow demon leaped towards Oliver. The Elestrian A-ranker imbued his fist with mana and punched the monster right in its beating mana heart, killing it instantly. He turned around and continued his team strategy with Will. It was working just fine. But that was it. Not amazing, not great, fine. As Oliver tried to catch his breath, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, how long can we keep this up? Casey flew through the stands of the arena at top speed, dragging her wind katana behind her as it sliced through the flesh of countless shadow demons. She kept an eye on Sarah, who was in the center of the arena, doing her best against what the demon monsters threw at her. You all right? Casey asked, flying down towards her and destroying a few more demons surrounding the E-rank girl. Sarah caught her breath and said, Now that you've killed all the demons around me, I'm fine. But, oh, wait. There's more. Sarah imbued her fists and walloped an incoming demon in the head, sending it hurtling backwards before it completely burst into nothing. Most of the demons aren't that strong, Sarah observed. But there are so many of them. We're going to run out of trait usages and mana. How can we keep this up? Casey gulped. She was thinking the exact same thing. How much longer can we last? She thought to herself. She narrowed her eyes and focused on the current task at hand. She elongated her wing katana and sliced through another throng of shadow creatures, sending them quickly to their deaths. We'll just have to kill them faster then. Regulus paced back and forth on the floating podium. Pure chaos and destruction surrounded the 2 ambassadors from below. Hermia, he said. Contact all soldier-class Caesarians and have them mobilized to the Colosseum to help with the threat. This is an absolute disaster, Regulus thought, looking down to the throngs of shadow demons that filled the arena. A sad thought fluttered in his mind. This was the exact type of situation they needed an ally like Sabriel for. She would have been able to wipe out this demon army with absolute ease. Instead, they had to fight with the disadvantage of shock and ill-preparedness.
Said Hermia. We got a problem.
What is it now?
Asked Regulus. Hermia gulped.
You should turn around.
The floating podium they were on had risen above the Colosseum's walls to reveal the entire city.
It's not just the arena,
Hermia gasped.
The whole city is under attack.
Chapter 78. Max clenched his fists and prepared himself to fight. His sister rushed towards him.
Just because you're my brother,
Elle hissed,
doesn't mean I'm going to go easy on you.
Max smirked. He couldn't believe it had come to this. He was fighting his sister. She was even taunting him with trash talk. This was the last thing he wanted to do, but it looked like there was no other way.
Same goes for me,
he finally replied and triggered Shadow Blink. He reappeared behind his sister, but she had already spun around and was hurling a blow towards him. Damn, Max thought. She's fast. Not only that, her responsiveness to the change in the flow of battle was out of this world. Max could only compare it to one thing. Harold. Could that mean... No. Did Elle have some kind of temporal defense ability? Then Max remembered that Elle had somehow been able to bypass Harold's temporal defense. She had severely wounded the old-timer. Does that mean temporal defense won't work? Elle slashed her mutated axe arm towards him and he triggered temporal defense. The slash rushed through the area of his temporal control without slowing down. What the... Max quickly triggered Phase Out and let the attack slash through his immaterial body, dealing no damage. He quickly jumped back to create more distance between his sister and himself. He caught his breath and took in Elle. Damn, he thought. That was a close one. Elle caught her breath and took in her older brother. The boy in front of her was panting and sweating. Not bad, she said. He's got an arsenal of effective abilities that put him a cut above most other climbers, but he still had a long way to go in matching her strength. She'd been training as a climber for a much longer time than her brother, and it showed. Her passive ability, Hijo Shin, intense focus, gave her a level of battle calmness that could see infinitesimally small movements across time, allowing her to have an unparalleled level of reaction speed, even against someone who could manipulate time in their immediate vicinity. She outmatched her older brother so much she almost felt bad. As the boy across from her readied to continue the fight, she asked, "Why are you making me do this, brother? Why won't you join me?"
"What you're doing isn't right," Max shouted at her. "There's innocent people out there right now, fleeing from shadow monsters your team summoned."
There's no use arguing,
Elle thought to herself.
There's still so much he doesn't understand. I don't want to fight you, Max, but I don't see any other way.
Max shadow blinked as his sister rushed at him with a new intensity. He reappeared and ready to block her attack with Phase Out.
I like your abilities, Elle said, but try dodging this.
Max's eyes bulged at Elle's next attack. He couldn't believe it. He still didn't understand her ability. The flexibility, the ingenuity, the fluidity. It was like 10 different abilities rolled into one. Elle shot forth her axe arm, the mutated flesh stretching out towards him. Then she did something completely new. Along her stretched mutant arm, tendrils began to mutate into swords, knives, and axes. It was no longer one attack he had to dodge, but several. He shadow blinked, then phased out. He kept repeating this as his sister's attacks remained unrelenting. He just needed to get closer to her. If he could get one hit in with his lightning flail or something of that ilk, he should be able to stop her. Elle thrust out her other arm, sending out a bone pincer attack. Max triggered phase out once more, and nothing happened. Wait, what? Oh no! Max realized he'd been dodging so many attacks and relying on his abilities, he'd hit his daily quota of trait usages. In the blink of an eye, Elle flashed and was suddenly behind him. Her arm mutated into a demonic hammer that smashed right into the back of his skull. Max collapsed to the floor. Elle stood over her defeated older brother. She caught her breath and wiped her brow.
"I'm sorry, Max," she said, "but there was no way you would have beaten me."
The boy didn't reply. He just laid unconscious on the ground. The blow she'd hit him with had been incredibly powerful. She didn't see him waking up anytime soon.
"It was nice to see you again,"
she said, her eyes beginning to brim with tears.
"I'm sorry it had to be this way."
She wiped her eyes and continued speaking to her brother on the ground, battered in defeat.
"It seems that since that fateful day we were separated, the gulf between us has grown too immense. We're different people now."
Her shoulders shook as she spoke, and she felt the tears gush out from her eyes.
"In many ways,"
she hiccuped,
"we're no longer brother and sister. No longer family, even."
With that, she began to walk away. She was a few steps down the passageway when she heard a grimace behind her.
"He can't still be conscious, can he?"
She turned around and saw her older brother trembling on the ground. His arms were shaking as he lifted himself up. Blood leaked from his mouth. He swayed as he got back onto his feet. "Shut up," he spat. "I'm your older brother, and that's never going to change. I don't give a damn what you say, Elle. You'll always be my sister." Elle tilted her head. She mutated both her arms into 2 bone blades on either side of her.
"I'm sorry, brother," she said, "but it really is time to say goodbye."
Chapter 79. Harold woke up to the sounds of shattered glass. This was followed by screams, then the innocuous repetition of a heart monitor.
"Where am I?"
he wondered to himself. He looked about and saw medical wires and equipment all around him. The memory of what happened quickly came back to him. Blake had been severely injured, and then he had been as well. Harold heard more commotion outside his hospital room. Strange, disturbing panting and hissing could be heard. Harold looked down at his frail, wrinkled skin.
"You really are growing weak, aren't you, old man?"
he thought to himself.
"I'm the A-ranker of the human team. What have I done? I've been paralyzed, wounded, injured."
A scream echoed from beyond his doors.
"Somebody help! Demons!"
And now the hospital is under attack by freaking demons? Harold ripped off the medical wires attached to him and jumped out of bed. Enough is enough. The cesarean nurse cowered in fear as the demon monsters crept towards her. She could feel their hot breath from meters away. Their deep red eyes looked at her with a hunger, a yearning for her flesh.
"Help!"
she cried once more. Her voice cracked. She was running out of stamina. She was losing the energy to scream.
"I don't want to die."
The demons approached her, getting close enough to rip her flesh to pieces. Rip! The demons quickly turned around at the sound of an incoming threat.
"What's going on?"
the nurse wondered.
"Has someone come to help me?"
Between the demons, she could make out an old man with bulging muscles taking on the 20 shadow demons in the hall completely on his own. He dodged and maneuvered around them with absolute ease. He ripped and tore one demon into multiple pieces. He then grabbed the next incoming demon by the head and smashed it into another demon's face, obliterating them both at once. He fought the demons with a stunning grace.
Incredible, the nurse thought, watching on with amazement. I didn't think anyone would save me. This man is a savior.
The old man ripped the last remaining shadow demon in half with his bare hands. Black demonic blood covered his muscular body as he caught his breath. The nurse was filled with tears.
Thank you,
she cried.
I don't know what I would have done without you. Surely I would have.
She couldn't even finish the sentence. She didn't want to think about the horrible death she had just escaped.
Don't worry about it,
said the old man, his face going strangely goofy as he beamed a big smile.
I'd do anything to protect a cute nurse like you.
Her eyes fluttered and she pointed just beyond him.
There's more.
The powerful human looked over his shoulder.
Can't these damn demons see that I'm trying to work my expert seduction skills?
The old man said between gritted teeth. He rushed the incoming shadow demons with a raised fist.
I'll make you pay for this.
Meanwhile, far across the city, the catfolk darted through the streets and alleys of the Caesarian capital. Gregoire was out of breath when their leader, Atticus, came to a standstill.
What's going on? Cried Mirabelle. We can escape this madness when no one is looking.
The entire catfolk team had all been in agreement when the shadow demon horde emerged, that it was their time to leave Caesarea altogether.
I think we need to reconsider our plans, said Atticus.
What do you mean? Asked Gregoire.
Are we with the Alliance or not?
Does it even matter after this? Said Mirabelle. The Alliance will be finished after this diplomatic disaster.
All the more reason to consider our immediate actions more closely, said Atticus. Sure, we did some bad stuff to the other players early in the tournament, but that was all under the context of how the games were set up. Never were we trying to wage an actual war with the other members of the Alliance, were we?
The entire team went silent. Gregoire thought about the stupid human team and that damn red-haired climber who had foiled their plans. There was no doubt in his mind that he genuinely wanted to cause that boy and his friends pain. On the other hand, that was never their top priority. They wanted to win the tournament so they could reap the most benefits from the Alliance itself. Had their thirst for violence and victory made them lose sight of their overarching goals?
Let's think this a few steps further, said Atticus. Do we benefit from the dissolution of the Alliance? Our home floor is between the civilizations of multiple powerful tower races. We're actually at a serious disadvantage if the Alliance breaks apart.
All the more reason for us to leave, said Mirabelle. Get back home so we can start preparing for war as soon as possible.
Atticus shook his head.
I'm thinking the opposite, said the team's A-ranker. If the Alliance manages to survive this ordeal, we still want to be a part of it. If it doesn't, we don't want to give our former allies reason to treat us as immediate enemies either.
So what are you proposing we do? Said Mirabelle.
Atticus crossed his arms.
We gotta turn around and help out.
Gregoire shook his head. He couldn't believe it.
You gotta be kidding me,
he muttered. He was speaking mainly to himself. He couldn't believe he was agreeing with Atticus so firmly. He was usually always on Mirabelle's side on these matters. But Atticus made a lot of sense. For their own self-interest, they needed to help the Alliance today, which included helping the damn annoying humans and the other stupid lot of tower races.
I can't believe I'm saying this, said Gregoire, but Atticus is right. It's time we helped the Alliance.
Gregoire was the first to rush out into the streets filled with shadow demons. There were so many. Of course, the Alliance was losing to such a massive horde of shadow demons. There weren't enough climbers in the city, and it wasn't like Caesarea had spent much time cultivating their soldier class's defensive strategies.
It looks like it comes down to me, said Gregoire.
Gregoire sighed and triggered his trait to maximum effect. All across the surrounding streets and rooftops were identical clones of Gregoire, ready to fight. It was the most powerful version of his trait. Doppelganger army. The catfolk's B-ranker smirked. This should turn the tide in our favor. Harold was a one-man demon-slaying machine. He dodged and swerved around his opponents and landed plenty of punches, kicks, and elbow blows that turned the shadow monsters into dust. He'd reached the end of the hall, and he'd cleared the group of monsters who had made it to that end of the hospital wing. An explosion could be heard from outside. He looked out the window, and his eyes widened. What's this? Across the city were clones of the catfolk's B-ranker fighting against the horde of shadow demons. The old human A-ranker could not believe his eyes.
I'll be damned, Harold gasped. Perhaps there's hope for this alliance after all.
Chapter 80. Oliver felt tiny droplets as he fought the horde of shadow demons. The raindrops landed on the back of his neck.
Great, he muttered. As if this day couldn't get any more miserable, it decided to rain.
The horde of shadow demons seemed to be thinning out slightly. They weren't in the clear by any stretch, but more pockets of space was opening up across the arena to move. In the distance, Oliver saw the half-giant Flaren warriors had been surrounded by the more aggressive shadow demon bruisers. Oliver couldn't understand why they were struggling, and that's when he realized it.
They've run out of trait usages.
Oliver clenched his fists.
We need to help them. Will,
he yelled at the giant shadow bear nearby.
I know you can't entirely hear me in there, but if you're listening, we need to go help the Flaren team. Come on.
The shadow bear rushed ahead, leaping in the direction of the demon bruisers. Oliver was directly behind, swerving in and out of the enemy ranks, puncturing their mana channels with the use of his mana eyes. It wasn't long before Oliver and Will had taken out the surrounding demon bruisers. Oliver held out a hand to the Flaren's A-ranker who'd stumbled to the ground.
You saved us,
said the leader.
Of course, happy to assist, smiled Oliver. Sometimes you need the help of others. The humans showed us Celestians that, and now I am honored to share the lesson with you.
The Flaren smiled.
You do us a great honor after we disrespected you so,
said the Flaren leader.
Let us put the past behind us, said Oliver. We need to focus on finishing this fight.
The Flaren earnestly nodded his head. He gripped Oliver's hand and picked himself up.
How are you guys at fighting without your traits?
Asked Oliver as a new swarm of shadow demons approached them.
If you can puncture their mana veins like you did for your bear friend over there, our fists will easily finish the job,
said the Flaren leader.
Said Oliver. This might be a bad time to tell you I've run out of trait usage for my mana eyes.
The Flaren winced.
Then we might be in a more difficult situation than I realized,
said the leader.
You might not have saved us, only prolonged our inevitable death.
Well, that's depressing, said Oliver. What are we going to do?
Shadow demons began to crowd around them.
This might be a bit more than we can handle,
Oliver thought, nervousness pulsing through his body. At that moment, a group of large tadpoles floated through the air. Ulop of the frogfolk surfed on a large floating lily pad, spear gripped and ready. The other frogfolk followed suit behind Ulop. A frogfolk airbringer controlled the wind to keep all of their lily pads afloat. They swept through the horde, making quick work of the shadow demons.
We owe you big time,
said Oliver to the frogfolk as they circled around them on their floating lily pads.
No problem,
said Ulop.
Just add flies to your condiments and we'll be square. Tell the Caesarians that too.
It seemed like a very strange request, but Oliver wasn't about to question it. Certainly not now, while they were surrounded by hordes of shadow demons. On the other side of the arena, Tiberius and his teammates assaulted a group of shadow demons attacking the Boldrin team. Tiberius ripped through the shadow demons with his mana blade, while his companions fought beside him. Meanwhile, Marcellus took care of the rest with his mana sniper, shooting the demons right in the skull, sending them straight to the ground. When they broke through the horde, he nodded to the Boldrin team's leader. "Thought you might need a helping hand," said the Caesarian.
"You've done more than help,"
said the Boldrin, getting up onto his feet and letting out a massive attack, eliminating the rest of the demons. With the surrounding demons destroyed, the Boldrin leader turned to Tiberius and continued speaking.
"We Boldrin hear that the Caesarians don't respect their soldiers and climber class. No disrespect to your people, but they are fools for having such views. Today will mark the day that the Boldrin hold the Caesarian soldier class in higher regard than their greatest diplomats or technicians."
Tiberius smiled. It was the words he'd always wanted to hear from his own people. But somehow it felt just as kind, maybe even better, hearing it from the mouth of a steely and curmudgeonly Boldrin. Tiberius quickly scanned the arena. The demon horde was thinning out. The people and the floor would soon be safe. But he looked down to Sabriel's dead body on the arena floor and sighed. The mercenary team had escaped. Regulus and Hermia directed calls and commands across the city while watching the climbers fight off the demons from the arena below.
"Do you see that?"
Hermia asked. Regulus smiled. He knew exactly what she was talking about. The tower races of the Alliance were working together. "I think we might just survive this." Chapter 81. Casey circled the arena on her wings, picking off more of the shadow demons. There were still quite a few bystanders in the stands, but the number of people had thinned out in the panicked rush to escape. The majority of those who remained were climbers and the surviving shadow demons. Casey scanned the crowds and arena, hoping to spot a patch of red hair.
"Max, where are you?"
she thought.
"I hope you're okay." "Help!"
Casey looked down to see 3 shadow demons had ganged up on Sarah and pinned her to the ground. She glided down and with her wind katana sliced all 3 in half. They disintegrated within seconds. She landed on her feet and held out her hand for Sarah. Casey scanned the arena and saw many of the tournament teams fighting the demons together and keeping the attack under control.
"I think it's time we started looking for Max, don't you?"
Sarah nodded, clutched Casey's hand, and picked herself back up to her feet.
"Yeah, let's go."
At a quick pace, Casey and Sarah crossed the arena. The sky had turned gray as the battle had progressed, and a smattering of rain had begun to fall. Smoke and ash from the destroyed shadow demons swirled through the air. But Sarah paid no heed to any of these things. She only had one thing on her mind. Max.
"Sarah, you go over to that end of the arena and I'll go to the other,"
Casey told her.
"We'll cover more ground that way."
She nodded and swerved off into the dark hallways of the Colosseum. Sarah sprinted as fast as she could. Her heart was pounding. Her throat burned.
"Max!"
she hollered as she ran along the hallway. Sarah was exhausted, but she knew she wouldn't stop until she found her childhood friend. She ran down the hallway of the Colosseum for a good 10 minutes until she eventually reached a dead end. She slammed her fists against the wall.
"No!"
she cried. Max wasn't here. She hadn't found him. He hadn't gone this way.
"Please, Casey,"
she thought.
"Find Max before it's too late."
Casey clenched her fists as she quickened her pace, running through the halls. She knew Max had gone after the mercenary team's B-ranker, the one who had killed Sabriel and harmed Harold and Blake so badly they couldn't even attend today's events. Max was tough and, as far as Casey knew, could handle anything. That B-ranker on the mercenary team, though, they were something else. They had a power immeasurable by conventional rankings. Casey didn't know what, but she could just sense it from the deadly attack she had witnessed at the B ranker's hands.
Please, Max, she thought to herself. Please be okay.
She turned a corner and saw a figure on the ground. As she got closer, she recognized it was Max, injured and unconscious on the floor. It was pouring rain by the time the last shadow demon was destroyed. Tiberius dematerialized his mana blade and looked around the now empty and half-destroyed arena. They had survived the attack. One might even say they had won. But, judging by the looks on the different climbers' faces, many of them furtively glancing to the dead tower god at the center of the arena, there was only a look of defeat. The rain fell hard on all of them. With casualties throughout the city, including a red-haired human climber lying half dead on the ground after a painful and brief reunion with his long-lost sister, the United Floors Alliance tournament finally came to a close. Chapter 82. The following day, the streets of the Caesarian capital were empty. What was supposed to have been a celebratory occasion was mired with mourning and fear for the future. The Elestrian team sat in their common room in silence. Most of them stared at the floor, lost in thought. Clap, clap. Footsteps echoed across the hall, and they all looked up to see Queen Violet rushing to see them. They all quickly broke from their brooding stupor and bowed to their queen.
None of that right now, please, said Violet. Are you all right?
We're fine, Your Majesty, said Oliver. I'm guessing you heard everything?
That our human friends won the tournament, a momentous event in and of itself, said Violet. Only to be overshadowed by the killing of a tower god and an attack on Caesarea.
So, you're all caught up then, sighed Will, and then he said the question that was on everyone's mind but no one dared ask.
What will happen to the Alliance now?
Tiberius stared out the window of his office. The rest of his team was sitting behind him, arguing over the previous day's events.
I'm sure the diplomats will find a way to blame us somehow, said Hadriana. It's always the soldier class's fault.
Tiberius was so overwhelmed by it all that he didn't know where to start. He didn't know whether he should be focused on the previous day's events or concerning himself with the unknown future in front of them.
I think the diplomats will have more on their hands to deal with than just the domestic affairs of Caesarea,
Tiberius finally said. It isn't just the diplomats, though, Tiberius realized. They would all have to deal with this new reality. One where the cracks in the alliance were so fragile it would take a mere flick of a finger for it all to shatter. That is, he thought, if the alliance hasn't shattered already.
You see, Ulop, said Longtongue. Interacting with the other tower races only brings trouble. We should have never left the swamp.
They all sat at the lunch table in front of bowls of carrot soup.
You can say that again,
said Gulpo.
How were we supposed to enjoy this soup without flies? They have salt and pepper here, yet where are the rest of the basic condiments?
They all murmured with agreement except for Ulop, who looked down to his webbed feet below the table. He didn't care if the other frogfolk thought it was a bad idea to come here. He was more concerned with yesterday's events and whether all the people in the arena's audience had survived and were safe. And then there were his human friends. He hoped they were okay, especially Max. Similar conversations were happening across the city, from bar taverns to the quiet corners of people's homes. Same went for the Boldrin team in their outpost, as was the case for the Flaren. Even the selfish catfolk couldn't help but ponder what the previous day's events would mean for everyone. The mood was somber across the capital for the first time in a long while. No one in the lower floors could predict what would happen amongst the tower races next. One particular group of humans in a Caesarian hospital, however, were even more somber than most. Chapter 83. Sakura ascended to floor 30. As soon as she materialized on the Caesarean floor of the tower, she marched straight to the capital. The city was a ghost town with many mourning and hiding within their homes. Still, as Sakura strode through the streets with fury and determination, she caught sight of furtive eyes peeking at her through the windows of quiet homes. She eventually arrived at the Caesarean Healer District and went straight for the main hospital at the center of the area. A security guard tried to check her for ID, to which she barked, "I'm the freaking climber president of all of humanity, and we're in a diplomatic crisis, so how about you—"
Right this way, ma'am."
Sakura sighed and brushed her hair out of her eyes and quickly apologized for losing her temper with the man.
You never know what kind of day someone else is having.
This epiphany went completely out the window when a group of nurses tried to tell her she wasn't allowed to go into the emergency room.
"What do you mean?" she asked. "I have a friend. I have a climber under my command in dire condition in there. Let me enter at—" "Sakura?"
The climber president swung around to find Sarah and Casey sitting on a nearby set of chairs. Their eyes were red and puffy from crying, their skin as white as ghosts. Seeing the two young girls was like the turning of the tap of all the feelings she'd been holding back. All of the anger and motivation that had been propelling Sakura since she'd heard news of the assassination and chaos on floor 30 had drained away, and her shoulders fell. She croaked as she asked the girls,
"Is he okay?"
They both shook their heads.
"What do you mean?"
Sakura asked, a horrible feeling piercing through her heart.
"They won't let us see him,"
Casey finally answered.
"The healer spoke to us a few hours ago, and hasn't come back."
Sakura walked towards a nearby wall and leaned her head against it. She then pounded her fist right into it. She hated feeling powerless. She hated feeling like there was nothing she could do for those she cared about. She hated that the only thing she could do was wait. Finally, the doors from the emergency wing swung open and out came a Caesarean healer. His face was cold and emotionless, like many of the professional healers and doctors Sakura knew back in Zestris. Casey and Sarah immediately stood up and hurried over to him.
"How is he?"
asked Casey.
"He's alive,"
said the healer. Casey and Sarah sighed with relief and hugged each other. Sakura took a step towards them.
"Can we go see him?"
Sakura asked. The healer's face grew solemn.
"Not yet," he explained. "He's alive, but—"
"What do you mean, but?"
Sakura said, exasperated.
"He's currently still unconscious, and we're concerned he might not wake up."
The brief feeling of relief she'd felt a mere second before now felt like an eternity ago. Sakura felt a horrible sinking feeling overwhelm her.
"I don't understand,"
said Sarah.
"We're all climbers here. We can use magic. Why can't he be healed?"
The doctor cleared his throat.
"It's the nature of his injuries," the healer explained. "It was similar to your other colleagues who were brought in 2 days back, but much more severe."
Sakura winced with suspicion. She had been informed of the strange attack by the mercenary team's B-ranker. So far, none of it added up. There should have been no way that the attack could have harmed Harold, a full rank above the mercenary climber, in such a way. Unless the mysterious B-ranker could double their attack power similar to Max. Or the realization hit Sakura like a freight train. A break mode could do such an attack. She couldn't believe it hadn't dawned on her sooner. The report she had read told her the attack that had harmed Harold and Blake was a hybrid mesh of bone and flesh manipulation. Plenty of climbers throughout the tower had such abilities, but very few of them were considered break modes. In fact, as far as Sakura knew, there was only one person known with such a break mode ability. The Scarlet Demon, Max's sister. The realization made Sakura stumble back towards the seating area. She practically collapsed onto a chair. She was barely listening to the doctor, though she caught his final words. We believe that if he doesn't wake up in the next 5 days, said the doctor, he won't wake up at all. Sakura was now overwhelmed with shock. She was distressed about the state of Max's health, and even more surprised by how he'd been put in that state.
So, he finally found her then, Sakura thought.
He had confronted the truth that many of the older climbers of Zestris, herself included, had never chosen to tell him. His long-lost sister wasn't the little girl of Max's memories.
Even still,
Sakura thought, recalling the way Max spoke about his sister. The way he talked about her innocence, her playfulness. It made Sakura question her belief that L. Reinhardt was really the cold-blooded killer who carried the title of the Scarlet Demon. Even now, Max's determination to find her and bring her home made Sakura think there was more to the girl than any file or rumor about her could sum up. Sakura didn't know what to do with these thoughts. She doubted the villainy of the Scarlet Demon while waiting to see whether or not she had managed to kill her own brother. Casey and Sarah sat down on either side of her and placed their hands on her back. She couldn't believe it. Sakura wiped a tear from her eye. She had to hear it all recounted from Max. It was the only way it might make sense. She couldn't fathom that he might not wake up from the attack.
It's not possible,
she thought, refusing to believe it.
He has to wake up. He has to.
Chapter 84. The three women spent the night in the hospital wing's waiting room. They all struggled to fall asleep. At midnight, Sakura encouraged the girls to sleep, promising she'd wake them if the doctor returned with any news. It was almost 7 in the morning now, and there hadn't been any updates. Sakura got up, immediately feeling cramps and stiffness. She stretched and then decided to go search for some coffee. She roamed around the hospital wing until she found the Manitech coffee dispenser.
You've got to hand it to the Caesareans,
Sakura thought as she used the device to create a hot cup of black coffee.
They make top-quality Manitech.
She sipped on her coffee slowly and leaned against a wall. She recalled the healer's words from yesterday. If Max doesn't wake up in 5 days, he might never wake up at all. They were now on day 2. It was going to be a long couple of days. Sakura looked up and down the hall.
Max isn't going anywhere, she thought to herself. And I do have 2 other climbers I need to check up on.
Sakura followed the signs in the hospital wing and eventually found the recovery ward. Despite it being quite early in the morning, she could hear a lot of commotion coming from nearby.
You shouldn't be out of bed, cried a nurse.
Is our cooking not good enough for you?
Said another.
Why are you using our staff kitchen?
The cries of frustration made Sakura only more curious and confused. What the heck is going on over there? At first, she thought it might be old man Harold up to no good, and she was prepared to give him a strong punch to the shoulder, and she didn't even care if he was an injured patient. But she was quite shocked to find the irritated nurses surrounding Blake, who was clad in a hospital gown.
You need to go back to bed, shouted a nurse. You should be resting, not doing whatever this is.
Can't you see I'm cooking?
Groaned Blake. Sakura was now even more confused. Was Blake partaking in some kind of alternative medicine? This whole situation felt odd and bizarre. Said Sakura, approaching the scene of commotion.
Is this man bothering you?
All the nurses turned to look at her.
Yes!
Blake blinked at the sight of the climber president and stuttered.
Sakura, what are you doing here?
The nurses did a double-take between Blake and Sakura.
This is Sakura, they whispered. The woman he won't shut up about. Oh my gosh, what's going to happen next?
The nurses began to slowly drift to the back of the room, blushing and giggling.
What a romantic reunion,
they whispered to one another. Sakura's eyes narrowed.
I was checking up on you, goof.
With the nurses now out of the way, she could see what Blake had been doing to cause so much commotion. On the kitchen surface was a pack of instant noodles, eggs, and bacon. He couldn't be. Blake laughed nervously and scratched the back of his head.
"I've just been practicing is all," he said.
Then his eyes narrowed and a flash of a serious and determined look flickered across his face.
"But it looks like I have to cut my training short," he declared.
Blake grabbed a bowl and got down onto one knee and presented it to Sakura.
"Sakura, I, humble Blake, have made you this bowl of bacon and egg ramen. If you enjoy it, will you please consider going on a date with me?"
Sakura's eyebrow twitched. Part of her wanted to say, "I rushed up to this floor, worried about all of you, and here you are up to your regular hijinks?" But she didn't say that because for Sakura, bacon and egg ramen was a sacred culinary art, and even though she had her doubts about Blake, she didn't have her doubts about the potential deliciousness of a bowl cooked correctly. She grabbed a spoon and took a taste, managing to get a bit of broth, noodle, bacon, and eggs in one bite. All the nurses in the kitchen watched the climber president taste the bowl of ramen with silent, rapt attention. Sakura closed her eyes as she pondered the mix of flavors in her mouth. "And?" whispered a nurse before all the others hissed at her to be quiet and not ruin the moment. Sakura smiled and looked down at Blake, who was still on one knee. "It has potential." Blake blinked.
"Does that mean then—"
Sakura blushed. "Yes, it does." Blake smiled, only to turn around with tears in his eyes to the nurses watching on.
"Can you believe it?"
All the nurses were crying and hugging each other. "I'm so happy it worked out." This is a very weird hospital, Sakura thought to herself. She smiled at Blake once more. "Now that you've gotten what you wanted," said Sakura, her cheeks blushing with embarrassment from the cooing nurses, "can you please get back into bed, you dummy?" Chapter 85. A day later, Sarah rubbed at her eyes, still sitting in the same hospital waiting room. She was exhausted. Her body desperately wanted to sleep, and yet when she closed her eyes, she couldn't sleep at all. She didn't think resting would be possible until she knew that Max was going to be okay. Casey and her hadn't spoken in hours. They hadn't even looked at each other. Not because of any ill will to each other, but just because looking at each other, they would catch reflections of their own sadness and worry, and they'd start crying again. It was easier to retreat into one's own thoughts as they waited second after second, minute after minute, hour after hour, day after day, waiting for more news about their friend. Still, Sarah thought, managing a furtive glance to her companion, Casey doesn't look well. Sarah's stomach rumbled, and she realized she couldn't remember the last time she had eaten anything. She stood up. "I'm going to go look for some food for us," she said. "Is there anything you might like?" "Some water," Casey murmured. Toto glanced up to Sarah with adorable, sad eyes. "Maybe something for Toto as well," Casey added. "He likes cheese." Sarah nodded and went down the hall. She moved slowly through the hospital, a sluggishness taking over her body as she walked. She was both physically and emotionally drained. She eventually found the cafeteria and took a step towards the food counter when she felt a dizziness take over her body. "Whoa!" said a voice. Sarah blinked and saw Oliver. The Elestrian B ranker had caught her. "Oliver!" she gasped. "Are you okay?" He smiled. "You looked like you were about to faint." Will, who was also there, leaned in close to the two of them and added, "You know, Sarah, I was going to catch your fault too, but Oliver has a higher agility skill, so he beat me to it. I just don't want you to think that I didn't want to help you or anything." "That is hardly important right now," Oliver barked at his fellow Elestrian comrade. Sarah giggled. "It's okay. Thank you, both of you. Can you help me up?" They got Sarah back on her feet, sturdy and balanced. She thanked the two boys once more. She realized she needed to eat a lot more than she had anticipated. If Oliver and Will weren't there to catch her fall, who knew what would have happened? She might have been put in her own hospital bed, at which point she would have been a help for absolutely nobody. Sure, she wasn't really helping Max in any way by sitting and worrying about him, but at the very least she could be there for both Casey and Sakura and anyone else who might need support. Oliver and Will glanced at each other surreptitiously. Said Will. How is he? The question was a simple one. So was the answer. And yet, as soon as the Alestrian had asked, tears gushed out of Sarah's eyes and she was suddenly shaking all over. Look what you've done! Oliver hissed at Will. He then put his hand on Sarah's back. Don't worry, Oliver said. I'm sure he'll be okay. Max is a fighter. I watched him in the tournament. He won't give up that easily. You'll see. Sarah sniffled and rubbed her eye. We were going to wait until later, said Will. But I think maybe you could use some cheering up. She blinked and looked up at the boys. What do you mean? She said. Oliver and Will looked at each other once more. Well, you see, we come from two noble houses in Elistria, said Oliver. And, well, there is no way to say this without sounding horribly arrogant, so here goes. Both of our families have deep pockets, so Will and I have been thinking of a proposal for you. We've been so impressed with your performance in the tournament, your idealism and optimism. We want to help fund the Tower Orphanage you spoke about. Sarah blinked with surprise. You don't have to do that. We want to, they said in unison. Well, she said, I don't even know what I want to do anymore. She couldn't think of the future, not with Max lying unconscious. As Oliver said, Max will pull through, Will added. I'm sure of it. Sarah sighed. She was beginning to feel a bit better, feeling a tiny tinge of hope for her friend. I hope you guys are right. I know we are, said Oliver. So, will you take us up on our offer? Sarah nodded, and the two Alestrian boys cheered triumphantly. I knew it was a great idea when I told it to you, shouted Oliver. What are you talking about? Cried Will. I came up with the idea first. Don't fight, please, said Sarah. I haven't fully explained myself. I will take you up on your offer, but I can't just yet. Both Oliver and Will's faces instantly lost their previous glowing excitement. Why can't you? Then what Sarah said next absolutely shocked Will and Oliver with awe and amazement, completely changing their perspective on what they believed was Sarah's already impressive performance throughout the entire tournament. Mustering up a cheerful response from deep within her, Sarah smiled and said matter-of-factly, I need to graduate from Climber Academy first. I haven't even been to my first class yet. Chapter 86. The next day, Sakura strode into the United Floors Alliance meeting room. The other Alliance leaders of the different member floors were all there. She purposely avoided all their gazes except for Queen Violet's, who she offered a brief smile and nod to. Shall we sit down? Said the Caesarean Emperor awkwardly. We have a lot to discuss, so we might as well get started straight away. Sakura held back any snarky comments she wanted to throw at the Caesarean Emperor and the rest of the council. She knew it wouldn't do any good. And yet, she still couldn't help feeling incredibly agitated, frustrated that this meeting was even happening. Weren't they in a room similar to this one only a week or so ago? Could this not have all been avoided? She sighed as she thought of Max. It had been 3 days now, and the boy hadn't shown any further signs of recovery. In 2 days, the healers would conclude that he wasn't going to wake up. Sakura crossed her arms and looked at her feet. She thought this meeting was pointless. She should be back at the hospital wing, doing everything she could to help Max. Only after a few more moments of contemplation did Sakura even notice that no one was talking. She looked up and saw all the different leaders of the tower races looking towards her. They were waiting for her to speak. Said Sakura. I thought we were having a meeting. The Boldrin leader, the one who had actively defied her at the last congregation of Alliance leaders, stood up and said,
I can't speak for the others, but I remain quiet and respectful now, as an apology for not listening to you at our last meeting. I was wrong, and I apologize.
Sakura clenched her fist beneath the table where no one could see the anger seething within her. The Boldrin's apology didn't heal her people's injuries. It didn't help Max's recovery. It was too late for apologies. And then the Boldrin leader shocked her.
I know it's too late for apologies. My words will not heal the wounds of your comrades. I know that these words are not enough. But just so you know, unlike our last meeting, all of us here are now listening.
Sakura let out a deep breath. She wanted to hate the Boldrin leader with a passion, but he was saying everything right, which made her dislike him more. Stop being so difficult to hate. She then had another thought. Cool it, she thought, looking deep within herself. You're not just Max's friend and mentor here. You're the climber president for everyone in Zestris. It was true. She had to stay as impartial as she could. She couldn't let her emotions sway diplomacy. She had to think clearly. She had to work to stop even more needless injuries and deaths from happening to her people. To everyone in the tower, for that matter. She cleared her throat. The good news is one of our greatest enemies has had as great a setback as we have. With the loss of Mother, the fallen angels will be scrambling for a new leader. All the leaders murmured around the table. Some were even foolish enough to sigh with relief at this statement. The Caesarian Emperor was not one of those people. And the bad news? The Caesarian leader asked. The bad news, sighed Sakura, is that the Alliance is entering a new period of great volatility. Without Sabriel's protection, we're vulnerable to attacks from other S-rankers and tower gods. There were no sighs of relief or murmurs following that statement. There was also an unsaid threat that Sakura chose not to mention. The Alliance had come together to push back the threat following Sabriel's assassination, but even still, it was more fragile than ever before. The more nefarious of the tower gods would use that against them, play the lower floors against each other. After a brief moment of silence, Violet asked, What do you propose we do? Sakura then looked at each and every leader in the eye before finally answering. The answer was simple, but none of them were going to like hearing it, not even her. Sakura cleared her throat and said, Start preparing for the worst. Chapter 87. 20 minutes later, Sakura left the meeting hall of the Alliance Council. She stood up from her seat in an effort to make a quick getaway back to the hospital, only to be called back. Sakura, wait, said a voice. Sakura's eyebrow twitched. Did we not just sit through a meeting? She thought to herself. What more is there to discuss? She wanted to get back to the hospital so she could check on Max and see if there had been any developments in his condition. She turned around to see the two Caesarian ambassadors, Regulus and Hermia, approaching her. We had an idea we wanted to approach you with, said Hermia. Let's step into a different room first, said Regulus, noticing that a few of the other Alliance members were eavesdropping on their conversation. The three of them went to a separate room, and Regulus made Sakura a proposal that surprised her to no end. Really? She asked. That's a bold idea. Think about it for a day, said Regulus. We can approach this situation tomorrow, depending on your decision. The following day, Harold woke up in his hospital bed. He turned and looked to the nearby clock. He grinned at the time. In 5 minutes, Cecilia, the nurse, would be coming to do her morning checkup. Harold grinned to himself, thinking about how Cecilia regularly didn't button her shirt up all the way. The perfect morning medicine, Harold thought to himself. If it weren't for Cecilia, Harold would be losing his mind in this place. He still wasn't allowed to leave. They were monitoring his vitals, the nurse had told him.
You saved me in that demon attack.
Cecilia had smiled at him a few days earlier.
Now, let me save you.
He sighed and watched the minute hand of the clock. 3 more minutes now. He smiled and daydreamed about the conversation he was about to have with the cute nurse. Knock, knock. Harold's eyebrows furrowed. Cecilia never knocked. He opened his eyes from his happy daydream to see totally unexpected visitors. It was the 2 Caesarian ambassadors, Hermia and Regulus, along with the human climber president, Sakura.
What in the heck did the 3 of them want? He thought to himself. They're going to mess up my morning ritual with Cecilia.
May we come in? Regulus asked. Harold crossed his arms and answered with a tilt of his head. The 3 visitors stepped into his hospital room and gathered around his bed.
What do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Asked Harold.
Hermia and Regulus exchanged a look.
I told you he wasn't going to be easy,
Sakura chimed in.
Easy about what?
Said Harold. Regulus sighed. We have a proposal for you.
The answer is no,
said Harold.
You haven't even heard it yet,
Hermia cried.
Harold,
Sakura said.
Hear them out at least. Please.
Harold turned back to Regulus.
I'm listening.
As you know, Regulus began, the Alliance is entering a period of great turbulence. We've lost our greatest defender, Sabriel, the Tower God.
Whose fault is that?
Said Harold, keeping his arms crossed. Regulus then replied in a way that Harold was not expecting. The fault lies with me, said Regulus. I was unwilling to budge and allow for change within the Alliance's structure for many years now, and for that we've ended up in the situation we are currently.
So, you're going to resign? Asked Harold.
Not quite, said Regulus. But we were hoping you might join us on the council. Harold winced.
Sorry, I'm a retired climber who runs an antique shop. I'm not a politician. I have no interest in being one of the many talking heads on the council.
You wouldn't be one of the many talking heads,
Hermia chimed in.
Well, what do you mean?
Balked Harold.
What else could I be?
The realization of their proposal was beginning to dawn on the old A-ranker.
You want me to replace Sabriel?
He gasped. That's right, said Regulus. We want you to become a Tower God. Harold was at a loss for words.
What do you think?
Sakura asked. The old man leaned his head back and smirked.
How about that? He mused. I can be part of an institution I hate.
The 3 leaders all exchanged glances with each other. The position has many benefits, Regulus explained. The Astrocol, your Team 1, would elevate you from A rank to S rank, giving you new, untold powers. Beyond this, you would have more decision-making power on how the Council and Alliance is run. There will also be prestigious events with powerful men and women. Then there's...
Wait,
said Harold. Regulus perked up from his desperate ramble. Harold's face lit up with a silly smile, and he said,
Did you just say events with powerful buxom ladies?
Said Regulus. I think you're twisting my words a bit. Harold nodded and stroked his chin.
I won't lie, you're beginning to intrigue me, but I have a few concerns. An S-ranker is still, by all accounts, a lesser Tower God. Sabriel was SS class.
Even still, said Hermia, a Tower God on the side of the Alliance, even a lesser one, would assuage a bit of our current difficulties.
Harold went quiet and thought over the decision. The other 3 all waited for his answer.
I'll do it, he said, on one condition.
All three leaders' shoulders fell.
We're offering you the chance to become a tower god, and you're asking for more?
Hermia balked. Regulus sighed. What's the condition?
I want to change how the entire United Floors Alliance tournament is run, said Harold. I think the game should be held every 4 years for one thing. 10 years is too long and too devastating for those tower races that have a poor showing. It incentivizes corruption and bad behavior. Furthermore, I believe each partaking tower race should nominate 5 climbers as they have always done. But then those different climbers will get randomly mixed into new squads. This way, we'll still have an exciting tournament, but the different climbers will get to meet, become companions, and work together with other tower racers rather than seeing them as opponents. If you agree to all of that, I'll be your tower god.
Hermia let out a long sigh, suggesting she did not believe Regulus would go for such a proposal. But then everyone in the room was shocked to see Regulus's eyes brimming with tears. The grumpy ambassador wiped his eyes and said, I think that's a beautiful idea. I'm happy to oblige that request.
Really?
Harold said. He couldn't believe the grumpy Caesarian man actually went for it. And in that moment, he briefly imagined his old deceased friend Travis looking down on him.
I did what you wanted, Travis. I showed everyone what humanity could be. So much so they want a human tower god to sit on the Alliance Council. I hope that's enough, Harold thought to himself. I hope I've done enough that maybe you can forgive me.
I guess I'm not getting out of this one then, am I?
Harold sighed to himself. It looked like he wouldn't be going back to his shop any time soon. His days of retirement had come to an end. Chapter 88. Casey sat in the waiting room with only herself and Toto to keep her company. Sakura was at another meeting with the leaders and diplomats of the Alliance, and Sarah had dozed off on the chair beside her. Casey hadn't wanted to wake the E-rank girl up. They all needed as much sleep as they could get. And that included poor Toto, who had bags under his small eyes. The gerbil had seen that Casey was avoiding sleep and seemed to have joined her in solidarity. It had been 5 days now, and Max still hadn't woken up from his injuries. The doctor hadn't been to see them since they spoke a few days back. Casey sighed and watched the nurses and other healers go to and fro through the hospital wing. She worried she wouldn't see the healer again until this 5th and final day was up, and that he would only have bad news to share. Coincidentally, just as she had been thinking about the healer, the man stepped out from the emergency ward and approached Casey. His face was cold and stony, unreadable. And yet Casey felt this horrible pit in her stomach, like he was approaching her with terrible news. She stood up straight away.
Is he better?
The doctor's face remained unreadable.
No, not yet, said the man. We were hoping he would have recovered by now. We're changing our tactics slightly and would encourage visitors to see him now. We're thinking being near friends and loved ones might help improve his recovery. Would you like to go see him?
Casey's eyes widened at that.
Of course,
she said. All these days waiting, she'd been wanting to see him. Hearing only what the doctor had told her and not being able to see him had only made the waiting worse.
1 second,
she said to the doctor, and she went over to Sarah to wake her up. She wouldn't want to be asleep for this. Casey shook the girl's shoulders, but Sarah didn't break her slumber.
I guess you can come see him when you wake up,
she sighed. Casey returned to the doctor, who told her to just go on through the doors and that Max was in the room, 2nd door on the left. She followed the doctor's instructions and found herself hesitating outside Max's door. Toto made some noises, encouraging Casey to step into the room and see Max. But there was a part of her that was scared. She was scared to see the boy she cared so much for. She was scared to see him in such a fragile state.
This isn't about you, though,
she said to herself.
It's about Max, and doing everything you can to help him recover. She took a deep breath and mustered the courage to step into the room. It was dark. A hint of light came from the edge of the closed blinds. There was a beeping sound from a heart monitor. Max lay on the hospital bed, unconscious. He looked almost peaceful, but she was sure he was feeling anything but serenity. Sakura had pulled her aside the other day and voiced her suspicions to her, that the hidden figure of the mercenary team, the one Max had fought, had actually been his long-lost sister. She couldn't even imagine what that must feel like, to find the person you've been looking for, and for that person to then injure you in this way. Casey couldn't fathom the turmoil that must be going on in Max's head at that moment. She took a step towards Max, and she gently reached out her hand and placed it on his. If Max didn't wake up in the next few hours, the doctors had explained he was never going to wake up at all. She held his hand, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Come on, Max," she thought. "Please wake up." More than a year ago, Casey woke up in her bedroom at her family's apartment with strange feelings of anxiety. It was the first day of Climber Academy. Toto tried to nudge her out of bed, gently pushing his head into her cheek. Casey rolled out of bed and went to the bathroom to shower. "You better step it up, Casey," hollered her mother. "You're going to be late for your first day." As much as Casey knew that becoming a climber was the best thing she could do to help her family's financial situation, she was still struggling to be excited for her first day at the Climber Academy. Sybil and Cyrus were going to be there, she thought to herself, and they were going to be, well, calling them jerks would be an understatement. It was pretty much guaranteed they were going to make her feel horrible. Add having no friends into the mix, and Casey suddenly found herself not just dreading today, but the whole school year ahead of her. After her shower, she quickly got dressed. "Come on, Toto," she said, picking up her gerbil friend and placing him on her shoulder where he liked to perch. "Our year of misery awaits." She grabbed a banana from the dining table and hurried off to school. Despite arriving right on time, she found herself waiting in the Climber Academy courtyard. She was frustrated that their instructor seemed to be late, as it created more opportunity for having to interact with Sybil and Cyrus. Toto squealed and gestured to a boy standing by himself. The boy had shaggy red hair and big blue eyes. He was a mixture of handsome and cute, especially the latter, as he looked around with the awestruck eyes of a tourist. Is this boy even a climber? She thought to herself. How does he not know where he is right now? Then she realized he must be the new kid she'd heard rumors about. "Wow, can you believe it, Toto?" said Casey. "There's someone here who is more of an outsider than even I am." Casey felt her cheeks blush as she thought, the boy must not have any friends yet. Maybe we could... She shook her head. "Don't get too excited," she told herself. "You don't know. He could be another Cyrus or Sybil for all you know." But something told her that wasn't the case. He had a kindness in his eyes, a sweetness to him with a tinge of sadness there as well. "I should say hello," she said to Toto. "Don't you agree?" The pet just shrugged as if to say, "I don't know, I'm a gerbil." Said Casey. "I think just approaching him might be coming on a bit too strong. What if—" She materialized a piece of paper and pen from her climber's pouch. She scrawled a quick message on it and then folded it into a paper airplane. "I'll send a message via paper airplane," she explained to Toto. "Good idea, huh? Definitely the smart and mature way to say hello, right, Toto?" Toto covered his eyes with his little paws. "Fine. Don't support me in my life decisions," she said. She then threw the paper airplane and triggered her trait to make sure it reached the destination of the new boy's forehead. As the plane flew through the air, Casey felt her hopes rise. "I hope he's nice," she thought. "I hope he likes gerbils. I hope he'll want to be my friend too." Tears flooded from Casey's eyes as she remembered the first day she had met Max. She'd never thought about it this way before, but prior to meeting him, she hadn't realized how lonely she had felt. Different from her parents,
yet different from the children of pure vein climber families. Max was the first person she met who was like her, an outsider. And since that day when they had become friends, she'd felt less and less like that. As the tears rushed out of her, she trembled. She couldn't help but think about how she didn't want to return to a life where Max wasn't in it. The boy lay there, silently. She shut her eyes.
"Don't let Max see you like this," she said. "You need to be happy and cheerful. That will help him wake up, not sobbing like the blubbering mess you currently are."
Then a voice cut through her thoughts. Her heart lifted. She looked up to see Max, his eyes narrow but open as he slowly returned to consciousness. "Casey? Is that you?" When Max opened his eyes, he was very confused. He was hooked up to hospital equipment and Casey was crying in front of him. The questions ran through his head faster than he could remember how he got there. Where am I? What's going on? Then the memories came flooding back. The fight against Mother, the assassination of Sabriel, his fight with his sister. Elle. What had she become? And then there was Casey, crying in front of him. She was crying because of him. He hated to be the reason why this gorgeous girl was filled with tears and sadness. He reached out his hand to hers. "Casey." The girl wiped her eyes with her sleeve, but she wasn't able to stop.
"Max," she said. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to cry. I'm just—"
Her voice was shaking. Max wanted to make her feel better. He didn't want her to be sad. He reached inside of himself and prepared to tell her the truth. He gripped her hand with his own. "Casey, I don't know where I am exactly or what happened at the end of the tournament either. I've been in a long, painful dream. My sister, I found her briefly, but she isn't who I thought she was. There was only one thing that kept me going in that painful dream." Casey locked her gaze with his, and he looked in her gorgeous green eyes that were even prettier, all puffed up and red. "The only thing that kept me going," Max continued, "was to see your smile again." The exact opposite of what Max was hoping for happened next. Casey started sobbing even harder. "Hey, no," said Max.
"I'm sorry,"
she sobbed, wiping her eyes. She mustered a smile and said,
"I can't help crying. It's not because I'm sad. It's because I'm so happy you're still alive."
They held each other's hands and smiled at one another until a loud voice emanated from the doorway.
"Geez Louise, get these two a room already,"
snickered Harold, crossing his arms, standing in front of him, clad in his own hospital gown.
"Excuse me, old-timer, but we were having a moment,"
shouted Casey.
"You are?"
whispered two other voices. Then, emerging from the side of the door, were just the foreheads and eyes of Sakura and Sarah, peeking inside the room.
"You should leave them alone,"
said another voice from the other side of the door. Cigarette smoke trailed after the voice, confirming it belonged to Blake.
"I don't think you're supposed to smoke in here,"
said Sarah.
"It's part of my recovery,"
Blake retorted. They all stumbled into Max's room at that point. Surrounding him on the bed, they all smiled down at him.
"You won the tournament, Max,"
said Sarah.
"Everyone has been celebrating Ancestors," said Sakura.
"You did good, kid,"
said Harold.
"Seriously, I'm impressed,"
said Blake.
"I was so worried for you,"
said Casey.
"But it's true. You did kick that old Mrs. Jerky McJerkface's butt really good."
Max smiled.
"Actually,"
said Sakura,
"it's not just us who wanted to offer you personal congratulations. Take a look out your window."
Max moved over to the window and couldn't believe his eyes. "Congratulations!" A massive crowd had formed outside his window of the hospital. Tiberius was clapping his hands along with the rest of his team, as were the Boldrin and Flaren teams as well. Ulop was there, cheering with his frogfolk companions. Queen Violet was there too, clapping with the Elestrian team behind her. Most shocking of all was to see the catfolk off to the side, clapping gently with begrudging looks on their faces. Max couldn't believe what he was seeing. The sight filled him with happiness. He wiped tears from his eyes. They had all come together. The Elestrians, the Caesarians, the Frogfolk, the Boldrin, the Flaren, and even the Catfolk. The different members of the Alliance were all there, united. And to think that at the start of this tournament, they had all been at each other's throats. It was miraculous. It was a beautiful sight to behold. It gave Max a renewed feeling of hope and optimism. If it was possible for such different civilizations of the tower to come together, maybe, he thought to himself, just maybe, there's still a chance that others can be pulled back from the darkness. Chapter 89. A few hours later, Max watched the sun set over the Caesarian capital from his hospital window. It was quiet except for the soft beeps of his heart monitor. He'd sent everyone home half an hour ago. He appreciated everyone's concern for him, but now that he was on the road to recovery, he wanted them all to desperately get some rest as well. They'd been through an ordeal, all of them. He sighed and leaned his head back against his pillow. He was all alone now, just him and his thoughts. He grimaced, thinking about the final moments of the tournament. When he closed his eyes, he was still there, lying half dead beneath the arena, injured at the hands of his own sister. He could still see her walking away from him in the shadows, a faint silhouette of the person he'd been chasing after all this time. Max shut his eyes tighter, refusing to let go of the memory. He reached out to his sister. "Elle!" he screamed in his own mind. He yelled and yelled, trying to call her back, but she never stopped walking away. He couldn't catch up to her. She just walked away deeper and deeper into the darkness, until she was gone and there was nothing but black. Max opened his eyes then. He felt his chest tighten from reliving the memory. He felt the throb of sadness as he considered the entirety of the mission he'd just undergone. Yes, they had won the tournament, but the fallen angels hadn't been completely defeated. A tower god had been slain. His own sister wasn't who he thought she was. Elle had grown embittered by the tower. Her original kind self had mutated at some point during their time apart. He'd just have to show her that it could be different. He'd have to bring her back from the dark path she had embarked on. He had a lot of work ahead of him. He could still see his sister walking away from him in the darkness as he lay there, nearly dead on the ground. "I'm coming for you all," he thought to himself. "Next time we come to blows, I can promise you one thing. I won't lose." Author's note. Thank you for listening to this book from start to finish. I hope you enjoyed Max's adventure so far. If you did, please consider leaving a review. As an indie author, reviews go a long way to achieving success, so please leave one if you can. If you're looking for more awesome stories by Jakob Tanner, make sure to check out his other LitRPG series, Arcane Kingdom Online. And if you're in the mood for more tower-inspired LitRPG, make sure to check out Towers of Heaven by Cameron Milan, narrated by Steve Campbell. Thanks again for listening. Jakob Tanner. This has been Tower Climber 3, a LitRPG adventure. Written by Jakob Tanner. Performed by Steve Campbell. Copyright 2021 by Jakob Tanner. Production copyright by Jakob Tanner. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.